Chapter 151 Amazement. Okay. I will shoot him later and force him to come out. And then, you can immediately determine the location, Huang Qi said. Good. So Huang Qi was covered by GNE and took advantage of the power of the smoke bomb to run directly to the general direction Pei Yu sent him. He opened the repeating rifle and fired. Sure enough, the man couldn't stand it any longer and ran away. Past. Pei Yu took this opportunity to directly determine his position. Because the position was difficult to snipe, Pei Yu handed the position to Huang Qi, while the remaining person behind the stone was solved by Yuan Sheng and GNE. Because they were 2 against 1 and had the right time, place and people, they were quickly surrounded and solved. Now the only one left was Voldemort. Pei Yu had already determined his specific location, and Huang Qi touched it directly. He fired directly behind the tree where he was hiding, and fired at him. Although he didn't hit him, Huang Qi successfully forced him out. Pei Yu looked at the right time, and shot a 98k headshot. They won the chicken successfully, and the game ended. They lived up to Shen Yi's expectations, and finally won the championship, and finally reached the finals of the Legion battle. The audience immediately cheered, and Shen Yi couldn't hide his joy. Commentator. Victory! They won the championship trophy again. This is their 3rd consecutive championship trophy. Let us give them warm applause again. Li Yuner also jumped up happily, even happier than she had won the game. Li Yuner also didn't expect that these novices with little competition experience could actually play such a beautiful game, which is really impressive. The game was won, and they successfully entered the team and Legion finals. Similarly, the team and Legion finals are also the last promotion match. If they succeed in winning the finals, this team will be qualified to form a real King's team. In the future, you can participate in various competitions in the name of a team. And if you win the official finals of this game, you can also enjoy the benefits of joining the official company. So after the game, they returned to ordinary team training, because Shen Yi and his team's official Game Cup competition was about to start, and the team's finals were also about to start. Their training these days was really good. Busy. Shen Yi did not relax on either side. On the one hand, he stepped up the training of Chatterbox Boy and the others. And on the other hand, he often checked the training results of Team Legion Huang Qi and the others. However, he always cannot take care of both ends, although Oming often comes to help them during training. This time, the first division of the team finals also has Oming and his team joining, although Oming himself not participating. But after all, he is a member of his team, although he does not compete in the same division. If someone finds out that Oming is teaching in 2 teams at the same time, he will definitely be gossiped about. If the situation is the same as the Zhongyao team last time, then what? It does not mean offending people on both sides. So Shen Yi thought about it, and decided to let Han Xiaomu replace Oming to teach the training of the team. Because among the 4 of them, the chatty boy still needs training in shooting. And Jiangwu had just transferred here not long ago, and the team's integration is still a bit slow. Only Han Xiaomu has improved both in terms of shooting ability and team coordination. Moreover, Han Xiaomu was also the team's head coach. So this training is still represented by Han Xiaomu. Is the most complete. So a few days before the start of the finals, Oming came to Shen Yi and his team to teach. But when he entered, he saw Han Xiaomu giving instructions. At first Oming thought he was just taking the lead. But unexpectedly, Han Xiaomu called Oming aside and said to Oming, "Oming," Shen Yi said, "you won't come to the competition these days. The training of this team, I will collect it on your behalf. I have troubled you these days, so you can go back and have a good rest." Although Oming felt that he could rest and be happy, Shen Yi never told him about these things, and Shen Yi never discussed it with him, which made Oming very angry. "You? Don't you also want to train? Besides, how can you manage the team? Where is Shen Yi? Why doesn't he come over and talk to me himself?" Oming became angrier as he thought about it. Actually, Shen Yi has been asking me to learn how to manage. During this time, I have almost adapted to it. Don't worry about this. I know you are very responsible. However, Shen Yi is very busy these days. The company handles things. So he told me that when you come, I'll treat you to a meal and say sorry to you. Han Xiaomu also knew that Oming would definitely be angry. But Shen Yi had told her that there was nothing she could do about it. What's the reason? I'll call him and see if he's really that busy. Oming was bound to ask the reason. Huang Qi and others in the team suddenly heard Oming shouting loudly, thinking that they were having trouble with Han Xiaomu. So everyone discussed, what's wrong with the district team? Suddenly they got so angry. Yuan Sheng. It's probably because of the team finals. Otherwise, Why did it suddenly change to Han Xiaomu? They must have had a conflict. Huang Qi suddenly said, Okay. Let's stop discussing it. It's not good for others to hear it. They thought our team was in conflict. Just train hard and it'll be fine. Only then did everyone stop discussing. So Oming left the club angrily, and Han Xiaomu also expressed his helplessness. After all, there were too many things going on these days, and Shen Yi was also a little overwhelmed. So he didn't handle some things well. Oming was very unhappy, so he wanted to call Shen Yi to ask why. The phone call came. Hey Shen Yi, you are really busy. What's going on with Han Xiaomu? If you don't want me to come, just tell me. As for using a high-sounding reason to deal with me? Oh Ming, you misunderstood. I originally planned to invite you to have dinner one day and talk about this matter. But I didn't expect you to come so soon. Shen Yi explained. Okay, I just want a nice word. Why? The next team finals are not about to start. I heard that your team also successfully entered the first division. We were assigned to the second division. Both of our teams are competing in the finals. You said that if there are any rumors saying that you are an undercover agent of our team or an undercover agent sent to your team, wouldn't it be bad for you and me? That's why I made the decision without permission and let Han Xiaomu take charge of it. The daily training of the Team Legion is also for the fairness of the game. Chapter 152, Knife Mouth. Tofu Heart. Shen Yi didn't want to hide it from him, so he told the truth. It was because their team was in the finals, and they were worried that Oming would be used as an undercover agent. What was even more worrying was the public opinion on the internet. Shen Yi really didn't want to be attacked by internet public opinion again. But what Shen Wen said made Oming even more unhappy. Oming shouted into the phone. Shen Yi, you are so ruthless and unjust. When you need me, just beg me. If you don't need me anymore, just look for me. Just give me a reason to kick me away. And this is the reason. You can just say that you are afraid that I will leak the secrets of your team. Isn't that more straightforward? I really didn't expect it. Okay. You and I have nothing to say. In this case, you go on your way. Yangwan Road. I'll cross my single plank bridge. Ming was also angry. So he was so angry. Ming, you know that's not what I mean. How can I be afraid that you will leak the secret? Besides, they were all taught by your leader. Even if it is a secret, you are also the top secret of our team. It's for the good of both our teams. I don't want people with ulterior motives to exaggerate. You also know how terrible the public opinion on the internet is. Let's say it in person. I'll treat you to a meal and then solemnly apologize to you. You must come. Still in the same place downstairs at your house. I don't dare to go out. If I am photographed by others, wouldn't it be another crime for me? Ming said deliberately. It's settled. I'll wait for you at the restaurant downstairs at 6:50 this afternoon. Shen Yi also knows that Ming is a sharp-tongued man with a soft mouth and a soft heart. He feels wronged by you on the surface, but he also understands your actions in his heart. Sure enough, Ming went to the appointment. Shen Yi finished his work in the company and rushed to Ming immediately. After waiting for a while, Ming walked towards Shen Yi with an angry expression. When Shen Yi saw Ming approaching with an angry look, Shen Yi quickly stood up to greet him and helped him pull out his chair. He helped him sit down and said, "Oh, I am here to apologize to you in person. I know that you have a lot of money and will not argue with me. Besides, this matter was originally done by me because of my inconsideration. I won't care about you next time. If your team needs any advisors, I can accept them all." In fact, Ming stopped being angry with him a long time ago. Later, he thought about it carefully and realized that Shen Yi was indeed more thoughtful than him. But he still wanted to make Shen Yi angry. "I don't dare to use you, old man. I'm afraid that if I lose the game, those fans on the internet will not spare me and will definitely cut me into pieces." Ming deliberately wanted to tease Shen Yi, but in fact, his anger had already subsided. Although Ming said he didn't forgive, in his heart, he didn't mean to blame at all. Okay. Shen Yi, formally apologized to Ming. No matter whether the team wins or loses in the future, I will not blame Ming at all. Forget it. I'm not too angry. I'm just angry that you kicked me out for this reason. But I went back and searched, and I think what you said is indeed reasonable. You also invited me to have a meal. Your team must be like this. There are a lot of things going on in the past few days. So you'd better go back early and remember to buy the order for me. Ming and Shen Yi also settled their differences. So Shen Yi and Ming said goodbye and immediately returned to the team club. After all, the game was tomorrow. Shen came up with several coping strategies and wanted to discuss them with Huang Qi and the others. Just in case anything goes wrong during the game, Shen came to the team club. As soon as he entered the door, he felt the atmosphere of the upcoming game. Everyone was training hard. Shen came over and clapped his hands, indicating that everyone should come over. He had something to say. What's wrong, Captain Shen? Han Xiaomu asked. As for me, I have made a plan for the last finals of the team these days. Because this last game is very important. I think you should also know that not only the teams from the major clubs will participate, but also the Wailing team, playing in our second division. We can ignore the first division, but the second division belongs to the same group as us. I think you should have heard about Wailing's strength. Wailing team is one of the earliest teams established by the first domestic club. Not only do they have super reaction speed, shooting speed, and coordination, but their tactics also change every game. Most teams can't figure out their routines at all. So I've been looking through all their game videos and materials over the years, and summarized some tactics to deal with them, so that you can have a good experience the night before the game. Then to ensure that there would be no mistakes tomorrow, Shen quickly let all members participating in the Legion War know for the sake of time. After discovering the enemy, if the enemy does not notice you, you can follow him first, and then attack after slowly approaching. If you act recklessly after discovering an enemy in complex terrain, you may be alerted. This will increase your chances of being exposed, and sometimes even lead to counterattacks from the other party. Everyone should follow the enemy first, and wait until they reach an open area before taking action. The enemy is often unable to withstand a sudden attack. If you fancy the opponent's good equipment, you have to move faster. After all, other enemies will also be attracted by the sound of gunfire, and you are in a dangerous open area. The scope that this method is not suitable for is when the enemy has vehicles, which is a different matter. What if Captain Shen finds out the sound of another team fighting nearby just like last time? Should we go over and ambush them? Yuan Sheng asked. This is a good question. This is also the usual play style of the Wailing team. At this time, you have to listen to the sound to identify the position, although the map sometimes displays it. The Wailing team used this in a previous championship, a way to make a sound in the east and attack in the west, lured all the enemies into his encirclement, and then directly annihilated them. So we have to pay attention. When we are marching, we often hear gunshots from far or near. Usually after hearing the gunshots, you will exchange fire. Move everywhere. Although it is very dangerous, you can indeed get a lot of benefits this way. When you arrive at a firefight, you'll usually find the enemy you're engaging with. At this time, everyone needs to estimate the situation, and you need to judge the direction in which the enemy is about to move. Otherwise, you will end up dying instead of picking up a bargain. And it is best for you to crawl on a high ground behind the enemy and approach the target. And be careful not to leave the bunker. This way you can ensure your own safety while investigating the enemy's situation. Even if something unexpected happens, we can handle it. The most important point, and this is what I want to teach you, is the easiest strategy for Wailing team to use when they reach the finals. As soon as they reach the finals, they will immediately find the commanding heights and shoot from a low angle. Chapter 153 Nowhere to Escape. In this way, others have nowhere to escape. So we should target enemies at high points, such as back slopes or mountain tops. The farther away you are from him, the more dangerous it is. Once the target spots you, remember not to move in parallel. Move closer to find cover as soon as possible. And keep moving and shooting closer to the target. The closer you are to the target, the more parts you need to expose for the target to attack. The easier it is for you to kill the target. Or because the target was exposed and was killed first by others. Because the enemy at the commanding heights is the biggest threat to everyone. If you can't see the target at the foot of the mountain or down the slope, you can use more points to encircle and suppress it. But it will become more difficult in the later stages. You have to pay attention to the rhythm of shooting. Otherwise you will become a target. Have you all remembered it? Once the official competition comes, remember to seize the opportunity. Don't let the people from the Wailing team ambush you from a high point. I'm afraid you won't be able to last 5 minutes. Shen relied on his experience with the Wailing team and club and explained to them all their weaknesses and must-attack items. Everyone was very confident. The next day, the game officially started. Because this time it was the finals. Most of the people who came were professional teams, and there were only a few player teams. Shen and the others were the exception, and they were still a legion without a formal team. However, they also relied on their wonderful performance in the last game to attract a lot of game fans. Many of the audience who came to the scene cheered for them. because it was the finals. Shen Yi, as their commander-in-chief, sat backstage and watched the game directly. As an investor, Li Yin'er naturally had to attend as well. The difference between this game and the previous one was that there was another time to ask for support from the side. Opportunity. The host of the game appeared. Hello everyone. Our official club team finals of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are about to begin. I don't think I need to introduce each team present one by one. Everyone must be here for them. Yes. Yes. Competition host. Okay. Without further ado, all players please take a seat. Our competition is divided into a 4-on-4 classic combat mode. The map is displayed randomly. Now, players please log into your account and check your equipment. Our competition will begin. It officially starts in 1 minute. The game officially started, and the game map was selected as the Rainforest mode in the classic mode. They were quite lucky. There were not a large range of highlands and hillsides in the Rainforest mode, so it was not easy for the Wailing team to take advantage of it. Huang Qi and the others were preparing to skydive. According to the strategies and arrangements given to them by Shen Yi asked them to choose the altar as their first skydiving option, and then wait until the first final circle was narrowed before they transferred to the training base to shoot, so that Wailing could the team walked around. This is not to fear them, but to eliminate them for a better and more beautiful way of playing, because the altar is located on the left side of the map. It occupies a small area, except for the altar in the middle. It is surrounded by swamps on all sides, and there are few other buildings nearby. Therefore, when jumping to this place, whether it is a single row or multiple rows, you must directly choose to land on the altar or inside the altar, so that you can obtain favorable conditions and abundant supplies. The altar has 3 levels as a whole, and each level can be directly lowered to the next level, so it is a good choice to occupy a high point on the altar. Therefore, this commanding height was given to the sniper Peiyu, and the training base is located in the center of the Rainforest map. Most of the plane routes here will pass through here. In addition, the rich supplies here are the first choice for many players to jump. Although there are no taller buildings in the training base, the internal buildings are complex and crowded. If they had flown there immediately, they might not have been sure enough to win based on Huang Qi's current gun skills, because the Rainforest map is actually very small. It tests your melee capabilities more, and there are not many opportunities for long-range shooting. So for the sake of safety, Shen Yi asked them to choose the altar as their first choice, and the training base as their second choice for Gongguan's ambush location. Because Shen Yi had already stepped on the perimeter of the training base and told Huang Qi the specific location of their ambush, so they just need to pick up supplies at the altar. Huang Qi landed and went directly to look for the QBZ assault rifle, which was also the gun recommended by Shen Yi, because the QBZ is a unique repeating rifle in the rainforest, and its advantages can only be fully utilized within the rainforest. Although this gun is not very stable, its single-shot damage is very high, and it is invincible in close combat. Therefore, it is said that QBZ is the best firearm in the rainforest map. Therefore, as a main attacker, Huang Qi must have both a melee weapon and a long-range sniper weapon. So Huang Qi and Yuan Sheng launched a search at the altar, and Jian Yi picked up a flare gun on the first floor of the altar. Yuan Sheng is mainly responsible for picking up medicines, because the altar is an open area within the scope, and once someone passes by, they will definitely find their location. So while picking up supplies, they were vigilant to prevent a sneak attack. Not only that, they had to find a way to fire the signal gun first, so that they could have a good weapon advantage at the beginning, so that their attack power would be smaller. Peiyu took cover. Jian Yi and I went to set off the flares. This direction towards P City is most likely to have an ambush, so everyone fired the flares and ambush around. Huang Qi knew that the signal gun was so rich that it must be more dangerous than airdrops, so he told everyone to be careful of sneak attacks. So Huang Qi and the others went to the slightly wider platform on the 3rd floor of the altar, preparing to send off flares. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no gunshots around, Huang Qi directly fired the signal flare, which quickly rose into the air. After the launch, Huang Qi asked them to ambush around, so that they could act as a defense in case someone came to attack, because the time from the launch of the signal to the airdrop is relatively long. There is no guarantee that someone will not come for a sneak attack, so Huang Qi must be prepared. The airdrop plane soon arrived carrying supplies, and the supplies slowly dropped. Huang Qi asked Peiyu to use advanced magnification lenses to observe where the enemy appeared. The supplies were parked on the 3rd floor of the altar, so even if the enemy wanted to come over to pick up the supplies, they would not be able to get there directly through the center of the 1st floor. because although the terrain of the altar was relatively flat, but this place is indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack, because the altar not only has 3 upper floors, but also 2 lower floors where you can hide, because of the location advantage of the airdrop. Even if there were enemies nearby preparing to grab the airdrop, they would never dare to come over because the location of the airdrop was too weird, and coming here would be a recipe for death. So Huang Qi and the others safely picked up the airdrop. Chapter 154: A Fatal Blow. There is an M2 sniper rifle in the airdrop box, as well as 3 level armor and 3 level heads. Finally, there is a 6 power scope. Although the magnification is not large, it can still be considered to be installed in the rifle. Yuan Sheng only took a shotgun and an assault rifle, because Shen Yi had given them guidance on what kind of weapons they should use when making strategic plans for them. Yuan Sheng's accuracy was very good, but the burst ability is not enough. So Shen Yi told him that he would be more popular with a shotgun. Therefore, Yuan Sheng is more suitable for shotguns. In fact, the use of shotguns in the game is slightly low, because the shotgun fire rate is too slow, and it is difficult to hit the enemy. However, the power of shotguns is huge. As long as the player has a calm character, shotguns can be said to be the best melee weapon. But Jian Yi took a Vector submachine gun and used it with grenades. He was an expert in this area. Vector is a gun that relies heavily on accessories. If there is no expansion magazine or quick expansion magazine, the Vector has a very low error tolerance because of its low ammunition capacity. After having a magazine, it needs to be fully equipped to unleash the true power of this gun. They finished picking up the airdrop, and now the circle has shrunk to the position of the first poison circle and the second poison circle, although they have not left yet. For the sake of safety, they decided to buffer and enter the center of the safety zone. There are fewer and fewer people left now, but their abilities are definitely getting stronger and stronger. All the human-machine players must have been wiped out. Now is the time when the real war begins. Game commentator. Now everyone can see that our first poison circle has ended in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The scope is controlled near the altar, Peace City, Paradise Resort, and various small villages. It seems that the scope is still very large, wide. As for the remaining 4 teams, there are no casualties. It seems that this game is very exciting. Let's continue to look down. What position and playstyle will each of them choose? There are still 4 teams left, and there are no casualties. It seems that this battle will be difficult for them. Shen Yi showed a hint of worry when he heard the explanation. Don't worry. With your planning and guidance, their grade shouldn't be too bad. Li Yunar also saw Shen Yi's worry, so she comforted them. In the game, within the approximate range of the current safe zone, there are only 3 places with relatively wide views. But now there are 4 teams. Huang Qi fell into deep thought, wondering whether they should choose Paradise Resort, which is easier to defend, or the altar, which is easier to attack. I think Paradise Resort is more suitable for us. Paradise Resort is located in the center of the map. It is a must-win area. It is accessible in all directions. It is an excellent place for tactical raids and attack from behind. In this position, we can cooperate as a team. In addition, you can also block the trail and guard the trail stairs. There is a height difference at the trail stairs. There is a blind corner at the bottom, which is very suitable for squatting and sneak attacks. Doesn't this give us one more chance of surprise or sneak attack? Peiyu had a lot of ambush experience before, and Paradise Resort was the place where she won her first battle, and it was safer for defense. So everyone agreed with Peiyu's opinion. Prepare to drive to Paradise Resort. After all, their location is too far from Paradise Resort, and it is dangerous to go there on foot. Soon, the second poison circle was immediately closed, and the system suddenly showed that the 4 people who were poisoned to death were from the same team. It was a pity that they were poisoned directly outside the circle so easily. But it can also be seen that the damage value of the last 2 poison circles is too great. If the poison is hit 1 second later, the entire army will probably be wiped out. Now there are only 2 teams left. That is, the Wailing Team and an unknown team. Among them, the Wailing Team does not have any casualties, and the signal value and blood volume are both full. The kill rate has also reached MVP, which seems to be absolutely nothing to boo. The other team is obviously not as good as the Wailing Team in terms of combat effectiveness. But they cannot relax. After all, there are still 8 people. Huang Qi and the others also entered the Paradise Resort and increased their vigilance. But they found no gunshots around them. Everyone spread out and went to the stone wall of the long passage on the left. This place has a wide view. Taking into account the enemies coming from the long passage gate and the trail on the left. There are almost no bunkers for the enemies in this distance. And we are behind the bunkers, waiting for them. When you come here, give them a fatal blow. Wang Qi once set a kill record in Paradise Resort, so he is already very familiar with this Paradise Resort. Hey you! Go to the middle gate. There are many bunkers here. You can go up to the trail through the steps. And you can also block the enemy in the long passage on the right. You can advance to attack, and retreat to defend. And the terrain is steep, suitable for sniping. And Yuan Sheng, go in the direction of the door. But you need to pay attention to the obstacles inside the door, and the gap from the door to the trail. These are their favorite places to set up ambush. Pay attention to whether anyone is lurking. So Huang Qi and the others laid an ambush here, waiting for them to come over. The whaling team has not found any trace of them. But the safe zone has shrunk to the last poisonous circle. In addition to Paradise Resort, there is also P-City. But half of P-City is far outside the safe zone. So in terms of large area, only Paradise Resort is the largest. Therefore, Huang Qi believed that there was a 90% chance that they would set up an ambush near Paradise Resort. If they were not at the Paradise Resort, there was only one other possibility. They would still be fighting like the last time. Use the poisonous circle peripheral attack method. What Team Whaling is best at is using terrain to carry out effective attacks. They will definitely occupy the terrain that is most beneficial to them. And near Paradise Resort, the terrain is relatively steep, and there are no hidden dangers around. Then, there is only the hillside behind Paradise Resort far away from P-City and ruins. In this position, you generally don't have to worry about what's behind you. You just need to set up your gun and keep an eye on it. And use bunkers to avoid damage. Therefore, by guarding both sides, you can win based entirely on the terrain. So Huang Qi and the others blocked their destination at Paradise Resort because they heard that the resort has 3 floors and the center door is facing the top of the hillside. Once their snipers or Voldemort are sniping and observing from above, they can observe their locations in advance. Then set up an ambush. I found traces. It's in the back mountain. 105 degrees. It seems like they chose the same concentrated battle as Qinqingliu. This way our chance of destroying them as a group is greatly increased. And we now know their approximate location. Do you want to attack? Chapter 155 Falling Short of Success. Peiyu passed the eightfold mirror. And based on his experience with Shen, he had been watching the traces on the hillside behind. Sure enough, the hard work paid off. And he finally arrived. Are you sure all 4 of them are here? Huang Qi asked again to ensure safety. Yes, it is indeed 4 people. Huang Qi felt very strange. Based on their previous combat experience, it was impossible not to know how harmful and dangerous this kind of combat was. So why were they exposed so easily this time? This is not common sense. No, we can't attack now. Let's observe for a while. Now let's take the time for the first poison circle to shrink. There is still half a minute. After half a minute, we will take a look at where the last safe zone is. Decision. Huang Qi could only suspend the ambush just now for the sake of safety, because it seems impossible for them to come near the Paradise Resort again. If the drug circle is no longer at the Paradise Resort, then they will have no choice but to move at the risk. But once it moves now, if the safe area is still here, wouldn't it be a failure? The safe zone shrunk again. Unexpectedly, the safe zone bypassed P-City and Paradise Resort in the end, and shrunk to an open space. There were no houses, bunkers, or large areas of protection. This was an outcome that no one expected. Moreover, the whaling team may not be able to utilize their terrain expertise. It seems that the finals should end in the steel gun mode. The organizers' thoughts on the competition are still unclear. After all, a gun attack is more interesting than a sneak attack and ambush. But we can't guess the organizers' real intention, because the maximum distance for gatherings in the safe zone is less than 200 meters. But it is not easy to hide 8 people within 200 meters. Now we have to run away from the poison. The poison in this last circle is too strong. Our medicine can't resist it for long. Peiyu, you first look for a bunker, and then we will determine the location. Huang Qi discussed. Okay, let me check it out first. There is a bunker with a lot of rocks at 45 degrees to the right, but it is relatively open all around. There is also a container bunker at 105 degrees near the safety zone. Then for safety's sake, let's go to the container bunker first and move later. So Huang Qi moved to the vicinity of the container bunker. Squat down, Huang Qi suddenly shouted. So everyone took a crouching position to hold their guns in preparation. There are footsteps ahead. Everyone, be careful. Huang Qi looked at the mini-map and saw the footsteps that stayed for less than a second. Peiyu, check the position quickly. We may not be able to get through now. They seem to want to win the game by relying on the safety zone. The whaling team wants to set up an ambush on the edge of the safe zone to intercept and kill enemies who are desperately trying to escape poison. Because the enemies running away from the poison are always on their way. Their health points will not be recovered in time if they are damaged along the way. So when they first came out of the circle, most of them had residual health and wanted to find a place to drink medicine immediately. At this time, their attention was not particularly concentrated. The success rate of raiding them was definitely high. As expected, the whaling team lived up to its reputation. Should he use this method last time? But they learned and applied it. Then what should we do? We can't advance. And we can't retreat? At this time, they were in a deadlock. Once they moved forward, there would be footsteps. If they retreated, there were not a lot of bunkers behind them. Everyone didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time, Yuan Sheng suddenly said, I'll cover you. You first retreat to the container on the right, and then go around to ambush them. No one expected that Yuan Sheng actually thought of this self-sacrifice method to solve the problem at hand. Dilemma? No. If we slow down a bit, your death will be in vain. We can't guarantee that we can pass within a short time. Jianyi didn't want them to take risks. Huang Qi, who was silent for a while, suddenly said, I agree. Yuan Sheng is the fastest among us on the field. And now we only have this method to eliminate them with the greatest probability. And I believe that Yuan Sheng will never fail. As long as you can hold on for more than 10 seconds, and I will rush over to save you. Huang Qi knew that although this was a game, everyone also personified the game to the greatest extent. And they would definitely not allow anyone to leave early. Okay, don't worry. Everyone give all the 5.56mm bullets to Yuan Sheng. And you all replace them with 7.62mm bullets. Then as soon as Yuan Sheng fires, we immediately throw smoke bombs in a straight line. Then we use the smoke bombs as fast as possible, get to the container bunker behind them, and shoot them from behind. Remember to be quick. Huang Qi determined the final plan. So while they were spraying medicine, Yuan Sheng slowly crawled behind a small stone bunker. The guns in his hands were all loaded with magazines, and he was ready to attack. I will shoot on the count of 1, and the others will prepare, Huang Qi said. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Huang Qi gave the order, and Yuan Sheng took the lead in firing. He held a repeating rifle G36C, installed 5.56mm bullets, and fired all in succession. As soon as Yuan Sheng fired, he fired directly. The other party was caught off guard. The other party was also blinded for a moment, and Yuan Sheng swept with a wild sweep, instantly knocking down the 2 exposed people. After all, there were so many of them, and soon the 2 people attacked again before Yuan Sheng could replenish his gun, was pulled back, while Huang Qi was taking advantage of their rescue. He filled up the smoke bombs and paved a road with smoke bombs. Huang Qi took advantage of these 10 seconds for Jianyi and Peiyu to rush over directly and pass through another smoke bomb. Yuan Sheng changed his field of view, continued to install bullets, and fired wildly. Because the other 2 enemies were rescuing, Yuan Sheng took the opportunity to shoot another person. Game commentator. What kind of tactic is this? 1 against 4? This is incredible. At such a young age, someone can have such great ambitions. The chance of being wiped out by the team is too great. It seems that it's a desperate fight. What are they doing? They left Yuan Sheng alone here. Li Yuner asked in disbelief. Yes, it's just a bait. I didn't expect them to use this trick. Although Shen said it calmly on the surface, he was very worried in his heart. But after all, Yuan Sheng's unilateral strength was too weak. So the whaling team quickly reacted and started to counterattack. But fortunately, the whaling team did not find Huang Qi and Jianyi, who had broken through. They successfully reached their destination and got behind them. The whaling team on the other side responded quickly and fired. Yuan Sheng alone was sure it can't be stopped for long. Chapter 156. Tears-filled eyes. Soon, due to the super counterattack of the whaling team, the 4 people shot at Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng soon couldn't resist. So soon, the bullets were all used up, and they could only throw grenades. But the opponent seemed to know that Yuan Sheng had no support. So they spread out and hit Yuan Sheng hard. Yuan Sheng was quickly defeated and knocked to the ground. He was temporarily protected by a stone bunker and was not directly eliminated. Huang Qi heard the system prompt that Yuan Sheng had been knocked down and immediately launched a rescue. He and Jianyi each held a repeating high-damage rifle. while Pei Yu was responsible for dealing with the main sniper of the whaling team. The three of them dispersed in a tacit understanding and blasted the back of the whaling team, trying to fight for it. Bring all your strength here so that you can rescue Yuan Sheng. The whaling team was suddenly attacked from two sides. Only then did they realize that they had been deceived by Huang Qi and the others. So they became even more angry and fired casually without any reason. Although Huang Qi was holding a repeating rifle. However, the accuracy was extremely high. About 10 consecutive rounds of bullets directly knocked down the two of them. The opponent immediately lost their advantageous position due to being attacked from both sides. Huang Qi took advantage of this moment to gain momentum and move closer to him while moving around. Because once you get close to him, it is difficult for bullets to hit. Moreover, Yuan Sheng had already consumed a large amount of his bullets. At this time, even if Huang Qi attacks with his fists, the damage will be higher than if he attacks with a gun. Of course, it is safer to hold a weapon. So Huang Qi and Jian Yi had a tacit understanding of surrounding him and beating him at the same time. They killed the remaining two members of the whaling team without the ability to parry. The other side also had a main attacker and a sniper. Jian Yi, leave these two people to us. You go rescue Yuan Sheng, and I will help you draw the firepower. Huang Qi opened the microphone and shouted. Okay. Be careful. The captain of the other team shoots hard. So Huang Qi and Pei Yu were left in the front. Jian Yi put away his gun and moved forward quickly. With the fire cover of Huang Qi and others, he reached Yuan Sheng smoothly. Yuan Sheng didn't have much health here anymore. It will definitely become a box later. So Jian Yi immediately helped Yuan Sheng up and threw all the large number of medicine bags and 5.56mm bullets he had on Yuan Sheng. Then Jian Yi noticed the footprints. Huang Qi saw that the direction of Rice, the captain of the whaling team, had changed, and he went straight to Yuan Sheng. It seemed that he had seen through Huang Qi's tricks. So Huang Qi hurriedly asked Pei Yu to take sniper cover. Holding back the sniper, Huang Qi a Dalian jump plus a run-up. Direct and flexible snakeskin movement. Arriving less than a few meters away from Rice. Just when Rice was about to hit Jian Yi, who was rescuing Yuan Sheng, Huang Qi suddenly stood in front of him, picked up the pan, and gave Rice a heavy blow. Immediately, Rice, the captain of the whaling team, was knocked to the ground. Huang Qi switched to a gun again, and then shot him again, and then covered Jian Yi from behind to rescue him. Game commentator. Oh my god! Huang Qi was able to rush over at such a fast speed. And they didn't forget their teammates in the final moments of the game. Friends in the audience, this is a game you have never seen before. Now there are not many teams left in the whaling team. Can Shen Yi and his team win the championship again? Huang Qi actually went back. He went back to support Pei Yu regardless of the danger. Yuan Sheng also got up at this time. Now the captain of the whaling team, Rice, has been killed. And there is still one sniper left. Can Team Whaling still come back to life? Now there is only one sniper left. Yuan Sheng also took medicine and successfully restored the combat strength. Now it is a 4-on-1 situation. And the direction of victory is already obvious. So Huang Qi took Jian Yi and Yuan Sheng and slowly outflanked them from behind, directly surrounding the last remaining sniper in the circle. Pei Yu held the M2 sniper rifle and opened the holographic sight. This man had no way to escape anymore. And he also saw the situation. So before Pei Yu could shoot, he took the landmine in his hand and blew himself up. Game commentator. Victory! They won! With their impossible rescue operation and attack, they forced their opponents to self-destruct to end the game. They are well-deserved champions. Let us give them applause again. At the end of the game, Huang Qi and the others succeeded in winning the championship trophy of the Team Legion Finals. After the game, the four of them hugged each other tightly. This was the first time the audience had seen such a game. In an ordinary game, they created an emotional match of brotherhood. Not only that, many viewers burst into tears. Many people burst into tears when they saw the scene where Huang Qi rescued Yuan Sheng, and when Yuan Sheng protected them and created an encirclement circle. The moment the game was won, everyone stood up and applauded and shouted for them. Even Shen Yi and Li Yuner had tears in their eyes. Shen Yi had not seen such a wonderful game in a long time. They put aside the nature of the game and relied on their true emotions to give the game new existence value and new life. Shen Yi, do you know why I like this game so much? Not only because I admire Sniper Demon, but more importantly, the previous Sniper Demon also played a similar game. I am not willing to sacrifice myself to save my teammates. Although this is just a game. It is because of that self-sacrificial shot that I am deeply fascinated by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which cannot be reflected in real life. Li Yuner shed tears slowly. This was the first time that Li Yuner explained the true meaning of her obsession with this game. Yes, the CF team at that time was indeed very similar to Huang Qi and the others now. After hearing this, Shen Yi also recalled his previous game with the CF team in his mind. At that time, there were only two things in their minds. One was dreams and the other was brotherhood. But now things have changed. When Shen Yi saw Huang Qi's game again and their sacrificial spirit, Shen Yi felt a little warmth. They made the audience and more game fans feel that this was not just a cold game, but also a struggle that tested people's hearts. Moreover, it was the first time for Huang Qi and the others to compete on such a big stage, and they won a resounding victory. Everyone looked at these young people under the age of 25 with admiration. Game organizer. Now I announce that the official team finals of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds have come to a successful conclusion. Today's game gave me a lot of inspiration. Do you feel this way? Yes! The audience shouted in unison. Chapter 157 comes to an end. Then let's invite the champions of our competition. That is, Huang Qi, Yuan Sheng, Pei Yu and Jian Yi from the Sniper Club to come on stage and tell us a few words about their game experience. We also invite the re-election champion of the game, the Sniper Club. The main creator Shen Yi came on stage, and we asked him about his feelings about this competition. When the audience heard about Shen Yi, they became agitated and shouted in various ways. The host asked, "Hello, Shen Yi. It seems that you are not much older than them. So why did you choose these team members who don't have that much experience in the competition? As you can see, it is because of their youth, their energy, and their love and admiration for the game itself that this is my goal in selecting people." Well, yes, we all also watched this game, and their wonderful performance is indeed admirable. So for Yuan Sheng, who took the initiative to propose ideas this time, why did you propose such a method at that time? I just feel that as long as the game wins, no matter who it is in the end, as long as it is our team. Yuan Sheng and the others were very nervous because it was their first time on such a big stage. Okay, if you still have questions about this competition, please go and visit their Sniper Club. I believe you will not be disappointed. Here are the main creators of our official competition. Mr. E, give them awards. A man wearing black casual clothes and holding a trophy came up from under the stage. This CEO is definitely the leader of the main creative game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It would definitely be a great honor to be awarded an award by him. So Mr. E awarded them awards one by one, shook hands with each of them, and gave them the prize money for this competition. The awards this time are not simple, because it is the first team and Legion competition. So this first award is equivalent to laying the foundation for the following rounds of competitions. Congratulations again to Huang Qi, Jian Yi, Yuan Sheng and Pei Yu of the Sniper Club team for winning the title of the strongest army officially awarded this time. Let us give them warm applause again. Game host. Okay, our game is coming to an end here. I hope the players can perform even better in the next team competition. See you all. This time the team competition has finally come to an end, and everyone's hard training these days has not failed. Shen Yi and the others returned to the club and planned to hold a celebration banquet for them. After all, this was the first grand prize since the club opened, so it must be a good celebration. But as soon as they were about to go out to celebrate, a group of people blocked the door of the club. They were probably fans who came here for the club. They saw that there were more and more people, not only fans, but also reporters and investors. And there are more gamers and fans who come to join the club, because Shen Yi and the others previously issued a club recruitment announcement. Who knew that so many people would already join as soon as the game ended? But now the Legion can no longer accommodate so many people. There are many people. Shen Yi was too embarrassed to refuse them. So he wanted to call Li Yuner to discuss whether he could build a few more gaming legions and establish a club branch to focus on 4-person team legion games. So Shen Yi asked Huang Qi and the others to entertain them. Come in and let Chatterbox Boy and the others deal with it, because it is common for Chatterbox and Han Xiaomu to deal with reporters. Shen Yi went to the side and called Li Yuner to tell her about the team's legion. Hey, Li Yuner, are you in the company now? I have some team matters to discuss with you. It's not convenient for me to go out right now, so I can only call you. There are so many reporters outside. If Shen Yi goes out now, news about disrespecting reporters and being a big name may come out tomorrow. So Shen Yi can't go out for the time being. I know. The game was won so beautifully. Your club and training camp are probably full. I understand. Understand? What is it? Tell me. I can help. Li Yuner is also a person who has seen the world. And for this, on the other hand, Li Yuner must have seen a lot. Didn't we send out a recruitment announcement last time? Who knew that just when we were about to cancel it? Many people already came and said they wanted to join the sniper club. I have no choice but to ask if your company can establish another sniper club. Magic Club branch. Then let Han Xiaomu or Chatterbox Guy teach and review during their free time. Otherwise, the sniper club will be overcrowded. Even if everyone passes the review, it will probably take a long time. Shani told Li Yuner everything about this matter. Oh, this is indeed a very serious problem. I will discuss this with the company directors now and give you an answer later. However, with your current popularity on the internet, 90% of the company will agree. But in terms of funds, it needs to be reduced a bit. Li Yuner told Shen Yi the general conditions. I have already considered the funding, and we can temporarily reduce the bonus funding. No problem. I'm going to ask now. You can entertain the reporters first. At this critical moment, reporters reporting is particularly important. Well, trouble. After Shen Yi reported, he hung up the phone and went to help the chatty ones to entertain reporters. Then, registration for the official Dolphin Cup competition also started. So the next day Li Yuner took Shen Yi, Chatterbox Boy and others to the registration venue to visit and register, as well as learn some important matters. So they stayed near the venue for a long time. When Li Yuner and the others came back after signing up, they found the sound of quarreling inside the club, which could be heard from outside. Sensing a bit of chaos inside, Shen Yi thought someone was coming to the club to cause trouble. So he rushed in immediately. Shen Yi went in and saw that it was members of the second team arguing with Han Xiaomu, who stayed in the club. And they were arguing fiercely. Why do you participate in every major competition, including the last Zhonglu Cup and this Dolphin Cup? Just kick us out. What's the point of our existence? Tan from the second team Mian said very indignantly. Han Xiaomu was also annoyed. He didn't care that Shen Yi and the others had come back, and still said loudly, we participated in the competition because of our strength, and we won the championship. The whole club benefited more than just us. Ask yourself, your second team has been, will the number of game fans increase a lot in the future? Shen Yi and Li Yuner were also nearby and roughly understood the reason for their quarrel. So Shen Yi, Li Yuner and the others walked over and pulled Han Xiaomu away from the quarrel. Chapter 158 Obedience. Li Yuner stood over and said, I roughly understand it. Although your second team has lost the opportunity to participate in the competition, does one of you dare to say that your gaming ability can surpass that of any one of Shen Yi and the others in the first team? If so, stand up. I absolutely guarantee that you will come to the next game. Li Yuner doesn't want to use such a tough attitude. But although they are not bad, they have such high spirits now, which is very detrimental to their future development. It is better to give them a blow in the head now, so that they can clearly understand their own advantages. Inferior. Shen Yi also walked over slowly and said, I know you also want to show your strength. But the last Willow Cup and this Dolphin Cup are double events. So if you change teams temporarily, there will definitely be a lot of rumors on the internet. I think this is also very detrimental to our club. I know your first team is very good, but we are not bad either. Our second team should not be buried. And since this is a double event and a team from the same club is participating, why not? So we also want to participate. We must also participate. And we can't let you take away all our fame. The second team's tough attitude also attracted many game team interns. And the situation became increasingly uncontrollable. Li Yuner suddenly pulled Shen Yi behind and said angrily, Don't go too far. Since you think there is no room for you to perform here, then you can leave and find a place where you can shine. I will never stop you. Li Yuner was also furious and wanted to expel them. Shen Yi felt that it was too serious, so he quickly signaled for the chatty boy to pull Li Yuner away. Then Shen Yi stepped forward and said to the people of the second team, Since you think it's unfair, let's rely on our strength to speak. Let's compete in a game. As long as your people can beat the first team, then we don't mind taking a back seat. Team. Okay. No problem. We will compete and decide the winner. If we lose, no matter what decision you make in the future, we will definitely obey your words. But if we win, you must give us the chance to compete. The captain of the second team was also very competitive. Although they were also among the best players, their ambitions were too high and they had to argue about winning or losing. So the two teams came to the computer one after another, formed a double queue, and went online one after another. Shen-Yi is the main attacker. And Qin Mian, the captain of the second team, is the main attacker of the second team. Because it was a competition within the team, everyone chose the entertainment mode. After all, this is the best way to show their strength in a short period of time. So everyone chose double row instead of 4 row, so that the time could end faster, and can perfectly demonstrate strength. They chose the wild fighting mode, and the Jedi sniper mode. In addition to medicines, armors and throwing objects, only 4 sniper rifles will be refreshed in the map: Kar 98K, Mini 14, and SKS marksman rifle, as well as VSS shooter rifles, and 4 types of pistols: P92, P1911, P18C and R1895, as well as corresponding bullets and accessories. This mode can fully demonstrate your marksmanship in long-distance sniper battles. In the later stages of the game, a new mode will be added to the game after they edited it. This mode has not yet been developed by other clubs. This is a dual mode tailor-made for their team by the game hackers Shen-Yi specially found. It integrates melee and long-range snipers and pistols in the later stages of the game. In addition to medicines, armors and throwing objects, only 4 types of melee weapons will be refreshed in the map: sickles, machetes, crowbars, and flat bottoms. Pot. You can happily show off your skills in close combat. Therefore, in the entire game, only limited weapons can be used, and the refresh time of each weapon is limited. For example, only pistols and sniper rifles can be used in the first 10 minutes. In the last 10 minutes, only pans and other melee weapons can be used, which greatly increases the difficulty of the battle. But it can fully reflect the team's ability. This mode is different from the ordinary classic mode. This mode is a duel between real masters. This mode is fast and condenses the game into less than 10 minutes. Use fragmented time to play games. With a small circle of only 28 people, the pistol duel mode is highly entertaining. In the wild fighting mode, it is mainly a fist-to-fist contest. The speed battlefield mode is a decisive battle in the finals, which not only requires good marksmanship and good positioning, but also good psychological quality. So it can be said that these modes are a great test for the player's psychology, giving them a dual feeling of tension and excitement. This entertainment mode speeds up the pace of the game, making the entire game more exciting and confrontational. The difference between this mode and the classic mode is that the circle is very small, and the poisonous circle shrinks very quickly. So you can only keep running into the circle. But the flow of people is all in the inner circle, and everyone has good resources at hand. At this time, it is a competition of strength. At the beginning of the game, because the game only lasted for more than 20 minutes, Shen-Yi and Chatterbox Boy directly jumped to the center position. Because in this improved entertainment mode, the center position allows you to change weapons at will. That is to say, there will definitely be many dangers in the military bases in the major modes. But Shen-Yi also wanted to let them know the strength of the first team. So he and Chatterbox started the gun mode as soon as they landed. Shen-Yi got a random pistol. Chatterbox also received a P9 pistol. You will definitely not get any sniper rifles when you first go down. In subsequent games, you will get sniper rifles and more weapons by killing others. Shen-Yi fell to the ground and knocked down a person with 2 shots from his pistol. Immediately afterwards, Chatterbox also started the killing mode. The two corresponded back and forth, and soon they killed 2 double teams. Shen-Yi also gained the ability to upgrade firearms. Soon, Shen-Yi changed from a pistol to an SKS, and immediately to a burst of fire. Tan Mian also brought a capable teammate with him, and he immediately fired. It has to be said that the person selected by Liuter must be technically he was excellent. So this style of play was not a problem for him at all. Tan Mian also upgraded to a firearm. Now only his and Tan Mian's teams were left in the circle. Shen-Yi did not ambush, and was ready to shoot directly to let him see the gap. So he ran directly towards the sound of gunfire. If 2 people met, one of them would be injured. So Shen-Yi fired first and successfully hit the charger next to Tan Mian. Shen-Yi immediately hid behind the fuel tank and bunker. Later, Shen-Yi released many smoke bombs one after another to confuse his opponents. After all, Tan Mian had watched a lot of Shen-Yi's game videos and knew that he was best at using smoke bombs. So Tan Mian also tested many of Shen-Yi's tactics in the team. Chapter 159 Promise. So Tan Mian rushed over directly. Shen-Yi and Tan Mian were both in the smoke bombs at this time. Neither of them knew the direction. Shen-Yi roughly judged his location through the footprints on the small map. But Shen-Yi never moved his position, because he knew that it would be very dangerous if he moved in such a short position and made a sound. So Shen-Yi stayed in place, quietly observing Tan Mian's position. When Shin Yi reached a position where he thought he could shoot, he fired a blind sniper shot at the smoker knot and hit Tan Mian directly. In an instant, Tan Mian lost half of his health. Shin Yi kept up his efforts and ran over again. He put away his gun, took out his fist, and struck hard, knocking Tan Mian out in 2 blows. Shin Yi and the others won. The game was over. Tan Mian sat blankly on the chair. He lost. He had just vowed that he would win. He must have felt embarrassed. So he kept his head down and said nothing. Shin Yi took off his headphones, walked over, and said to Tan Mian, "Actually, you are already very good at playing, and you know my weakness in smoke bombs. However, I hope you can practice more diligently. I believe you will surpass one day." Shin Yi actually thinks that if his strength is better than the pure steel gun, Shin Yi probably won't be his opponent. But in a game, you can't just rely on the steel spear to determine the outcome. Although Qin Mian lost, he must also be in this battle. I learned a lot in middle school. Shin Yi, I lost. My strength is indeed not as good as yours. But I have a request. What? Can you teach me blind sniping? I was really dazzled just now, and couldn't judge your general direction at all. How did you do it? Tan Mian's studiousness is not just for boasting. Shin Yi smiled, said, "Okay. Next time the team training is over, I welcome you to come for another PK game. And then I will definitely give you the key. Okay. I wish you good luck in the competition, and a triumphant return." Tan Mian also formally apologized to Li Yin'er and explained the situation. And then the dispute between the second team was resolved. Shin Yi started intense team training again, just for the next Dolphin Cup. Before the team training, Shin Yi conveyed to them the decision made by Li Yin'er in the company. The company decided that because of our current popularity, we will also have wonderful performances in the games over the next few days. I want us to decide whether to attack professional players in advance. This competition is also prepared to elect professional players. I want to hear your opinions on this. Shin Yi also wanted to ask everyone for their opinions, because not everyone wants to be a professional player from the beginning. Therefore, there are more or less other thoughts in my mind. Han Xiaomu was the first to say, "Can I withdraw from the professional player election competition?" In fact, when I first entered this team, everyone knew that I was a professional player. But I am not happy playing in the professional league every day. I am not as happy as I am now playing as an amateur. Besides, the original goal of our team is not to just play the game happily. So when it comes to this important Dolphins professional league, in fact, Shin Yi doesn't want to be a professional player. After all, he is fully aware of the discomfort and fatigue of professional players. Shin Yi is also someone who has experienced it. So Shin Yi knows their worries. I feel the same way. After the last Yonlu Cup, I felt a little bit happy. But the nature of this game is completely different. The chatty boy also agreed. Only Jiangwu said nothing. Okay. I understand. I will discuss this matter with Li Yin'er again. But I still hope that we can treat him as a normal game this time. After all the players in this competition are professional gamers. We don't do it for anything else. We just want to learn experience. As for the final result, we don't need to judge. The male protagonist, who was well aware of this situation, went to register for the Dolphin Cup with Jiangwu, and then planned to talk to them alone to see if they could resolve their suspicions. After Shin Yi found Han Xiaomu, he specially brought the contract document and said, "We went to register for the Dolphin Cup today, and I also made a special trip to the company to explain the matter to them. They also brought the contract over, and the content signed on it is I definitely won't force it. So I brought it here specially for you and the chatty boy. Captain Shin, I have thought about it for a long time. I still want to participate in the competition. For so many years of hard work, we have finally reached the point where we can stand out in the competition. I don't want to stagnate because of our personal reasons. And I hope to stand side by side with you. Fight and win every game. Thank you. I still say the same thing. No matter what happens, I will be there. Don't worry. I will never let you get any confusion. Let's work hard together in this Dolphin Cup to defeat those so-called professional players, and let them know that not only it's just that only professionals can win the championship." When Shin Yi heard what Han Xiaomu said, he was very moved and didn't know what to say for a moment. Then Shin Yi went to find the chatty boy again. But Shin Yi called for a long time and no one answered. So Shin Yi thought of the barbecue restaurant they often went to next to their club. Sure enough, the chatty boy was inside. Shin Yi walked over with his mobile phone and contract and said, "I finally found you. They said you left right after training, so it was easy for me to find you. Captain Shin, why are you here? The chatty boy stared at Shen-Yi with a surprised expression and said, I came here because of what I discussed with you this morning. I was afraid that you might have some psychological burden. So I came here to talk to you. What burden can I have? Don't worry. I'm at ease. Shen-Yi thought the chatty boy was here to get drunk, and wanted to make a joke with him to liven up the atmosphere. That's good. Then you will participate in what happened this morning and this Dolphin Cup game. Of course I will. In fact, I thought about it. No matter whether we are professional or amateur, as long as you are still around us, what difference does it make? Besides, we are so powerful now. If we don't compete with professional players, then what will happen to us? Are you sorry for the title of our sniper club? And we are entering the competition as non-professional players. It would be great if we beat the professional players. Although the chatty boy usually talks a lot. In fact, if you think about it carefully, only the chatty boy lives the most real life. Shen-Yi was very moved by what the chatty boy said. So he sat down and said to the waiter, Add a bottle of wine. Today we will not get drunk, and we will not return. Then tomorrow we will continue to work hard and train to win the championship. Shen-Yi patted the chatty boy on the shoulder and said, Chapter 160 nothing. Okay. So Shen-Yi and the chatty boy chatted and drank freely. Having already completely forgotten the unpleasant things that happened today, Shen-Yi finally settled their matters. And everyone returned to the team the next day and began training together. Because this Dolphin Cup match was extraordinary. The participating players are all professional players who have strong convening power in various divisions. And all smart people will participate in this competition. Although professional players also participated in previous competitions, they were not as high-ranking or as large-scale as this one. This time it was like a small national-level competition. And this time the game announced a new dark mode. This is a newly added mode, and there is no trial stage yet. So the announcement is just a general announcement type. It is specially prepared for this Dolphin Cup. Once the game starts, it will be implemented on the mobile game immediately. The game announcement will be announced at 12 o'clock in the evening. And there are only 10 minutes left before the announcement time. So Shen-Yi and the others have been preparing at the team training base, waiting for the announcement of the game announcement. Because they know nothing about this Dark Knight mode. I finally waited until the game announcement was released on the website. The announcement is as follows. This PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Dolphin Cup game professional competition will adopt a new game online mode, Dark Knight mode. And the general rules are as follows. At the beginning of the Dark Knight mode game, players need to quickly collect guns and supplies to deal with the first wave of zombie offensive. Players with good luck can find the new artifact RPG-7 and explosive crossbow. In addition, this game is divided into day and night. When night comes, a large number of zombies will appear. There are many general types of zombies, including ordinary human zombies, zombie dogs, fat people, etc. There are even zombies that can spray corrosive liquid, as well as the zombie boss in the game. Zombies will besiege players at night. In addition, players must stay in the house at night. There will be poisonous fog spreading outside, and being in it will cause continuous damage. However, during the search for supplies, or after killing zombies, antidotes will appear for everyone to use. Using the antidotes dropped by zombies, you can be immune to the poisoning effect for a period of time. Daytime will come after a while, and players can check the mini-map to kill zombie groups in the wild to obtain more supplies. Zombie supplies are as good as airdrops, especially the zombie boss that appears from time to time. Once killed, all the materials carried by the zombie boss belong to you, and the number and type of zombies will increase over time. The ultimate goal of the players is to survive for 30 minutes under the impact of the zombie wave and be rescued. In the entire process of this game, teamwork is very important. Don't be separated from your teammates. Only by concentrating your firepower can you survive. In addition, in order to increase the fun of this game, new weapons have been added. That is the explosive crossbow. This weapon is displayed among other weapons. Players can see this weapon in other ranks. Explosive crossbow. An exclusive weapon in the new mode and an exclusive weapon in the dark mode. This weapon is not available in other modes. This weapon is a range bombing weapon, with a wider range than a grenade and higher damage than a grenade. The announcement of this game announcement made everyone confused about this new mode. Although there is an explanation, it is still a bit vague. But after all, Shen-Yi has participated in similar very unconventional competitions before, so he roughly knows the key points of this game. So Shen-Yi specially gave the team members an extra training session on the eve of the game, summarizing the dark mode, gameplay, and firearms performance for them. There is also the issue of weapons that they skimmed over in dark mode. In this mode, they also added a new weapon, the explosive crossbow. No one knew anything about this weapon, so Shen-Yi relied on his previous competition experience. I explained to everyone the precautions for this competition. Soon Shen-Yi and the others finally arrived at the Dolphin Cup qualifiers. Because it is a qualifier and a preliminary round, it will be divided into two divisions. One is the Overseas Chinese Division 1 team. It is the second division of the top professional gaming team in the country. Only by winning in its own division can the final competition for the Dolphin Cup Championship be held. Shen-Yi and the others arrived early and entered the preparation hall. Shen-Yi heard the radio announcing the list of participating teams. After all, this was a formal official competition. Therefore, all those present were teams from well-known clubs. And all of them were championship and runner-up players who had participated in top events, including Zhang Yao's team of course. But Zhang Yao's team participated in game competitions as foreign professional players. And they were in the first division. In the first round of qualifiers, they couldn't compete with Shen-Yi's sniper team. But Zhang Yao's team was the biggest highlight of this competition. Not only did the official website promote them, but even the promoters of major clubs cheered for Zhang Yao. Game host. Now entering the stage is the highlight of our competition, which is the top team that has just returned from abroad. The R team led by Zhang Yao. It seems that today's game will be very exciting. Let's welcome them again. Before the host finished speaking, deafening applause came from the audience. There were also many die-hard fans of Zhang Yao and his team, and their heart-wrenching shouts instantly wiped away Shen-Yi and his team's previous fame. Of course, there are still many people who come to support Shen-Yi and the others. After all, Shen-Yi and the others are the main dark horse force in this game, and there must be many people who come here to support them. Moreover, only Shen-Yi and his team are non-professional players. The media attention is also very high. But Zhang Yao and his team have long been famous, and they have won the championship in top foreign competitions. The audience present wanted to see their gameplay and abilities. It's just that this comparison shows that Shen-Yi's team is not as famous as others. When Zhang Yao and the other team appeared behind them, there was a moment of silence. If it weren't for the host's explanation, the atmosphere of the teams coming out later would have almost dropped to freezing point. But Chatterbox Boy and Han Xiaomu were not greatly affected. Everyone's mental quality was very high. After all, when they first started playing the game, no one cared about them. And now they have come step by step to where they are today. Each of them has withstood so much pressure and endured such a difficult environment. They have survived so much. From no one applauding to now being admired by thousands of people. They've been through so much. All teams are seated, and the first and second divisions have been divided. Chapter 161 Arrogance. Game host. Okay, now we have seen that all participating teams and players are seated. Our game will start soon. All team members, please go to the lounge and wait. We will broadcast the teams that will face each other in turn. The first ones to appear were two less well-known professional teams, but they all had some awards. Shen-Yi and the others were also watching their matches in the lounge at the same time to learn some experience. But an uninvited guest came. Needless to say, for them, except for Zhang Yao. No one else could use this title. Shen-Yi opened the door and saw Zhang Yao leading 3 people from their team to attack aggressively, looking very arrogant. Shen-Yi didn't expect that you, a small club, would dare to participate in such a big professional competition? Be careful not only to lose the watermelon, but also the sesame seeds. Zhang Yao deliberately exaggerated their non-professional status. Zhang Yao, that's enough. It didn't matter before. Now it's a public place. Can you pay attention to your image? Do you have to let everyone know? Jiangwu saw a lot of people gathered at the door. So in order for the media not to speculate, Jiangwu stopped Zhang Yao in time. Who do you think you are? You dare to talk to me like this? I tell you, as long as you have the guts and last until the end, in the next finals, we will have a real battle to see if Jiangwu's choice is correct. We'll see. Zhang Yao came here just to mock Shen-Yi before the game. Shen-Yi had long been used to it. So he said perfunctorily, You are so powerful. How can a small character like me dare to PK with such a powerful team like yours? The game is about to start now. Zhang Yao, do you really want to stay here and let others gossip about you? Of course. Shen-Yi couldn't argue loudly with Zhang Yao now. He didn't want to let the team get another piece of news, just for the sake of temporary pleasure. This would be detrimental to everyone. Zhang Yao saw that Shen-Yi was not angry at all, and was very calm. He didn't waver at all. But Zhang Yao was so angry that he slammed the door and left. After Zhang Yao left, the chatty boy was confused. What was going on? How could he have an intersection with Zhang Yao and make it so tense? Before the chatty boy could ask, Shen-Yi rushed to say, "Okay, everyone, hurry up and train as soon as possible. The game will start soon." The chatty boy stopped asking, thinking that he would ask the captain after the game. But the chatty boy didn't hold back his curiosity for even 5 minutes, and quietly called Han Xiaomu aside. He leaned into the earpiece and asked, "Do you know what the conflict is between the captain and Zhang Yao? They seem to be very familiar with each other, and they seem to have a lot of hatred. Oh, even because of the club affairs. There wasn't much. You train well and don't think too much." Of course, Han Xiaomu can't say that Zhang Yao is Shen-Yi's ex-girlfriend. If this is revealed, the talkative boy will definitely come back. Let's keep asking. Seeing that Han Xiaomu seemed unclear, the chatty boy stopped asking any more questions. Soon, it was Shen-Yi's team's turn. Because of the fairness of the game, the rules of drawing lots were adopted. Shen-Yi said Jiang would draw lots. The team that faced them was the professional player Meng Luo team. This Meng Luo team is famous for being a violent team. They won the championship in the last game just by relying on their strong guns along the way. And they also won the double road championship for 2 consecutive years. This time, they have added 2 new foreign aides. This time it is really a tough battle. At the beginning of the game, Shen-Yi and the others came online one after another, and they were all shocked by the background of the new mode in front of them. Not only had the entire scene changed, but the tone had also become much more depressing and heavy. This time, the rules of the game were explained to them in detail on the eve of the game. In dark mode, the number of participants is limited to 15 teams of 4 people with a total of 60 people. Although the number of people is much smaller, the range of the signal area of the stadium will also be limited. The game is played in the form of players piking players and players piking zombies. In addition to dealing with human opponents, players also need to reserve enough ammunition and materials to face the more threatening zombies. So I want to be the final champion. The difficulty has more than doubled. And when you go online, you will also find that a small number of zombies will be refreshed near dusk. Fortunately, the setting sun still has a deterrent effect, and zombies will not pose a threat at this time. However, after entering the night, waves of ferocious zombies will sweep in. However, after defeating the zombies, they will randomly drop various materials or provided for players to supply. Moreover, boss lords will appear randomly, and special bosses will be refreshed in the wild. Although they are very powerful, if they are successfully defeated, they can obtain powerful materials. There is also a weather cycle, which is divided into day and night weather. The entire game requires a total of 3 days and 2 nights. In addition, thick fog will rise in the dark night, and the originally low visibility environment will become even more difficult to see. Coupled with the roar of zombies in the ears, it is easy for players to kill other enemies. I feel more nervous and in danger. But as long as you players can hold on until daylight, the zombies will temporarily disappear and the crisis will be resolved. After listening to the detailed explanation at the scene, Shen-Yi and the others really felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and everyone became nervous, because this dark night mode is adapted from the pirate mode map. Most of the buildings in it are based on island mode buildings, so most of the housing areas remain unchanged. Shen-Yi and the others parachuted first. They did not jump near the plane route. Instead, they chose L City, which has more housing areas, although L City is not very rich in supplies. It is far away from the route to attack the target. In addition, they are not yet familiar with the damage caused by zombies, so they should be more conservative with the zombies for the first minute, so that there are enough room areas. Although zombies and enemies attack at the same time, you can have more time to cover, and the floors of this room are relatively high, so you can avoid zombie attacks. However, as far as the officially announced zombies are concerned, there are many types, not just land ones. Up, there are also poison-spraying zombies and zombie bats. These are all unpredictable, so Shen-Yi must ensure that everyone is there in the first round. So he must unite closely, and never give them any chance of loopholes. So Shen-Yi opened the microphone and said, "Everyone should try not to go too far when searching for supplies. Just keep the distance within 200 meters. First pick up some assault rifles and rifles with strong bursts and destructive weapons. Don't think about sniper rifles first." Chapter 162. Wait and see. Once the explosive crossbow is discovered, immediately open the microphone and tell us the most important grenades, Molotov cocktails and bullets. Everyone also knew about Shen-Yi's general arrangement, so they went separately to search. Game commentator. Now that all players have parachuted to the ground, We can see that this time there are only 15 teams with 60 people, and the map is smaller than the original map. And what they face is not only the danger and harm from enemies to each other, but also many unknown and unpredictable hidden dangers. It seems that our game producers can spend a lot of money this time, in order to make the game exciting and give players a better experience. A lot of hard work has been put into it. So, let us wait and see their wonderful performance. Shen-Yi immediately parachuted to L City and used a gathering-like search range. However, the distance between them was not too far before Shen-Yi and the others headed towards the housing area. However, because L City is too large, the search is very time-consuming, and the resources here are not too rich. So many high-end materials have not appeared. Even Shen-Yi only has a second-level armor and a second-level boss. It seems that high-level materials in this mode are mainly obtained by defeating zombies. Because they were in L City, they did not encounter a strong professional team. And of course they did not encounter their direct rival, the Mengluo team. According to the system, the Mengluo team was directly shown to be parachuting. They jumped directly to the military base, where Gongqiang was the top priority, which was also in line with their previous competition experience. Game commentator. The game has been going on for 5 minutes now. Most teams have picked up their basic equipment, and Zombie Knight still has 1 minute and 30 seconds to start. Now we can see that the Mengluo Club team is still fighting bloody battles at the military base. And our Sniper Club team is also equipped with weapons in L City. And the Mengluo team is worthy of being called the devil team in the industry. The speed of this killing is called a must. Less than 5 minutes. The military base has been wiped out. And now they don't know where they are heading. Zombie mode is coming soon. Everyone come to a room with me and go up to the roof. It's best to stand along the edge of the roof and be alert to open areas. Shen-Yi commanded. System. Zombie mode will arrive in 5 seconds. Players, please be prepared. 3, 2, 1 will start. With a sudden command, the entire map immediately changed from daytime to darkness. And a very eerie rhythmic sound sounded in the game. Shen-Yi had not encountered such a pattern for a long time. Because they were deep in the dark night, any light would be particularly obvious. Therefore, Shen-Yi and the others put away their laser sights in order not to expose themselves. Immediately afterwards, Shen-Yi and the others saw a lot of zombies emerging from the surface. Each one looked very lifelike, with dark green skeleton bodies, and some larger zombies. After a while, about a dozen zombies emerged. Not only that, but zombie bat birds also appeared in the sky. There is no big boss displayed on the map yet. Shen-Yi originally thought that these zombies would not attack upstairs, but unexpectedly, they actually crossed the wall. Shen-Yi felt that it was not good. If they kept hiding like this, they would definitely attack after a while. Attack up. So Shen-Yi asked them to take cover upstairs, while Shen-Yi jumped directly from the roof, holding a repeating rifle. But there were only more than 200 rounds of ammunition, as well as a few grenades and shock bombs. But Shen-Yi still took the lead, like jumping directly down. Just holding the SKS marksman rifle is a blast, because zombies are coming from all directions. Shen-Yi can only circle around and shoot continuously. If you let down a little, they will rush forward, scratch you, and make you lose health points. Not only Shen-Yi also encountered this problem, because zombies that spray poison will randomly appear among the zombies. Once sprayed by him, the damage value will be twice as high as that of normal zombies. There will also be zombie bat birds hovering above them. The chatterboxes upstairs were constantly scratched by the bird, and they couldn't kill it with guns. Then, they could only call Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi! There is a dead bird on the roof of our building. They can't kill it no matter how hard they shoot. My health value is it's almost gone. Use a pan, not a gun. Shen-Yi asked the chatty boy to hit him with a pan based on his experience in killing zombies. It worked, and the bird immediately dropped dead. Keep on holding on. It will be daylight in 30 seconds. Everyone, use up all the bullets. Don't leave any bullets behind. Use grenades and detonators as much as possible to blow down the entrance and exit. Shen-Yi discovered a pattern of behavior of zombies. Although they can pass through walls, they can't get through it all. Sure enough, they blocked the door with several grenades, and only a few zombies remained. Soon, Shen-Yi was blocking the zombies for them below, while Huazi, Han Xiaomu, Jiang Wu, and the others were blocking them from above. Every time they killed a zombie, a weapon would drop. Finally, at dawn, the zombies slowly disappeared on the ground. Shen-Yi was also exhausted from the fight, and had basically run out of bullets. However, thankfully, they did not encounter enemies that hit them. They were probably anxious to adapt to this mode in the first round. By the second round, it is very likely that they will understand the zombie attack techniques and start killing teams. The audience at the scene was also infected by this supernatural and terrifying atmosphere. Everyone sighed before the game started. Some viewers even said that this was the most interesting one among the officially improved modes. Even Lee Yuner, who was sitting backstage, marveled at this zombie mode. If she had gone to play it, she would have been scared to death as soon as it came on stage. After all, zombies they made are so realistic that they can easily be associated with the visuals. Game commentator. As soon as we got on the field, we saw the various teams. As for the strategy of this mode, the so-called strong ones have the strongest ones. Each team has experienced the first round of zombie attacks. And now the poisonous circle has shrunk to roughly position. Then we'll see how the remaining teams move forward. Shin-Yi also went through the first round and found several weaknesses of the zombies. They will definitely discover them as well. However, in this battle, the system showed that nearly half of the team had turned into boxes. However, many teams have survived. Now everyone is familiar with this mode. The following is a real battle. Shin-Yi and the others started picking up the materials they had just killed the zombies. As expected, they were all high in materials. And there were even 2 explosive crossbows. Shin-Yi kept one for himself and gave one to the chatty boy. Because the chatty boy is good at grenades, he should be able to control this thing very well. In the larger poison-spraying zombie box that Shin-Yi killed below, he also found a night-traveling device. Chapter 163 Be cautious. This will allow you to kill better and see more clearly in the next zombie night mode. Not only that, the poisonous circle in their area also began to shrink. Now they are facing the double danger of zombies and poisonous circles. There is still 1 minute before the second contraction of the poisonous circle. The time is not too short. So Shin-Yi and the others decide to abandon the vehicle. They chose to enter the circle on foot, which was safer. So Shin-Yi and the others started to play jungle. Now that they have abundant supplies, they are fully equipped to play jungle. Moreover, in the current zombie mode, everyone is cautious. Shin-Yi deduced that it was impossible for anyone to dare to use a vehicle to go to the safe area arrogantly. So they watched around to prevent anyone from coming to attack. They passed through the ruins on the top of the mountain and walked around to the safe area within the military base and fishing village. Suddenly they found footsteps on the mini-map. They must have heard the footsteps near them. Shin-Yi immediately got down. Chatterbox Boy and Han Xiaomu saw Shin-Yi get down, and they followed suit. Shin-Yi slowly crawled forward and discovered another team ambushing on the top of the mountain. However, this team is not the Mengluo team, but it looks at the equipment and clothing configuration. He is definitely not ordinary. He is a professional player, because Shin-Yi and the others were crawling all the way. They did not notice the whereabouts of Shin-Yi and the others at all. So Shin-Yi asked them to carefully block their way. Shin-Yi gave the order to turn on the microphone, aimed and fired directly across the haystack, and shot the head with one shot. Because Shin-Yi used a silencer rifle, others did not pay much attention. Immediately afterwards, Shin-Yi asked Han Xiaomu to take a sniper rifle to stop the person who was farthest away, and asked Jiang Wu, the chatty boy, and Shin-Yi to go together to stop them. Shin-Yi slowly moved next to them, suddenly stood up, and faced those in front. People just shoot. Then the chatty boy and Jiang Wu also took aim and shot with guns. Because they were completely unprepared, they were easily knocked down by Shin-Yi and the others. The only remaining person who was farthest away was also shot by Han Xiaomu. Sniper headshot. Quickly, Shin-Yi and the others were able to deal with a group of people opportunistically. Although the second wave of zombies has not yet come, there are not many people left. Only one Mengluo team has eliminated most of the team. And Shin-Yi and the others' attacks the kill rate is also temporarily ranked second. If this was a competition for kill rate, Shin-Yi and the others might have already resigned themselves to defeat. But this game was about survival rate, so Shin-Yi didn't care about these so-called kill rates. However, the second wave of zombies is about to attack soon. And now the poisonous circle has been reduced to the smallest range. Once the two teams meet in the zombie night, it is really not sure who will win and who will lose. This is also what Shin-Yi is worried about. Once it's night, the field of vision is not very clear. Although Shin-Yi has a laser sight and night vision device, the sound of gunfire is heard when they attack zombies. It will also reveal their specific location. Shin-Yi and the others summed up their last experience with zombies. So they set their location in a crack on the second floor with walls on 3 sides. In this way, the zombies will not hurt Shin-Yi and the others at close range. And they will also have the opportunity to take advantage of the zombies' attack to kill the Mengluo team. Shen-Yi also quickly found the bug in this mode. This is equivalent to reducing the damage by half. And Shen-Yi and the others no longer need to be distracted to kill the Mengluo team. The zombies started again in the second game. And the sky slowly became dark again. Shen-Yi asked them to turn on the night vision goggles and laser sights, so that they could find the Mengluo team in the finals as early as possible and their specific positions for easy judgment. When the second wave of zombies came, Shen-Yi and the others hid in the location they had just explored. And it really worked. Except for the zombie bat birds and the zombie monsters that sprayed poison. Shen-Yi and the others can completely ignore the rest of the zombies on the ground. They only need to kill the few zombie bat birds and poison-spraying zombie monsters. All of a sudden, a lot of burden was reduced. So Shen-Yi took advantage of his weapons and took out an explosive crossbow and filled it with bullets. This explosive crossbow can only be used to attack groups of zombies. It can also be used to attack enemies. It can be used to its great advantage when fighting against other teams that are good at guns. The attack damage is still very considerable. This weapon can only be picked up in this special mode. Of course, Shen-Yi would not let go of such a good weapon. So Shen-Yi put away his repeating high-damage rifle and took out this explosive crossbow. However, this explosive crossbow needed to be loaded with special bullets. The bullets were also obtained when killing zombies. So this map mode is designed to allow players to fight more zombies, so that they can produce a lot of high-damage weapons, as well as many Gatling weapons that are not available in airdrops. And at the beginning of the second poisonous circle, as long as they successfully kill the zombie boss, they can also drop a large number of weapons. Shen-Yi and the others don't know where this boss will spawn now. If it is far away, they will definitely not take the risk. Shen-Yi and the others killed the right zombies in succession, and a lot of supplies fell on the ground. Soon the system prompted, the zombie boss will appear in 5 seconds. Players, please pay attention to the address of this map. When Shen-Yi looked at the small map, he didn't expect that this big boss had been refreshed to them. And he also brought a large number of small zombies. This was not very beneficial to Shen-Yi and the others. Once Mengluo and others go to kill the big boss, they will definitely find Shen-Yi's position, and they will lose their dominant position. Shen-Yi suddenly thought, why not be one step ahead? Shen-Yi opened the microphone and said to everyone, we must rush to the big boss in advance and rely on our skills to catch the cicada with the Oriole behind. With the ideas of the Mengluo team, they will definitely kill the big boss. In this way, we will be able to kill the big boss. There's a lot more danger, so the most dangerous place is the safest. We need to rush there first and set up an ambush for them. I observed the terrain there, and there are also house bunkers. We can use this housing area bug again to avoid temporary zombies. Then when Mengluo and the others come to kill the big boss, we can attack directly, because if we fight against Mengluo and the others, we really can't guarantee who will win. So now we can only outsmart them and not relax. After Shen-Yi completed the deployment, he jumped directly, in order to prevent the zombies from catching up. They collectively put away their guns and ran all the way to the refresh point of the big boss on the map, because their distance had priority. So Shen-Yi and the others must have arrived first. They found the housing area closest to here, and while fighting zombies there, they observed the so-called zombie boss. Chapter 164 Extraordinary. It is indeed extraordinary. Not only is it twice the size of ordinary zombies, but its weapons also combine poison spray and firearms. It seems that defeating this big boss is not that simple. Game commentator. Sniper Club team. What trick did they come up with? Team Mengluo and Shen-Yi have not hit each other until now. What kind of strategies do they have against each other? We know that Shen-Yi is best at strategy and planning, and the captain of the Mengluo team is best at using hard guns. Between hard and soft, who will be the final winner? Audience, who do you think will win this game? Audience, I think it's hard to say. Of course, I'm optimistic about the dark horse. Although Shen-Yi's kill rate is not high, they have always been steady and steady. But Mengluo and the others have always been aggressive. In this situation, it depends on who can be steady in the end. Living. Audience, yes, I actually hope that Mengluo team will win. Otherwise, they will lose to a non-professional player. It would be embarrassing to tell the truth. And Mengluo team will probably quit the game industry in the future. Hey, let's take it one step at a time. This model is honestly too difficult. Now many viewers are joking that this zombie mode is more difficult than before. And most of them dare not say who will lose and who will win. Captain Shen, do you think the Mengluo team will come? The chatty boy laid down next to a haystack and waited for a while and asked. They will definitely do it. Their desire to win is very strong. And their tactics are direct confrontation. They will never let go of this opportunity to lead us out. Shen-Yi said confidently. Coming. Coming. Han Xiaomu turned on the microphone and used night vision goggles on the roof to clearly see 4 figures. Listen to my command later. I will lure the big boss away first to avoid causing damage to you. You will immediately lure the big boss to Meng Luo team and the others. The rest will be left to me and Jiang Wu. Shen-Yi said to the chatty boy who was ambushing me recently. Good. Team Meng Luo rushed straight towards the zombie boss. Shen-Yi planned to take action at the right time and use the zombie boss to consume their energy. The Meng Luo team's gun skills are really not to be boasted. As soon as they went online, they gave the big boss a powerful blow. By moving flexibly, they directly bypassed several rounds of attacks and poison sprays from the big boss. The Meng Luo team seemed to have endless bullets. They kept firing wildly, and the big boss's life progress bar dropped sharply. Under the fierce attack of the Meng Luo team, the life energy of the big boss will soon be exhausted. Now Shen-Yi and the others are about to launch a counterattack. Shen-Yi led Jiang Wu first to the Meng Luo team with their backs to the big boss, while Han Xiaomu was fighting zombies from a high place while observing their energy and health. Soon, under the fierce attack of Meng Luo and the others, the big boss could no longer hold on and fell down. Just when Meng Luo and the others were feeling complacent, Shen-Yi and Jiang Wu were stalking the cicadas, and the Oriole behind them rushed forward. Just when they were about to withdraw to replenish their health, Shen-Yi didn't leave them any chance. He just took Jiang Wu and fired the rifle. The bullets all hit those 4 people without missing a beat. The chatty boy rushed over at this time, picked up the explosive crossbow that Shen-Yi had just given him, and aimed at the remaining members of the Meng Luo team. The power of the explosive crossbow was really powerful. As soon as the shuttle went down, 2 people were turned into boxes. They were probably very confused and were eliminated without knowing what happened. There are still 2 people left with residual health, because the zombie mode has not ended and daylight has not returned yet. So they are being attacked by zombies and fighting against the Meng Luo team at the same time. The health of both sides disappeared quickly. Shen-Yi felt that it was time for Han Xiaomu to attack, and Shen-Yi asked Han Xiaomu to hold them back. Then Shen-Yi, the chatty boy, and Jiang Wu first took emergency medicine, an all-purpose medical kit that only takes 5 seconds to fully restore blood. Han Xiaomu stopped them with a sniper rifle so that they had nowhere to go. But there was no bunker for them to use medicine. Han Xiaomu one shot killed a man. Now there is only 1 person left in the whole game. Although his blood volume is not much, he can still hide and spray medicine at the same time. This makes Shen-Yi not expect that the game still has this bug. But it is too late. Shen-Yi and the others were filled with medicine and rushed forward. Han Xiaomu also stopped blocking. Shen-Yi moved with agility, bypassing the zombies and bad birds attacking him, picked up the explosive crossbow handed to him by Chatterhouse, and pointed at the last surviving player. After firing 2 shots, the man was instantly burned to ashes and turned into a box. The game was finally over. They successfully defeated so many professional masters without losing a single teammate. Shen-Yi's strategy, and the strategy is getting more and more sophisticated. Oh my god! That's great. Shen-Yi and the others actually came up with the idea of using Team Meng Luo's strongest strength as their weakest weapon. Only Shen-Yi, the master of strategy, can think of such an adventure. And now Shen-Yi's marksmanship is really outstanding. Every bullet is fired without missing a beat. And we can see that although the Meng Luo team was defeated, it also allowed us to see their killing power. In just 1 game, they also set a record for highest kills. It's a pity that the strategy is not as comprehensive as that of the Sniper Club team. However, this is really a visual feast. We all give warm applause again to our well-deserved division promotion champions today. All members of the Sniper Club team members. Of course, I also want to give applause to all the members of the Meng Luo team who bring us regular competitions. Now when Shen-Yi fired the last shot, the audience was infected by him, and stood up spontaneously and applauded them. It is almost impossible for an ordinary club player to challenge so many professional masters as a team. So the audience applauded and shouted. Li Yuner, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't bear it anymore and jumped directly onto the stage and gave Shen-Yi a big hug. This hug made Shen-Yi stunned and at a loss. But when Shen-Yi saw so many people cheering for them, all the team's efforts were not in vain. All his efforts were worth it. At least he proved something to others. He was not exaggerating. He would definitely do what he said. He did it. And he successfully defeated the professional masters in the entire 2nd division. Although he is firmly in 1st place, He doesn't know where he can go next. But he always has only one belief in his heart. And that is his original intention. He will not forget his original intention in the game. Chapter 165, A Moment of Negligence. So this is a powerful driving force for him, as well as these friends around him. If it weren't for them, Shin-Yi wouldn't be able to survive now. You're great. Do you know I was so nervous watching it backstage? Lee Yuner hugged Shin-Yi and was so excited that she never let go. She even had tears in her eyes. She probably had never seen such a wonderful game played by her favorite sniper. If she knew that Shin-Yi was a sniper, she would be so excited that she would cry to death. Okay. Now on the stage. Relax. The host is here. Let's go over. After all, there were so many people. Shin-Yi was embarrassed. So he slowly pushed Lee Yuner away and said, Applause to welcome all members of the Sniper Club team to the stage. The audience applauded continuously, all welcoming Shin-Yi and the others. And even the founder of the official game event came. Shin-Yi didn't know how the first division match was going. If they really encounter Zhang Yao and the others in the next finals, I'm afraid it will cause another uproar. After the founder awarded them the awards, Shin-Yi and the others, surrounded by reporters, came to the backstage and met the Mengluo team, who had just finished the game and were about to leave. Shin-Yi saw that their spirits were not very good. It must have been a lot of pressure on the game. But this was a game after all. And if you lose, you will win. So Shin-Yi didn't feel any debt. In contrast, Shin-Yi felt that this was a good practical suggestion for their professional team. Shin-Yi just wanted to say Lo to Mengluo team and others. But they said Lo to Shin-Yi directly and walked towards Shin-Yi slowly. Said, This time we were negligent. But next time we will definitely not let you go easily. Right, Shin-Yi? I will remember it. We will see next time. Shin-Yi had long expected that they would say this, and had long been accustomed to it. And Shin-Yi was not angry. He just looked after them and said, It was a pure fluke that we won this time. You are the champions for 2 consecutive years. This time, it must be that you didn't take us seriously. So we were lucky enough to win the game. Well, let's discuss and learn together next time. But don't give in to me next time. Shin-Yi has met too many such people, so he cannot use harsh words when dealing with them. You can talk. Enjoy your championship moment. And be careful not to lose too badly next time. Team Mengluo and Team Mengluo didn't know what to say for a while, so they just gave them a blank look and left. Shin-Yi shook his head and returned to the restroom. But as soon as he reached the restroom, a familiar voice called him from behind. Shin-Yi, you are brave. If this familiar voice had been heard in the past, Shin-Yi might have turned around happily and hugged her. But now when Shin-Yi heard this voice, he felt more tired and helpless. That's right. It's Zhang Yao again. Why is it you again? Shin-Yi knew that she must be here to taunt him again this time, so there wasn't much of a reaction. What? I'm here to see the 2nd Division champion and congratulate you. Okay? I didn't expect you, Shin-Yi, to be so powerful. As expected, Zhang Yao always spoke with a hurtful coldness. Welcome. We are just a fluke. Not worthy of the high hat you Zhang Yao gave me. If nothing happens, I will go back to training. Shin-Yi didn't want to get involved with her. Just when Shin-Yi was about to leave, Zhang Yao grabbed him and said urgently, Don't think you can overwhelm me just because you have the little champion. Shin-Yi, let me tell you, the game is not over yet. It happened that this scene was seen by Lee Yuner and the team members, who had just come to the lounge to discuss the follow-up with Shin-Yi. For some reason, Lee Yuner was very unhappy when she saw Shin-Yi and Zhang Yao arguing. He rushed directly in front of them, and used his body to break away from Zhang Yao's arm that was holding Shin-Yi's clothes. Isn't this Zhang Yao, the first female champion who came back from abroad? I admire you so much. I didn't expect to meet you here. What? Do you also think Shin-Yi has potential and came to see him join the team? Lee Yuner thought Zhang Yao was here to use her beauty to win Shin-Yi into the team. So she said this. Zhang Yao did not give Lee Yuner a good look and said without hesitation, The members of our team are all single-minded. We never accept people who are half-hearted and good at changing their minds. There will be no mercy for the next competition. You and I, please take care of yourself and prepare to take the fight. See you in the finals in 2 weeks. Zhang Yashui gave Shin-Yi a roll of his eyes and glanced at him with his eyes. They turned and left. Lee Yuner is getting more and more confused. Is it possible that he is not here to poach Shin-Yi, but also to challenge Shin-Yi to a duel? Okay, now the game is over, and everyone has heard that Zhang Yao and the others won the 1st division, and we won the 2nd division. The next finals will be a PK between our 2 teams. So everyone must work hard and show our best side. Shen-Yi did not explain Zhang Yao's matter to Li Yuner. After all, this matter was suspected of Shen-Yi's privacy and identity issues. Even if Li Yuner asked, Shen-Yi wouldn't say anything. However, Jiang Wu felt distressed seeing Zhang Yao like this. Shen-Yi told everyone about the seriousness of the next competition, took photos with the organizers and fans, left the competition venue, and returned to the club's training base. That night, Li Yuner held a big celebration banquet for them to celebrate their victory in the preliminary round. She also brought a lot of good news. Not only did their number of fans continue to grow, even the website published one after another that their videos ranked first for a week in a row. After the celebration banquet, Shen-Yi sent Li Yuner home. On the way, Li Yuner and Shen-Yi said, "Now that you have gradually achieved success in the game, you are not thinking about finding a girlfriend?" That's what I asked. Don't take it seriously. In fact, Li Yuner already had a good impression of Shen-Yi in her heart, and it had even sublimated into liking and admiration. Li Yuner is a girl who dares to love and hate, so she will say whatever is on her mind and blurt it out naturally. However, this question confused Shen Yiwen. Although Shen-Yi did not regard Li Yuner as a serious boss, he still regarded Li Yuner as a good friend and never thought about anything else. Shen-Yi answered hesitantly, "It's too early. I just want to take them to play games now. Let's just let it happen. If you meet someone you like, it will naturally fall into place." Shen-Yi answered hesitantly, knowing what he was asking. Li Yuner was obviously a little disappointed. It was obvious that Shen-Yi did not answer directly. It was to deal with her. But Li Yuner turned around and left without getting angry, and even gave Shen-Yi a pat. Chapter 166 Give up easily, he said with a smile. "No matter what I ask you about things other than the game, you always give me unclear answers. But it doesn't matter. Who am I? Li Yuner? Sooner or later, I will win over him." Li Yuner meant something in his words, referring to Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi must have heard it, so he just smiled awkwardly. "Okay, there's no need to send me away. If someone sees you sending me back late at night, it will make the fans hype it up again, and your tidbits will overwhelm your live broadcast of the game. I'm leaving, and you should have a good rest. Let's go," Li Yuner said as he walked, as if joking. "Well, you've been tired for a long time. Go to bed early. I will tell you the battle report in advance tomorrow." So Shen-Yi left awkwardly. When Li Yuner got home, she sat down on the sofa tiredly, threw her bag on the sofa, and then picked up the doll. He pointed to the doll and said to himself, "You damn Shen-Yi. Sooner or later you will fall under my pomegranate skirt. We will see." Li Yuner is definitely not someone who gives up easily, so naturally Shen-Yi's attack can't defeat him. After seeing off Li Yuner, Shen-Yi returned home. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. Shen-Yi still had insomnia and couldn't sleep as usual, so he couldn't help but turn on the computer. Shen-Yi was really exhausted these days. On the eve of the competition, he almost didn't go home, let alone eat on time. When Shen-Yi woke up the next day, he found that he had fallen asleep on the table. When Shen-Yi saw that it was noon, he immediately jumped up, hurriedly washed up, and changed his clothes. He immediately went out and returned to the club. As soon as he arrived at the club, everyone looked at Shen-Yi with strange eyes, and the chatty boy said jokingly, "You went back late last night. Didn't you have a good rest? Why didn't you drive here until noon?" When everyone heard what the chatty boy said, they immediately burst out laughing. Shen-Yi was stunned. He didn't know what they were laughing about until he saw Li Yuner. Everyone must have thought that Shen-Yi was with Li Yuner yesterday, so that's why he teased him like this. Shen-Yi didn't notice Han Xiaomu beside him, who looked jealous. Hiding silently behind, Li Yuner stepped forward and grabbed Shen-Yi and said, "The meeting is about to begin. Why are you standing there motionless? Let everyone go to the conference room quickly." Shen-Yi also looked away and said, "Everyone, stop whispering and get ready to go to the conference room. Let's have a company meeting." Then everyone stopped talking and came to the conference room. Same as before. It was Li Yuner who discussed the network plan with the directors at the company. And then Li Yuner simply conveyed it. It was relatively normal for Li Yuner to return to work. She meticulously explained to everyone the results of the meeting and the decisions made by some directors of the company. "First of all, everyone has worked hard during this period. On behalf of the company, I would like to say thank you to everyone. Secondly, I submitted the application for our club branch last time. The company has officially given instructions yesterday, agreeing to establish another sniper club branch. And the number is limited to 2 city branches. The most important thing is the funds. which will be paid entirely by the company, as well as the deductions you mentioned last time. The bonus has been rejected by the company. The company has decided that due to your recent perfect performance, the company will not only not deduct the funds to re-establish the club, but will also increase your bonus system. After Leonor finished speaking, everyone shouted, "That's great! Not only has a branch been established, but bonuses have also been increased. Now my living expenses are covered again." The chatty boy kept banging on the table happily. Han Xiaomu pulled him and said, "You are a loser. This good news scares you. I think that starting several new clubs will definitely require a lot of human investment. Now we are already busy with just one club. It's like this. We don't have enough manpower." Shen-Yi also echoed Han Xiaomu's words. "Yes, we are starting a new club, which is definitely good. But in terms of manpower, we do have to recruit some. Well, I know you are busy with the competition, so leave this matter to me. However, the qualifications and abilities of recruiting players and leaders still have to be reviewed by you. I will only recruit." Li Yitter also knew that they still had a very important finals, so she had already thought about it for them. "Okay, let's handle this first. I have time in the past 2 days. Let's prepare the first wave of recruitment. I will review it, but I will definitely be very strict about the standards." Shen-Yi learned the lesson from last time. This time the selection model must be very strict. But there is no distinction between professional and non-professional players. Shen-Yi has always believed that professional players cannot be recognized only. He has also met many non-professional players, and their game performance is definitely not inferior to that of professional players. "No problem. I'll leave all the power to you." "Okay. I won't delay everyone's training. I still have things to do in the company, so I'm going to draft candidates." Li Yun'er left the club after saying that. Not long after Li Yun'er left, Chatterbox Boy and Jiang Wu hugged Shen-Yi and refused to let him go. Shen-Yi asked doubtfully, "Are you okay?" "We just want to ask if you and Li Yun'er." The chatty boy's gossipy heart has never changed. "What can we do? What are you talking about? Is the training too easy? You even have the opportunity to gossip about me. I will count to 3. If you don't leave, I will punish you and copy this battle plan to me 10 times. No. We are leaving. But before we leave, Captain Shen, Li Yun'er is really nice to you." The chatty boy opened the crack of the door and quietly stuck his head out and said to Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi raised his fist and was about to hit the chatty boy. The chatty boy closed the door and locked Shen-Yi inside. Shen-Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xiaomu slowly got up from the chair and said to Shen-Yi, "You daughter, are you really with Li Yun'er?" Shen-Yi really couldn't explain what Li Yun'er said to them. Shen-Yi said, "Of course I don't. I'm busy with the competition now. I don't have time to think about this. Don't listen to their nonsense and train hard." Bar. Han Xiaomu seemed to be very happy when she heard what Shen-Yi said. So she said, "Okay." He went out directly, and Shen-Yi also went out soon after, and then trained more intensively with them, because the club was about to establish a branch. Shen-Yi was very busy these days. Han Xiaomu visited him several times, but Shen-Yi was no longer at the club. Chapter 167 Acting Wantonly. Han Xiaomu brought a lot of food to Shen-Yi again that day. Just when she was about to leave, Shen-Yi came back. Shen-Yi was a little happy when he saw Han Xiaomu coming, and said quickly, "Why are you here? You are not playing at this time." Han Xiaomu said with an angry expression, "You still have the nerve to say that I have been waiting for you here for several days. You are not at home or at the club. Where have you been these days?" "I'm busy with the club branch, so I'm running back and forth. Why don't you call me?" Shen-Yi felt that Han Xiaomu was a little angry. "Calling? Aren't I afraid of disturbing a busy person like you? Tell me why you never called me again." And I had to explain to them. Han Xiaomu turned out to have seen what happened when Shen-Yi watched him last time. "I wanted to go see you that day. Is this too much? Besides, didn't I give you the tickets for that game? Why didn't you come?" Shen-Yi knew that if this continued, Han Xiaomu would definitely become anxious again. "I didn't go to the last competition, but I will definitely go to cheer you up in this finals." Han Xiaomu instantly forgot about the topic he had just questioned Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi still has a way to transfer the problem. At this time, the chatty boy rushed over and said, "Shen-Yi, go and have a look. There is something wrong with the computer. I don't know what happened. All the data is gone, including your battle plan. How could this happen? Didn't I install a security system and a firewall?" Shen-Yi followed the chatty boy anxiously, asking as he walked, and Han Xiaomu also rushed over. Shen-Yi said anxiously, Let me take a look and bring my little black box. Shin-Yi pointed to his office and said, "Oh, okay." Han Xiaomu hurried in and took out the black box. As soon as they opened it, everyone was shocked. It was all filled with computer accessories, some tiny IC chips, and some precision instruments. Shin-Yi started directly. Now the computer is just a mess of garbled characters, and the homepage cannot be opened at all. Shin-Yi went up directly and took out something that looked like a USB flash drive from the black box, then plugged it into the computer. Shin-Yi said while operating the keyboard, "This is a hacker that violated our firewall and installed a Trojan horse virus into our computer software. Moreover, this Trojan virus is very tough. It is definitely not an ordinary hacker. It seems that someone deliberately steals secrets." "What? I remember we installed 3 enhanced firewalls in a row at the beginning. How could we still break them?" the chatty boy said in disbelief. There are various types of hackers, such as game hackers, who specialize in hacking into game computers and stealing information. And hackers generally master multiple programming languages. Not only do they master low-level programming languages such as assembly and C, but they also master many scripting languages, such as Perl. Under normal circumstances, they can only wait and the computer will be scrapped in less than 10 seconds. Shin-Yi's series of professional terms left everyone present wondering how to answer. And Shin-Yi was also looking for a breakthrough in the mess of computer code. After a while, Shin-Yi installed the computer's new IC chip on the host operating system. On the other side, Shin-Yi took a brand new mouse from the black box and connected it to the computer. A homepage logo suddenly flashed on the phone. Then Shin-Yi's fingers moved on the keyboard. No one else knew what Shin-Yi was doing, and they couldn't help. The computer service called by the chatty boy hadn't arrived yet. Only Shin-Yi was working hard to repair it. After about 10 minutes, Shin-Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the first layer of firewall has been repaired. Now turn off the power for 10 minutes, and then turn it on again. Wait for the computer technician to reinstall the highest range firewall. If there are more than 3 firewalls, the data in the computer should not be missing. But it still needs professional support. I just suppressed his automatic transfer. But in order to prevent him from breaking through again, I have transferred all the confidential files here to the backup of my mobile phone. There should be no big problem. Captain Shin, how come you even understand computers? You also know how to break and repair firewalls. You are so awesome." The chatty boy couldn't help but marvel. His mouth opened wide, and even his facial features were surprised. A group of people quickly gathered behind, and they were all attracted by Shin-Yi. "Shin-Yi, even I don't know about your hidden skills. This little box of yours is really a treasure." Han Xiaomu was also stunned. He had known that he had asked him to repair computers before. "Okay, let's go back to training now. Don't let this matter spread out for the time being." In order to prevent the game from being affected and hackers to act more recklessly in the future, Shin-Yi asked everyone in the club to keep it secret. "Okay, don't worry. They won't tell anyone. But with your skills, even I have been deceived for so long." Jiangwu patted Shin-Yi on the shoulder and said jokingly, "These are just some of the programming I learned in college. I don't have any skills at all. Okay, it's getting late. You go and train quickly. Try to win the next Dolphin Cup finals." Shin-Yi put away his little black box again, took it back to the office, and then sent Han Xiaomu home. He also taught Han Xiaomu some game live broadcast skills, and then returned home, thinking about what happened today. This hacker. The reason Shin-Yi didn't let them spread was because this method was very familiar to Shin-Yi, and it was very similar to the computer programming technology he studied with Zhang Yao at the university. It's just that it's much more advanced than that one, and Shin-Yi doesn't want to think about Zhang Yao. Even if Zhang Yao goes too far, it's impossible for him to do such an outrageous thing. So Shin-Yi suppressed the matter and prepared to wait until the next finals before Shin-Yi would ask her again. The next day, Shin-Yi went to the club for daily training. Now there is only 1 day left before the finals. They are bound to win the entire Dolphin Cup this time. So everyone is training seriously without any neglect. During training, someone pushed a suitcase into Shin-Yi's club. The chatty boy noticed this strange person, so he rushed over and asked, "Who are you? Is there anything wrong here?" The man was wearing casual sportswear and a peaked cap. He was covered in famous brands. He was quite handsome and looked young. So the chatty boy wasn't sure what he did. So he stopped him. Asked next, "Oh, my name is Lingfeng. I'm here to see your leader, Captain Shin. I've admired your sniper club for a long time. I came here specifically this time. I hope I can join you." Chapter 168 Unknown. This talkative boy is still impressive. although he did not play against them in the last Yonglue Cup competition. His team, the Chatty Boy, and the others are still quite impressive, because they were the runner-up in the finals at that time. And the kill rate is number 1. The Chatty Boy didn't understand why the people from the Yuling team came to their place. Besides, the hacker had invaded the computer and made people panic. So the Chatty Boy had to be cautious and called Shen-Yi first to ask. The chatterbox called over. Shen-Yi, there is a guy named Lung Feng from the Yuling team last time. He said he wants to join our club. Isn't this Yuling the runner-up? I suspect there is something wrong. Do you want to let him go? At this critical moment, it is better to be cautious. Lung Feng? Yuling Sentai. I seem to have an impression. But this matter shouldn't be simple. Oh, by the way, he still came with his luggage. Shen-Yi became even more confused and said, Luggage? Then let him come to the deputy conference room and check his suitcase before coming in. Shen-Yi felt that it would not be good to shut people out like this. After all, Team Yuling and Shen-Yi didn't have any grudges, so it was better to treat them as friends. The Chatty Boy hung up the phone, walked up to Lingfeng, and said, Our captain should ask me to take you there, and he will talk to you. But for safety reasons, you also know that we are all equipped with electronic equipment. So for afraid of fire and explosion, we have always stopped smoking here. So you can either put your suitcase here and we will keep it for you, or you can let us check it and then you can bring it in. We are also doing it for safety reasons. Okay, check it out. I have some normal clothes here. Lingfeng pushed the suitcase directly in front of the Chatty Boy. So the Chatty Boy took it and opened the suitcase. As expected, there were some clothes and toiletries inside, including slippers. It was absolutely standard for travel. It seemed that it was really well dressed. Okay, I'll take you in now. After the Chatty Boy finished checking, he took him in and found Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi had been waiting in the vice conference room early. The Chatty Boy brought Lung Feng in, and then said to Shen-Yi, This is Lung Feng from the Yuling team. I'm going to train first. You guys can talk. Shen-Yi waved his hand and said, Go ahead. Remember, you have to start strengthening special training. Don't be lazy. Okay. After that, the Chatty Boy went out. Then Shen-Yi asked Lung Feng to sit down. Lingfeng sat down, and before Shen-Yi asked him, he said directly, Hello, Captain Shen. I am Lingfeng. You also know that I am from the Yuling team. But for some reasons, I was fired by them. So I hope you can accept me. But don't worry. My skills will never be too bad to hold you back. Shen-Yi became more and more confused as he listened. This Lung Feng was fired. So he asked Lingfeng doubtfully, You said you were expelled by Yuling Sentai? Since you are so powerful, why did they expel you again? Shen-Yi must ask clearly to prevent what happened last time from happening again. Actually, last time it was because they didn't win the championship in the last game. So I was very dissatisfied with it. This time we participated in the Dolphin Cup and competed as the Dark Horse potential team in the first division. But within 10 minutes of playing on the field, I met the art team who had returned from abroad. They were directly destroyed by them. They took out their anger on me again. Because among the 4 members of this team, I was the only one with no background or connections. So they took all their anger out on me. I couldn't get angry anymore and started scolding them. As a result, they said I was cheating and they fired me. Lung Feng told Shen-Yi all about his experience. Shen-Yi did not expect that there were some unknown things in every team. But it is indeed the case. Who would use a young man with no temper and no background instead of a person with background? Money and power? Everyone would definitely take it out on him. Shen-Yi was more touched. Because when Shen-Yi first entered this industry, he encountered obstacles everywhere. Everyone said that he had no qualifications and no talent. In fact, to put it bluntly, they felt that he had no background and no money to fund their team and become famous. Shen-Yi was fascinated as he thought about it. And he saw the shadow of his former self in this cold wind. So Shen-Yi asked again, Then why did you come to us? Do you know us well? I've actually been following you online before. I know that none of your team members are famous bloggers or racers, but you still led them to where they are now. So I felt that you guys were very warm at that time. You were different from other teams that were just looking for fame and fortune. So I just took my suitcase and came here, just to ask you to take me in, even if you don't let me participate in the competition in the near future. It's okay. You can let me exercise first, besides playing games and competing. I really don't know what else I can do. Shen-Yi was deeply touched by every word this Lingfeng said. This Lingfeng looked like he had just graduated from college. So he was definitely not experienced in any aspects of life. Shin-Yi already has some ideas for him to get started. How about your gaming skills? You have to know that we will not accept new players casually. Of course, I know you are a professional player, but the abilities of many professional players are not much higher than those of non-professional players. So I have to examine your basic skills. We don't need skilled players here. We need players who are steady and steady. Even if Shin-Yi sympathizes with his situation, he still has to make arrangements according to the personnel deployment in the team club. But of course, if you don't want to, then we can only give up cooperation temporarily. Although my shooting ability is not outstanding, my major is in game strategic planning and deployment. So in terms of planning and strategy, I dare to say that no one is more professional than me. However, whether it is suitable for me or not depends on how well my teammates perform. It's just the influence of other factors. Shin-Yi thought to himself. Now every time we play a game, Shin-Yi is the only one doing strategic planning. Maybe after a few more games, some players will be able to roughly figure out Shin-Yi's development pattern, which is very detrimental to them. The other chatty boys were mainly tested for their offensive abilities. They really lacked a strategist right now. So Shin-Yi wondered if he could be recruited to give him a try. Let's do this. I will find you two teammates later, and then you will give them a plan. They will play the game based on the plan you gave them. I will watch from the side to see if there is availability. If possible, you just join our club. Chapter 169 Unlimited Potential. In terms of funding, I will ask the person in charge of the company's club later and discuss it with you in detail. What do you think? Shin-Yi still feels that he cannot just miss this good prospect. If he has been taught well, his potential may be unlimited. So Shin-Yi gave him a chance. Shin-Yi led him out of the office, then walked to his teammates and pointed. Walker and Jiangwu, you two play in a double row, and then let Ling Feng help you make moves. You can't start the game before making moves. Let's try it by the way. Let's take a look at your training results over the past 2 days. To be on the safe side, we will use the relatively unfamiliar zombie mode in our last preliminary round. Since this mode has received such a good response, there will definitely be many viewers who will vote to use this mode in the next finals. After Shin-Yi and his team finished their game, the audience responded enthusiastically to this zombie mode. They even held a vote on the website to choose the mode for the next finals. Now the zombie mode is taking the lead. It seems that due to the response of the audience, the organizers will definitely continue to use the zombie mode in the next finals. Okay, leave it to us. Then let's start walking in double row. The chatty boy's hands have been itchy for a long time. They must be tired of studying theory these days. It's better now. I found a good reason for him. In this case, everyone is watching from the sidelines and observing their shortcomings in techniques. Technical analysis and strategic distribution are left to this cold wind. What? Him? Captain Shin. Are you sure? Han Xiaomu asked uncertainly. That's right. It's him. No matter what strategy he says, you must implement it according to what he says. Just like what I said during the game. Do you understand? Shin-Yi also wanted to give them a chance to practice. If Shin-Yi didn't participate in any future games, then they wouldn't listen to anything about their game plan. Okay, let's go online and start. But do we still have to use a trumpet? Well, use an alt account. Everyone should open an alt account and go online. And don't open a live broadcast lobby. This is a private practice. And due to Lung Feng's identity, we are not convenient for people in the lobby to see. So everyone should also close the viewing room. Model. Okay, you guys come online. Shin-Yi pushed a chair to Lung Feng and asked him to sit between the two of them. The entire club was attracted to watch this game. Jiangwu and the chatty boy went online one after another. They opened the zombie mode specially updated on the official website. Once they went online, the mode and scene were still vivid in their minds and left people with lingering fears. This effect really cost a lot of money to produce. As soon as Hua Zi and Jiangwu came online, they were randomly matched with teammates. Although they logged in with an alt account, they had been practicing for so long. Starting from bronze, they must have reached the rank of large even if they were above alt. Come on! They train day and night. So the lowest rank of their various trumpets is Star Diamond. Therefore, most of the people they matched were also Star Diamond and Gold, and a small number were Glory. So the ranks of this competition were still close to those of the official competition. They were about to parachute when Ling Feng said, "Jump directly to City P. You will see a jump directly to the top floor near the main building of the city. You will instantly see a flare gun and night vision goggles, which will facilitate your first round of battle." The chatty boy had an expression of disbelief. But because Shin-Yi was watching from the side, Even if they were still dissatisfied, they still obeyed and jumped down. But the strange thing is that they really saw the flare gun and night vision goggles at the place where Ling Feng just mentioned. The chatty boy was instantly stunned, and Han Xiaomu next to him also had a different look on his face. How did he know that there would be these supplies in that building? Aren't these randomly assigned in each round of the game? Han Xiaomu couldn't hold back his curiosity, turned around, and asked Shani secretly. I saw Shani looking very happy at this time, which was really confusing. This person is not simple. He must have thought about this game a lot. Shani only said one sentence. Immediately afterwards, the chatty boy had his first perfect goal. No matter what Ling Feng said from now on, the chatty boy would no longer have any controversy in his heart. But surprise and disbelief came randomly. The chatty boy thought that he must ask him what happened after the game was over. They quickly eliminated everyone in Peace City. After picking up the supplies, the two wanted to go to the center of the safe zone. But Ling Feng said again at this time, go to ambush near the ruins. Don't enter the center of the safe zone. This suddenly pushed back the journey that Chatty Boy and the others had just prepared. Although Chatty Boy was dissatisfied, he did it obediently. The two of them rushed all the way to the ruins. They had never been to the ruins to ambush them. I must have 100 complaints in my heart. But they arrived at the ruins as usual. And Ling Feng continued, find a haystack behind the trees in the ruins. You ambush here. They will definitely pass by this road. The chatty boy thought to himself, where does this young man get his confidence? He dares to be so sure. Even Captain Shin can't guarantee it. And he speaks arrogantly. But Chatterbox Boy and the others still lurked here obediently and waited for about a minute. Suddenly, footsteps and the sound of vehicles appeared near the map at the same time. Chatterbox Boy said, it's crazy. I can guess all these correctly. Ling Feng did not show a very proud expression, but just said, the rest depends on your skills. So Ling Feng put his hands on the armrests and looked at the computer screen with his head up. Now the zombie mode is about to turn on, and they must speed up. After the Chatterbox Boy and Jiang Wu observed, they carefully looked at the number of people in the vehicle in front. There was only one person. And then, there were 3 footsteps. At this time, Ling Feng said again, the driver must have come to pick up the other 3 people to go to the safe area. So you try to take advantage of your grenade while they get in the car, and then try to wipe out the group. The chatty boy was about to say the reason, but was interrupted by the cold wind. The chatty boy was extremely unhappy, and Ling Feng said all the good things. The chatty boy had no choice but to turn his anger on his opponents. While they were all getting into the car, the chatty boy threw 3 or 4 grenades and shock bombs. All the bullets were thrown into the car, and the car exploded instantly. All 4 people were knocked down in an instant, and the group was wiped out. Shen Yi did not expect that Ling Feng had such a strong strategic ability, and he actually used the zombie night mode that had just appeared a few days ago. He thought about it so thoroughly. Wouldn't it be more thorough if it were the previous classic model? This also made Shen Yi understand why the Yuling team suddenly rose up from an inconspicuous non-professional team. What is the reason why it is now one of the best professional teams in the country? Chapter 170. Not much left. This made Shen Yi even more confused. Why did they fire him and not wait to see him? Shen Yi thought that he must discuss this matter with Li Yuner and let her check it carefully. If he really did what he said, like that, wouldn't it be that Shen Yi and the others picked up a treasure? The game was still going on, and soon Jiang Wu and Chatterbox Boy reached the finals at a very fast speed with the help of Ling Feng's super reconnaissance and exploration. At this time, there are not many opponents left in the game, and now Chatterbox Boy and the others are ambushing in the city's housing area, because Ling Feng said that the final safe zone will shrink to around here. So the Chatterbox Boy and Jiang Wu were asked to ambush in the outermost building of the city, followed by Jiang Wu ambush one by one with high-end magnification lenses. Of course, the result was still what Ling Feng said. The safe zone is really nearby, just not in their building. However, most of the city is still covered. So Chatterbox Boy and the others just temporarily changed their sniper points and ambush points, and each of them looked in one direction. Soon, the first round of night zombies began. Many fat zombies and poisonous zombies slowly crawled towards their housing area. Talkative was just about to shoot the zombies. Ling Feng suddenly said, don't be nervous. You saw the window on the 2nd floor. The linear window near the door. You two jump from this window one after another. But don't jump directly to the ground. Turn around the moment you jump. Then it will naturally fall on top of the door clip that opens the door. 2 people can stand in this position. This place will not be attacked by zombies. And you can also attack zombies and observe the enemy's situation from above. The chatty boy was completely confused. He could only do this at the critical moment. Although he felt that what Ling Feng said was unreliable, he still chose to do so. However, Jiangwu said to go up first and give the chatty boy a test. Jiangwu followed the experience Ling Feng taught them. Sure enough, Jiangwu stood on the door jamb smoothly, and there were no zombies. The chatty boy thought it was incredible. And then the chatty boy also followed this method to get up. The two of them were safe up there, and were not attacked by zombies at all. Shinny felt that they could do this in such a short period of time, which was even more incredible to him. Chatterbox Boy and Jiangwu directly shot at the zombies without losing any health. They also killed many zombies, and obtained a lot of supplies. They came down during the day. Now the last circle has almost been reduced. Now they are still in the city, ambushing in the safe zone. There are only the last two people left. That is, a group of people. They continue to ambush above the second floor window, because the last circle is here, and they can't escape. So in the end, these two people really crawl towards P City slowly and slowly. But this scene was completely visible to the chatty boy and Jiangwu. The chatterbox boy and Jiangwu were attacked from both sides, and they were knocked down with 2 shots. At the end of the game, they won a great victory. Although this was just a simulation match, it made Shinyi see how Ling Feng was not simple. Afterwards, Shinyi went to Li Yuner to ask her what she meant. After all, this was something the company needed to agree to, and Li Yuner still had to come forward to draw up the contract. Li Yuner, our club has a member of the Yiling team this morning. His name is Ling Feng. Do you know him? Shinyi first explained the identity of Ling Feng so that Li Yuner could react easily. Ling Feng? Team Yiling? Isn't he the runner-up from the last competition? Why did he come to our club? Could it be that he went to inspect the enemy's situation on the spot? Li Yuner thought that other teams were attracted by the name, so she said jokingly, No, he wants to join our club. Shinyi said it directly, almost scaring Li Yuner to death. Li Yuner swallowed, put down the water glass, and said, Ling Feng? Want to join us? Shinyi, you haven't forgotten what happened last time undercover. Right. The lesson was not enough. Li Yuner felt incredible. So he said, he made it clear that his team fired him because of what happened in the last game. Just believe him when he says it. You have experienced so many games. You must know that people's hearts are dangerous. Li Yuner knew that Shinyi would not easily doubt anyone. But the facts were before his eyes, and Li Yuner didn't want him to be fooled a second time. I have seen his game strategy, and I also asked him to be a game simulation consultant for Chatterbox and them. His strategy is very good. If it is true, we will be equivalent to getting a general. Shinyi also didn't want to lose this cold wind. You must know that what their team lacks most now is a strategic advisor. But Shinyi, do you know who Ling Feng is? He is the main attacker of Yiling team and a strategist-level figure. Do you think their team will easily expel this lucky cat? No matter how good he is at the game, we will not take this risk. Can't risk it. Li Yuner firmly refused to let Ling Feng join the club, and said that unless Li Yuner personally confirmed the authenticity of the matter, he would then make a conclusion. Shinyi also agreed to her, and made it clear to Li Yuner that Shinyi would not let Ling Feng participate in any team training or confidential documents until the formal investigation results came out. So Li Yuner made a special trip to Yiling team. Of course, as a visitor. No one in Yiling team knew who Li Yuner was. So Li Yuner asked around the former members of Yiling team, and asked their thing about the cold wind. When Li Yuner listened to what they said, they all said the same thing. It was because Ling Feng had no background due to competition, and Yiling recruited the son of the president's boss to replace Ling Feng. So Ling Feng came to the Sniper Demon Club. But Li Yuner still couldn't believe it. So after several days, the chatty boy pestered Ling Feng, who was temporarily living in the dormitory, every day, asking him for leave about game planning. Han Xiaomu found it inconceivable that a person like Chatterbox Boy, who usually didn't listen to lectures, was so dedicated to his studies now. Almost whenever Ling Feng was in the dormitory, Chatterbox Boy would run over and ask people questions about various games. The chatty boy said to Han Xiaomu, Tell me, how does Ling Feng predict the future? Why can he see through all the bugs in this game? But we can't. The chatty boy really regarded Ling Feng as a god. Can even say the word, prophet. Han Xiaomu explained to him. What about predicting the future? This is actually a problem of calculating probability. When a thing or environment appears several times at the same time, then no matter what upgrades and changes it has, there will be a 20% probability of it being repeated. Well, what can I say? Chapter 171 Incredible. Forget it. You won't understand anyway even if I tell you. Anyway, Our team can do this. So you can go and ask. Han Xiaomu also studied some games in college. But although this is not her strong point. But Han Xiaomu also knows something. After listening to Han Xiaomu's explanation, the chatty boy still didn't understand. So he went to train on his own. Suddenly Han Xiaomu saw a statement on the computer about cold wind. So Han Xiaomu immediately took his notebook and went to Shenyi's office. Found Shenyi and said, "Look at this statement. It was just released." Shenyi took the computer and looked at the place pointed by Han Xiaomu. There are a few paragraphs clearly written on it. The following statement is made because Lingfeng made repeated mistakes during the competition of our Yuling team. He disrespected the coach during training and will not change it in the long run. The details of the matter are confidential and cannot be disclosed. So to give a brief answer for the time being, Lung Feng is now dismissed from all positions and membership in Yuling in this team. Captain Shen, I don't think this matter is that simple. You see, you suspected him in the first place. And the announcement came immediately afterwards. It's such a coincidence. In fact, Han Xiaomu was a little suspicious of Lingfeng from the beginning. However, everyone thought he was very powerful. So Han Xiaomu said nothing more. But as soon as this announcement came out, Han Xiaomu became even more suspicious. Oh, this is normal. Generally, companies and clubs will issue statements as soon as possible to influence their game enrollment. Although Shenyi also explained it to her, Han Xiaomu always felt that the appearance of this cold wind was too coincidental. Not only that, Li Yuner and Han Xiaomu both believed that Lung Feng didn't just come to join the club. Shenyi was a little surprised when he saw this statement. But he was also a little happy at the same time. So Shenyi immediately called Li Yuner. Li Yuner, I just sent you a statement. Take a look. I saw it, but I still need to talk to him about this matter in person. Although Li Yuner saw the statement, she still didn't believe it. After all, the impact of what happened last time was too great. So Li Yuner went to Shenyi's club again and found Lung Feng. Talked with Lingfeng in detail. Hello. I am the company leader of the Sniper Club. Li Yuner. I saw the statement issued by your company. But to join us, in order to protect our interests and fair system, you must sign an agreement. That is, if you conceal anything about what you said, you will have to pay us liquidated damages. And your personal information will also be published on the official game website. Li Yuner must be responsible for the rights and interests of the club. Once that happens again, things will become serious. No problem. I really want to come to you sincerely. And Captain Shen, I also admire him very much. So please give me a chance. Li Yuner looked at Lung Feng. He didn't look like that kind of person. Besides, since Shenyi said that his skills were excellent, what other reasons could there be? So he agreed to let him enter the Sniper Club. And a new member joined. To launch a statement on the website. Li Yuner and Shenyi discussed it and drafted a statement about Lung Feng in the evening and sent it out. At this point, Lung Feng officially joined the Sniper Club and became one of them. Because the game was coming soon. Time was tight. So I didn't hold a welcome party for Lung Feng. I thought I'd make up for it when the game was over. Shenyi and the others will participate in the game the next day. Today's announcement about tomorrow's game has not been released yet. Except for Shenyi. They are all stepping up training for tomorrow's game. While Shenyi is next to the computer, always paying attention to the official announcement of the game. Issue. They played until 1 o'clock in the morning before the game announcement was sent out. Just as Shenyi guessed, they still used the zombie mode from the last preliminary round. Whether they can win the entire Dolphin Cup depends on tomorrow's final battle. Shenyi asked everyone to go back and have a good rest instead of letting them train all night. The next day, Shenyi and the others arrived at the competition venue and immediately went to the lounge to discuss strategic arrangements. At first, due to Zhang Yao's relationship, Shenyi wanted Lung Feng, who had just joined the club, to play. But Li Yuner refused to agree. After all, he was facing Zhang Yao. Li Yuner told him that he couldn't risk his future. He also said that except Shenyi, there might be no one who could compete with Zhang Yao. So Shenyi had no choice but to let Lung Feng serve as a consultant. In the last finals, each team could hire a foreign player regardless of nationality or professionalism. Shenyi asked Lung Feng to be their team's game consultant. What? Let him be a foreign aide. Shenyi is too abrupt. He has just joined our team. So it is not good to let him directly participate in the competition. As soon as Li Yuner heard the news, she immediately stood up and asked Shenyi in disbelief. Han Xiaomu also echoed. Yeah, Captain Shen. I feel like you're a little careless about this. It's too risky. Shenyi knew that this decision was a bit abrupt. But Shenyi had seen his game level and believed that he was definitely qualified. I think he's very good. I've never seen him play a game before. But his strategy is really good. I think he will surpass our team Shin in a few years and be on his own. The chatty boy was completely attracted by the cold wind. Pink. I have decided that Lingfeng will be our general staff for this game. And if we have no objection to his strategic deployment, we will follow his game deployment. No one can have any objections. You have to completely follow the instructions during the game. Since Shinny has decided something, people who are optimistic about it will not change it. So everyone saw that Shinny seemed a little angry. So they stopped stopping him, and could only follow his arrangement. However, Li Yuner, Han Xiaomu, and Jiang Wu were still a little worried. Immediately afterwards, because Shin Yi temporarily announced Lung Feng's appearance as a foreign aide. Just in case, Shin Yi and the others were in the lounge, discussing the following strategic arrangements. Although they have been training for several days these days, they are not afraid of anything but the worst. They reviewed Lingfeng's strategic deployment before the game. Lingfeng said, I have been studying some methods to defeat zombies these days, but later based on the strategy of lying down. I found that hard steel is not necessary when encountering zombies. I found a few that cannot be attacked by zombies, but you can attack the enemy randomly. The first one is the house above the ruins. The house will have a walkway. You know, just hide under the walkway. Because in fact, the zombies chasing after them have very low IQs. They don't know how to jump under the walkway, and can only jump straight down. Walk. Chapter 172. The entire army was wiped out. However, this method is only suitable for single people. That is, when you are alone, or to lure away zombies. If there are too many people, more zombies will appear, and it may not work. Shinny asked. In fact, once we go down alone, it will be difficult for us to go up again according to the terrain. Once we encounter the enemy at this time, we may be completely annihilated. Yes, this is also the fatal weakness of this method. So I don't recommend you to jump there. Lung Feng just told him all the research he had done, and it was Shin Yi's problem how to choose. Then is there any way to preserve the situation? Preferably in emergencies. Shin Yi asked. Lung Feng opened a new PPT interface, which recorded all the problems and methods he had recently studied. So Lung Feng then said, you all know that this PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Peace Elite has been updated more than once. After the Dark Knight Crisis update this time, I have been thinking that no matter what map, there will be a river area. The same is true for the zombie mode that was just updated. So I have been studying this issue. So I opened a game. I started trying to hide in the water at night when zombies were out. It turned out that as long as I was a little further away from the shore, I would not be threatened by the zombies at all. Because after the zombies jumped into the water, they would disappear when they were drowned. I'll just turn around and leave. But, in this case, because you can't defeat the zombies, you have to rely on your own equipment. At the same time, the most important point is that you can't attack and fire while hiding in the water. This can only be a last resort. But compared to the isle just now, this is still a better way. Han Xiaomu couldn't help but ask, isn't there a place that is suitable for sniping and hiding from zombies? You have to know that if we have to keep shooting and firing repeating rifles, our supplies will not be replaced in time. And the bullets too, it's limited. Maybe we'll be killed by the enemy before we even pick up the bullets. Well, you're right. But the game has been updated, and there is a place that can temporarily meet your requirements. But I'm not sure about this, because this game has been so repaired. Many previous bugs have been fixed. Just like the previous school has become a research institute. But this also requires a bit of luck. You can try it. Here there is a 3-story building on the upper left side. If you are ambushing the research institute, you can climb out of the window on the left side of the 3rd floor, and then land on the small platform above the door. In this way, you only need to pay attention to the zombie bats and poison spraying zombies. Just okay. Whether it's the 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd night of zombies, you can easily get through it. Isn't this very dangerous? The chatty boy asked. Yes, that's right. That's why we need your team's cooperation. When I go up to give you guidance, I will observe whether this bug has been fixed. Lung Feng, as a foreign aide, can come on stage to help, but he cannot operate it, and as a temporary command is allowed. Shinny also said at this time. But we do not rule out some emergencies that may occur at any time. So when we are competing, if we spread out and accidentally fail to gather together, that is when we are alone. You can search for places such as toilets, sentry towers, and rooftops of 1-story buildings. And precisely because you are only one person, the number of zombies you will find will be smaller. Everyone must follow my footsteps when the time comes. You can't act without permission. Do you understand? Okay. Got it. In this game, Lengfeng joined. So Shen-Yi was very confident in their game. But Shen-Yi left the lounge midway and came to Zhang Yao's lounge. Because Shen-Yi said last time that he had one more thing to ask Zhang Yao. And that was about the computer hacker thing last time. He knew that this kind of thing was illegal. But if Zhang Yao really did it, he just wanted to persuade him not to insist on it anymore. Shen-Yi knocked on Zhang Yao's door and saw that their team was training for combat. Zhang Yao was a little surprised to see Shen-Yi coming. I have something to ask you. Can I come out and chat alone? Shen-Yi said. Okay. Zhang Yao agreed happily. Shen-Yi and Zhang Yao came outside the arena. Shen-Yi took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the photo album, and showed her the photos of hackers invading computer secrets. What does it mean? Did you do this? Use hackers to invade my computer, and then try to steal secrets? Shen-Yi asked directly. Humph. Shen-Yi, do you think I would use such a clumsy method? We are sure to win this game. Do you think I will be afraid of losing? Zhang Yao not only did not admit it, but also questioned Shen-Yi with very frivolous words. This method and dynamics, as well as stealing firewall information, were all studied when we were in college. Who else could it be besides you? Shen-Yi simply said all his judgments directly. Shen-Yi, let me tell you one last time. It wasn't me. If it was really me, I would defeat you openly. I don't bother to play this kind of trick. Zhang Yao threw the phone to Shen-Yi and turned around and left. Halfway through, Zhang Yao suddenly turned around and said, By the way, Shen-Yi, remember? I will definitely beat you in today's game. Let's see. I will ruin your reputation. We'll see. We won't lose. Shen-Yi believed that his teammates would never lose to Zhang Yao. Moreover, Shen-Yi knew Zhang Yao's tactics quite well. Of course, Zhang Yao also knew Shen-Yi's tactics very well. So this battle should not be easy. Game host. Welcome everyone to our Dolphin Cup Finals. Today's contestants are the champions of the two divisions from the last preliminary round. Let us invite them out with warm applause. First of all, welcome the overseas Chinese female General Zhang Yao, who has returned from abroad, and the Invincible R team led by her. There were bursts of applause at the scene. Although Zhang Yao and the others were developing abroad during this period, they also had a lot of fans and popularity in China. So most of the people in the scene came to see Zhang Yao's style. Game host. The following team is the champion of the second division in the preliminary round. It is also a new gaming power group that has exploded recently. They are all Dark Horse teams composed of non-professional players. Applause to the team affiliated with the Sniper Demon Club. Chapter 173 Shocked. There was also rumbling applause at the scene. Shen-Yi and the others have accumulated a lot of popularity from the beginning of the game to the present. Now they are the most popular Dark Horse team. So Shen-Yi's fans are definitely no less than Zhang Yao and the others. Seeing such two powerful teams, the audience found it difficult to vote. After all, the audience who can come to the finals are all viewers with more or less gaming experience. So they will definitely be scored according to their strength. And because it is the scene of the finals, for all-round referees have been added. Cheating is absolutely not allowed. Once discovered, you will be disqualified from the game for life. And you will not be able to step into the game again. And you will be removed from the game. Audience, why do you think this Zhang Yao comes back to participate in domestic competitions? The prize money is not high, and the treatment is not as good as abroad. Audience, I heard that someone in China paid a lot of money to poach them. It seems to be some quiet company. Audience, sure enough, there is a background. So Sniper Demon and the others have met a big opponent. Audience, yeah, I guess the championship will be given away again. Han Xiaomu on the side couldn't listen anymore. Turned around and said to the two spectators behind him, You haven't watched the game yet. Why do you say that Shen-Yi and the others can't use it? The audience was very surprised. They just joked. We didn't say it. Won't it be clear who won and who lost in the game later? Han Xiaomu added. They will not lose. After saying that, Han Xiaomu turned away angrily like a child. Game host. Now our game is about to begin. All players, please take a seat. Each team in our finals can choose a foreign player, regardless of nationality or rank. But they are not allowed to operate. It can only be told in words. Here are their foreign players. First of all, we see Team R from Zhang Yao. Their foreign player is David, who is the leading tactician abroad. It seems that Zhang Yao and the others have done a lot of work for this game. Let's take a look at Shen-Yi and his foreign aide. Please, Lung Feng slowly walked towards the stage. And the audience were shocked when they saw it was Lung Feng. Because although Li Yuner made a statement, they certainly did not expect Lung Feng to play in the first round of the game. What's more, he was a person who had just been abandoned by his own team. So there were many unpleasant words coming from the audience, directed at Lung Feng. But Shen Yi disagreed and introduced directly. This is our foreign aide, a member of the Sniper Club. His name is Ling Feng. Shen Yi's move moved Lung Feng so much. Lung Feng had lowered his head just now and had the urge to leave. As a result, Shen Yi's warm words made Lung Feng strengthen his confidence. The host immediately warmed up. Ling Feng is a famous tactician. I didn't expect that he could do so at such a young age. It seems that our team Shen is still using newcomers as always. Such courage is not something ordinary people can persist in. Those who go down, let us give them applause again. The finals are different. Any topic can become a hot search topic. Han Xiaomu, who was in the audience, heard his cell phone ringing. When he opened it, he saw that the phone was filled with videos and topics about the cold wind. Han Xiaomu was shocked. Entertainment news is so fast now. However, the reviews are not bad. Most of them are encouraging words, and few of them deliberately belittle Ling Feng and Shen Yi. Han Xiaomu was relieved. Otherwise, hacking all those people would be more than enough with Han Xiaomu and his influence. The game officially started, and Ling Feng was placed in the middle of the team, next to Shen Yi and Jiang Wu, so that he could be contacted in time if there was any information. As soon as the game started, Shen Yi and the others parachuted directly to Peace City. After all, they were fighting a team like Zhang Yao, so it was better to be cautious. Although Shen Yi knew Zhang Yao's general battle plan, after so many years, no one knew how Zhang Yao had become. As soon as they got there, Zhang Yao and the others jumped directly to the military base. There is nothing unexpected about Shen Yi. The one thing that Zhang Yao has not changed for many years is the military base. It has never changed because she feels that she wants to give the enemy a blow. After Shen Yi and the others jumped down, they immediately started picking up supplies. Because this time, the zombie mode time had been advanced a lot. And it was a plan specially formulated for Shen Yi and the others to compete. There is no doubt that Shen Yi and the others did not pick up any high-end materials. So Shen Yi did not waste time. He just picked up a gun and hundreds of bullets and left Peace City. Ling Feng said at this time, "Go to the Research Institute. It's easier to get stuck there." So Shen Yi followed Ling Feng's suggestion and found a vehicle directly. He drove them to the Research Institute, because the Research Institute had the plan Ling Feng had formulated at that time to avoid zombies. They successfully arrived at the Research Institute. When they just arrived, they met a team head-on. Shen Yi drove the vehicle and saw a group of people rushing towards the Research Institute to their left. Shen Yi made a sharp turn, stepped on the accelerator, and made a 180-degree turn. He rushed straight towards the group of people and said as he rushed, "Everyone, when I rush over, jump out of the car immediately and don't give them a chance to breathe." "Yes." Shen Yi drove directly into it, and there was no reaction at all from the other side. With Shen Yi's speed, no one could avoid it for the time being. Shen Yi directly knocked the group of people away from the middle and divided it into two waves. Then all his teammates got out of the car to block them. Shen Yi drove the car over and did not pause. Instead, he made a back turn, pressing the progress bar to the end. One of them crushed them and killed two people. The remaining two people fled in a hurry. Chatterbox Boy and Jiang Wu chased after them. Jiang Wu moved flexibly and passed the obstacles of the house. He went directly around the house in front and went behind them. And then he and the chatty boy attacked back and forth, annihilating the remaining people in one fell swoop. "I didn't expect that someone would die as soon as I got here. Captain Shen, your driving skills are good. You are worthy of being a master." The chatty boy has never seen such wonderful driving skills of Shen Yi. "Okay, go in quickly and find the place Ling Feng told you yesterday. The first wave of zombies will come soon." So they went in and found the place where Ling Feng said they could hide. Now there were less than 10 seconds before the zombie attack. So Shen Yi and the others split up and went out from the left window on the third floor, landing on the small platform above the door. Zombies have arrived. Chapter 174 Attack. The sky also turned completely dark, because they did not have high-end supplies, night vision devices or anything like that. So they could only rely on red dots and laser sights for observation. However, you still have to beware of attacks from poison-spraying zombies and zombie bat birds. After all, their damage value is quite high. Researching this place in zombie mode has a great advantage, because there are many houses on the roof that can be climbed, and 90% of zombies cannot attack players on the roof. Chatterbox Boy and the others successfully used the roof of the house opposite to jump to the roof of the red tile building where they were. There was no entrance to the roof, so it was impossible for zombies to attack. The sky was getting dark, and the vanguard of the zombies began to appear below. But it was not completely dark yet, so I could see them clearly with a quadruple lens. However, due to time issues, Han Xiaomu did not come up in time and could only fight the zombies alone on the ground. At this time, his blood volume was getting lower and lower. There were various zombies on the ground, some of which were extremely fast. It was estimated that Han Xiaomu's shoulder wouldn't last long, so Shen Yi decided to help him lure away some zombies. Shen Yi jumped directly, anxiously took out the detonating bomb and threw it into the middle, which instantly exploded with a dazzling light. Then Shen Yi immediately opened the microphone and said to Han Xiaomu, "Hurry up! There is no time!" Han Xiaomu was almost out of blood, so he immediately followed the method, and with the help of Jiang Wu and the others, Han Xiaomu immediately went up and filled up the medicine immediately. But at this time, Shen Yi was still down there. Chatterbox Boy and Jiang Wu immediately opened fire to help Shen Yi lure away the zombies. Shen Yi also relied on the power of the detonation bombs, and did not lose much health for the time being. So with the help of Chatterbox and the others, Shen Yi finally returned to the roof safely. The place Lingfeng mentioned is still very effective for other ordinary zombies. They are not hurt by the zombies at all. Not only that, they can also perfectly hide their sparks in the dark night. Solving it with just a frying pan gives others the illusion of fighting alone, which can attract enemies. They easily escaped the first wave of zombies. Just when the zombie dark mode was about to end, Shen Yi headed into the safe zone. At this time, a big boss appeared on the map. It's not far from them, and Shen Yi and the others are now in short supply of high-end supplies. They only have an explosive crossbow in their hands now, and they are about to run out of bullets. So Shen Yi will definitely try his best to meet this big boss. Suddenly, gunshots were displayed on the map ahead. But at this time, the zombie mode was still in the transitional stage and had not completely disappeared. However, the gunshots were getting closer and closer, and the sky was getting brighter, so they lost the cover of the night. Shen Yi jumped directly from the downstairs, because the zombies had reduced a lot at this time. There were still about 20 seconds before the end, and the enemy was right in front. Once they entered the research institute, they could safely see Shen Yi and the others hiding on the rooftop platform. In order to cover the others, Shen Yi jumped down alone and searched directly from the ground for the high-end materials that had just defeated the zombies. Shen Yi found in the corner explosive crossbow. Then Kai Mai said, "Judging from the gunshots, there shouldn't be many people there. 2 at most. You continue to deal with the zombies and pick up supplies. I'll deal with them. Let's go there together. The target is too big." So Shen Yi squatted slowly and walked over, and saw 2 people fighting near the middle of the hillside. It seemed that there was no winner, and Shen Yi just wanted to go around and attack them from behind. Suddenly one of the teammates on the right came and directly crushed the person he was fighting against. Shen Yi felt that the situation was not good. He must deal with them immediately now, because none of the 4 of them were killed or injured. Once they were left at the end, plus Zhang Yao and the others, it would definitely be difficult to solve. So Shen Yi lay in ambush near the road they must pass, holding an explosive crossbow, ready to annihilate them when they came. Because the safe zone is in the center, and the poison is getting more and more powerful, they will definitely take the shortest road. Shen Yi found a haystack that was well hidden and lay in wait. Soon, Shen Yi found that they were driving slowly towards this side, and because there was a large housing area in front of them, they did not dare to drive too fast. So Shen Yi slowly stood up. Just when they were about to pass by, Shen Yi rushed out from the middle of the road, holding an explosive crossbow in his hand. He aimed it at the chassis of the car and opened fire. In an instant, the car started to smoke. After being forced to stop, Shen Yi faced the hard steel enemy with an explosive crossbow in his hand. Taking advantage of the change from dusk to night, he filled up his energy and prepared enough bullets to fight and retreat while attacking the enemy. Because Shen Yi was protected by a natural bunker, they fired several shots but came up empty-handed. Before they could react, Shen Yi made another quick move, turned sharply, and circled directly between the bunkers, leaving the enemy confused. Later, Chatterbox Boy and Jiang Wu also rushed over. With their distracted attention, Shen Yi loaded the gun, went around to the back as quickly as possible, and killed another person with 1 shot. Now there are still 1 person. Seeing the foreign aid coming, he immediately wanted to escape. But how could Shen-Yi give him a chance? Before the chatty boy could come over, Shen-Yi chased after the enemy with a frying pan in his hand. With a flying jump, he immediately hit his head with the frying pan and killed him with another blow. Shen-Yi killed an entire team by himself, and the audience immediately burst into applause. They all applauded him. He quickly eliminated 2 teams with 1 person. Soon, it will get dark again, Shen-Yi said. You don't need to carefully identify the enemy or the zombies. As long as our enemies are the zombies next to us in the dark night, we don't need to worry about the footsteps and gunshots around us. Except for night vision, the other scopes can't see anything. So everyone must be cautious. This is very likely to be the last zombie attack. There are 2 teams left in the competition. In addition to us, there is Zhang Yao and another professional team. We must keep our spirits up. But just when Shen-Yi and the others were preparing to welcome the zombies, the sky suddenly darkened, and then brightened again. It flickered on and off for a while. Shen-Yi thought this was a new upgrade of the system, so they didn't pay attention. But when Shen-Yi and the others jumped to the location designated by Lung Feng, the entire screen failed, and the mouse didn't work. Just when Shen-Yi wanted to ask his companions, the entire game system completely collapsed. The entire competition venue had a power outage, and it was now completely dark. All the spectators screamed, not knowing what happened. Suddenly the system sounded. Hello everyone. I am the person in charge of this event. Because our entire game circuit is overloaded, the computer system is somewhat disordered. However, we can repair it in 10 minutes. Please come to the scene, outside the event or in the lounge. We will fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175 Quarrel. It will not delay the progress of the game. For the remaining players present, we will open the 1-minute preparation time before the power outage again to give everyone a fair competition. Please move on now. Thank you for your cooperation. Shen-Yi was relieved. It turned out that there was a system failure and a power outage. However, such a high-load computer game would definitely crash sooner or later. But it happened at the most important time of the game. Shen-Yi also felt a little pity. He had no choice but to appease everyone's emotions and take everyone to the lounge to rest temporarily and discuss future combat methods. But the audience became restless and wanted to leave. It's so irresponsible of you to put us in such a crisis for such a big competition. Many viewers also argued endlessly. But Han Xiaomu couldn't stand listening anymore. He said loudly, Have you said enough? The organizer has apologized to you like this. That's it. Aren't you all here for the competition? It's not like we won't compete. Just wait for 10 more minutes. That's it. It's not easy for the staff either. As soon as Han Xiaomu finished speaking, the entire competition site was quiet without a sound. After a few seconds of pause, the staff found Han Xiaomu in the dark. He quickly bowed and said to Han Xiaomu, Thank you for your cooperation. We will repair it as soon as possible. But in order to compensate for your loss of viewing, the person in charge of our organizer said that we are willing to reduce your general expenses. But now our technicians are repairing the circuit. I hope you can go to the lounge and wait. The audience gave in one after another and agreed to leave. Han Xiaomu also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be terrible if Shen-Yi's game was affected. Fortunately, it was just a circuit problem. After leaving the main venue, Shen-Yi and the others did not go to the lounge, but came outside to take a breath. After all, the pressure of the game was too great, so it was a good idea to take a break. Captain Shen, where did Lung Feng go? Why didn't he come out with us? The chatty boy looked around and found that Lung Feng was missing. So he asked Shen-Yi, who had been with Lung Feng. Lung Feng? He should have gone to the lounge. He just told me that he should be here soon, Shen-Yi said without any suspicion. Why is Han Xiaomu missing too? Where has he been in the past 2 days? It's easy to find. Jiangwu also looked at it and found that Han Xiaomu left without saying hello to him. Han Xiaomu ate something uncomfortable in the morning and her stomach was not very good. After the competition, she went to the bathroom. She told me specifically. The talkative boy turned around, patted Jiangwu and said to Jiangwu, These two are really exhausted by the game. Let them take a break and let's discuss the next battle plan. Shen-Yi said jokingly. Yeah. Who knew that such a fuss would come out of the competition? The organizer is really serious about such a big competition. If something like this happens, isn't it just for the reporters of the entertainment newspaper to find news? The chatty boy saw that the competition venue was undergoing emergency repairs. Not long after the power outage, reporters outside were crowded around. It seemed that this news could top the list again. When Han Xiaomu came back from the toilet, his stomach felt a little uncomfortable. He planned to go to the lounge to lie down for a while. But he didn't expect that when Han Xiaomu passed by the healing team's rest room, he noticed the sound of cold wind. At first, Han Xiaomu thought she heard it wrong. So Han Xiaomu stopped and listened carefully. Sure enough, it was the sound of cold wind. There was a power outage in their lounge. The door was not completely closed, but it was too dark inside. So Han Xiaomu couldn't see them, and could only hear what they said. Han Xiaomu seemed to have heard Leng Feng say just now, "Don't worry. It will definitely happen." In order to listen carefully, Han Xiaomu moved forward and listened carefully to what they said. Han Xiaomu felt that it must not be that simple. During the game, he went to see the original team leader privately. It can't be just ordinary chatter. However, due to the loud construction noise at the site, Han Xiaomu could only catch a glimpse of what was going on. He only heard Lingfeng saying, "It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry." He didn't hear anything else. Han Xiaomu left quickly in case they found out. After Han Xiaomu went out, he had been restless. His mind was filled with what Leng Feng had just said. He was so anxious to find the original team leader. She also secretly avoided Shen Yi. Han Xiaomu thought that Leng Feng must be a traitor like last time. But she had no real evidence. So Han Xiaomu planned to see what he did during the competition, then consider whether to expose him. Han Xiaomu came out first to find Shen Yi. "Captain Shen, did you see Leng Feng? Did he tell you where he went?" Han Xiaomu wanted to see if Leng Feng had also lied to Shen Yi and the others. "Haven't you found him yet? Didn't he just—" Shi Gong was about to say, when the cold wind came from behind. "Captain Shen, look for me," Leng Feng and Shen Yi said. "Lengfeng, where have you been? We are here to discuss the following game strategies. What do you think?" Shen Yi saw Lengfeng coming back and immediately pulled him over to discuss the strategy with everyone. As Leng Feng said, Han Xiaomu kept observing Leng Feng. Suddenly the system sounded. "Hello everyone. After our emergency repairs, our circuit has been restored. Please enter the game venue as soon as possible. Our game screen switching will be adjusted to 1 minute before the last game. Audiences are also asked to come on stage to continue watching. We deeply apologize to everyone for the internal glitch. Okay, let me start my new journey again. Play the next game well. There are still 2 teams left. Everyone is working hard." Shen Yi tried his best to encourage them so that everyone would not be disturbed by this situation. "Okay, let's cheer together." Then they returned to the preparation room, sat down on the competition venue, and were ready to start. Game host. "Okay, we are very happy that everyone is back. This small accident has not affected everyone's interest in watching. Our game continues. 1 minute after hearing my instructions, the screen A countdown will be displayed on the screen, and players can continue to start the game, and nothing about the game will change. So next, please prepare the remaining players. The game is about to start. The 3.2.1 game starts." The screen started to move, but nothing changed. Shen Yi and the others collected themselves and continued to play the game. It was the second round of zombie attack in the Dark Knight mode. Once inside, Lengfeng commanded and said, "Although the game scene has been restored now, I'm afraid Zhang Yao and his team can also determine our hiding location. They are expected to arrive soon, so we all must move to P City as soon as possible." Chapter 176 Acting Without Authorization. "Okay." Shen Yi and the others jumped downstairs directly, because the second round of zombie mode is almost over. There is no threat to everyone now, and there are a lot of bullets. So everyone just shoots one at a time, killed a few zombies below, got the weapons, and headed towards the place Leng Feng mentioned. But at this moment, Han Xiaomu suddenly changed direction and headed towards the ruins. Lengfeng Shen Yi was very confused when he saw this, and immediately turned on the mic and asked, "Han Xiaomu, what are you doing? Didn't you hear that it is safer to go to the city now? Why do you act without permission and not obey orders?" "That's right. Han Xiaomu, what are you going to do? You will directly expose our identity. Come back quickly." The chatty boy was also anxious, and said to Han Xiaomu on the open microphone. Game commentator. Suddenly a member of Shen Yi's team changed direction. "Is this another strategy of theirs? We'll wait and see." Han Xiaomu was a little surprised to see the scene in the audience. Han Xiaomu knew that Shen Yi and the others would never let one person act alone. There must be something wrong, so that's why it happened. Han Xiaomu clenched his fists and looked at the big screen with some worry. Even Li Yuner, who was backstage, could tell something was wrong and felt that something was wrong with them. However, Han Xiaomu did not change direction and continued to run forward. As he ran, He turned on the mic and said to Shen Yi, "Don't listen to Lung Feng. He is an undercover agent of the Yuling team. There will definitely be an ambush in any direction he points out." When everyone heard Han Xiaomu say this, they were stunned. Shen Yi stopped playing the microphone and said, "Han Xiaomu, what are you talking about?" The chatty boy asked in disbelief. "I'm not talking nonsense. I heard it with my own ears. I also saw this Lingfeng enter the rest room of the Yuling team just when the power was cut off. You are still saying things like 'don't worry. He will definitely do it.' What do you think he is if he is not an undercover agent?" Han Xiaomu saw that he had to say something now. If he continued like this, he would easily be destroyed by the group. So he told everything he had just seen. Han Xiaomu's sworn words instantly made Shen Yi stop and become suspicious. Especially the chatty boy. He turned on the mic and said to Lung Feng, "You kid, we all trusted you so much. But in the end, you just wanted to deceive us. Tell me, is what Han Xiaomu said is true?" Lung Feng hadn't argued a word at this time. Hearing what they said so confidently, Lung Feng really couldn't stand listening anymore. So Kai Mai said, "I didn't. I definitely didn't. I went to the Yuling team, but I sent them the plans I made before. I didn't reveal any strategies about our game at all. And there is no Yuling team in this game. It is absolutely impossible for me to do this. Please believe me." The cold wind is really incomprehensible. At this time, Jiangwu heard everyone arguing and opened the microphone to lighten the atmosphere. After all, we were in a competition now. If this affected the competition, it would be more than worth the gain. "Everyone, listen to me. Now that we are competing, can we discuss this matter after the game? Seeing that the opposing team is about to overwhelm us, let's unite and face the outside world first." "Okay, that's right. No one can make any assumptions until the outcome of the matter is reached. Let's continue the game, and there can be no more objections." Shen Yi came out to take charge of the overall situation. If internal strife breaks out at this critical moment, it will be equivalent to self-destruction. But Han Xiaomu still did not change direction. "Shen Yi, I think for the sake of safety, we can no longer continue to use the cold wind method. We cannot take risks in Peace City. I suggest that we stay away from Peace City and go to the ruins." "No, the ruins are very dangerous. They are close to the outside of the safe zone. It is very likely that Zhang Yao and the others are ambushing there," Lung Feng said anxiously. "I think what Han Xiaomu said makes sense. Since we don't believe him, let's follow other paths. Anyway, the chance of this shouldn't be very high." The chatty boy also thinks that insurance is the main thing now. And other things will be considered. Let's talk about it later. But Shen Yi also felt that the ruins were very dangerous. But everyone thought that it would be very dangerous to separate the troops into two groups at this time. So Shen Yi could only reluctantly agree to this request. So Lung Feng could only sigh and turn off his microphone. Lung Feng knew that no matter how he explained at this time, no one would believe him anymore. So everyone changed directions and headed to the other corner of the safe zone. The ruins. Shen Yi took the lead, just in case. And the chatty boy was at the back. Game commentator. "We have seen that Zhang Yao and his team have not been found until the end of this game. And Shen Yi's strategy here is indeed changing. We have also seen Shen Yi and his team changing directions. What are they going to do? It seems like there may be another big conspiracy." Now the audience thinks that Shen Yi and the others have come up with some new method. In fact, Shen Yi and the others just have differences within the team. So they have to obey the majority. Under this situation, if Shen Yi blocks it again, the team will definitely have another argument. So everyone rushed to the ruins. Shen Yi was also afraid that something would happen along the way. So he protected everyone in front. But when Shen Yi and the others were about to arrive at the housing area, there was a sudden explosion. Grenades were thrown at them one after another. Shen Yi reacted in time and asked everyone to take cover. However, they seemed to have spotted this place, and there was no cover at all. In an instant, a grenade fell near the chatty boy and directly hit the chatty boy. The boy was injured. And then Shen Yi looked at the situation, really unable to hold on in the fight anymore. He picked up the explosive crossbow alone and fired directly at the source of the grenade. Because the range of the explosive crossbow was not long, Shen Yi only hurt some members of his team. It didn't completely knock them down. It just lost a bit of health. But the top priority now is Han Xiaomu and Jiangwu. They could hardly hold on any longer. Shen Yi must find a way to delay time and let them fill up their health first. Game commentator. "Oh my god! What happened?" Zhang Yao and the others set a trap for Shen Yi, and directly trapped Shen Yi and the others in the trap. We can see that Shen Yi's team members are resisting with all their strength, but they all suffered heavy casualties. Only Shen Yi was fighting 1 against 4, holding an explosive crossbow, and trying his best to resist for them. Such a spirit is worth pondering for all of us. So, can Shen Yi persevere until the end? Let's go see it next. Chapter 177. Not much left. Han Xiaomu was extremely nervous. The chatty boy and Jiangwu fell down one by one. But Han Xiaomu had nothing to do. Shen Yi suffered from their attacks one after another. But Shen Yi resisted with all his strength. Shen Yi hid behind the bunker. As long as one of them came up, Shen Yi would push back directly. Shen Yi could not help his teammates now. Zhang Yao's attack was too powerful. Han Xiaomu wanted to crawl toward Shen Yi. But before he could start, he was directly shot in the head by Zhang Yao's teammates. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. There was also Jiangwu, whose health was getting lower and lower. Shen Yi was ready to break out and help him up. Jianwu. But no matter how Shen Yi broke through, their gunshots became closer. Shen Yi couldn't reach Jiangwu at all. Jiangwu slowly lost blood. Until finally, Zhang Yao gave Jiangwu another shot. Shen Yi was the only one left at the scene. But Shen Yi's blood volume was also reduced. Coupled with their fierce attack, Shen Yi had no time to spray medicine and replenish energy. So Shen Yi could only resist desperately. She tried her best. But Zhang Yao had no intention of letting Shen Yi go. She kept suppressing it with firepower, and never gave Shen Yi a chance to breathe. Shen Yi didn't give up at all. He fired a shot, and patched a bandage until all the bandages were used up. Zhang Yao seemed to realize that Shen Yi had run out of ammunition. So he began to increase the firepower, forcing Shen Yi to self-defeat. But Shen Yi would never give up easily. Although Shen Yi didn't have many bullets left, he still held the last high-damage repeating rifle AKM in his hand, and slowly climbed to the left side of Zhang Yao and the others, where he could observe their field of vision. Then Shen Yi opened the advanced magnification lens and shot a headshot while they were changing bullets. Game commentator. It's incredible. In this situation, I didn't expect that Shen Yi could kill with a sniper shot and hit the head. This is incredible. Such tenacious vitality tells us the true meaning of the game. I don't know if Shen Yi can reverse it. What's the situation of the war? However, due to Shen Yi's short and continuous fighting, Shen Yi's hand that had been injured before began to feel dull pain again. Han Xiaomu saw Shen Yi's discomfort on the screen, and his hand injury recurred again. But Shen Yi still held the mouse tightly, with no intention of letting go. Shen Yi's team members, Han Xiaomu and Chatterbox Boy, all said distressfully, Captain Shen, stop. Your hands have started to shake. If you continue like this, you will relapse again. But Shen Yi had no intention of giving up. At this time, he had been persisting for 10 minutes alone. 1 against 4. It was still a top competition team like Zhang Yao. Shen Yi had already broken the record and himself. Just when Shen Yi couldn't bear the pain in his hand, he relaxed a little. Zhang Yao and the others saw the clues and threw a grenade directly. While Shen Yi was not paying attention, the grenade exploded, knocking Shen Yi to the ground. The game was over, and the scene was filled with boos and sobs. They did not expect that Shen Yi could persist until now, and they all felt sorry for Shen Yi. After the game ended, Shen Yi's hand was still holding the mouse tightly, because his hand had formed muscle memory, and his hand was injured again. Now as soon as the game is over, medical staff rushed over, treating Shen Yi. Shen Yi was already sweating profusely, and could not speak in pain. The team members felt very distressed when they saw Shen Yi like this. Li Yitter immediately came from the backstage, and saw Shen Yi's red and swollen hands. She fell sadly. Tears! But a game is always a game. Zhang Yao's side has already started celebrating, while Shen Yi is still enduring the pain. Zhang Yao just glanced at Shen Yi and said nothing. Without doing anything, he left the venue surrounded by everyone, returned to the lounge, and waited for the results to be reviewed and released. After timely treatment, Shen Yi recovered and was sent back to the lounge. However, the audience at the scene was still talking about it, saying that Shen Yi and the others did not play well in today's game and felt that they were absent-minded in the second half. So many people left disappointed. In the lounge, they helped Shen Yi back. Shen Yi comforted everyone and said, "It's okay. It's all an old injury. It's okay now. Don't cry like this." After the game, everyone was very depressed because of this incident. Li Yitter couldn't bear it any longer. He looked at the unhappy Lingfeng next to him angrily and said, "Lingfeng, what's going on with this matter? You have to give everyone a break. Explain it. Is what Han Xiaomu said true? Why do you have to change your strategy temporarily? What's going on? I hope you can see everything Shen Yi has done to cover you and win this game. Tell everyone the truth." Li Yuner also felt very sorry for Shen Yi. If he hadn't resisted so hard, the hand injury would not have recurred. So no matter what, Li Yuner had to ask clearly what was going on. Lung Feng came over and bowed deeply to Shen Yi.
What are you doing?
Shen Yi immediately stood up and helped Lung Feng up.
I'm sorry. I didn't expect that Captain Shen would be injured by this incident. But I ask everyone to believe me. I didn't betray everyone. The reason why I didn't tell you is that I went to find Team Yuling. I'm just afraid that you might misunderstand. Actually, I went because I had made many specific training plans for them before I left the team. This time, it was also because of the emergency situation that they found me and wanted to buy my set of plans. And this is what I promised them. But I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would be suspicious. But Han Xiaomu still saw it. And the few words Han Xiaomu heard.
Actually, I told them that the plan had not been leaked to anyone. That's why I said that. And after I gave them the plan, I left. I definitely did not reveal any information about our team. It was really just a plan to train new members. If you still don't believe me, I have evidence to prove what I said.
Then Lingfeng took out a certificate, which was indeed a training plan, and a contract that had just been signed with the Yuling team. The date on it was clear. Even today, there is a photo of Lingfeng in them, which was also taken here just now, which can prove that what Lingfeng said is true. Lingfeng handed the evidence and contract to Shen Yi. Then Shen Yi looked at it carefully, and then passed it to Han Xiaomu. After Han Xiaomu read it, he realized that he had misunderstood him. So he blamed himself. Han Xiaomu did not expect that it was because of his suspicion. Not only did everyone lose the game, but they also misunderstood Lingfeng. I was really ashamed. Only what Lingfeng said made everyone know that this was a misunderstanding. Chapter 178 Dirty Words. Han Xiaomu knew that he was wrong and hurriedly apologized to everyone and Lingfeng.
Lingfeng is sorry. Everyone is sorry. I'm sorry for this. Everything is my fault. It was me who caused the failure of this game. It was me who caused Shen Yi's old injury to relapse. I will bear all the responsibilities. Really, I'm sorry.
Han Xiaomu apologized and bowed. But the chatty boy suddenly rushed over and said to Han Xiaomu,
Does this simple apology of yours mean that the game will start again? Can it make Captain Shen's hand better? Let me tell you, Han Xiaomu, you should do something and consider the consequences. What an impact this has had.
The chatty boy says what he has to say directly and doesn't hold anything in his heart. So he speaks out directly. Han Xiaomu knew that he had made a big mistake. So he accepted all their accusations and just stood there without speaking.
Well, Han Xiaomu can't be entirely blamed for this incident. I am also responsible for this incident. If I had been more firm at the time, this kind of thing would not have happened.
Shen Yi felt a chill as he listened to their arguments. He believed that their team still lacked trust. And this matter was originally a thoughtless matter. So Shen Yi shouldn't let them blame each other. Shen Yi still has to shoulder the responsibility of the captain. If Shen Yi doesn't mediate and lets them continue as they like, the matter will probably be even more serious. Moreover, they lost this battle with Zhang Yao again. And most importantly, they also missed the opportunity to enter the championship finals. Therefore, it is normal for the team members to feel a little uncomfortable. Shen Yi must take the lead. When everyone heard Shen Yi say something angrily, they didn't say anything more. But how could Han Xiaomu get over this hurdle? Han Xiaomu always believed that it was his own self-confidence that caused the club and the others to lose the game. So Han Xiaomu stood there and heard Shen Yi say such words without blaming him at all. Han Xiaomu felt even more sad. So his eyes began to moisten. He began to sob and started to cry. Han Xiaomu held back her tears at first. But as soon as Shen Yi said her words, Han Xiaomu couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't expect that Shen Yi didn't blame her at all, and put all the blame on herself. Han Xiaomu really felt like she was awful. At this time, the entire atmosphere was immersed in depression and sadness. At this time, Lung Feng, who was standing aside, came over, took the contract, and the club badge given to him by Shen Yi, placed them all in front of Han Xiaomu, and looked around, said,
Don't blame Han Xiaomu. I am also responsible for this matter. If I hadn't told you and made it clear to you, Han Xiaomu would not have doubted me. And there would be nothing to do next. Han Xiaomu also did it for us. For the sake of this team, if you want to blame me, blame me. I am willing to quit the club.
Lung Feng's words made everyone feel ashamed. They didn't expect Lung Feng to be so righteous, which also moved Han Xiaomu deeply. At this time, he also spoke for Han Xiaomu, making everyone feel that this boy was very good, and their favorable impression of him rose rapidly. Shen Yi also felt that he had not admitted the wrong person. So he said, "Since Ling Feng has said this, do you have any objections?" Although Han Xiaomu's matter is a bit ill-considered, out of her consideration for the team, I think I will punish her. How about teaching others in the club division for a while? Shen Yi also felt that since Han Xiaomu made a mistake, there would be no punishment. The chatty boy lowered his head at this time, as if he had made a mistake, and said, "That. I agree. And Han Xiaomu, next time you at least tell me, I can still help you make your own judgment. Otherwise my temper will really piss you off one day. What should I do?" What the chatty boy said was quite reasonable. Everyone kept laughing secretly because of what the chatty boy said. The gloom just now was swept away in an instant, and the outcome of the game was forgotten. After all, it was still you can't lose friends because of a game. Han Xiaomu was also amused by the chatty boy, and everyone finally came out of the sadness of this game. However, their Dolphin Cup campaign stopped there. Back at the club, before they even entered, a circle of reporters gathered around the door. It was so strange that they lost the game today, so reporters must have wanted to find some entertainment news to report. But Shen Yi didn't want to participate in the interview, not to mention this kind of meaningless visit. Entertainment news is only harmful to the club, but not beneficial. So Shen Yi and the others took the keys and entered through the back door, avoiding the reporters. However, it was okay for reporters to be blocked at the door. Shen Yi sent a smooth-talking boy to solve the immediate crisis. At this time, Li Yuner suddenly called. Shen Yi didn't pick up the call because it was too noisy outside, so he called back. After 2 beeps, a very noisy quarrel came from Li Yuner's side. Shen Yi could hardly hear Li Yuner's voice. "Hello? Li Yuner. What happened there? Why is it so noisy? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?" Shen Yi called Li Yuner several times, but the call was answered. But no one answered. Shen Yi was very anxious. Under normal circumstances, Li Yuner would not answer the phone without making any sound. So Shen Yi rushed out. Outside the door, he immediately drove to Li Yuner's company to see what happened. Everyone saw Shen Yi going out in such a hurry and didn't know what happened, except for the chatty boy who was dealing with reporters outside. Everyone else also drove to follow Shen Yi to see what happened. But when Shen Yi arrived at Li Yuner's company, he was instantly shocked. The entire company was posted with obscene remarks. All kinds of insults were directed at Li Yuner, the company, and Shen Yi. And the company became a mess. Papers were flying everywhere, and employees were talking on the phone. In short, Dalian was in chaos. Shen Yi immediately rushed to the top floor and saw Li Yuner arguing with various directors of the company. Upon seeing this, Shen Yi immediately pushed the door open and went in. When Li Yuner saw Shen Yi coming, she immediately went up to him and said, "Why are you here? You'd better not show up at this time." Shen Yi felt very confused, and all the shareholders present looked at Shen Yi with strange eyes. Li Yuner was anxious to pull him away, but was stopped by various directors. They argued, "Shen Yi, should you give us an explanation about the competition? And what is the relationship between you and Ling Feng of Yuling team? Do you have to give us an explanation?" Chapter 179 Emotional Deterioration. Shen Yi was stunned when he heard it, and quickly asked the nervous Li Yuner next to him, "What do they mean by this? What happened?" Li Yuner saw that she couldn't hold it anymore, so she could only tell the truth. "Shen Yi, come here and take a look at this." Li Yuner walked to the computer desktop, brought a laptop over, and opened the game hosting website. There were several obvious big words on it. Shen Yi deliberately lost the game to win his love. Shen Yi was stunned when he saw this. What on earth is going on? Why does such a title appear? Shen Yi doesn't know how to answer. Li Yuner turned off the computer and said to Shen Yi, "It was this incident that aroused the anger of your team's major fan groups, saying that you did not respect the game itself and brought personal feelings into the game, which finally led to the chapter. Yao and his team won the game. So the stocks of various major websites have fallen rapidly, and they have already dropped by 5%. If they continue to fall like this, I am afraid that we will not be able to resist these people outside the door. And coupled with the rapid decline of stocks, although the company has made real reports about Lingfeng, there is always a feeling that someone behind the scenes has been crazy about buying fake accounts and deliberately raising the profile of this matter. We also asked hackers to carefully check the fake account ID, but because he used an overseas ID, so we can't find out. There are many loyal fans of this game out there. We must give them an explanation. I also asked you not to show up for the time being, for fear of worsening the mood of the audience and fans." Shen Yi actually had no doubts at all. This was something Zhang Yao could do. But what Shen Yi didn't expect was that Zhang Yao would use this matter to satisfy her vanity. Shen Yi also didn't expect that Zhang Yao would make her previous relationship with him public. But looking at the news on the website, there was no information about the original identity of the sniper demon. It seems that Zhang Yao did not expose this matter in order not to involve what happened back then. But what was Zhang Yao's purpose in doing this?
However, anyone with a discerning eye can see this game. It is obvious that I did not lose on purpose. There is no need for me to hide from this matter. Directors, you can hold a press conference and I will explain this matter to everyone. As for the competition, I will tell the truth truthfully, and I can no longer let these rumors disturb my vision.
Shen Yi couldn't do anything, since Zhang Yao ignored his past feelings. There was no need for Shen Yi to continue like this. So Li Yuner agreed. The directors wished that Shen Yi would take all the blame on himself. So everyone must have agreed. And the directors dispersed. And they left. Li Yuner asked him,
I didn't expect that you and Zhang Yao had such a past. Although I know that Zhang Yao and Sniper had a relationship. You and I never thought that this was true. I heard others said that they thought it was a rumor. This Zhang Yao is also true. In order to become famous and make the team famous, he even exposed his own privacy.
Li Yuner was also worried about Shen Yi this time. Seeing Shen Yi's frowning face, Li Yuner felt uncomfortable. On the other hand, Li Yuner also wanted to test whether Shen Yi had feelings for her.
How did you find out that Zhang Yao did it?
Shen Yi suddenly said this.
Of course it's the Navy ID. This person is really cunning. If we hadn't increased our manpower and hired the most powerful Navy hackers in the company, we wouldn't have been able to catch her. When we checked the address, we found that she was in the domestic club division of Zhang Yao. IP address. What's wrong?
Li Yuner told Shen Yi the process of her inquiry. In fact, Li Yuner also felt that the inquiry was so fast for someone like Zhang Yao. Even if he hired a hacker, he wouldn't be so weak. But since the facts were in front of him, Zhang Yao didn't dare to say anything.
Let's just follow what I said just now. I will hold a press conference and I will clarify this matter. As for Zhang Yao, I always feel that there are many doubts about this matter. I want to ask her personally.
Shen Yi still felt that this time it was too simple.
Then, do you need me to go with you?
Li Yuner cautiously asked.
It's okay. Just go ahead and get busy. I think the company is in urgent need of your help now. This matter was mainly caused by me, and I have to solve it myself.
As Shen Yi spoke, he picked up the ID and address IP information and evidence they found on the desk, and then left the company. Li Yuner didn't say anything else and just called Han Xiaomu. Just now Han Xiaomu called Shen Yi anxiously. Shen Yi didn't receive the call because he was dealing with matters here. So he called Li Yuner. Li Yuner should explain it to him.
Xiaomu, Shen Yi has already taken care of this matter. So don't worry anymore. I believe he will handle it well.
On the other side, Han Xiaomu said angrily,
they went too far and made up such words. I will definitely not be able to spare them.
Han Xiaomu still felt that this incident was a fabrication. So he was very angry and kept using his online resources and connections to fight for Shen Yi and the Navy.
Okay, don't be so petty. How can you fight against so many pirates on your own? We are here. If you want to help, go to the club and give the chatty boy some help. Well, that place must have been blocked by reporters.
Li Yuner advised Han Xiaomu. Han Xiaomu also felt that it made sense and wanted to help Shen Yi in some way. So Han Xiaomu hung up the phone and rushed to the club immediately. Sure enough, 500 meters away from the club, reporters were already lined up, each one more impressive than the other. Han Xiaomu looked at it, but had no choice but to go in through the back door. Han Xiaomu only saw the chatty boy and others in the club, who were entertaining reporters, and were very busy. Han Xiaomu walked over and asked Jiang Wu,
how's it going? Are these reporters still clinging to us? Isn't that right? They have been insisting on Captain Shen giving an explanation. There are also many reporters from entertainment newspapers. Once they say something that can spread the news, they will make more scandalous articles about this matter. They have gone too far. I want to talk to them about it.
Han Xiaomu said and rushed to the reporter. He took the loudspeaker and said loudly,
don't wait here anymore. This matter is not what you think. I was at the game at the time, and I am also a loyal fan of their team. Shen Yi is definitely not that kind of person.
Chapter 180 Heartfelt Words.
During the game, he even ignored his own hand injury in order to triumph with Zhang Yao and his team. The audience present at the time can testify that at the end of the recording of the game, the medical staff helped him heal. You guys, why not report the real thing and report the rumors that are there but not there?
When Han Xiaomu said these words, The reporters were stunned on the spot because of the loud loudspeaker. The chatty boy and others were silently moved from behind. One of the reporters said, "How do we know what you are telling the truth? The audience present did not indicate the matter at hand in the forum. We are only here to gain fans, and loyal viewers have an explanation." Reporters also performed their duties. "Yes, that's right. They didn't come forward. But what about you? When Shin-Yi won, you praised him. Now that something like this happened to Shin-Yi, what are you doing? That's right. You can't do this. You have to be conscientious." The chatty boy was also moved by Han Xiaomu's heartfelt words. After what they said, the reporters also lowered their heads. Slowly, the reporters outside the door dispersed. But this matter is probably not that simple. These reporters are also second. And the most important thing is the trolls on the internet and the hot searches. I don't know who has such great influence and funds to buy Navy troops and specifically pick this time to hack Team Shin. He really knows how to pick the time. Han Xiaomu also expressed his suspicions and said that the matter was not that simple. Although Han Xiaomu's mind is not that complicated, anyone with a discerning eye can see what is going on. Shin-Yi on the other side came to Zhang Yao's club division alone. As soon as he entered, Zhang Yao's team members looked at Shin-Yi with various strange eyes. Of course, they also knew about this matter. If it was really Zhang Yao who did it. At this time, Dahu, the ID name of Zhang Yao's team, came over. This was the sniper of Dong Yao's team. He saw Shin-Yi walking in. So he stopped Shin-Yi and asked, "Why are you here? Why are you refusing to accept the competition? Another fight?" "No. I'm here to see Zhang Yao. I have something very important to talk to him about. I hope you can tell him," Shin-Yi said to them in a good voice. "Are you looking for our captain?" "Sorry. She was busy, and said she would not see her. Let him come in." As soon as Dahu finished speaking, Zhang Yao came out of the conference room, looked at Shin-Yi and rolled his eyes. So Shin-Yi ignored Dahu and entered the conference room. As soon as he entered the conference room, Shin-Yi said straight to the point, "Did you do this?" Of course, Zhang Yao knew what Shin-Yi was talking about. So she poured the water and said, "No." Zhang Yao just threw down 2 words. Shin-Yi then said, "Is this interesting? You also won the game. And then you betrayed your private information to spread rumors and fame. This is not you at all. You know?" Shin-Yi said angrily. Shin-Yi actually knew very well that once this incident came out, it would have a very bad impact on Zhang Yao and his team. Shin-Yi still didn't understand why she wanted to fight to the death. "Shin-Yi, let me say it again. I didn't do it. If I did it, I would not involve myself. I'm not that stupid." Zhang Yao threw the water glass on the table and stared at Shin-Yi. "Not you? Who else knows about this besides you? Shin-Yi, you are too self-righteous. That game was your own internal problem. As soon as that hot search came out, I knew you would definitely put this matter on me and think it was me. Do you want to think about it? Who wants to see the 2 top teams in the country hated at the same time?" Zhang Yao slowly came over and whispered to Shin-Yi. It was as if Zhang Yao already knew something. "Are you saying him?" Shin-Yi didn't dare to think any further. "You haven't seen each other for a long time. He returned to the country before the game and even went to the game to watch your game. Why don't you go question your old friend?" Zhang Yao leaned close to the table, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, sipping it carefully, and looking at the computer from time to time. If it weren't for Zhang Yao's reminder, Shin-Yi would never have associated this matter with him. The man Zhang Yao mentioned was Shin-Yi's former entry-level coach and his friend. It's just that there was a misunderstanding due to some things about the team, and the network was blocked. So that until now, I have not participated in any games or refereed coaches. Hearing Zhang Yao mention him, he came back on the eve of the game. But Shin-Yi still didn't want to think about the bad side. After all, what happened back then was just a misunderstanding. Shin-Yi didn't have much ability to help him solve it at the time. And it was Shin-Yi who caused the incident. Shin-Yi also blamed himself at the time. Shin-Yi's hard work in the game allowed him to rise to the top step by step. Part of the reason was to help him, and help him explain the misunderstanding back then. But I didn't expect that his resentment would be so great. Shin-Yi was stunned for a long time, not knowing what to say. Although he didn't dare to admit it. Thinking about it carefully, this old friend definitely didn't come back at this time for no reason. "How's it going? I'm scared. I can only act openly and openly. And I even asked you to check my ID. It seems that this old friend wants to drag you and me into trouble. But don't forget, the main development opportunities are not in China. So I don't care about these. But what about you? Team Shin who has a dream. Zhang Yao's words were full of irony, which meant that it was his temporary fun at the time that caused all these things to happen now. It was also Shen Yi's departure that made Zhang Yao and him incompatible now. Zhang Yao put everything aside. The blame lies with Shen Yi. I have wrongly blamed you for this matter, but I still want to remind you that it is best to ask your publicist to make a statement to explain. Otherwise your domestic competition will most likely be cancelled. Shen Yi kindly reminded him. After all, Shen Yi had misunderstood her for so long. I don't need to worry about it. Captain Shen, I originally participated in this small competition just to win you. Now that I have achieved my goal, what am I still doing here? Captain Shen, please go slowly without seeing me off. Zhang Yao threw the cup on the table and pressed the call button. 2 security guards came in immediately. It seemed that the driver wanted to ask Shen Yi to leave. Okay, now that your goal has been achieved, can you tell me his location information? I think you must have checked his ID. Chapter 181 Unprepared. Shen Yi thought about asking him for the location and leaving. Shen Yi swore he would never come to this place again. Y Hotel on Shiling Road. Zhang Yao gave Shen Yi the address and walked out. Shen Yi also left Club R, looking at the address in his hands, but thinking about the past in his mind. Only happiness and no worries. At this time, Jiang Wu's phone rang. Hey, Shen Yi, I think you know now that he is back. He called me just now and said he wanted to see you. Jiang Wu said softly that Jiang Wu must have found a place of privacy. This must not be known to others. After all, Shen Yi's current identity cannot be exposed. So soon. Okay, Jiang Wu, please come with us. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I also want to ask him the specific reason. Shen Yi is so distraught now that he really doesn't know how to face him. And he doesn't know if he will become like Zhang Yao and hate himself extremely. But Shen Yi still decided to see him. After all, he was once a friend and a benefactor. Jiang Wu and Shen Yi discussed a place to gather. Jiang Wu also found a reason to avoid other people in the club. The 2 people arrived at the arranged location. It was a Japanese restaurant they often went to before. Shen Yi and Jiang Wu had been waiting inside early. But after waiting for 20 minutes, no one was seen. Jiang Wu got impatient and asked. Fortunately, Shen Yi held him back. Shen Yi, he doesn't take us seriously. We have been waiting for him for almost an hour, and he hasn't even said a word. Forget it. After all, we want to find him and have something to do. Let's just wait. After waiting for a while, an Audi finally stopped in front of the door, and a man in a black suit and black trousers got out, wearing sunglasses and holding a handbag. It seems that he looks completely different from before. He used to dress up as an energetic young man. It seems that he has suffered a lot of things and changes over the years, but Shen Yi still recognized him at a glance. After all, his tracheitis, which had never changed for thousands of years, was still the same, and he was not easy to deal with. So he used to wear a black mask when playing games. He was afraid of dust, and now even more so when he coughed like this. Shen Yi knew it was him. As soon as he entered the door, Shen Yi immediately greeted him, stretched out his hand and said, Long time no see. Jiang Wu also looked up and down after Shen Yi and said, Long time no see. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to meet you. The man directly ignored Shen Yi, sat down at the dining table, took off his sunglasses, and put his bag on the chair. Only Shen Yi and Jiang Wu were left stunned. Shen Yi didn't say anything, just sat down and said, Chun Chi, we haven't seen each other for a long time, but we didn't expect to meet again in this way. It turns out that this person's name is Chen Chi. He was once the head coach of the CF team and the mentor who led Shen Yi and the others into the gaming industry. So it is of great significance to both Shen Yi and Jiang Wu. Chen Chi lowered his head and packed his handbag, and then said, I did it. Chen Chi's words came out directly, making Shen Yi and the others unprepared and surprised. They didn't expect him to admit it so easily. Before Shen Yi could say anything, Jiang Wu sat down and asked angrily, Why? Why did Shen Yi feel sorry for you? You betrayed him like this. Chen Chi didn't even look at Jiang Wu and said directly, Where? Jiang Wu, you still believe in him as always. Yes, that incident was indeed not entirely his fault. You didn't go out to fight privately at that time. If it weren't for you didn't consider the consequences. So am I still suspended? Jiang Wu, you were also present at that time. I have endured this matter for so many years, just so that one day I could come back and take revenge for your explosive popularity at that time. Just like the sniper demon back then. I'd let you try falling from the sky again. A feeling of let you also feel how I feel. I have been holding these words for so many years, and now I can finally say them out.
In fact, it was because Shin-Yi left the team without any news that the company at that time directly hid the most famous personal trainer at that time. That is, Chen-Chi. It also erased all Chen-Chi's previous achievements. In fact, Shin-Yi also approached the company later, but the company gave him the reason for withdrawing. In fact, the fundamental reason why Chen-Chi's matter is no longer dealt with is because the company at that time accepted a lot of bribes and wanted to promote new people and set new standards. So Chen-Chi was dismissed.
I have explained this matter to you, Chen-Chi. Now I have not forgotten the Chengqingru I had for you in the past. Everything I do now is to one day stand on the podium where we were and tell everyone to clarify. It's really just a matter of time.
Shin-Yi has never forgotten his kindness. And of course, he will not resent what he did.
Shin-Yi, I came here today just to tell you that I did this. And I will tell you openly and honestly. I will definitely let you have a taste of how I felt back then.
After saying that, Chen-Chi took his handbag and left. Only Jiang Wu and Shin-Yi were left. Shin-Yi was extremely sad at this time. He didn't know that Chen-Chi had been wronged so much. It was precisely because of Chen-Chi's arrival that Shin-Yi became more determined. He wanted to prove that he had not forgotten him. Shin-Yi and Jiang Wu returned to the club. At this time, a group of people were still waiting for them inside. Shin-Yi just stood at the door and said to them,
"It's so late today. Thank you all for your hard work. Go back and rest early. I will solve this matter."
Then Shin-Yi left. Han Xiaomu noticed that Shin-Yi felt bad, so he followed him and asked,
"What happened? You look particularly bad. I want to be alone. You should go back first."
Shin-Yi continued walking, thinking about everything in the past. I slowly returned home, turned on my computer, and prepared for tomorrow's press conference. Unknowingly, I fell asleep on the table. As soon as the next day arrived, Shin-Yi got up early and rushed to the scheduled press conference. Because the game was so popular, there were so many reporters present, no less than at the game. The reporters saw Shin-Yi coming. They crowded forward and immediately became one with each other. Dozens of microphones were placed in front of Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi said,
"Hello everyone. I am Shin-Yi, the captain of the Sniper Club. It is about my relationship with Zhang Yao on the internet. It's true. There is this matter."
As soon as Shin-Yi said this, the people below started talking a lot. Then the reporter asked,
"Then Shin-Yi, did you indirectly admit this series of things?" "Of course not. I just admitted that I had a relationship with Zhang Yao. But what I want to tell everyone is that these are all past events. I did not mix anything into the matter of this competition. And I definitely did not take it personally. Emotion."
Chapter 182 Passing By.
"What you say sounds so nice. Who would believe it?"
One of the audience members shouted loudly.
"I brought a joint letter from all the spectators who watched the match that day. You can take a look at it. It also has the contact information of all spectators. If you don't believe it, you can verify it. They can all prove that I participated in the match that day. Process, including the recurrence of my hand injury in the end. I have no mercy at all towards Zhang Yao's team."
Shin-Yi showed everyone the audience designation letter that Li Yunor had spent a lot of effort to get, and the audience stopped making noise. This matter ended here, and with Li Yunor's company's public opinion guidance, the Navy was slowly suppressed, and Chen-Chi's plan was ruined. The club and company have also slowly recovered. Although the shares have fallen a lot, the losses have indeed been huge. However, all the directors are also veterans of the company, so they did not cancel their shares, and the company slowly continued to operate. The strange thing is that as soon as the incident was over, Chen-Chi sent a text message to Jiang Wu, which read, "Goodbye." After just 2 words, Shin-Yi was surprised that Chen-Chi didn't disturb him anymore. Shin-Yi still wanted to explain to Chen-Chi, and he left. Maybe he felt that he had achieved his goal and was not as unscrupulous as Zhang Yao. So he left. This matter had a successful outcome, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yao and the others suddenly issued an explanation according to Shin-Yi's instructions. This allowed Zhang Yao to pass the finals smoothly. And that day, Zhang Yao also told Shin-Yi good news. Shin-Yi and the others originally thought they would miss the Dolphin Cup. But unexpectedly Li Yunor brought a very important notice. Instantly revived Shin-Yi and Chatterbox Boy with full health.
"Everyone,
please stop training for a moment. I have good news and bad news. I wonder which one you want to hear first."
Li Yunor also said something about it. The chatty boy couldn't hold back his impatience and said directly,
"Good news. You don't need to tell me the bad news. There's nothing worse than what happened just now."
The talkative boy's mouth will make Shin-Yi angry sooner or later. He is simply not able to lift any pot.
Okay. Let's talk about the good news. That is, the official has added a resurrection match. And we can fight for the championship of the finals again.
Li Yun'er happily took out the announcement for everyone to see.
Really? That's great. This is really better news than a big meal.
Han Xiaomu should be the happiest when he heard it. After all, it was because of her that he lost the game last time. Han Xiaomu had long wanted to make amends for himself. The chatty boy was so excited that he accidentally threw out his cell phone.
That's great. It seems that our Shenyi's words completely moved the organizers and the audience. That's not the case. In fact, if you want to thank you, just thank yourselves. In fact, it is because your current game points are completely enough. So the official has opened a new function, which is that you can choose to consume part of your points to play the resurrection match. However, there was only one chance to redeem it, and I snatched it.
In fact, Li Yun'er made many calls to the organizer, and then the organizer agreed to this rule. Everyone was overjoyed when they received the news. They did not expect that there would be another chance for a resurrection match. They were secretly thankful and encouraged. We must win this resurrection match beautifully and strive to kill other teams in one fell swoop. Try to get a ticket to the finals. Only in this way can Zhang Yao's our team be defeated.
What about another piece of bad news?
Jiangwu asked. The chatty boy asked.
Yes. I don't believe that this good news can outweigh the bad news. The bad news is that you should be mentally prepared. That is, you are about to start devil training. Team Shen and I have developed a latest training plan for you, which is specifically aimed at your unity, influence and collaboration ability. And this plan has always been come out. I'm afraid you don't have time to rest early.
Li Yun'er made a joke with him, and the chatty boy said helplessly,
Li Yun'er, you are looking down on us too much. We have experienced so much. Are we afraid that a devil will not train us? If you dare to train us, we will definitely I can handle it. Then we agreed. Not only must the difficulty be increased, but you must also remember the essentials. You cannot just practice without remembering the essentials. Otherwise you will be embarrassed in the official competition.
Li Yun'er said jokingly.
Okay. I must thank Li Yun'er for this matter. If she hadn't been running back and forth for our affairs, we wouldn't have the opportunity to have this resurrection match. When we win the Dolphin Cup, we will definitely, I want to thank Li Yun'er very much.
Shenyi said to Li Yun'er with a smile. The next day, their intensive training began, and the latest game announcement came out. The selected mode was a large-scale desert mode. However, this time, the desert mode is different from the previous ones. On the official website of the game, only 2 modes are given. They will be randomly displayed at the official competition site, and 1 mode will be selected for the final competition. The first is the Boxing Champion mode. In the Boxing Champion mode, you cannot use weapons, and can only use your hands to attack the opponent. Players can use hand armor such as gloves. The second type,
Cooperation model.
The cooperative mode gameplay is actually not much different from the normal gameplay, but you can choose other players as your teammates for team battles. The third type,
Racing mode.
In the racing mode, you can choose your favorite vehicle. In the game, you can only operate the vehicle for racing and elimination. You will not be allowed to use other modes. While opening the PPT, he made for a better explanation. Shenyi also told everyone
is no longer unfamiliar with the desert mode. And the terrain of the desert map is complex. There are mountains and hills and slopes. If you want to fight in this irregular terrain, it will be very difficult without good positioning skills. And unlike previous maps, there is a very high chance that there are no houses in the safe area of the desert map. Therefore, the blocking points and blocking skills in outdoor combat are extremely important. The most important thing everyone should pay attention to is that you must occupy your most advantageous position. By occupying high points, you could observe the enemy's actions and trends. Moreover, in the multiplayer cooperation mode, you can quickly cooperate with your teammates to formulate combat plans. The top of the mountain in the desert map generally has a good view. So after reaching the finals, everyone should try to go up the mountain to check the surrounding situation. The most common terrain in mountainous areas is slopes. When you find an enemy, look for nearby high slopes as soon as possible, which can greatly reduce the risk of being hit by the opponent. The most important thing is that while hiding yourself, you can also observe it from a third-person perspective. Chapter 183 benefited a lot. The most important point is that if we are competing, once we encounter the enemy on a high slope, and when our own terrain is low, then everyone needs to quickly find bunkers, rocks, or depressions, ravines and other terrain to hide in order to avoid being attacked by the enemy. The most important point is to jam the gun. When fighting in bare mountains like this, if you are not careful, you can easily be shot in the head by your opponent's 98K. So the existence of bunkers is particularly important. In fact, even if there are few bunkers when fighting in mountains, we can find better bunkers through unique skills and methods. That is, I have taught you to find depressions that can be covered on 3 sides, so that you can best protect yourself and others. The best angle to observe the enemy. After listening to Xinyi's teaching and guidance, everyone felt that they benefited a lot. After Xinyi finished explaining, everyone started training intensively again, and they did not rest on the eve of the competition. Soon, it was time for the competition, because it was the Easter match. Only a small number of teams with enough points participated. There were 8 teams in total, except for Xinyi and his sniper club team. The others were all professional teams, and all of them were top scorers in domestic and international doubles points competitions. Several. So even though it is a rematch, Xinyi and the others are under a lot of pressure, and there is only one final qualifying spot in this rematch. So everyone will try their best to compete for this mere spot. Other teams will probably try their best to fight for it, because it was an Easter match. It was not at a large-scale competition site, but just in a place similar to a studio. Among them, the team that poses the greatest threat to Xinyi and others is the foreign team Yummy, which comes from the same school as Zhang Yao Division. Although this Yummy team comes from the same school as Zhang Yao Division, however, they still knew little about Xinyi. After all, when Xinyi left the team, they had not yet joined. They have been competing in North America recently, maybe because Zhang Yao and the others returned to China to compete. So they took the opportunity to come back. There is one of the world's top snipers in the Yummy team. Her real name is Mary. She is a female sniper. It is said that no one can survive under her gun. She can shoot at most 2 shots. Whether it is a level 3 head or a level 3 armor. Death suddenly. At the beginning of the game, random mode selection began, and finally the cooperative mode was used to participate in the competition, which was also within Xinyi's expectations. At the beginning of the game, Xinyi and the others' first choice was Jing City, because Jing City is currently the fattest city in the desert mode, because here there are not only many factories and warehouses, but also high-rise buildings and discs. And the second boxing gym in the entire map is also located here, and they don't need to search a large area. They only need to search the warehouse, and they will basically be very rich. Moreover, they are also close to San Martin. San Martin is Xinyi's favorite ambush point. This place also belongs to a city center. There are small houses in the center, and large warehouses, and factories on the edge of the city. It is also a very rich resource point. The most important point is that because he is far away from the aircraft route, the threat from the enemy can be greatly reduced. Xinyi and the others jumped directly to Well City, and began the first wave of searching for supplies. Returning to the classic mode, Xinyi and the others escaped the zombie attack. I even felt a little bit lucky in my heart. The zombie mode was really too difficult to develop. So even though it was exciting and the audience liked it very much, it was still forced to be taken off the shelves by players. After all, the difficulty level was too high, and the number of thrills was too high, which could easily have a bad impact on the players. So they were ordered out. Xinyi and the others jumped to Jingcheng to search for supplies from some factories. Because time was tight, they had to speed up. System. Player Team Yummy team has found a cooperative team. Please pay attention to all players.
How come they started cooperating so quickly? You must know that once they start cooperating, it means that 4 of us will fight against 8 of them. And that does not include other professional teams.
When Jiangwu heard the news, he realized the disadvantage to Xinyi and the others. So he asked Xinyi about his next plan.
It doesn't matter. The competition has just started now. They formed an alliance so quickly just to establish our prestige. Ignore them. When the finals come, only one of them will be able to cooperate with each other in the end. They won't do this.
Silly things,
Xinyi said to the team members reassuringly. So everyone started searching for supplies again, and Xinyi quickly found weapons that were beneficial to them. Level 3 armor, and the continuous fire high-damage sniper rifle M2. This gun was usually hidden deeply. If Lingfeng hadn't given them a desert guide a few days ago, they wouldn't have been able to find such a good weapon. Lingfeng also guided Jiangwu and Han Xiaomu to the probabilities of the locations of various high-end materials for their reference. This really helped Xinyi and the others. So with the help of Lingfeng, they quickly gathered the supplies they needed. And then, they successfully found a vehicle on the roadside, and prepared to leave here and approach the center. After all, This place was far away from the safe zone and was not conducive to an ambush. Shin-Yi and the others' next target is a mansion. The mansion not only covers a very large area, but also has a lot of materials and is very rich. Moreover, this is a city with many buildings and scattered small houses. The resources are not very rich, but there are a lot of top-level materials. Especially the third-level headgear is a very common thing. It is a place similar to the school in the old map, and the military base where the Yummy team is located. This place is in the upper right corner of the map. They will definitely move to a safe place when the opportunity comes. They will not stay at the military base any longer. Moreover, the gunfire at the military base is getting smaller and smaller. It seems that the people around it has been almost killed by the Yummy team and his cooperative team. At this time, the opportunity for Shin-Yi and the others came. They had to find a place where they could ambush as soon as possible, and then designated the target. They waited until the Yummy team entered the safe zone before attacking, so as to ensure the kill rate. Shin-Yi and the others arrived at the mansion immediately. It was obvious that the mansion was empty and had been searched by the enemy. Now Shin-Yi and the others must observe carefully in case there are still people inside who have not left the mansion and are ambushing inside. After all, the terrain of the mansion is complex, and it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. So Shin-Yi decided to slowly touch it from the side to observe the situation, and asked Han Xiaomu to use a high-end magnification lens to observe from a high place on the periphery to see if there were any snipers ambushing him. Shin-Yi slowly sneaked over and came to the window outside the mansion. He slowly turned on the probe function and looked at the situation inside, but found no one. Chapter 184 Acting Rashly. So Shin-Yi jumped in directly. Unexpectedly, as soon as Shin-Yi entered, he was passing by the stairs on the second floor and found two people squatting. It seemed that they wanted to ambush. So Shin-Yi turned on the microphone and said to them, "Don't come in yet. There is an ambush inside. There are two of them at the moment." Han Xiaomu observed with a high-power lens and suddenly saw a figure and said, "I saw one on the top floor of the mansion. He was still wearing a ghillie suit. It looked like he had just picked up an airdrop. Be careful with their guns. They are very lethal. It's huge. I can't hit the guy upstairs for the time being. He found a hidden position in a triangle. His head can't be seen at all. I want to change directions. I need Chatterbox to cover me. I'll take care of the guy above first. Shin-Yi, you then deal with the people inside." As Han Xiaomu spoke, he slowly put away his gun, adopted a crawling posture, and slowly moved to a small room outside the mansion. The toilet. There was only a small window in it, but it was unbiased, and he could just see the person upstairs. Helmet. However, the man was using a safety 3-stage head. From this angle, he could only fire one shot, and the rest would only allow Shin-Yi to win with speed. Shin-Yi squatted under the window he had just jumped in, not daring to move rashly, because at this distance, as long as he moved, there would be footprints on the map. Shin-Yi said, "Okay, Han Xiaomu, be careful. You can knock him down with one shot and give him more damage. Then I will try to use the time he has to spray medicine to get rid of them, and then go to replace the snipers. There are only snipers in this one." 3 people were found, but I think there should be someone hiding in a room on the 1st or 3rd floor. Jiang Wu, I leave this hidden danger to you. Get rid of him. Jiang Wu moved slowly and said, "No problem. Han Xiaomu, you must aim and try to knock out half of his health with one shot, so that he can use time-consuming medicines such as first aid kits or adrenaline. Shin-Yi must plan the time without any deviation." Han Xiaomu looked at the time, aimed at the camera, turned on the advanced magnification and laser sight, aimed at the opposite side with the highest accuracy, then loaded the bullets and fired directly. Han Xiaomu successfully hit the target with a headshot. The man was knocked out of half of his health. Shin-Yi immediately seized the opportunity and took advantage of them to pass by. He quickly jumped down the stairs and shot one of them from behind. Box. Before the other person could react, he beat Shin-Yi randomly. Shin-Yi moved flexibly, bypassing all their blind spots and buildings, and came directly to the position closest to the enemy. Shin-Yi directly changed to a melee sniper, quickly taking aim. One shot broke his level 3 armor, and he was quickly knocked to the ground. Shin-Yi didn't have time to shoot again, because he still had one more thing to deal with. That was the sniper upstairs. He wanted to let him know that there was another person below. A teammate awaits his rescue. He would not escape easily, so Shin-Yi did not use the stairs to go up, which would have been too big a target. Shin-Yi found the window balcony on the 2nd floor. Shen Yi jumped up directly through the narrow steps on the balcony. Then he adjusted his position, jumped, climbed the wall, and quickly reached the top of the third floor of the mansion. Shen Yi searched carefully. It was discovered that the sniper had replenished his medicine and was about to go down to rescue the man who was knocked down by Shen Yi and used as bait. Shen Yi slowly followed him. When the man came down the stairs and was about to help him up, Shen Yi opened the magnifying glass from behind, aimed at the head, and shot the head with a bang. With a perfect hit, that person was eliminated directly. Shen Yi quickly eliminated the 3 people in a short time. The chatty people all exclaimed, "Captain Shen, your speed is much faster. It's amazing. Captain Shen, I found someone on the first floor who wanted to escape. He should be in the same team as those 3 people. I'm looking for an opportunity now to prepare to annihilate him." Jiangwu found traces at the gate of the first floor. Kai Mai and Shen Yi said, "Be careful. I'll go down immediately to support you. The chatty boy will pick up their available supplies, and then go to meet Han Xiaomu. They are about to shrink." Shen Yi said as he went downstairs. "Yes." Jiangwu closed the door directly, placed a lot of grenades and detonators outside the door, and waited for the man to come out, then used his gun to detonate them. I saw that the man must have panicked, and he started running around randomly, as if he didn't know what to do. If Jiangwu rushes in now, that person will discover his whereabouts in advance, which is not conducive to his actions, so he can only lure him out. The man suddenly rushed out of the door. Jiangwu saw the opportunity coming, so he took the gun in his hand, quickly opened the magnifier and red dot sight, immediately aimed at the grenade on the ground, and fired. In an instant, a ball of sparks exploded, quickly surrounded him. He was directly blown to the ground and quickly turned into a box. Jiangwu successfully eliminated the last person. After they cleaned the battlefield, the poison was almost coming. Now it was the last poison circle. They could only go to the safe area via vehicle. But this last full circle will definitely be very eye-catching if you use a vehicle to go there. Moreover, the final safe zone has been shrunk to a very central position. Shen Yi made a temporary decision to go to Sin City first. Sin City. This is the entire map. The exact center. Similar to P City on the old map. It has very rich supplies. And there is also a boxing gym, which is currently the toughest place on the entire map. 20 or 30 people will often jump here together at the beginning of the game. Sin City is also a source of resources, the most abundant points. Moreover, it is a place with the strongest ambush ability. Once someone occupies the high ground here, their chance of success will be greatly improved. But there are advantages and disadvantages. There are many housing areas there, and the houses are distributed in a maze shape. Once someone enters one of the houses, even if they find the footprints on the map, it is impossible to successfully find the enemy's location. So time is critical. Shen Yi and the others decided to take a gamble because this is a resurrection match and Ling Feng has no right to participate. But before the match, Ling Feng has done a lot of strategic planning for this desert mode. So Shen Yi wanted to give it a try and drive directly to Sin City. Although there are still 8 members of the Yummy team and the team they cooperated with. But Shen Yi guessed that they would definitely not act collectively. So it was still possible for Shen Yi and the others to go over and occupy them directly. Moreover, the distance between the centers of the last circle had been shortened to a very short distance. Even if they were discovered, they would not be wiped out. Game commentator. Now the resurrection match has entered a fierce stage. We can see that Shen Yi and his team are now in a 4-on-8 situation. So we will wait and see whether they can create another miracle. Chapter 185, The Ordinary Road. Audience. It seems that Shen Yi is in doubt this time. They have 8 professional masters. They have experienced the trauma of the last competition again. It is estimated that their resurrection competition will be over. Audience. What are you talking about? I saw that they played very seriously and intensely in this game. Besides, the matter has been clarified. I believe they can make it to the finals. Now the poison is coming soon. This last poison is the most powerful poison and cannot be solved by ordinary drugs. So Shen Yi and the others must be quick. So Shen Yi drove faster, walking through forests and bridges, giving up the fastest ordinary road. Fortunately, they did not find any enemies blocking the bridge on the bridge. They arrived at Suicheng smoothly, and there was no gunshots in Suicheng at this time. It seems that the Yummy team and the team they cooperate with have not played together, and their ultimate goal should be Shen Yi and his team. Then they fought to the death again. Shen Yi and the others abandoned their car on the roadside, and then chose to enter on foot for the last 100 meters, which was safer. Shen-Yi and the others first went to explore the bottom with the chatty boy, but found no trace of anyone. Shen-Yi felt very strange. And now it was the last circle. How could there be no one? Where could they go? Shen-Yi was thinking about it, and suddenly thought of a battle a few days ago, which was also the same situation. Could it be that they also used the method of running poison to fight for reinforcements? Shen-Yi came outside the drug circle alone, found a hidden place to observe, and asked the chatty boy and the others to continue to guard there, just in case. Shen-Yi came to the outermost edge of the poison circle, laid down, took out a high-end scope and sniper rifle, and then moved forward in the most concealed way, slowly moving outside the circle. Shen-Yi took out the 8-fold scope and took a look all around. Suddenly, there was a small sound of moving lawns in the earphones, and Shen-Yi stopped immediately. From this, he concluded that they must be here, but they were well hidden. It seemed that they had taken all the auspicious suits in the airdrop, so no trace of them was found. Shen-Yi slowly moved to the place where the sound was the loudest, then lay down and took out the magnifying glass. He was shocked. As soon as he opened the magnifying glass, a 3-level bag appeared in front of him. He's all straight ahead. There was a person wearing a ghillie suit lying down. As Shen-Yi expected, they were using this method just like the last team. Shen-Yi now thought that he would hold them back first. Otherwise it would be difficult to find them again if they ran away, and then let the chatty boy and others come to support him. Shen-Yi loaded the bullets, took the gun, checked the magnification, and was about to get up to snipe. Shen-Yi slowly took out a shock bomb from his backpack, but it blew up several other people wearing ghillie suits. And then Shen-Yi, it's better to judge better. Shen-Yi threw the shock bomb into the distance. When it exploded, several gunshots were heard immediately. All 3 people wearing ghillie suits quickly stood up. At this moment, Shen-Yi stood up immediately, holding a repeating high-damage rifle SKS. They fired quickly. Because the attack was so sudden, they didn't react. They only focused on detecting the direction of the explosive bomb, not paying any attention to Shen-Yi behind him. Shen-Yi directly accelerated his speed and fired quickly to eliminate the 2 auspicious suits. Immediately afterwards, Shen-Yi moved around the stone bunker while moving with snake skin. The man spotted Shen-Yi and reacted without having time to change his gun. He quickly picked up the sniper rifle and shot Shen-Yi. But Shen-Yi, who moved flexibly, dodged them. At this time, Chatterbox Boy, Han Xiaomu, Jiang Wu and others who noticed the sound of the gunshot also quickly heard the sound and came over. They and Shen-Yi attacked the man from the front and back, and he had no way out. Shen-Yi immediately changed his gun, took out the pan, quickly accelerated his pace, jumped directly over the stone bunker, bypassed the haystacks and trees, and came to where he was with him. Less than a few meters away, Shen-Yi raised the frying pan high and slammed it directly on the man's 3rd-level head. In an instant, the 3rd-level head exploded. The man had no time to react or change his gun, just holding a sniper rifle and shooting back and forth. Shen-Yi easily bypassed him, and then quickly gave him the final blow with a pan, and was wiped out again. Game commentator.
Another critical hit. Another 1-on-4 group annihilation. Shen-Yi's performance this time was surprisingly good. The critical hit rate has reached 70%, which is really incredible.
Shen-Yi went to join the chatty boy and the others. He was about to pick up supplies and go to Sin City. After all, they were outside the safe zone and were very dangerous. But suddenly a bullet came and hit Han Xiaomu directly. He was instantly killed. Half-blood. Shen-Yi shouted.
Hidden. Find cover. It looks like they are from Yummy's team. They are probably behind you. Cover Han Xiaomu first and use the medicine. And then the chatty boy throws grenades to suppress them first. Okay.
The chatty boy threw many grenades in succession, and bursts of explosions gave them a little time. Shen-Yi quickly arrived at Han Xiaomu's location, found a small bunker, and turned on the probe function. Observing the situation, they came from Sin City. It seemed that they heard the gunshots here. Shen-Yi retracted the probe function, and then threw a smoke bomb to their right front, closer to the safe zone. Let the chatty boy and the others quickly go to that location to cover and break out. Now Han Xiaomu has also recovered his health. Shen-Yi and Jiang Wu are slowly approaching them, because the time for the smoke bomb is running out. They just move forward a few steps, seeing that those people were about to pounce. Shen-Yi took the shock bombs and grenades and threw them all at once, and then used the time difference between them to quickly run to the bunker closest to them. Shen-Yi turned on the microphone and said to Jiang Wu,
"You are in charge of the 2 on the left and the 2 on my right. Let's act together to make them confused first.
Talkative and Han Xiaomu. You will cover us and try to prevent them from discovering us. Distance. Okay.
Chatterbox and Han Xiaomu fired intensively from a distance to attract their firepower. And then Han Xiaomu took advantage of her sniping. A shot hit the enemy, who was exposed outside and was about to break out, while Chatterbox continued to disrupt their sight and hearing with grenades. Shen Yi and Jiang Wu saw that the time had come. The man injured by Han Xiaomu was receiving treatment. Now he was their weakest link. Shen Yi and Jiang Wu rushed over with continuous sniper fire in hand. After all, to deal with such high defense energy, ordinary rifles are definitely not enough. Shen Yi and Jiang Wu rushed out together, shooting as they rushed, and quickly eliminated one of the people who was spraying the medicine. Shen Yi bypassed the bunker and quickly put away the gun. Chapter 186: The icing on the cake. He took out a smoke bomb and exploded it quickly in the center of them. Then Shen Yi used the power of the smoke bomb to rush over, holding a gun to identify the enemy through footsteps and sniping blindly. Shen Yi stood at the outermost edge and carefully looked at the small map to identify the enemy's direction. He picked up the gun in his hand and slowly aimed at the target. When the target was close, Shen Yi struck hard and quickly hit the target. After being knocked to the ground, Shen Yi took advantage of the smoke bomb to move closer to Jiang Wu, using the sound of footsteps to confuse his opponent. Jiang Wu also used a super aiming to successfully shoot and knock down one person. Now only the last person remains. Now the surroundings were filled with smoke. Shen Yi and Jiang Wu shuttled through the smoke, relying on their tacit understanding over the years. The two quickly found the specific location of the person. The two people quickly stood up, found the correct position, shot directly, successfully knocked down, and successfully won the chicken. The game was finally over. Shen Yi and the others defeated the others. Shen Yi and the others also successfully won the resurrection match and could advance to the finals. They could finally fight Zhang Yao again and win their own victory. The chatty boy enjoyed the cheers and every second of being on this stage, because this was a victory they had finally won. A hard-earned opportunity. They successfully caught it and lived up to expectations, and the audience cheered happily for them. Game commentator. Our 8-1 resurrection match today has finally come to an end. The winner is the team led by Shen Yi from the Sniper Club standing next to me. They won this match as a team that has just come out of the limelight. Let us ask them what they think about this competition. Actually, I have clarified the rumors that were caused on the internet last time at the press conference, so the matter has been completely clear. But what I want to say again is that our team has no adulteration at all. We rely on our strength to win every game. So this is what we try our best to win. And it is also an explanation to all the viewers. We will definitely work hard to defeat the our team led by Zhang Yao this time. Let me explain the insult he brought to our team before. This also proves that we have nothing to do with Zhang Yao. Shen Yi took the microphone and calmly spoke to the audience, also giving Zhang Yao a reminder. Game host. Okay. Then we announce again that this 8-1 resurrection competition officially organized by the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game has come to a successful conclusion. The winner is the representative of our military model club. Let us applaud like this and send our best wishes again. Give it to them and look forward to their wonderful performance in the finals. Thunderous applause erupted from the scene, and Chen Qing's resurrection match came to an end. They finally got a spot to advance to the finals. It was a life and death battle. They had already lost 2 games in a row to Zhang Yao. Therefore, Shen Yi will not miss this last opportunity. He must give Zhang Yao a hard blow and will never let them underestimate their sniper club again. Although he was sure of victory in the Easter match, they were not proud and continued to increase the intensity of training for the match. The company's affairs are almost settled. The last scandals and rumors have been greatly suppressed, and online comments have slowly recovered. The photos of their victory in the Easter match were also re-released on the website, and everything was back on track. Therefore, Li Yuner specially prepared a celebration banquet for them. And by the way, the welcome party that was due to the cold wind last time was added together. Li Yuner also specially invited his friends, who specially prepared the press conference materials for him last time to celebrate together for his success in entering the finals. Come! Let's toast to this Easter victory together. Cheers! Come on! Cheers! Everyone drank to their heart's content. Han Xiaomu picked up the wine glass and walked to Lingfeng and said, Lingfeng, I want to formally say sorry to you. I was all to blame for the last game. I was also the one who made you let everyone down. Such condemnation makes me feel very sad these days. So I hope you can forgive me. Han Xiaomu is actually having a hard time these days. So maybe she will feel better now if she finds an opportunity to say it in front of everyone.
Lung Feng was also startled, stood up and said quickly,
Sister Xiaomu, you don't have to be like this. In fact, I also had my reasons for this matter. But now everything is past. We are all together now. Since I came to the Sniper Club, I feel a warmth that I have never experienced before. So starting from today, let's all work together and move towards the championship. Well said. Look at how well informed Lung Feng is. Don't take it too seriously, Han Xiaomu. Everyone is responsible for this matter. However, if it weren't for this matter, wouldn't we all have such trust in Lung Feng? Wouldn't we? This can be considered a blessing in disguise.
The chatty boy raised his glass and came to Han Xiaomu, signaling for him to go back.
Okay. Then let's all work hard together from now on. Good.
So everyone was laughing and having fun together again. Li Yun'er told everyone a good news here.
Today, here, I want to announce a good news about the next finals. The game official last time through the influence of Shen Yi's scandal. We have recruited a lot of bad guys into the Sniper Club. So this time, a special link has been added to the finals. Just like the rematch, we can add foreign aid. That is, off-field assistance. Which means Lin Feng can fight side by side with you again. I think with a strategic master like Lung Feng, your victory should be the icing on the cake.
The news brought by Li Yun'er is very important. Lung Feng's strategic ability is indeed very powerful. If it hadn't been for a small situation last time, they would have won in the end. Shen Yi was also overjoyed when he heard the news and said,
That's great. Lung Feng, you have to do a good job in game strategy this time. Help us win this tough battle, and then enter the international championship. No problem. It's up to me.
So everyone spent a very pleasant night laughing and playing. Although they celebrated and relaxed after the victory in the Easter match, it was time for formal training. Everyone is still very serious and doing their own thing. No one dares to relax. And after all these twists and turns, everyone trusts each other. And also trusts Lin Feng, who has experienced changes with them. Now the war is imminent. Everyone also trained according to the game plan and strategy formulated by Lung Feng and Shen Yi's combat plan. Chapter 187 Battle Plan. Shen Yi also asked Lung Feng to refer to the game announcement of the online homepage again and make corresponding game strategies and decisions. During a training session, Shen Yi asked Lung Feng to explain to everyone the main game strategies for the selected mode of the competition announcement.
Everyone has also seen that the game mode selected for this finals is to choose between Hot Air Balloon mode and the latest Special Operations mode. Do you have any useful suggestions?
If there are no objections, we will let Lung Feng explain it and ask everyone if you have any questions. Then we will proceed to the finals mode based on Lung Feng's battle plan.
No one had any objections. So Lung Feng took the PPT he had prepared and went on stage to explain the game plan. Lung Feng pointed at the computer and said to everyone,
Based on my experience a few days ago, I carefully investigated the probability issues of these two models. The current probability of audience voting on the website clearly illustrates the strategic choice of this model. A hot air balloon pattern is highly unlikely, because the hot air balloon mode was mainly created through the Valentine's Day playing during this period. Except for the addition of the bonus point function of the hot air balloon, there are no other changes. So I think there is a great choice for the finals mode this time. It's possible that it's a Special Forces combat mode.
Shen Yi thought for a while and said,
Yes, that's right. I think so too. If you turn on the hot air balloon mode in the finals, it will definitely not be as interesting as the Special Forces mode. So everyone must focus on practicing in the Special Forces mode. Although the announcement gave a partial introduction to the gameplay, what they gave only scratched the surface and was far from our standards. As far as I know, this Special Operations mode is a new gameplay launched by the Peace Elite Creative Workshop. The most basic map they use is still an island map. The difference is that there are 4 different advanced units in this game. We can choose according to each person's specialties. How to choose is to rely on the special equipment dropped from the ground to be upgraded to different arms. There are special props such as circles, squares, and triangles that can enhance the level of arms. Lung Feng also opened the PPT he made and explained each gameplay method to everyone in a concise way based on pictures.
The newly updated Special Operations mode is completely different from the normal gameplay. Everyone has their own skills and units. The first one is the Assault Trooper. This one is more suitable for players who are good at charging. The skill he possesses is that he can increase his movement speed in a short period of time. And he can recover a certain amount of health every time he knocks down or eliminates. I think you must master this Assault Trooper Jiang Wu well. This can be said to be the frontline combat force. So as soon as you parachute to the ground, you must immediately start your weapon search.
Yeah, no problem. Although I'm not familiar with it. It shouldn't be a big problem,
Jiangwu said confidently. Shani added,
not only that, once you encounter Zhang Yao's team, you must not confront them head-on. Okay.
But what you need to pay attention to in Jianwu is that the assault soldiers also have weaknesses. If hard steel is used on a relatively wide flat ground, then the combat effectiveness of the assault troops will be greatly weakened. Because in an environment without terrain and bunkers, the high skills of the commandos will be limited. Even if you move faster, once you quickly encounter masters like Zhang Yao and his team, it is easy to be eliminated by concentrated fire from other enemies. In this way, this skill is equivalent to having no effect. Therefore, your choice of location is very important. It is best for you to choose to fight guerrilla warfare in towns and jungles, rather than confront the enemy head-on in open terrain. Whether it is fighting in the jungle or fighting in a residential area, the commando also has a very prominent advantage. That is, it can maintain the most powerful skill continuity. This skill can restore 10% of HP after the assault knocks down or eliminates competitors. Therefore, in actual combat, the assault can ask the medics in the team to replenish energy before the battle begins. Wait until your health is replenished, and then use your own skills to devote yourself more fully to the battle.
Okay. Remember, I will choose the favorable terrain that suits me to fight.
Jiangwu felt that Lingfeng really made this plan carefully, and did it in every detail, and was very comprehensive in every aspect. Lingfeng continued,
the second and most important mobile soldier.
The mobile soldier is not only the backbone of the entire team, but his most important aspect is that he has the dual combat function of medical treatment and charge. He can also kill the enemy acquires advantageous weapons. That's the hook. Not only can this hook move quickly, it can also use the jet jump function when jumping down from the roof. So you won't lose any health even if you fall from a high place. This must be given to our Captain Shin. I believe that Captain Shin can handle this role well.
Well, no problem. I got a rough idea of the scope of this mobile unit last night and the organization bug that just appeared in the game. It's indeed Captain Shin. He's just extraordinary,
Han Xiaomu said jokingly.
Listen well, if you still can't win this game, you have something to play with.
Han Xiaomu lowered his head and said helplessly.
Okay. Among them, I will explain the most difficult skill to control among mobile soldiers. That is, the core of mobile soldiers is the hook. This hook is suitable for ordinary professional players. That is, people who are not familiar with the game. It has only one purpose, which is to climb. However, climbing is only the most basic skill, although there are many high points that cannot be reached in the island mode, such as the roof of the research institute, the top of the airport, and the top of the bridge. Wait, these are places where we usually ambush, so these places can be easily accessed with the hook. In addition to climbing, the hook skill has many functions. In terms of speed, it can transfer quickly. There is also anti-fall. When we land from a high place, if we want to continue moving forward without losing any health, we can use the hook on the ground below, and we can quickly move without losing any health. Landed. The last one is to fight at a close point. This is also the way you are best at. Captain Shin. At that time, you can use the hook to attack according to the specific situation. However, this requires very high skills. Once you make a mistake, it is very likely that you will be killed. All previous efforts were wasted. Chapter 188, the final counterattack. However, this mobile soldier is also a very useful skill in the early stage of the battle. In the later stage, I recommend Team Shin that you can choose to replace it with other skills, especially in the finals. The assault medic is relatively powerful in the breakout.
Sister Xiaomu, it's your turn this time. As for you, I know that your sniper ability is very strong, so this first aid soldier is very suitable for you. When you fall, you must pick it up as quickly as possible. This first aid soldier can not only launch remotely medical shots to rescue teammates, it can also help the rescued teammates restore their basic health points to ensure that they can quickly continue fighting. And the most important thing is that he can achieve instant emergency medical treatment, which is very useful in concentrated attacks, especially the medical gun, which can instantly pull up teammates from a long distance, speed up the rescue, and effectively increase the team's time limit. It is definitely an indispensable backbone in the entire game. As for you, Han Xiaomu, you have flexible thinking and high accuracy, so you're the perfect fit, and you can do your sniper shooting in addition to medical assistance. However, the terrain has a greater impact on the first responders' combat. So when you are rescuing teammates, you need to pay attention to finding bunkers to avoid enemies. In addition, I recommend Han Xiaomu that you can bring 2 different firearms. One is the sniper rifle you often use, and the other, I think it is best for you to use a fully automatic rifle for shooting. At the beginning of the game when there are fewer enemies, you can use the quick rescue function of the medical pistol to rescue teammates from a distance. Moreover, when the game is launched, the energy replenishment function of the medical pistol can be used to restore the health of teammates when the team is short of medicine. In the final showdown, as long as you rescue a teammate, you can get 50% of your health to speed up shooting damage to your opponent. So this is very important and very dangerous. So protecting yourself is the most important thing. Han Xiaomu asked in confusion.
But didn't the announcement say that 1 military type was added and it became 5 military types? Now it only said 3.
What about the last 2? The last 2 are all controlled by the chatty boy. One is an engineer who can defend. When dueling with others, he can use a tactical shield to completely block enemy attacks. At the same time, he can provide comprehensive maintenance supplies for vehicles. The last one is the newly added logistics soldier, who is good at logistics supply. In this game mode, this should be the least skilled soldier. So I chose a 2-in-1 with the engineer soldier for the chatty boy. In this new mode, a landmark has been added, which is the maintenance shop and manufacturing factory. These are only for logistics soldiers. They can use their own tool tables to build level 3 armor or level 3 heads. Hey, can you give me an assault trooper? This doesn't highlight my strength.
The chatty boy complained.
This is very suitable for you. In the entire combat plan, the greatest skill of the engineers is the protective shield. During the battle, when you need to change guns or throw grenades, or when you can't resist, you can place one in front of you. Giant shield. It can block the sniper rifle bullets of any enemy directly in front. And when the energy is replenished, it can also store 3 large shields. That's right, chatty boy. We will have to rely on your 3 shields when the time comes.
Jiangwu patted the chatty boy on the shoulder and said,
Yeah, with such a powerful skill, you still don't like this or that.
Han Xiaomu also said to the talkative boy,
You chatty boy, don't underestimate this shield. This shield can highlight his power even more in the poison circle, as long as you hide behind the shield. Especially the 3 shields. You don't have to worry about being hit by the opponent's rifle or sniper bullets.
Hit. And you can also find opportunities to attack the opponent. The safety factor is very high. That way, no matter where you shoot, it will not be easy to hit the opponent immediately. You can also use your grenades and shock bombs for the final counterattack. Okay. Let's just take these 2. I can still rely on my grenade to blow them up,
the chatty boy said with a proud look on his face.
Okay. Now that everyone understands the combat mode of this new mode, I hope everyone will do their best in tomorrow's game. Let us win the championship trophy together and give Zhang Yao and his team a big impact.
Shen Yi stood up to cheer everyone up. He said with high spirits,
Okay, let's work hard together. Tomorrow I will definitely use my full strength to help you win.
Lung Feng said.
That's right. With Captain Shen as a powerful attacker and Ling Feng as a strategic master, what should we be afraid of?
Han Xiaomu also stood up and said to encourage them.
That's right. Come on.
In this way, on the eve of the game, everyone worked together to apply all the tactics and strategies of this game. Shen Yi also asked everyone to go back and rest early so that they can compete for the championship tomorrow. When Shen Yi was finally sorting out the club information, when he was about to leave, he saw that the lights in the conference room upstairs had not been turned off. When Shen Yi went up to turn off the lights, he saw Lung Feng sitting in the conference room, looking at the computer, with his hands on what is written. Shen Yi asked doubtfully,
Lung Feng, why haven't you gone home yet? It's so late. Oh, I also want to see if there are any gaps and fill them in. Just in case. It's so late. Go back quickly. You have made such a detailed strategic plan. There must be no big problems. If there are any problems, I will solve them. Go back quickly. There is still a game tomorrow.
Shen Yi didn't expect Lung Feng to take this game so seriously. It seemed that Lung Feng and Shen Yi had not misjudged him.
Okay, I'll go back after watching this announcement video. Captain Shen, you can go back. You've been tired from training today. I'll turn on the switch later.
Lung Feng said low to Shen Yi and continued to work.
Okay, don't work too hard. We are here.
Shen Yi's big brother-like words moved Lung Feng very much.
Good.
The next day, the finals finally came.
Shen-Yi and the others had gone through so much and finally arrived at the finals. This was a life-or-death battle between them and Zhang Yao's team. Each of them secretly vowed to play this game well and win their championship trophy. Game host. Finally, we have arrived at the Dolphin Cup Finals, the official competition of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds exciting battlefield. Today, what is different from the past is that our competition only has 2 teams competing. Let us welcome you with warm applause. They enter. The first team is from our old friend, the art team led by Zhang Yao, who came all the way to advance. Let us welcome them. Chapter 189 Uproar. Not long after he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the scene. Zhang Yao and his team had already accumulated a lot of popularity since they came back, and because they defeated Shen-Yi and his Sniper Club team in the last game. And there were also rumors of an affair with Shen-Yi. It was really a combination of black fans and die-hard fans. So there are some who welcome them, and some who are very resistant to them. I saw Zhang Yao and his team walking into the venue in a majestic and arrogant manner, looking very arrogant and like a winner. Game host. Let us invite the often dark horse in the game, the team led by Shen-Yi, the first team under the name of the Sniper Club, to enter the venue. Shen-Yi and his team successfully entered the venue, and the applause upon entering was definitely no less than that of Zhang Yao's team. After all, Shen-Yi and his team still have a lot of audience base. Even though the scandal with Zhang Yao made a fuss a few days ago, he also deliberately lost the game because he was misunderstood by others in order to win Zhang Yao's change of heart. However, after a series of support and help from Shen-Yi and everyone, Kadong finally made the truth come out. Of course, the audience also recognized Shen-Yi's ability and character. Therefore, the internet unanimously believed that this incident was done deliberately by the Navy and others. Fortunately, this incident did not affect Shen-Yi too much. The audience at the scene was still full of hope for Shen-Yi and the others. And Shen-Yi secretly made up his mind. We must not live up to their expectations and their applause. We must win the entire game. Game host. The following game we are going to use is a 2-for-1 random mode. After the background random selection mode and online audience voting, the final mode is the Special Forces Combat mode. This is because this is a new game we opened. So 24 hours before the start, we have issued game-related announcements and a general gameplay introduction to the players. So the players should have time to prepare in advance. Next, I announce that our game will start immediately. This game can be said to be a phenomenal game. So the auditorium for this game is already full of people, and there are no empty seats. Shen-Yi and the others had moved from the lounge to the competition venue. The game competition was about to begin. They began to adjust the equipment to ensure that the equipment was in good condition. At the beginning of the game, because the Special Forces Combat mode is still based on the Island mode, the skydiving must be based on this mode as the prerequisite for parachuting at the beginning. Shen-Yi and the others immediately chose Peace City as soon as they parachuted. As the old place, Lung Feng could provide guidance as a foreign aid. So Lung Feng thought that for the sake of safety, let them try to be as safe as possible in the first step. Although Zhang Yao was the only one to fight, they had to be careful. As soon as Shen-Yi and the others jumped down, tags for them to choose from immediately appeared on the ground. Shen-Yi and the others followed their previous agreement, and everyone chose their own tags. So they got used to the labels they chose in advance. Then carefully observed and tried them out, and then started searching for supplies. Shen-Yi and the others searched for supplies in Peace City, but found no powerful professional masters in Peace City. Instead, it was a military base, and the gunfire never stopped. Try to go to the hillside as much as possible. The view there is wider, and you can also adapt your skills in advance. In comparison, the terrain on the hillside is more suitable for ambush and gun shooting. Lung Feng carefully observed the direction of most of the enemies at the top of the screen and found that they should be safe for the time being. So he took this opportunity to let them practice. Because in mountainous jungles, although the overall terrain is not complicated, the undulating terrain not only blocks the Special Forces' vision, but also limits the mobility of the Special Forces to a certain extent. In this kind of environment, assault troops with high mobility can use their skills, and then use the acceleration effect provided by the skills to try to achieve rapid maneuvers and transfers, making it difficult for the enemy to lock their position. Letting them enter this area in this way is also to prepare for the following competition. If it comes to the finals, the safety zone shrinks to the hillside area, and they have not practiced and become familiar with it. They will easily suffer a loss. Just when Shen-Yi and the others were practicing, a vehicle suddenly appeared on the map, and the sound sounded like a jeep. Shen-Yi immediately told them to crawl on alert. Shen moved forward and found that they were parked near the mountainside, inside the room area. It seemed that they also came to pick up supplies, and the equipment they wore did not look like professional masters. Shen signaled the team members to prepare to take them down in one fell swoop. Before they discovered Shen and the others could also try them skills. Moreover, the surrounding raised terrain and trees and other bunkers could provide good cover for them. Shen deliberately fired a shot, and then immediately carried out a quick transfer and ambush after the first shot. Shen asked the chatty boy to stand on the enemy's side. Attack again. Since all of Shen skills, that is, the assault trooper has a movement speed bonus, it is difficult for even experienced enemies to predict his movement direction. Therefore, Shen can launch a surprise attack at an unpredictable time. The people in the opposite room came out immediately, but they were surrounded by Shen skills and had no way of starting. Just as they were shooting, the chatty boy hiding nearby threw a grenade into the room. The two people hiding in the room were directly blown to death. Now there were two people left. When they saw the chatty boy, they immediately changed their targets. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shen asked Han Xiaomu to immediately activate her medical blessing and inject 50% of the health of the chatty boy, who dealt with him. Because in housing areas or towns, due to the existence of buildings and bunkers, the confrontation between special forces combat modes is often more conservative. The enemy will also definitely rely on surrounding houses and bunkers for conservative confrontation. However, both houses and bunkers can only protect one side of the special forces and cannot provide all-round protection without blind spots. At this time, Shen activated another skill of his in order to rescue the chatty boy. That is, he could use his high mobility. When performing a quick transfer, Shen speeds up and uses the sound of footsteps to confuse his opponents. And on the other hand, activates the use of acceleration skills, taking advantage of the time difference. The two opponents in the room had no time to defend. Then Shen motioned to the chatty boy to attack sideways with him. In addition, the enemy is now hiding behind the stuck door, which is not a good location for a headshot. But at this time, mobility skills came in handy. Shen activated the commando skill and used the accelerated sliding shovel to jump directly over the window. Chapter 190 Perfect. Breaking into the room at the lowest angle, catching the stuck enemies off guard and unable to lock on to the target in time. Shen then used the fastest sliding shovel and the lowest posture to quickly pass through their bullet attacks and get behind them, coupled with a flanking attack from the chatty boy in front and the containment of Shen from behind. These two people were directly turned into boxes. As a result, Shen became more familiar with the chatty boy's skills. In this way, they quickly eliminated a team. System. The player's sniper club team used special forces combat skills and successfully destroyed Tony's team. As soon as the news came out, the audience burst into thunderous applause. They applauded Shen and the others for their superb adaptation skills, and were also surprised by their extraordinary speed of adaptation. Now they have almost adapted to it. In the early games, Shen and his teammates cooperated flawlessly, knocking down many of the team's skilled carriers one after another. Now, except for Chatterbox Boy's 3 shields, the other technical staff are almost familiar with it, because if the skill of Chatterbox Boy is not used at the critical moment, other playing methods will be a waste. So Shen decided to use this biggest protective skill until the first gun siege in the finals. Lung Feng seemed to notice something was wrong. So Kai Mai said to Shen and the others, Team Shen, in the entire competition field, you have already eliminated 3 teams, or 12 people. Zhang Yao and the others should have also eliminated a lot of them. But now the system shows that Zhang Yao and the others only killed 1 team, which is not like their combat effectiveness. You don't know. Zhang Yao is already extremely angry after the last scandal, so her only goal now is to kill us. So she will never waste other skill energy on others. She also wants us to get rid of them first, and then she can be the mantis stalking the cicada, leaving the Oriole behind. Shen had been competing with her for so long, and this little thought could still be seen. So he told Lung Feng not to worry too much. As long as they eliminated them in the finals, everything would be won. So they overcame obstacles and were invincible along the way. Shen had the blessing and flexible application of skills. Soon, half of the teams in the entire field were solved by them. Now only they and Zhang Yao's team are left in the entire arena as expected. And now the poisonous circle has only shrunk twice. Shen and the others are no longer in the safe zone. They are now very pressed for time. Although this is not the last poisonous circle, but the poison is also quite powerful. In order to save their health, Shen activated the hook skill. When Shen was running in a circle, He used the hook directly on the ground in front of him, and saw that the hook directly grabbed at least 3 people in the distance. A distance of 100 meters. Then Shen-Yi directly brought other teammates into the skill, and moved his hook quickly, directly bringing Shen-Yi and the others into the safe zone. He directly pulled all his teammates over, which directly reduced their time by half and also reduced the degree of danger. And this is only the second to last circle, not the last safe zone. It seems that they will not be able to compete in the final round. Their range has suddenly increased a lot, making their search more difficult. Shen-Yi could only ask Lang Feng if there was any way to determine their approximate location. Lang Feng said,
I have also noticed this problem. In this way, now that the safe zone has been reduced to the ruins, and there are not too many housing areas here, it is impossible for them to directly enter the housing area to ambush. However, the greatest possibility is not on the hillside, because they must know what we are thinking. And they must think so. So there is only one place left, and that is the stone wall grass pile near the bridge. Not only is it close to the safe zone to ambush, but there are 3 stone walls to block it. And this place is also the only way to get here from the military base. So I concluded that they must be nearby.
Lang Feng's explanation convinced everyone. With their previous interactions, everyone trusted Lang Feng more and more. And Shen-Yi also felt that what he said made sense. So he organized everyone to go and observe. But at the end of the game, Shen-Yi decided to win with speed, relying on Shen-Yi's understanding of Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao will definitely not think that Shen-Yi will come to challenge her. So now Shen-Yi must win with speed. Shen-Yi chose the final speed skill, which is jet jumping. The main application of this skill is to quickly transfer between 2 points. It can be transferred between 2 roofs with a relatively large span, or between containers, and can also be used to prevent falling injuries. At this time, Shen-Yi wanted to avoid the sound of footsteps being discovered by Zhang Yao's team as much as possible. Hiding the footsteps was the best way. So Shen-Yi directly used jet jumping. After crossing the short distance on both sides of the bridge, he jumped directly from the other end of the bridge to the general range mentioned by Lang Feng. Then Shen-Yi took out the hook function, looked directly at the target, threw the hook, and immediately hooked the hook on a stone in the blind corner of the wall on the other side of the bridge. If this place didn't have this special skill, ordinary people wouldn't be able to reach such a high place. So Shen-Yi used his hook skill to quickly approach the bridge. He stood there directly, got down on the ground, and asked the chatty boy on the side to prepare to open his shield at any time. Shen-Yi used the hook to prepare to use the hook to get himself to a position with cover and advantage when he fired the gun at them. Only someone with quick eyesight and quick hands like Shen-Yi could be so concealed. No one expected that Shen-Yi could do it in such a short period of time. It's incredible that he can reach such an advanced state. Shen-Yi's adaptability is also very strong. It is impossible for ordinary people to understand the mysteries of this game the first time they play it. But Shen-Yi did it. Game commentator.
We have seen that Shen-Yi from the Sniper Club has become so proficient in sports skills. And if we switch to the footage of Zhang Yao and his team, we can see that Zhang Yao's team has also entered the safety zone at this time. District. It's just that their direction seems to be in the opposite direction from Shen-Yi and the others. Will they perform the stun of Gongqiang again? How will Shen-Yi and the others counterattack?
Audience.
2 rivals are fighting against each other. It seems like this game is very interesting.
Han Xiaomu, who was in the audience, listened to the audience's comments, rolled his eyes, and whispered,
You are just here to watch the fun. Tay.
Chapter 191 Arrogant and Unreasonable. Shen-Yi and the others were ready for everything. The talkative boy engineer was at the front of Shen-Yi, ready to open his shield at any time. Han Xiaomu is ready to rescue the team members at any time, while Jiangwu is assisting Shen-Yi, taking advantage of his speed in the poisonous circle. At that time in the poisonous circle, once the skills of the engineering soldiers were used, they were very arrogant and unreasonable, especially on such a flat mountainside. The skills of the engineering soldiers were basically invincible, but they still imagined that Zhang Yao and the others also had this skill. So they had to make a foolproof decision, because it was already the final round. Shen-Yi deliberately replaced the skills of the mobile soldiers with the speed advantages of the assault soldiers. Now Han Xiaomu is watching from a high place, reporting the position of Zhang Yao and his team at any time, with Chatterbox guarding them and Jiangwu assisting them. I have to say that this Lang Feng's decision-making is really extraordinary. He has thought of everything he can think of, and it can be said that it is foolproof. Now that the poison circle is getting smaller and smaller, Shen-Yi and the others also adjust their position according to the size of the poison circle at any time. Shen-Yi just moves slowly because it is not convenient to adjust the position at a high place. The poisonous circle finally shrank to the last circle. And Shen Yi and the others were only a few meters away from the poisonous circle.
I saw a figure, but others didn't notice it. The ghillie suit he was wearing was moving towards the center. The direction should be Peace City.
Han Xiaomu observed the enemy situation alone on the high hillside at the outermost edge of the safety zone. And Shen Yi reported,
"Let's shoot and draw them over."
So Shen Yi and the others fired directly together to give them the illusion of fighting. And sure enough, Zhang Yao and the others came over. But after all, Zhang Yao and the others had received very professional training. So it was impossible for them to think of his ordinary team and just rush over without any precautions. Zhang Yao and the others are very careful. They have to test carefully every step they take. Or sometimes when they are not sure, they will test again with grenades. Shen Yi knew that Zhang Yao would never fight an uncertain battle. So Shen Yi also made enough plays with his team members. Zhang Yao and the others were eager for revenge. Even if their team members did not agree, Zhang Yao would force them to agree. I saw them coming slowly. At this time, Lingfeng turned on the microphone and said to Han Xiaomu,
Han Xiaomu is going to gather here a team should to fight together. Jiang Wu, go and lure them here first. And the chatty boy is ready to guard with a shield.
Lingfeng directed their operations meticulously. Shen Yi set up his gun and was ready to fight at any time. Seeing that Zhang Yao and the others were about to come, Jiang Wu and the others also stopped attracting gunshots. Slowly, Zhang Yao seemed to realize that something was wrong. So he prepared to retreat. When Shen Yi saw this, he immediately asked everyone to launch an attack. The gunshots and cannons were fired immediately. Zhang Yao and the others were stunned and Zhang Yao did not retreat. After all, Zhang Yao is also an experienced player. And he also knows that if he retreats at this time, he will definitely be shot to death by Shen Yi and the others. So Zhang Yao and the others chose to fight head-on, because they thought they could escape even if Shen Yi shot an ambush for them. So they and Shen Yi started to use hard guns one after another. Shen Yi knew that one of Zhang Yao's team members was very good at hard guns. He was once the popular champion of the gun. So Shen Yi and their guns only temporarily confused them. The purpose was to make them think that they were about to win. Zhang Yao used his mobile soldier skills to launch an attack. Speed skills. He quickly broke through Jiang Wu's attack. The remaining few people also used their engineering skills to defend against Shen Yi's attack. But Shen Yi and the others have not used the skills yet, because every skill here has a time limit. So once they are used directly, it means that they will have a little time vacancy. This is also one of Lingfeng and Shen Yi's strategies, which is to let Zhang Yao and the others use all their time-limited skills as soon as possible. Then Shen Yi can directly use their skills during their vacant time. Use Shen Yi's skills, and leave them with no way to use their skills. Game commentator.
What are Shen Yi and the others planning to do? Oh my god! They have seen the time limit of this game, and they are using the time gap to prepare to catch them all.
Audience.
It's incredible. You can think of such a method. You are really wise and brave. It seems that the outcome of this battle has been decided. But it's a pity that Zhang Yao and the others probably won't know what's going on until they die. They deserve it. Who keeps them arrogant? It's time for our domestic Dark Horse team to teach them a lesson.
Zhang Yao didn't realize this at all, and just let the team members use it directly, except for all the skills they carried.
Everyone, if you hold on for a little longer, their skill time will be over soon. As soon as their skill time is up, everyone can immediately launch a counterattack to eliminate them.
Lingfeng was observing the time of their disappearing skills at any time, because before the start of the game, Lingfeng stayed up for a long time and gradually figured out the usage time of this skill. In fact, it is not unlimited in the entire game. Moreover, in the game just now, he also discovered that Zhang Yao's team basically did not kill other teams. So Lingfeng thought that as long as Zhang Yao met Shen Yi's team, all the skills would be triggered. Using all the skills on Shen Yi, Lingfeng expected this.
Prepare to counterattack.
Lingfeng gave an order. Shen Yi immediately turned on the advanced magnification lens from a high place, installed all the magazines, and allowed the team members to concentrate their firepower and immediately counterattack. The chatty boy directly used his engineering skills to put the giant shield into the soil, and then asked Jiang Wu and Han Xiaomu to hide behind the giant shield to ensure that he would not be eliminated by the opponent's fire at the first time. Although in addition to other skills, only this giant shield has a long-lasting effect. After placing the first giant shield, they can also place the second giant shield later. That way, even if the first giant shield is destroyed, the second giant shield can still ensure the safety of the players. And when you kill 3 people in a row, you can also activate the 3-sided giant shield against high-level people. The chatty boy had already killed twice during the last battle with other teams. So if he successfully kills one more person now, he can successfully activate 3 giant shields. And the Zhang Yao team on the opposite side will be able to activate them. Because they did not, or rarely, compete with other teams throughout the game. They were unable to kill 3 giant shields. With the protection of the giant shield, Jiang Wu and the chatty boy Han Xiaomu struggled to block the attack below. At this time, Shen Yi activated his jet jumping skill and directly chose the closest distance to Zhang Yao's team from a high place. Chapter 192, Too Familiar. Zhang Yao jumped over unexpectedly. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yao immediately shot at Shen Yi, who was jumping in the air. However, Shen Yi had already practiced this skill very well. Shen Yi could dodge Zhang Yao's bullets randomly and nimbly in the air. Shen Yi also directly took out his gun. With the help of the power and speed of the skill, the bullet could more easily hit the enemy's head. Shen Yi directly raised his gun, aimed a shot, and directly hit one of Zhang Yao's heads. His head was instantly knocked to the ground. The chatty boy on the ground quickly threw a grenade in their direction while they were not paying attention to attack Shen Yi. It exploded instantly and sparks flew everywhere, turning the enemy, who had just been knocked down, directly into a box, and then relied on the power of the grenade. Another person was injured. Now Zhang Yao and his team were scarred. Almost everyone panicked. Shen Yi and the others fought with more vigor. The chatty boy took advantage of Zhang Yao to rescue the team members and threw his shield towards them. Push forward. Slowly they got closer and closer to Zhang Yao and the others. But Zhang Yao was already at his wit's end and could not resist the shooting of the entire team. Shen Yi and the others worked hard, and Han Xiaomu used the protection of 3 giant shields to open his sniper rifle, aim at the target, and hit the target with 1 shot. The other enemy also turned into a box. And now only Zhang Yao was left. Shen Yi also paused his attacks. After all, he couldn't bully the few with more, and he couldn't attack directly. Otherwise he would definitely be branded. The next thing to say. So Shen Yi asked Han Xiaomu to deal with her. Han Xiaomu held a sniper rifle in his hand and slowly advanced against the shield. Zhang Yao did not relax his vigilance. Because of the death of the team members, their shields also disappeared. Zhang Yao just found a stone bunker. Shen Yi turned on the microphone and said, "Zhang Yao, it's time for us to come to an end. I won't take action against you. This seems very unfair. So I will let my team members deal with you. Shen Yi, why do we let outsiders interfere in our fight? If you have the ability, you can deal with me yourself." As soon as Zhang Yao finished speaking, Han Xiaomu shot Zhang Yao's head and Kaimai said, "So what nonsense? Let's save it for the failure testimonial interview." Han Xiaomu's neat shot ended the entire Dolphin Cup game. Shen Yi and the others lived up to expectations and won the entire Dolphin Cup, successfully proving themselves and his sniper team. Game host. The game is over. Congratulations to our sniper club team for successfully killing the R team led by Zhang Yao with 1 last sniper kill and winning the Dolphin Cup championship. Let us give them warm applause. There was warm applause at the scene. The game host invited colleagues Shen Yi and Zhang Yao to the middle of the arena. After all, this was a highlight for them. The game officials were not allowed to seize the opportunity of this scandal. But Shen Yi would not give it to him. Chance. Out of desperation, he immediately grabbed the microphone and said, "Thank you for your support. We will continue to work hard not to let you down. We will also play every game well, take every opponent seriously, and never let anyone with good intentions take advantage of it. Please also supervise us. Okay, let's ask Team R to step down from the stage and take a rest first. We've asked representatives from the organizer to present awards to them and receive your honors." Shen Yi could be regarded as resolving the situation for Zhang Yao and the others. But Zhang Yao and the others walked off the stage without even looking at Shen Yi and the others. Shen Yi didn't care either. Now he just wanted to enjoy their victory. Game host. This time, I see that your strategy is different from the past. Can you briefly explain to us the entire method of your battle this time? Our victory this time is completely inseparable from our help. Lingfeng. Although we caused a lot of misunderstandings in the last game, we all understood it clearly. This time, thanks to Lingfeng's decision-making for us, we were able to win this victory so easily. So I would like to say something to all the major teams here and give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate someone casually. You must know that one day he will stand higher than you. Lingfeng was very moved when he heard what Shen Yi said. Shen Yi's words also made it clear that he was talking to the Yuling team, giving Lingfeng prestige. Game host. Okay, our game has come to an end now. And our series of official competitions will also take the final Dolphin Cup as a node. Our next competition will be announced with an official announcement. Due to time issues, we will publish the rewards for this time on the homepage of the official game website. Please pay attention to the team and time. This time, the game's official Dolphin Cup has also come to an end. In this final, also because of Ling Feng's battle plan, they finally defeated Zhang Yao's team and won the Dolphin Cup championship. After returning to the club, people from all the teams came to celebrate them. And based on Shen Yi's suggestion, they held a big commendation meeting for Ling Feng. So far, after this battle, no one in the club dared to gossip about Ling Feng. Ling Feng has also officially attracted people's attention, and his competition videos have been specially released on the website. Many people are attracted by his unique game strategies, and his fans have also increased a lot. As a result, Ling Feng has officially become a gaming professional, a rising star in the field. Not only has it received a lot of attention from fans, it has also received attention and support from many industry leaders. Shen Yi's club has also gained high popularity because of its victory in each game and counterattacks in each game. Since then, all the rumors and scandals were slowly and completely suppressed by reports on his counterattack. After the game, the Sniper Club became completely popular, not only at home, but also abroad. It also gained many fans because of its victory over Zhang Yao's team. Their current overall popularity as a team has surpassed many of the top professional teams in the country, and many professional teams have made appointments with them to compete. There are still many novices who want to join the Sniper Club. Shen Yi's club branch is also doing well. From a small branch club, it has now begun to expand to the 3rd division. Not only in their own urban area, it is also slowly becoming popular in major emerging cities. Shen Yi was also too busy for the time being, so he could only apply for many more club leaders to temporarily manage the branch. However, Shen Yi would also observe from time to time, and establish many teams and legions. And the team and legion competitions gradually became popular. On this day, Han Xiaomu suddenly came to the club to look for Shen Yi in a hurry. The chatty boy was very anxious when he saw her, so he quickly asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you so anxious? What happened?" Chapter 193: The Rise of Prosperity. Panting, Han Xiaomu waved his hands and said to the tuberculent boy, "Where's Shen Yi? I have something urgent to see him." Seeing Han Xiaomu's anxious look, the chatty boy quickly took Han Xiaomu upstairs to find Shen Yi. Before Shen Yi could speak, Han Xiaomu said directly, "Shen Yi, come to the internet cafe with me quickly. Something happened to my friend." Shen Yi was confused and asked quickly, "What happened? Tell me clearly." During the last game, she deliberately tricked someone into playing for her. But this time she actually found someone to challenge her in the internet cafe. I said that if I can't fight him, I'll make him look good. I also said that he won't be able to stand up on the internet. They are already about to fight. I have no choice but to come to you and see if I can help him. The friend Han Xiaomu mentioned was like a brother to Han Xiaomu. Shen Yi had already heard about this person, but he was not a substitute player. How could he be inferior to an ordinary game player? But at this juncture, Shen Yi didn't ask much and said directly, "Which internet cafe is it? Let's go there." So Han Xiaomu immediately took Shen Yi to the internet cafe. When he entered, he saw about 3 or 4 people sitting around the computer in the internet cafe. Luo Yu sat in front of the computer, holding the mouse in his hand, staring at the computer seriously and playing games. There were many people sitting around him. After seeing Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu go in, those people all looked away from Luo Yu's computer game. Of course, Shen Yi is now very popular in the gaming industry. Anyone who has watched the game in the gaming industry will know Shen Yi. So many people in the internet cafe directly gathered around him. And of course, those people were no exception. They all came over and said to Shen Yi, "Captain Shen, I have watched all your games, and they are really more exciting each round." Han Xiaomu rushed to say, "We will discuss this matter later. Shen Yi, please hurry up and take a look." Although Luo Yu is good at playing games, his personality can be said to be very slow to warm up. As long as someone talks to him a few words, he will immediately give in, which is why he is manipulated like this. "Shen Yi, you are finally here. I have competed with them for no less than 10 rounds, and they are still unwilling to give up." Luo Yu saw Shen Yi as if he saw a savior, and immediately agreed. "What's going on? Isn't it a fan meeting? How did it happen like this?" Han Xiaomu explained the situation to Shen Yi on the road. It turned out that Luo Yu organized a game fan meeting, which was originally connected online. However, there are always some fans who must meet, And Luo Yu agreed in order to maintain the number of fans and image. He also said that they would meet in an internet cafe, since they are all about playing games. Game PK is indispensable. However, 3 or 4 fans directly threatened Luo Yu with the navy, saying that if they could not beat them in a 4-row battle, they would quit the gaming industry. How could Luo Yu agree? Playing games is an entertainment project in the first place. According to what he said, this was turned into a game competition. And the chips were so big. Seeing that these people had bad intentions, Luo Yu ignored him at first. But they actually threatened with navy and said that if they didn't agree, I will definitely not make him look good next time. Luo Yu couldn't lead them, so he had to call Han Xiaomu to help him. But Han Xiaomu played a double-row game with them. Before reaching the final round, they were directly eliminated by their team, and they immediately started to sensationalize and make various discussions, saying that Luo Yu and Han Xiaomu's games were played on behalf of others, and even ordinary fans could not beat them. Han Xiaomu actually felt that something was wrong with them from the beginning. Judging from their playing style, they did not look like ordinary players and fans, but more like professional players. However, because the game was not live, many people only knew individual IDs and don't know what they look like. So they don't know who they are at all. They are not ordinary fans at all, but they are just here to provoke. The purpose is to drive Luo Yu and Han Xiaomu out of the game, or they have other plans. How can ordinary people be like this with a person? The game can't be passed.
Don't mention it. They are very good at playing games. If they don't use their gameplay skills to be cunning, their game speed is terrifyingly fast. There is no way they can beat them.
Luo Yu can be regarded as a serious master in the gaming industry who doesn't need to fight for him. Shin Yida finds it interesting that people who can't even defeat him want to meet them and see what kind of powerful people they are. With that said, Shin Yi was about to go over and ask them carefully, but a very familiar laughter came directly from behind. While laughing, he said,
Shin Yi, we meet again. It's not easy to ask you out. You still have to rely on this little guy Han Xiaomu to make you willing to come out.
The person who said this was none other than Lin Feng, who had come to cause trouble. He was also a professional player who had lost 2 games to Shin Yi. It seemed that he was really targeting Shin Yi. This time, the guy thought he had some bad money, so he could act wantonly.
Isn't this Lin Feng? Why did he come to me to ask for secrets?
Shin Yi said sarcastically. At this time Han Xiaomu spoke.
Hey, Lin Feng, what do you mean? What do I mean? What can I mean? I just want to compete with you Shin Yi to learn the game again. Since I lost to you last time, I have gone back to practice hard and watched all your game videos. I discovered that you are really not a simple person. So I am becoming more and more interested in you. I finally invited you out this time. How about a round?
Lin Feng made it clear that he used Han Xiaomu and Luo Yu to lure Shin Yi out. He knew that Han Xiaomu would definitely go to Shin Yi immediately if something happened. So he deliberately left Luo Yu here and asked Han Xiaomu to go out and find someone for help.
Are you sure you can win me if we fight again?
Shin Yi looked at the people around him. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to escape without finishing the game with him. After all, if he takes action now, tomorrow's headlines will definitely be written nonsense again. Shin Yi feels that it is better to solve the problem in a civilized manner. On the one hand, it can prevent him from causing trouble in the future. And on the other hand, it can also make him truly convinced and stop causing trouble.
Are you sure? Then of course. If I wasn't sure, why would I come to you? I've been to your club many times to ask for a fight. But you are so busy that you have no time to talk to me. I can only use this method. I asked you out. I participated in a competition some time ago, so I turned down all the appointments and sparring matches in the club. So this is not my intention to turn down your match.
Shin Yi just wanted to make it clear to him to prevent more unnecessary misunderstandings happen. Chapter 194 Not to be outdone.
Without further ado, let's start solo queue. As long as you win this game, I promise to reject all trolls and any articles that insult you and Han Xiaomu. And I will never step foot in the gaming world again. If you lose, you must immediately make a statement saying that you, Shin Yi, will withdraw from the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds exciting battlefield competition world from this moment on today, and will never participate in any competition in the future. How about it? Do you dare to compete?
This Lin Feng is also a tough opponent. There is really nothing he can't do. It was the same in the last competition. He said that he would definitely come to Shin Yi to compete again another day. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, he actually came. Shin Yi also admired his perseverance, so he agreed.
Okay, no problem.
I accept your challenge. Okay. Have fun. Lin Feng gave Shen Yi a computer, a mouse, and a game keyboard, and opened the game interface. I logged into a random account, and my rank was naturally not too high. Both of them were only in the gold rank. After all, the battle between the two of them had little to do with other people, so it was in a dispensable state, and the game was launched. They chose the classic rainforest mode at the beginning of the game, because it was solo queue in gold level. Shen Yi jumped directly to the military base without thinking. Naturally, Lin Feng was not to be outdone and jumped directly to the military base. Shen Yi opened the parachute as quickly as possible and landed directly on the rooftop of the military base. After landing, he picked up the M416 repeating rifle, and then picked up more than 200 rounds of 5.56mm bullets and 7.62mm bullets. After landing and sniping, many players who landed on the ground to pick up the loot were directly shot and killed. Then Shen Yi thought of a quick victory. After all, the players in this game were not of high rank, and they could all be finished in a few minutes. As soon as Lin Feng landed, he didn't kill many people and went straight to Shen Yi. It was obvious that he went to kill Shen Yi. Shen Yi directly sniped most of the people in the military base to death. After picking up the needed supplies, the poisonous circle began to shrink. Shen Yi found a vehicle on the roadside and prepared to go to the safe zone. Because the military base accounted for more than half of the people, the number of players on the entire map has been reduced by almost half. Han Xiaomu, who was watching from the side, said, I didn't expect that it has been so fast since I haven't seen you operating offline for a long time. It's incredible. After all, Shen Yi has participated in so many competitions. He must be much faster than before in terms of technique and speed. Han Xiaomu sighed again and again, trying to disrupt Lin Feng's train of thought. Let me tell you, Lin Feng, if you can't beat him, you just can't beat him. It doesn't matter how long you practice. You still don't think it was embarrassing in the last game. Hurry up and get over it. Luo Yu quickly pulled her aside and whispered, Forget it. Stop talking. Let them play in peace. If Lin Feng doesn't give up, won't he still have to pester Shen Yi? Let's watch the game in peace. Suddenly Shen Yi shouted, A dirty trick? Lin Feng, you are not kind. Just when Han Xiaomu and the others left the computer, about 3 or 4 people suddenly gathered around him in the game. This game was obviously about protein. So how could 3 or 4 people suddenly gather around him at the same time? It looked like Lin Feng had moved his hands and feet. Han Xiaomu came over after hearing the news and said angrily, Lin Feng, you promised to have a fair and open show. What is your ability to do this underhanded trick? Did you see that it was me? This may be an operating problem of the computer system. This Lin Feng is really a rogue. No wonder he vowed that he would win. But it turned out that Gu Shuijun was playing dirty tricks. Shen Yi dealt with him patiently. Shen Yi held a repeating rifle M416 in his hand and observed the terrain. He saw many hidden haystacks and climbable containers around him. He watched the people getting closer and closer. Shen Yi suddenly jumped onto the container with the help of the haystack. Lin Feng and 3 or 4 people directly surrounded Shen Yi. He said unceremoniously, Shen Yi, what do you think? Now that you admit defeat, I can still consider your future. Shen Yi said disdainfully, Don't talk too much. I saw Shen Yi holding a repeating rifle and loading it with bullets. When Lin Feng was not paying attention, he fired directly at the 2 people below, knocking them to the ground instantly. Lin Feng then turned around, preparing to counterattack. Lin Feng held a machine gun in his hand. Although the machine gun was powerful, the discus machine gun Lin Feng held was very laborious to use. Although the firing speed was good, his bullet loading speed was extremely slow. So Shen Yi also spotted this loophole. So he fought with him on the container and asked him to fire all the bullets in the discus machine gun. While he was reloading, Shen Yi jumped straight down. He stepped on another person. Shen Yi immediately changed his gun, took out a pan, a melee weapon, and shot the head directly, turning it into a box. After a while, Shen Yi had knocked down 3 people in succession. Lin Feng became anxious and kept shooting at Shen Yi, but unexpectedly knocked down his teammate. Shen Yi pushed forward and led another person with a gun to Lin Feng. Shen Yi beat 2 with 1. Although Lin Feng was indeed good at technique, but he was too impatient and didn't pay attention to anyone at all. Shen Yi moved flexibly, jumped behind him, and circled around him with a pan, just to annoy him, so that he could completely lose his firing ability. Because Shen Yi was always around him, he was holding such a heavy machine gun, and he couldn't hit Shen Yi in close combat. Shen Yi relied on his sensitivity to directly knock out half of Lin Feng's health. Lin Feng lost his temper and took a grenade, preparing to blow up Shen Yi. How could Shen Yi be so stupid that he wouldn't move? If Shen Yi had the speed, he would be ranked first. But no one would be ranked second. Shen Yi relied on a nearby bunker and terrain. Within 3 seconds before the grenade was about to explode, Shen Yi jumped over the container and the haystack in 3 consecutive steps. Then he turned sideways and opened the scope to shoot, aiming directly at Lin Feng with precise accuracy. Turning back to shoot, one shot hit the head. Before Lin Feng could throw the grenade, he was knocked down by Shen Yi. Shen Yi slowly walked up to him with a gun and opened the microphone and said, "How do you feel? Do you accept it?" "I'm not convinced." Of course, Lin Feng couldn't give in, so he lay on the ground motionless. But his expression had already betrayed him. In front of the computer yesterday, Lin Feng's face was livid and red, as if he had a fever. Shen Yi also knew that it was impossible for people like him to give in. But Shen Yi was not the kind of unreasonable person. Lin Feng thought that Shen Yi would definitely give him a shot or throw a thunderbolt at him, and lead him directly to disuse. Chapter 195, Kind-hearted and Soft-hearted. But Shen Yi didn't do that. Instead, he quit the game. Han Xiaomu asked in confusion. "Shen Yi, why don't you give him a shot? Why are you so merciful? He has already done evil things to you. Such a person, we can't let him go so easily." "Okay. We are all people who like games and refuse to admit defeat. It is inevitable to take the wrong path occasionally. Besides, didn't I win the game? You go back quickly." Lin Feng on the other side was already blushing. Lin Feng did not expect that Shen Yi did not wait for an opportunity to retaliate against him, but saved himself face and just sat on the chair without saying anything. "Humph. Lin Feng, you see clearly, we gave you this game. If you dare to cause trouble for us or Shen Yi in the future, I will expose your game today on the internet, so that you will never be able to hold your head up in this game." Upon seeing this, Luo Yu immediately grabbed Han Xiaomu, covered his mouth and said, "Shen Yi, let's leave first. We have been delayed for a long time. This matter is really troublesome for you. If you hadn't taken action, we really don't know what we would have done. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and thank you very much." After Luo Yu said this, he quickly pulled Han Xiaomu away. Shen Yi looked at Lin Feng and said nothing. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng stopped him and bowed. Shen Yi helped him up and said, "What are you doing? I lost. I will do what I said. Lin Feng, will never step foot in this game again. Forget it. Just pretend that I didn't hear it, and you didn't say it. This matter itself can't be solved by a game. So just let it go. Your gaming skills are not bad. It's just that you are too anxious and angry. So I'll leave first if I have something else to do." Shen Yi is not the kind of person who holds grudges, so he doesn't take this matter seriously. "Actually, ever since I lost to you last time, people in the team have been threatening me with this matter and asking me to remove myself as the team captain. That's why I frequently find trouble with you." Lin Feng saw that Shen Yi was about to leave, so he told the reasons why he had repeatedly targeted Shen Yi. Shen Yi stopped, turned around and said to him, "Don't care what others think." So Shen Yi left, and Lin Feng stayed where he was, carefully recalling what Shen Yi said to him. After leaving the internet cafe, Shen Yi went directly to the club. Because there were more and more club divisions in the past 2 days, Shen Yi planned to select a few more capable people from the first batch of club personnel, go to the club division in that other place, and become an agent. Because the chatty boy, including Han Xiaomu, must participate in tournament training, there was no time to be distracted. Now the teams and legions in each division were almost organized. The latest round of team and legion PK competitions was coming soon. With all the competitions pressed together, Shen Yi's pressure gradually increased. Therefore, Shen Yi organized an internal election event within the team. Through competition, he participated in this election within the team and selected the top 3 to go to the new club division as leaders to participate in the training tasks of newcomers. Shen Yi returned to the club and gathered everyone in the team together for a meeting. "Everyone also knows that the scope of our club is getting wider and wider, so it is time to expand the scale of the competition. Now I will give you 10 minutes to prepare for a temporary intra-team competition and play in the 4-row mode. In the end, I will follow your responsibilities hard. Choose a few people with leadership and command abilities to go to the new club division to serve as captains of the team. The team can form its own team. Then the chatterbox boy, Han Xiaomu and Jiang Wu will supervise on site. Jedi are not allowed to cheat. If everyone has no objections,
Let's start preparations. We are very pressed for time.
Shen Yi called everyone together and told everyone about the competition within the team. So all the members started gearing up to show off their training results during this period. So they were preparing for the competition seriously. The atmosphere at the scene is definitely no less than that of a real game. The chatty boy and the others gathered together. He said to Shen Yi,
"Is it really okay to choose a captain among these newborn calves? Their qualifications are not yet mature. I'm afraid it's a bit too early."
Everyone was a little confused about this sudden decision. So they asked,
"I have arranged game consultants in each club division. They are sent by the company to assist them in completing the game. They have been training in the club for a long time, and it is time to give them a good training."
Shen Yi can't always let a few of them or a headquarters team go to fight. This is also a good opportunity to cultivate talents.
Yes, that's true. Don't worry. We will supervise you at all times. It's really hard to choose 3 top-notch ones among so many people.
Han Xiaomu looked at the busy group of people in front of him and said worriedly,
"That's why I have to rely on your discernment. I've reviewed it carefully and can't relax. I also want to see if they have been lazy while we were playing recently." "Okay. You've been busy with the company for a whole day. Leave this to us. Just go around randomly and see if there is anyone who stands out,"
Jiangwu said. So Chatterbox Boy, Han Xiaomu and Jiangwu were divided into 3 waves of members, and one person would observe each wave, so that mistakes would not easily occur. Shen Yi chose the 4-row classic mode for them. They can only choose between islands, rainforests, deserts and snow. They cannot choose the upgraded classic mode because Shen Yi believes that basic skills are very important. With Shen Yi's order, everyone's games were all online, and everyone logged into their own trumpet to improve performance. Shen Yi observed as he walked. Most people choose desert mode and snow mode, and a very few people choose island and rainforest. Maybe they think these 2 modes are too basic. Chatterbox Boy, Han Xiaomu, Jiangwu, and the others were also observing anytime and anywhere. Shen Yi walked to Huang Qi and saw that Huang Qi also chose the desert mode. The ones who teamed up with him must be Jian Yi and the others from the last Team Legion. They won the Team Legion last time, and their skills must be better than the average person. So Shen Yi is focused on their room for improvement this time. I saw Huang Qi leading them to the military base first. Shen Yi looked at the enemy they randomly matched. He was also a powerful figure in the club named Li Yong. Li Yong is a group of retired professionals specially recruited by the club. They still come to the club to play games during normal times. As Huang Qi's opponents, the battle between the 2 of them is quite interesting. Chapter 196, Easy to Defend, Hard to Attack. Huang Qi and the others were seen entering the desert mountains. They began to prepare to climb over on foot, but Huang Qi seemed to realize that there was not enough time. On the one hand, the speed is slow, and on the other hand, I am afraid that there will be an encounter, so I have to bite the bullet and use the gun. Moreover, the poison is coming from behind, and there are people blocking the front. And because the safety zone is shrunk in the mountains, this is where the difficulty lies in the desert mode. The shorter mountains are gentler and have nowhere to hide, while the higher mountains cannot be reached by car. Moreover, the terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If there is an enemy ambush above, the mountainous area of the desert is equivalent to a place of death. Without a good mind and united command, it can only be a kind of suicide that kills others. Shen Yi stood firm at Huang Qi's place. Seeing that Li Yong was about to attack, Shen Yi wanted to see how Huang Qi solved this dilemma. Huang Qi also discovered the situation. Seeing that the situation was not good, Huang Qi asked everyone to randomly hide in the grooves of the mountain. Although the slope of the mountain was not large, they could use the protruding part of the mountain to block themselves. Not only that, they also climbed as high as they could. Be prepared for random attacks until their heads reached just below the top of the hill. Then he stopped and started tonic. Shen Yi also felt that this method was very smart. Huang Qi did not panic. Moreover, he used his own experience to find hiding places for everyone, and also prepared steel guns. In fact, this not only allowed Shen Yi to see enemies in the distance, and if Li Yong in front fires at them, they can perfectly avoid the bullets by retreating, because there are some height differences between each mountain that can hide people. Shen Yi observed Huang Qi and the others. Huang Qi and the others did not attack directly. Instead, they chose to fight in a roundabout way and attack Cashin. If they successfully get stuck in the mountain, Huang Qi and the others in the mountain can see Li Yong outside and shoot. Li Yong, who is outside the mountain, cannot see the people inside the mountain, which is basically equivalent to being invincible. Huang Qi had already discovered Li Yong in front of him. But Huang Qi and the others were not in a good position to fire rashly. So Huang Qi chose to retreat a little, then went around the hillside in another direction to attack Li Yong, unexpectedly directly over the hillside in front, through the hidden mountains on both sides. Huang Qijin made many attempts to get stuck. Huang Qijin led other team members to slowly climb up the mountain. We found a semi-enclosed space surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and no one could ambush from behind. The mountain is very high. The view is relatively wide, and the terrain is dark and highly concealed, completely hiding their traces. Shen Yi looked at it and found that Huang Qi had made great progress. In the past, his skills were very good, but now his temporary reaction ability and command ability have improved a lot. Huang Qi was hiding and they were hiding. So Huang Qi and the others had the upper hand. Now they just wait. Li Yong threw himself into a trap. Seeing that the victory was determined, Shen Yi left with satisfaction. In his heart, Shen Yi had already reserved a place for Huang Qi. So he went to the chatty boy's observation range. As soon as Shen Yi passed by, he saw the chatty boy giving instructions to others, as if he hated iron and steel. So Shen Yi walked over and observed the techniques. Shen Yi glanced at the side and suddenly found a person. Shen Yi was immediately attracted to blindly sniper his opponent in the smoke grenade. During the competition, even Han Xiaomu did not dare to use such a risky blind sniper. But Shen Yi wanted to see who it was. After walking over, Shen Yi was not interested in this idea at all, and couldn't remember it very well. After all, Shen Yi was busy with competitions and team training every day, and didn't have much time to check on the Legion's affairs. The person with this ID was seen walking through the smoke bombs, judging the specific location of the enemy through the sound of footsteps and gunshots. This method and technology were very similar to Shen Yi. It seems that this person is very attentive. Shen Yi wants to see how he uses it, because under normal circumstances, if you choose a blind sniper, you will definitely choose a relatively open place. And you will definitely not choose such a school with many buildings, because there are no wooden doors in the school building. Although the space in the room is wide, the view in the entire room area is blocked. And even inside the room, there will be blind spots on the left and right sides when entering the door, which are usually found in the early stages of the game. Crouching enemy. However, this technique worth mentioning is that he did not jump to P City or military base at the beginning, but came directly to the school. He positioned the school as his initial destination. Being clever, he did not land directly above the school first, but led his teammates to land on a high-rise building to the east of the school area. Not only are the supplies here abundant, but the terrain in the housing area is easier to defend and harder to attack than in the school, making it very suitable for early-stage combat. Moreover, if he also takes advantage of the magnifying glass and goes to the sniper point on the roof of a high-rise building, he can not only see the situation inside the school, but also observe the movements on the hillside in the distance. Even if you are discovered by the enemy, you can quickly escape into the building. Not only that, this one should be played with too much concentration on the game. Wearing headphones. So much so that Shen Yi was giving him instructions next to him. But he didn't even hear it. It was Shen Yi who patted him on the shoulder before he responded. But he just responded and didn't make much of a reaction. Shen Yi feels that this person's on-the-spot ability is pretty good. At least, he won't be affected by other people or the audience during the game. Shen Yi pointed him in the direction and said, "Actually, in this separate high-rise building on the left side of the playground, there are many winding passages. These passages are very narrow, only big enough for one person to pass through. It is an excellent place to squat. But it should be noted that most of these passages are accessible from both ends. So be careful of the enemies behind you. You can try it out wherever you go, which can reduce your risk of exposure," he said very calmly. "Oh, thank you, Captain Shen." Shen Yi felt that this person was very aloof. Furthermore, this person also had his own uniqueness in game processing. He seemed to be a person with a very solid foundation. Shen Yi didn't fully tell him the disadvantages of squatting. Shen Yi wanted to see if he could find out by himself. Because if he really wanted to squat here, the enemy would easily pass around the corner. Shoot directly, because the distance is relatively short. So in fact, if you don't squat well at this point, you can easily become a living target for others. Not only that, this brings about another problem. Since the terrain here is narrow, if someone throws a grenade into the passage and is in the middle of the passage, it will be difficult to quickly judge the location of the grenade, and it is easy to delay the escape time. Chapter 197, Amazed. This is also the reason why Shen Yi told him that it was easy to hide here.
just to see his random solving ability. I saw that this person did not completely listen to Xin Yi's words and stayed there completely. But he seemed to have discovered something was wrong here. So I jumped directly over the house, across the balcony, and jumped directly to the inside of the teaching building. Inside the teaching building, classrooms are connected to each other. You can even come in directly from the windows on the first floor. The surrounding environment may be much more dangerous, but it also means more opportunities for kills. Finding a corner with 3 walls in the aisle, he squatted in the aisle. Xin Yi felt that this was indeed a good choice. And not only that, he was fully prepared. He was guarding the stairs with a shotgun in his hand. The key to guarding the building with a shotgun is to shoot steadily and accurately. But its shortcomings are also exposed randomly. That is, it cannot fire bullets continuously. Hiding here, I suddenly discovered the sound of footsteps on the map. Seeing the enemy, who had been aiming at him, he waited until the crosshair was completely aimed at his head before pulling the trigger, and then fired. This is not only technically excellent, but also very stable, without any impatience at all. Moreover, the tacit understanding of the teammates he cooperates with is also very sufficient. They don't need to open the microphone to communicate with each other, and they all know what needs to be done next. One of the sniper teammates I saw, after panicking about the man in the corridor, the sniper jumped directly from the roof opposite him to the roof of the teaching building where he was. Although this area was not particularly high, it was enough to see the distant buildings and hillsides clearly. Case. It is indeed a good sniping spot. In addition, the protruding wall buildings and fences on the roof are excellent bunkers, and they are very good at taking advantage of the terrain to attack. Moreover, there was a strong tacit understanding and cooperation. Xin Yi looked at their operations on the computer screen with a smile on his lips. I didn't expect that they could cooperate so well. It seems that it is still necessary to conduct Team PK in normal times, and let them see the level gap between themselves and others, so as to remind themselves and encourage themselves at all times. Xin Yi came to the side that Han Xiaomu was responsible for, because he wasted too much time there. By the time Xin Yi walked away, the game was almost over. Xin Yi wanted to take a look at their performance in the finals at the end. From the first row, Xin Yi saw from a distance that in the third row, sitting on a nearby seat, there was a team member who had been driving a motorcycle with all his strength. Xin Yi was very confused as he kept wandering around the boxing gym. At first, Xin Yi thought that this guy had given up on himself, so he started to act petty. But when I walked over and took a look, I found that he was not acting out of motivation. He had actually found a game loophole near the boxing gym. Not only that, the terrain of the place he was in was extremely broad. Although there were many hillsides nearby, he seemed to have discovered a wide range of bugs on these hillsides. Game loopholes that have not yet been fixed. It was very interesting that he could still be discovered. This person was able to drive indirectly on his motorcycle. And the magic of this place surprised even Xin Yi. As long as he goes in, he can see the people outside, but the people outside can't see where his goal is. If the safe zone shrinks here, it will undoubtedly be a win-win situation. Xin Yi felt that although this person was a bit lazy, he was really well versed in small skills. Soon, the entire team's internal PK was over, and everyone left the computer desk and came to the conference room. Xin Yi and the others had already been waiting for them in the conference room. Chatterbox Boy, Han Xiaomu and Jiang Wu also classified several game skills and command abilities based on their performance, and encouraged those with outstanding abilities to hand over the list. Got Xin Yi. Xin Yi also looked at the name, which was pretty much what he expected, so I felt relieved. This way there will be no objections. So Xin Yi brought everyone together again and discussed the following about their game and their usual training. Everyone's performance just now was very good. It can be seen that everyone has been exercising during this period and has not been lazy. I also discovered many masters who usually don't notice it. So I think this competition is also very meaningful. So I decided to hold more intra-team competitions like this in the future. And I also ask everyone to give me some opinions. Xin Yi also feels that this competition is very meaningful, as it can promote everyone's friendship and encourage each other's progress. Seeing that no one had any objections, Xin Yi went on to say, there are many people in this game that impressed me. Many of them were unknown or had just arrived at the club. I saw your players in this game. Hard work and confidence. So I struggled with the candidates this time for a long time. In the end, Hua Zi, Han Xiaomu and Jiang Wu discussed it and selected a few people from the best who we thought had more commanding and coordinating abilities. Of course, they were not chosen. And let him not lose heart who chooses. This is just a small divisional leadership. In the following games, As long as you perform well, you will definitely make more achievements. Now let the chatty boy announce the person selected by his team.
Because for the sake of fairness, Shinny cannot make all the decisions alone. So each team leader will have the right to choose. And finally Shinny will announce his favorite person.
Oh, it's too difficult for us to entrust this important task to us.
The chatty boy walked up to Shinny with a smile, patted Shinny on the shoulder and said,
Quick decision. I trust your judgment. Well, since Captain Shin has given me this important task, I can't be vague. I found a lot of dark horses in this game, and I don't care about anything else. I admire people who can turn the tide in the game. So I recommend Yuan Sheng and Huang Qi. I think everyone has seen their strength. But this time their performance was not only stable, but also made breakthroughs. So I think they can do the job. Next, Han Xiaomu. Please tell me. Okay, I judge based on myself. As the captain of a division, I will definitely participate in many team and legion competitions in the future. So I recommend He Ding Quan. Okay, needless to say about Jiangwu. He and I are in the same team. So everyone's recommendation is over. As for me, when you were competing, I looked around and found that there were a few people who exceeded my imagination. So I decided to let Huang Qi and Yuan Sheng serve as captains in each division of the Sniper Club and lead them. New players for training and games.
Everyone applauded, and it seemed that they had no objections. So Shin-Yi felt relieved and handed the three of them over, explained some necessary things, and set off for the training camps of each team division the next day. Chapter 198: A Complete Mess. The annual club points competition is coming soon. This competition means the club's ranking in the entire server and the entire city. This also means the number of places to participate in the competition in the future, as well as visibility and publicity. So this competition is particularly important. In this competition, each club or club in a division will send 2 teams. That is, 8 people to fight. Then draw lots to decide which club to compete with. You must win both games before you can choose any of the teams to participate and advance to the final championship club finals. This competition is particularly important. So Shin-Yi is also very cautious in selecting players. One of the teams must be Shin-Yi and Chatterbox's team in the main battle zone. Shin-Yi is really confused about the remaining spots. The last time Team Huang Qi and the others were indeed very good, but if the same team was in the zone twice in a row, others will definitely gossip, and various news will come out immediately, saying that the Sniper Demon team has no candidates and can only rely on 2 teams to support it. This was not good for the image of their club. So Shin-Yi went to ask Diocese Ming specifically to ask for his opinion. After all, he was also someone who had participated in this kind of competition. If Huang Qi and the others should be allowed to participate again, Oh Ming would probably have good advice. So Shin-Yi called Oh Ming and made an appointment to discuss it. Although Oh Ming and the others would also participate this time, their regions were different, and they would not encounter each other until the finals.
Oh Ming, I have something tricky, and I want to ask you for advice. You, Captain Shin, don't come to me for good things, but come to me whenever something happens. It seems you have encountered something difficult again.
Oh Ming teased.
It's not like I've been very busy recently. You also know that I'm working on that Sentai Legion. Stop. I don't want to hear your reasons. You should just talk about it directly.
Oh Ming knows Shin-Yi very well. Whenever something happens, he will tell everything without hiding anything.
Then let's talk while we eat. I brought you something by the way. Okay. I have been trained by the captain recently. I have relaxed a lot. It has been a long time since I relaxed. Let's meet at the same place.
Oh Ming has also been very busy recently due to matters related to the Team Legion and the club points competition. So he took the opportunity to also relax.
Okay. My treat.
So Shin-Yi and Oh Ming made an appointment to go to the barbecue restaurant. As soon as they entered the store, they each had a portion as usual.
What? What entertainment news is out again?
If a friend doesn't make a few jokes when they meet, it's not Oh Ming.
To get down to business, you must also participate in this club points competition. Of course, such a big competition is still a points competition. If we don't participate in the previous competitions, it will be in vain. But we don't seem to have any competitive relationship with each other. Why do you ask me this?
This annual club points competition is indeed a grand event, and clubs of all sizes are generally competing for rankings. They will also participate in club promotions. Of course, it is certainly not a problem for a club as big as Oh Ming, and it is also a major attraction.
I'm too confused about the candidates. Didn't you tour Huang Qi and Jianyi last time? I want to let them go again.
Shin-Yi expressed his concerns.
What about your other club divisions? They must have a dispute in their hearts.
Ming also felt that this was inappropriate and said, "That's right. So I came to you to ask for your opinion,"
Shani said melancholy.
"Are there no other options? The last time the team competed, there were indeed some outstanding candidates, but they had not participated in any competitions. I was afraid that they would be timid."
Because except for Huang Qi and the others who had participated in a team competition once, the other team members were all new recruits. So they had no experience at all.
"How will you know if you don't try it? You can choose new players, and then choose a professional leader who has played in the game. I think this should be fine."
Ming gave Shen-Yi a relatively good suggestion. Shen-Yi suddenly became enlightened and said,
"There is indeed a candidate in the team. In the last team competition, his performance really surprised me. Then let's decide like this. The game time is coming soon. We must decide on the candidates immediately and hurry up in training. Otherwise it will be too late. Hey, you haven't finished eating yet? Are you in such a hurry?"
After Shen-Yi finished speaking, he quickly picked up his phone and was about to leave. But Ming stopped him and said,
"There is no time. I have to confirm the candidates and combat plan with them quickly and hurry up for training."
Shen-Yi, the competition maniac, is really not called for nothing. Ming just shook his head helplessly. No one could change Shen-Yi's decision. So Shen-Yi took a taxi back to the club and held an emergency meeting before they had a rest. He told the chatty boy, Han Xiaomu and Jiang Wu about the suggestions Ming gave him. And everyone agreed. So the next step was to determine the candidate. In Shen-Yi's mind, the professional team member already had a candidate. And there were still snipers and chargers left. Hands and medic. Shen-Yi asked them to help choose. After all, they are masters of every operation. The chatty boy was the first to say,
"Have you decided on the candidate for the main attacker? Who is it? He was a professional player before, and his foundation is very solid. With him as the main attacker, I think everyone will have no objection."
Shen-Yi expressed his thoughts on the selection. The chatty boy continued,
"Since you have chosen, the person who will cooperate with him must be familiar with him. Otherwise, it will be impossible to cultivate a tacit understanding among the old team members in such a short period of time. That's right. You often take them to train. Do you have a suitable candidate?"
The worry expressed by the chatty boy was exactly what Shen-Yi was worried about.
"Li Yong. He has good skills and was the main attacker in the last game. Although he accidentally missed the defeat, it was because he was surrounded by his teammates who saved him that he was eliminated. So I think his basics and skills are generally better than others. And his charging ability is also one of the best in the team. I have watched his game, and it is true that his skills and speed are comparable to Huang Qi's. If there is a suitable commander, he may be even better."
So the charger was temporarily settled.
"Then let's just choose Peiyu as the sniper. I think everyone has no objection to her skills."
Shen-Yi directly marked Peiyu's name on the list. After all, her skills were very mature and very suitable for competition training. As the last medic, Han Xiaomu recommended a female team member, Amy. She has strong adaptability. With the positioning of the medic, the members of the second team were also determined. And a big stone fell in Shen-Yi's heart. Chapter 199, Pursuit and Fierce Fighting.
The club league will start soon. We have gained a lot of points through the previous games, so our order of appearance and opponent selection can be prioritized. This is also a major advantage for us."
Li Yuner came to find Shen-Yi and the others and explained the situation of the competition to them.
"Okay, now I've called everyone together just to talk about the game."
Shen-Yi and Li Yuner, the talkative boys, gathered the people from the second team to discuss the specific battle plan for the game.
"Our competition this time is divided into 2 divisions for PK. They are the chatty team, and ING you are the second team. You have just been established, so we will take the lead for you,
so that you can get familiar with it. Game strategy."
Shen-Yi had already thought out all the things they hadn't thought of. Quite like a big parent, Li Yuner turned on her computer and displayed the official website announcement for this exciting battlefield of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It showed the general game system and scope of the game, including the gameplay voted by the audience, which was also announced the day before the game. It was announced in the evening.
The modes chosen for this PUBG exciting Battlefield Game Club Points competition are 2 modes. The first team adopts the latest Moon Knight mode. The second team chose a random mode. So Shen-Yi led the Sniper Club team to challenge this Moon Knight mode. The second random mode has a team led by a Legion to carry out PK.
Li Yuner briefly explained to them the pros and cons of the 2 modes and the new methods. Because Shen-Yi and the others, as the first Vanguard team to take the field, must receive a more difficult mode because it is in the random mode. You can choose between island mode, rainforest mode, desert mode, and snow mode. This difficulty level is simpler than the new moonlight mode, and it is also easier to operate. So Shin-Yi and the others left this mode to them who had little competition experience, so that they would have a better chance of winning. So Linfeng explained to you the general gameplay and what you need to pay attention to about the new moonlight mode. Now, let Linfeng explain to us what we need to pay attention to in this new moonlight mode. After the explanation, everyone will go back and have a rest early. After all, the first game will start tomorrow. Let's win the club championship together. Shin-Yi encouraged everyone. Okay, let me use my experience with this game to briefly talk about the moonlight mode this time. In fact, this moonlight mode is to prepare for the Mid-Autumn Festival in a few days. To put it simply, the Moon Night mode is the Dark Night mode. But the name is nicer, and the content is more interesting. However, although the Moon Night mode has a certain visibility, the visibility is still very low compared to other weather conditions. The visual range is basically reduced to about 2 times the distance of the scope. Therefore, for the sniper rifle, the long-distance sniping ability will be greatly limited in the Moon Night mode. Therefore, this game is very disadvantageous for snipers, like Han Xiaomu and others. However, the place you choose to land after parachuting does not change much. You can also parachute according to Team Shin's arrangements. But one thing you must remember is that you must pay attention to haystacks or small bushes. Place. In the Moonlight Night mode, Voldemort's disguise will be more difficult to detect. Since our team does not have a very powerful Voldemort, we choose to play jungle. The level of alertness must be higher than usual, especially after entering the finals. You must be careful to hide your footsteps. Try not to run in the finals, and try to crawl and squat. After listening to Linfeng's explanation, everyone suddenly became enlightened. Everyone was confused at the beginning and gradually gained a new understanding of this model. That's all you need to pay attention to in this Moon Night mode. Now I will mainly talk about the second round of your team's Legion, because Team Shin and the others have experienced too many team combat games. Their tacit understanding is very good. You can definitely compete with professional players. And this is your first time working together. So there are many things you can't think of or can't do. The first point I want to talk about is team skydiving. As a whole, your second team should try to ensure that the landing distance is not too far apart when skydiving. It is best to follow the skydiving mode, because there is a high probability that an encounter in team mode will encounter a group of enemies. If a member is alone and is attacked by the enemy, it will be difficult for other teammates to provide timely and effective support. And the member who is alone will not be able to provide timely and effective support. It is also very likely that he will be eliminated. And no matter how strong one of you is personally, it will be difficult to withstand the siege of a group of people on the opposite side. Furthermore, I know that your first skydiving will definitely go to some place with very rich material resources. But this is a high-risk problem that other teams are prone to. These resource points are also likely to be the targets of other teams. So at this time, everyone in the team is required to use their own vision to observe whether there are enemies around them. And whether there are enemies around them. Flight direction. Be sure to turn on the microphone at random to report. And then communicate in a timely manner through voice within the team to forecast possible dangers. If the enemy opens the parachute faster than you, or flies farther than you, you will notice it through observation. When? Please pay attention. At this time, you must not pursue and fight fiercely. You must choose a team in a timely manner to make an emergency landing nearby to avoid the early head-on battle. Does Director Lung have any reference for the landing area for skydiving? Li Yong said. Linfeng glanced at Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi understood what he meant and walked over directly and said, "It is impossible for us to completely arrange this matter for you. These are issues that require you to think independently. Okay, we will go back to discuss and make a decision. And then we will explain the situation in detail to Captain Shin." He put down the phone that was recording the screen and interrupted Li Yong. "This is quite discerning. Then let me continue. When you land, your first time will definitely be to search for supplies, medicine, bags, etc. But it should be noted that team mobility is very important no matter what random mode. Therefore, it is particularly important to find a suitable vehicle, preferably a car or an off-road vehicle. Make good use of the vehicle's fast characteristics, so that the entire team can compete with others in the early stages of the game. There is more time. Chapter 200 to no avail. Or save more time to collect supplies. Of course, when you start running poison, it will be more convenient if you have a vehicle. You can choose to walk around the safe zone. On the one hand, you can surround other opponents running in circles. On the other hand, it can ensure your own safety.
At this time, he suddenly interrupted.
Director Lang, I would like to ask what to do if we don't find the vehicle. Could it be that we keep running on the road looking for the vehicle? I feel that the risk factor seems to be higher.
This is a good question. When you enter the finals and there are no vehicles or the sound is too loud, you can also choose to slowly go from the woods or construction areas into the safe area, because there are more bunkers here, so it is safer. When it comes to the final round, you must be careful every step of the way. Everywhere you go, you must eliminate dangers, then occupy favorable terrain, and move as little as possible to prevent your traces from being exposed. Understood. Director Lang, you said that this new mode has not been launched yet, but you can advise him so thoroughly. It's amazing. You are worthy of being the game director hired by Captain Shin, he said to Lung Feng while taking notes again and again. Each of them was listening to Lung Feng's suggestions attentively. Shen Yi listened and felt Lung Feng's intentions. Lung Feng skydived from the beginning, thinking of the precautions for the finals. He really thought of every scene. Shen Yi also had to admire his game strategy ability. It seems that with his blessing, the club will definitely get better and better in the future.
There is one last point left. In a game, especially such a big points game, if a team wants to have a high degree of cohesion and execution, a clear team division of labor is also essential. First of all, the best marksmanship in the team player or attacker. Undoubtedly, he is the main output of the entire game, so this person must display the leadership ability of the team leader. But other team members should also try their best to ensure that the main attacker's equipment is given priority. Then the snipers and chargers, who are second in overall strength, can be used as the main secondary output, taking care of each other. Then the last medic is also the top priority of this game. You must ensure timely replenishment and collection of supplies. Otherwise, even if the main attacker has powerful abilities and techniques,
it will be useless without bullets and medicines. Of course, the team battle situation changes rapidly, and sometimes the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Everyone's geographical location or lack of status will also affect the performance of the game and the final result. Then you need to communicate with the team captain or main attacker in time to change your playing style and ideas.
Lang Feng spent a long time explaining to them clearly the key points of the entire game and the things they need to pay attention to when they participated in a large-scale competition for the first time.
Okay. Lang Feng has explained to everyone in detail the key points related to the competition. It's not too early now, and the competition will officially start tomorrow. As your first game, I hope you can perform well and lay a good foundation for your future. When the game is won, the entire club will celebrate for you. So I hope everyone can show your true strength. Win this game.
Shen Yi finally cheered everyone up and boosted their fighting spirit, allowing them to perform better in tomorrow's game. However, Shen Yi and Ling Feng continued to fight in the club, tried to find some loopholes or some techniques about this new model. So Shen Yi and the others fought in the club all night without having time to rest all night. Because this points game is very important. It means their prospects for all club divisions in the future. So as a club that has just been established, they must win this game. The game came as scheduled the next day, and Shen Yi and the others arrived at the competition venue as scheduled. Because there were two competition venues, they came to Shen Yi and his team's first venue in advance. Watch it first, and then wait until the second game starts. Shen Yi and the others went over to watch their second team, because this can give them a buffer time and give them some competition experience. There are already many well-known clubs in the waiting area for this game. When they come here, not only clubs from the city, but also many clubs from other places come here to participate in this club points competition. There are not only professional clubs, but also clubs formed by many professional masters in the past. Shen Yi and the others feel the pressure this time. This competition is not only large in number. Moreover, each of them is a master-level figure. It seems that as a newbie in the competition, it will be difficult to win this battle. Shen Yi and the others were waiting in the waiting area for the game to start, and they also drew lots to determine the names of their opponents. Game host.
First of all, welcome everyone to participate in our exciting battlefield of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and the club competition with the best points. This time our lineup is very large. Not only are there many well-known club players, but also many professional players who come here to participate. This time our rules are not limited to ranks or majors. The specific game rules are also published on our official website. I think everyone also understands. Let's not say much next. The competition will start soon. Please prepare the first team's club participants in front of the competition table, because the first team's participating mode is directly set to the Moon Knight mode, so there is no need to participate in the game draw. Soon, Shen-Yi and the others had completed their pre-match preparations, and the match would soon begin. The ID name of the team that is playing against Shen-Yi and the others is the Human Demon Gun team. Although this team is not very famous among professional teams, it is indeed very famous among the club faction. Almost no one does not know the name of their club. Therefore, this opponent must not be underestimated. Even though we are playing against Shen-Yi and the others, we cannot relax. All the teams in this preliminary round are big and well established. No one can predict what will happen next, so everything is be careful, as another dark horse may appear at any time. At the beginning of the game, because it is a Moonlight Night mode, the normal game must be completed in the dark. But in this game, players will be randomly distributed, or there are some things like laser sights and night vision goggles or weapon accessories. However, the quantity is definitely limited, so this must be the first equipment that most players want to fight for. So Shen-Yi and the others did not jump to P-City when they came on stage. They chose remote places far away from airplanes that were not easily attacked. Instead, they directly chose military bases, which were rich in supplies, but very dangerous. Chapter 201, Alarming the Snake. Because Shen-Yi and the others have received so many rounds of training and competition experience, they already have sufficient steel gun capabilities and reaction and survivability. So their only goal now is night vision devices and laser sights. And from the beginning, although the Human Demon Gun team was also aiming to be near the military base, they didn't know what happened and directly changed directions. When they went to G-Port, Shen-Yi didn't care, no matter how many people there were or how few. Shen-Yi and the others only had one goal, and that was the rich supplies in the military base. Because the military base and G-Port are not too far away. If G-Port is also within the safe zone, this is certainly within the scope of Shen-Yi's consideration. As soon as Shen-Yi and the others parachuted into the military base, they immediately grabbed and shot. No one else who landed survived the gunfire of Shen-Yi and the others, because they had just landed. Most of them did not have the protection of level 3 heads and level 3 armor. So Shen-Yi and the others spotted this opportunity. As soon as they landed, they aimed at each one with one shot. They did not miss any of them, and almost exploded with one shot. The kind of magic operation that kills people with their heads. Shen-Yi's sniper rifle was getting faster and faster. Someone was sneaking up on him from behind. Before the magnifier could turn around, Shen-Yi blindly sniped and shot directly in the back. The same goes for the chatty boy. Although he is not as good as Shen-Yi in terms of design, he is definitely much better than the average player. Even without the presence of grenades, the chatty boy also relied on his gun to quickly take care of several minions. Not to mention Han Xiaomu. She found a commanding height and picked up the gun, although she only had a 4-fold scope at the beginning. But Han Xiaomu's shooting accuracy is not to be boasted. He can turn a 4-power scope into an 8-power scope, while Jiang Wu is proficient in everything. Charges and rifles switch back and forth seamlessly. And so, due to the amazing operations of Shen-Yi's team, the military base was completely occupied by them. Shen-Yi and the others also began to lick bags and collect supplies with confidence, and soon collected the high-end supplies, laser sights, and night vision devices they needed. The safety zone has also begun to shrink further. This time the safety zone has shrunk directly to the G-Port near the fishing village, with the school on the far left. The actual scope of the school on the map is actually not large, and its composition is very simple: a playground, 2 teaching buildings, and a few small houses. Shen-Yi and the others went to the school immediately, because at this time of the school, there would definitely be a lot of people gathering at the safety zone of Port G. So this was a good opportunity for an ambush. Shen-Yi wanted to avoid alerting the enemy. Each of them tried their best to stick to the wall. Suddenly, when they first entered the school, they discovered the existence of the enemy target. So Shen-Yi asked everyone to immediately enter the building to avoid the enemy's attack. Shen-Yi, on the other hand, chose to rush directly towards the enemy, because Shen-Yi observed that the equipment of these people did not look like that of a professional team or a high-end club. So there was no need to waste time. Shen-Yi then took out a submachine rifle, loaded it with bullets, and then charged inside while suppressing fire. When he got close to the enemy, Shen-Yi directly switched to another gun to reap the victory. Shen-Yi forced them to retreat while moving closer to the tower-like building in the middle of the playground. This building can be used as a bunker while studying. Not only is it difficult for enemies to attack you, but it's also easy to get confused about the direction. This was also the place that Shen-Yi and Leng Feng had researched that day to temporarily ambush, coupled with the ambush from outside the circle by Chatterbox Boy and Han Xiaomu.
Shin-Yi and the others cooperated inside and outside and directly turned these 3 people into boxes. When the last fish was left to slip through the net, Shin-Yi rushed over without saying a word, looked at the direction in which he was escaping, picked up the sniper, raised it above his head, installed the bullet, loaded the gun, took aim with a double scope, and shot the head with 1 shot. The last person was also knocked down directly. Shin-Yi did not replenish his gun, because Shin-Yi knew that he could not survive. And now the poisonous circle was slowly shrinking. So Shin-Yi left directly when he saw that there was no rescue nearby. Shin-Yi and the others' next target is G-Port. According to the shrinkage of the safety zone just now, the safety zone should be near G-Port, and there shouldn't be much difference. However, Port G is easy to defend and difficult to attack. When the human demon gun team entered at the beginning, they should have been killed by now. It is very possible that the human demon gun team has occupied the entire G-Port. But the area of G-Port is so large that they cannot cast a wide net. The map now shows that Port G is divided into upper and lower parts by the bay. The upper half is lined with houses and buildings and has abundant resource reserves. The lower half is divided according to the density of buildings and can be regarded as 2 areas on the left and right. On the left is a housing construction area composed of clusters of bungalows and high-rise buildings, while on the right is a factory area with warehouses and intricate containers. The entire G-Port is rich in supplies. It is only the largest port after the military base. So no matter where they go first, they can meet their basic equipment needs. But looking at the direction and size of the gunshots on the mini-map, Shin-Yi estimated that they must have started searching in the housing construction area first, because the gunfire was the most intensive at that time. Shin-Yi was paying attention to his biggest opponent all the time. So Shin-Yi and the others decided to enter. Be sure to avoid factory areas where containers are staggered. First, because the terrain here is too complex. Although they are familiar with it, accidents are inevitable and they can easily get lost. The second reason is that most of the most high-end materials in Port G are concentrated in the factory area, and they are likely to ambush there. Or perhaps there are only other teams that have approached this place and are also looking at this place eagerly. If you enter rashly, you can easily become a box in an instant. Different from general urban housing construction areas, the terrain of Port G is gentle. The houses are loosely distributed, and most of them are high-rise buildings. If you want to explore the house area, there will be few encounters with enemies in the lanes, and more battles will take place around the house. Therefore, Shin-Yi and the others tried to walk as close to the houses and walls as possible. Once they suffer an ambush or gun battle here, they can judge the approximate location of the enemy by the direction of the damage received. This way, they can leave themselves a chance of survival when looking for the enemy. Everyone, be careful. The area here is relatively narrow. Everyone should not only pay attention to the corners on the ground, but also the windows and roofs of nearby high-rise buildings. Be careful of ambushes. Shin-Yi and the others reminded everyone when they passed this relatively narrow location. So Shin-Yi and the others passed through this narrow land and headed directly for the warehouse. Although the material reserves in a single warehouse were not large, the number of warehouses in G-Port was large. Chapter 202 Caught Off Guard. Choosing a warehouse can give the enemy nowhere to hide. At this time, if the two sides encounter each other, it is basically an emergency situation, and it is rare for a confrontation to be stopped. So this also gave Shin-Yi and the others time and opportunity to react. So Shin-Yi and the others came to the factory area. The terrain of this area is complex because it consists of several warehouses and 7 container areas. There are many containers on the map, or there is nothing to guard against individually. But the containers here are connected to each other, which is a little complicated. If you have a poor sense of direction, you are very likely to be stunned here. But there are 7 container areas here, and it is also a good place to ambush the enemy by surprise. Maybe it doesn't look scary from a high place, but once you actually enter, it will dazzle you. If you don't have excellent map skills, you will never dare to enter. But because this route happened to be near G-Port, the human demon gun team immediately chose this place as the first location for skydiving. Shin-Yi and the others arrived at the G-Port container. As soon as they arrived, they found no less than 20 containers on the ground. It seems that there had been a bloody battle here. The human demon gun team that can survive here must also be not a good one. In fact, a container is a very good place for fighting, precisely because its terrain is complex and it extends in all directions. As long as you have a good sense of direction, you can completely go around and catch the enemy by surprise. At the same time, because the aisles in the container area are very narrow and blocked by walls, throwing grenades, Smoke bombs or shock bombs can also use the wall to bounce back to achieve the best effect. Therefore, Shen-Yi felt that this was definitely a perfect safe zone ambush site. So the human demon gun team would definitely not set fire to this perfect opportunity to ambush. So Shen-Yi and the others were also preparing to wait for their appearance near G-Port. Shen-Yi directed everyone. Han Xiaomu, go to the commanding heights above the watchtower immediately. Observe the target location at any time. And report to us as soon as possible. Jiang Wu, go and hide in one of the containers first. Be careful of the sound of footprints on the map and the sound of the silencer. Don't act rashly if necessary. After all, there are not many people now. They are all experts. Throw away the chatty boy. A firearm. Transfer all our shock bombs and grenades to you. This is a perfect place for you to use your fists and kicks. It is very suitable for grenade combat. You are always ready to fight. Everyone must hide their positions and never let them be found out immediately. Be sure to hide near the container and be careful of sneak attacks. At this time, stability is the first step. And Shen-Yi is ambushing in a triangle, ready to attack at any time. Because this is already the penultimate poisonous circle. Most teams will definitely choose a location they think is the final safe zone to hide. Han Xiaomu was looking around on the watchtower with high-power lenses, and suddenly noticed something and said, "Be careful. There is an enemy slowly approaching at about 30 degrees behind the Chatterbox Boys container. But it doesn't seem to be a human demon gun. People from the team. It's another team. It seems like there should be more than one person in them. But I haven't found anyone else's target yet. Young chatty boy, try your best to crawl around. Don't attack him for the time being. And try to lure the others out." Shen-Yi opened the microphone and said to the chatty boy. Shen-Yi followed Han Xiaomu's position coordinates and slowly moved that way. Suddenly, Shen-Yi found two footprints moving this way on the small map. Shen-Yi immediately turned on the mic and said, "Attention! I found his teammates. 3 people in my direction have marked the location coordinates for you. Please move over slowly. Try not to launch a particularly large-scale battle. Otherwise it will disturb the attention of the human demon gun team. Let's try to deal with them as quickly as possible. Receive." Shen-Yi stopped dead in his tracks. He must not go directly to kill him now. The terrain on site was too complex, and there were too many containers. If he fails to succeed, he is likely to be surrounded and killed directly. Shen-Yi waits for the direction of the footsteps, slowly crawling over there. And Shen-Yi suddenly passes through a container. The enemy on the opposite side was discovered. And the people on the opposite side also discovered Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi was too late to speak, and jumped directly onto the container, quickly taking advantage of the deceptive nature of the footprints. Disrupting the opponent's pace, Shen-Yi jumped directly onto the container where he was, laid down, took out the grenade, and threw it directly into the container where he was. The explosion knocked him down directly. With the explosion, another person also discovered Shen-Yi's whereabouts, and went around behind Shen-Yi to kill him. Shen-Yi didn't have time to lick the box, so he immediately turned around and hid in another container. Then the chatty boy opened the microphone and said, "I saw him. Captain Shen, you try to lead him to the haystack at the 25-degree direction, and snipe him together with the other person." Shen-Yi also thinks this method is good. He doesn't need to scare off the enemy, but he can also attack 2 people in a row. So Shen-Yi deliberately revealed his footsteps, and then approached the chatty boy. Sure enough, they surrounded each other and wanted to surround Shen-Yi. But they did not expect that there are people outside the world. And there is a sky outside the world. They had already fallen into the trap of Shen-Yi and the chatty boy. Seeing that the time had come, Shen-Yi directly gave the chatterbox boy a command. And Shen-Yi jumped 3 times in a row while they were not paying attention. He jumped directly onto the haystack. And then the 2 people showed up. The chatty boy took out a grenade. And when the seconds were about to expire, he threw it directly at the 2 unsuspecting people. When Shen-Yi saw that the grenade was about to explode, he jumped directly into the factory with a snakeskin move. When the grenade exploded, the 2 people were blown into boxes. They successfully eliminated another group of people. And now there is only one team club left in the entire game, Human Demon Gun. Just when Shen-Yi and the others are about to lick the box, Han Xiaomu suddenly turned on the mic and said anxiously, "They are here. One of the 4 is wearing a ghillie suit, and he is located less than 100 meters away from you. It seems that they want the mantis to catch the cicada and the oriole behind, deliberately hiding aside and waiting for us to eliminate them. And they will come back to pick up the missing ones." Upon seeing this, Shen-Yi immediately asked everyone to launch an attack. After everyone heard the response, they immediately installed bullets and launched an attack on the human demon gun team. Both sides had equal firepower. However, because of their different geographical locations, Shen-Yi and the others were more hidden than each other. Shen-Yi and the others did not have the upper hand at first. So after a few rounds, Chatterbox and the others were almost unable to resist. Shen-Yi immediately thought of a way when he saw this. Chapter 203. There is a lot of discussion. So Shen-Yi jumped directly to the top of the container, changed direction by jumping, and fired at the people of the human demon gun team. With Shen-Yi's precise marksmanship, he directly shot one person to death. As soon as his teammates saw it, injured, so another person went down to help him. In order to cover them, the person on the opposite side threw the grenade directly towards Shen-Yi. Because when throwing the grenade, the opponent could seize the window period when Shen-Yi and the others threw it, and they occupied the window when they rushed to the building. The absolute advantage of terrain. So Shen-Yi thought about it, and thought that the first few were not feasible. So Shen-Yi thought that it would be safer to strike at a high point. Of course, it also has a fatal flaw. That is, there must be buildings around you that are taller or the same height as your opponent. Only in this way can this plan be implemented perfectly. Shen-Yi felt that this method could be used perfectly in this position to snipe the enemy from a high point. So after Shen-Yi roughly confirmed the opponent's position, Shen-Yi slowly crawled into the target building suitable for attack near the human demon gun team, which was near the highest container. With a big jump and a turn, he went straight up and blocked the line of sight of the human demon gun team. After Shen-Yi took advantage of the high point, he fired again, directly shoot the person who just knocked down and the teammates trying to help him into a box. Because Shen-Yi made full use of the terrain at that time, whether it was direct gunfire or throwing grenades, Shen-Yi and the others directly reversed the situation. Not only does he have an absolute advantage in the terrain, but as long as his opponent dares to be exposed at this time, Shen-Yi is confident that he can get a headshot with one shot, even though Shen-Yi is in a more conspicuous position at a high place. But with Shen-Yi's speed, he could take advantage of them to attack Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi shot directly to death. You can also achieve the purpose of harmless sniping while ensuring your own safety. Game commentator. We can see that Shen-Yi's strategic layout is a bit confusing, and Shen-Yi's location is too conspicuous. Have they come up with any new decisions? Let's move on. Look. Audience. Look. Shen-Yi and the others won again this time. The human demon gun team will definitely not be able to defeat them. However, the newly created team may not be as outstanding as Shen-Yi and the others. Audience. I also think that, after all, it is a new team. No matter what the tacit understanding is, it will definitely not work. It seems that their serial champions may have to stand firm. Audience. What if it's another dark horse? No one knows. So just keep reading. Shen-Yi used various steps on the container to confuse his opponents, and then made them deliberately think that Shen-Yi was rushing towards them, so that they relaxed their vigilance. Shen-Yi took the opportunity to open the microphone and said, "Everyone, get ready. Han Xiaomu and Jiang Wu will attack from the left and block them. The chatty boy will attack from the right and try to stop them with grenades. I climbed up from the container and caught them by surprise from above. Everyone followed my command to attack. Receive." When everyone heard Shen-Yi's order, Shen-Yi slowly waited until they relaxed their vigilance and immediately pounced from above. The enemy was instantly stunned. They didn't notice Shen-Yi's presence above at all. They just resisted Han Xiaomu and the chatty boy's forces. Shen-Yi took advantage of them not paying attention. He jumped directly from the container and covered their heads with a pan. One pot was knocked down directly. And now there is only one person left. The chatty boy, Han Xiaomu, Jiang Wu, and Shen-Yi directly surrounded them. 4 against 1. One man in one shot, directly shooting the captain of the human demon gun team into a box. At the end of the game, Shen-Yi and the others relied on their perfect offensive skills and strategies to directly destroy them. Not only did their kill rate rank first in the entire server, even the treatment rate was the lowest. Shen-Yi and the others completely refreshed the highest record in the club points competition in previous years. The audience cheered enthusiastically. As soon as Shen-Yi's game ended, the chatty boy and the others rushed over and hugged Shen-Yi, cheering enthusiastically for winning the game. Han Xiaomu and Li Yuner at the scene couldn't help but feel excited. This game was so perfect. Shen-Yi's game methods are becoming more and more professional. Every game can bring people a more novel feeling, and every game can make people feel more excited. Game host. It's so exciting! I didn't expect there would be such a battle in G-Port. I didn't expect that the Sniper Club would have such unity. This game was not only exciting, but Shen-Yi and the others also spent only 15 minutes. That settles the fight. The kill rate has reached unprecedented heights. Shin Yi's personal kill rate has reached 90%, and he has naturally become the MVP of the entire team. They are also the top scorers in the entire competition. Let us give them applause again. Congratulations to them for successfully entering the semifinals and having another chance to win their next trophy. The first game finally came to an end. Shin Yi and the others won the first game and set a good example for their second team. As soon as the game ended, reporters from all major media came to interview Shin Yi and the others. The road was blocked, and it was difficult to deal with the reporters. Just when I was about to return to the club, I met people from the Human Demon Gun team backstage. It was understood that everyone in this Human Demon Gun team had a bad temper and hardly looked at anyone. After all, everyone club points competition. It was the Human Demon Gun team that came out on top. Even if it was not the championship, it was at least the runner-up. However, this time they were forced by Shin Yi and the others and did not even pass the preliminary round. Anyone would be angry. And with the outside discussions going on, I'm afraid the Human Demon Gun team and the others are feeling uncomfortable right now. So when they met Shin Yi, they didn't give them a good look. When the captain of the Human Demon Gun team saw Shin Yi and the others walking towards him with smiles on his face, he felt even more angry and had no place to vent his anger. So he deliberately pretended to be congratulatory. He came over and said to Shin Yi, "Isn't this the standing champion of the Sniper Club? Congratulations. You have won another game. It seems that this time the champion belongs to you. It's just a pity. Look, you are the first. The team is so capable. Why would they send out those rookies who can't do anything? I see. The next game is on the line. But it's already good to win a preliminary championship. Keep working hard next time. Try to create a team that is better than yours, so that you won't have to worry about anyone talking behind your back." Anyone with a discerning eye can see what he said this time. It was obviously meant to ridicule Shin Yi for being the only person he could think of. Of course, Shin Yi heard it. Chapter 204 Unprepared. But he still smiled and said back to him, "Fortunately, they didn't play against you in the first round. It's more comfortable to lose to us than to a few newbies. So I'm thinking about you too. What about you? Don't be discouraged. Keep working hard. I can definitely win the preliminary round next time. We have something to do, so we'll leave first. We welcome you, the Human Demon Gun team, to visit our Sniper Demon Club next time. We must entertain you well. Time is really tight this time. We have to go back to deploy the battle plan of the second team, so I won't talk to you for too long." Shin Yi's words made the Human Demon Gun team and others speechless. They didn't know what to say, but the captain of the Human Demon Gun team still refused to let Shin Yi go. Then he said, "In the second preliminary round, it is not certain who will lose and who will win. Just wait for your second team to land in a box." "Okay, I'll be waiting. See you, Captain Liu," Shin Yi said with a smile and turned around to leave. The chatty boy gave them a blank look before leaving, which made them very angry. After Shin Yi and others came out of the competition venue, the chatty boy joked to Shin Yi, "Look at their faces just now. They turned green all at once. It really made me laugh to death. I have no ability to win, so I'm still pretending to be a gentleman and trying my best to do it." "You are really overestimating your ability to laugh at us." The chatty boy smiled and looked at the preliminary competition trophy in his hand. However, Shin Yi looked very serious and said, "Actually, what he said is not unreasonable. There is indeed a huge disparity in strength between us. The team they sent in the second game must be the most powerful team among them. So we must not take any chances in the second game. The four of them have only been training together for less than a week. There must be many things that are not thoughtful enough, and they have not even been trained well. There are still 2 days left before the second preliminary game. We must pay close attention to their training in these 2 days, and we must not relax even a little bit. Even if we can't win the first place, the runner-up can still stabilize our team points. We have already come out on top in the first game and won 100 points. Now as long as they can tie with the Human Demon Gun team and get 90 points from the runner-up team, we can add up the 2 games and end up with the runner-up. Yes, it's true. Although the Human Demon Gun team lost the first game, their points are not much less than ours. Now it only depends on theirs." Jiangwu reviewed the points they had scored in the past and calculated them. Said, "Now none of us know who the Human Demon Gun team will send to fight, but they already know our candidates. This is a big disadvantage." Han Xiaomu said thoughtfully, "It doesn't matter. It's best if we know it. We can completely go against their thinking and let them change their previous unchanged tactics. Let Lingfen give them a new tactic and train them,
as soon as possible to catch them off guard. Shin-Yi suddenly thought of this method. This was Ling Feng's strength. As long as they changed their tactical thinking, they could make trouble in the game. So after returning to the club, Ling Feng and Shin-Yi discussed using these 2 days to create a new combat mode for them, which is the team competition mode. The team competition mode is a 4v4 map. Moreover, the map style is very similar to the transport ship map in Crossfire CF. It is also a team competition. The difference between this game and the previous games is that it has one more rule. That is, each player will be resurrected after being eliminated, and they are also divided into 2 camps for game PK. Ling Feng pointed out the general characteristics of this mode, and then said to ING, Li Yong and others, "Actually, this mode is usually the usual training mode a few days before the game. The first point of this mode is that it can provide you with faster-paced battles. After all, although there is an entertainment mode, this mode still takes a certain amount of time, and sometimes the randomly obtained weapons may not be the ones you want to use. But this mode does not have this problem, because in this mode, players have fixed landing points, and there are weapons and accessories in the landing points for you to freely choose, similar to training the weapons table inside the field. You must know that in this fast-paced gameplay, your skills can be improved very quickly in a short period of time. After all, in the past, we could only practice skills in the training ground. But in the training ground, you can only hit trees and targets. But in this mode, real people compete, which is very helpful for skills. And in this mode you can experience airdrop weapons, because airdrop weapons, like the M249, are refreshed throughout the map. So you can temporarily use airdrop weapons to get familiar with them. Then during the official competition, you can identify in a short time whether you need this airdrop weapon, and then make a decision to snatch the airdrop. So after Ling Feng gave them a general explanation, they started a 2-day special training, specifically focusing on the game combat techniques of the Demon Gun Club, and then conducted targeted training based on their combat game strategy. The 4v4 game training lasts twice a day, although they can be resurrected and restarted each time. Shin-Yi and the others insist that they must avoid the risk of being accidentally killed, then play the entire game before taking a rest. This is also to exercise their resilience and allow them to reduce the probability of accidental kills so that they can better win the game. Shin-Yi also specially invited Oh Ming to come to the club to give them guidance. When the training started, there was no guidance from Shin-Yi and Ling Feng this time. Li Yong and the others are leading the overall situation, and Shin Qing wants to see how they can react on the field. The team competition has begun, because it is the resurrection mode. Everyone cannot choose their own skydiving location. They immediately chose their favorite weapons, choosing an airdrop gun AWM. Li Yong chose a submachine gun Bison, and Pei Yu naturally chose a sniper rifle M2. M2 is Pei Yu's best sniper rifle. Usually there is no surviving opponent under her hands. But the medic Amy chose a G36C repeating rifle. After choosing their weapons, everyone decided to run directly to the center, because this mode is all about fear. As soon as they walked out of the weapons door, they met the enemy head-on. They also reacted very quickly. They opened the gun and shot it in the head without having time to aim, even though they suffered a small loss of health. Chapter 205, Amazement. But at least he got through it. For Li Yong, because he used to be a professional player, this mode is certainly not a problem for him. He is very brave, holding a gun very much, and will shoot at the enemy when he sees it. They were not given any chance to counterattack. Not to mention Pei Yu's strength. Although she was a slow sniper, she did not lose the slightest bit in the high intensity and high speed training of this level. Every time the guns hit the enemy's vital points. Not only that, because of the experience of the last Team Legion competition, Pei Yu is becoming more and more comfortable in this aspect. Even in close combat, Pei Yu will not only attack, but not dodge. Although Amy is a medic in this team, but the minimum shooting accuracy and speed are almost at the Star Diamond level. So apart from medical treatment, shooting is definitely not much worse than others. And Amy is in this mode. Shin-Yi is also. It was discovered that Amy was very good at fighting with a pistol. This is a very magical place, and the damage he can do with a pistol is no less than that done with a rifle. Shin-Yi is also impressed by Amy. Even if there is no support for large firearms, even if there is a pistol, Amy's accuracy will still be online. After watching their performance in the 4v4 team competition mode, Shin-Yi doesn't think there is any big problem. On the contrary, Shin-Yi felt that they were very flexible in their tactics and had no problems with their marksmanship. Now, as long as they have confidence, Shin-Yi believes that they will definitely win this victory, because they are no worse than the Demon Gun Club.
After training in the team competition mode, Oming also specially taught them the skills and methods of using auxiliary tools. Because in the game, although the gun is important, the accessories on the gun are also very important. When you encounter a series of large firearms such as repeating rifles, sniper rifles, and submachine guns during the game, the auxiliary equipment that must be picked up must be the side sight, especially since you are participating in one or two of the most basic classic modes this time. Everyone is at the same level, and the comparison is about the use of equipment and strategic issues. So auxiliary equipment is very important, especially the new side sight recently announced. Its function is to add an additional sight similar to a red dot sight next to the magnifier, which allows you to shoot at both close and far distances. You can easily target enemies at any distance. It will no longer be troublesome to change sights, especially when sniping. Switching between close and long-range targets will make players troublesome to switch guns or magnifiers. And after adding a side sight, it can be used near and far. It is very useful for players who like to snipe. However, although this side sight is very useful, this magnifier still has a shortcoming. That is, when using the side sight, the magnifier on the left takes up a lot of space, so it will block part of the line of sight, which will temporarily cause a visual blind spot in your line of sight, and you will temporarily be unable to see the person on your left. So you must be vigilant at all times when installing it. Oming gave them a detailed introduction to one of the accessories that is very useful in the classic mode. They also had a full day of special training, and everyone was a little tired. So Shen-Yi asked everyone to go back and have a good rest. There is still one day of rest tomorrow, and the competition is about to begin. This second round of competition also means the arrival of the championship. So everyone can't sleep. When I close my eyes, my mind is filled with images of competitions or games. Because these 2 days were their special training. Shen-Yi did not go home and live directly in the club's dormitory. Shen-Yi tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. So he got up from the bed, thinking about going down and reading their combat strategy again in case there were any mistakes. So Shen-Yi put on his clothes and went to their training camp. But Shen-Yi saw that the lights in the training camp were not turned off. Shen-Yi thought he was busy and forgot. But when he went to find out, he was still playing games in front of the computer with headphones on. Shen-Yi suddenly felt relieved. He didn't expect that he would work so hard in private despite not talking much. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and he probably hadn't rested since. Shen-Yi walked over slowly, for fear of disturbing him. So he watched from the side as his playing skills became more and more proficient. In this way, Shen-Yi quietly watched the entire game. It was not easy to find gamers at this time. After finishing the game, I thought about taking off my headphones to rest for a while. But when I turned around and found Shen-Yi next to me, I was frightened out of my voice, yelled, and almost picked up the mouse and hit someone. Later, when I saw it was Captain Shin, I calmed down a little. Shen-Yi was also startled by him, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry. I surprised you by suddenly appearing. Why are you still training so late? I didn't disturb you." "Did I? I was also at night because of the competition. I can't sleep about anything. So I wanted to come down and see if there were any mistakes in combat. But I didn't expect to see you down there. Then I wanted to come over and take a look. And then I thought that you were playing the game so seriously. So I didn't bother you." He calmed down, then slowly put down the mouse, turned around and said to Shen-Yi, "Captain Shin, did I scare you? I was so immersed just now that I didn't notice it for a moment. Captain Shin is out of control." "What's the matter?" Shen-Yi was also a little embarrassed and shook his head and said, "Nothing. It's just the battle plan I customized for you last time. I want to read it again to see if there are any flaws. How about it? Did you encounter any problems in the game? You can tell me, and I will try to see if I can solve it for you." He turned around and looked at the computer, then turned back and said, "Actually, most of them don't have any big problems anymore. The main thing now is that I'm worried that if we don't win this battle well, your first battle will be in vain. Got beaten. So we are under a lot of pressure. Every team member is also them. And everyone has some fear in their hearts." Of course Shen-Yi understands how they feel now. Just like the CF team that Shen-Yi was in before. In a previous game, it was the same club points match. Shen-Yi and the others were almost eliminated in that match because of excessive pressure. Therefore, Shen-Yi still has lingering fears. Once he encounters such a competition, he will go all out and try not to hold anyone back. Shen-Yi thought, now, maybe this is what you think. So Shen-Yi slowly guided ING and said to him, "Don't worry. Just fight with confidence.
It doesn't matter if you don't win the championship. This fight is mainly for you to exercise. Chapter 206 Rumors. How to adjust your psychology in large-scale competitions, and how to better highlight your abilities in combat. I think the audience will see your efforts. Don't be afraid of any rumors. Don't worry. The Sniper Club will always be your backing. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. After all, this is your first time to participate in such a large-scale game. And you are playing temporarily. I don't think anyone will blame you. Just use your usual strength. Captain Shin, you have so much courage at such a young age. So I can't lose even more. Don't worry. We will definitely finish this game beautifully. We can't let your thoughts go to waste. I will teach you what I have learned. All techniques. Use all of them in the competition. And we will definitely win against the Human Demon Gunsling team. He suddenly stood up and said to Shin confidently. Soon the second game started. The top 10 teams in the first team competition had no chance to participate. So the number of players in the second game dropped by nearly 40. And their opponents also decreased a lot. Therefore, their pressure was reduced by more than half. As the hosts of the first game, Shin and the others could watch the game live on the viewing platform. The total points from the first game plus the points from the second game were more than 190. You can directly enter the semifinals. However, we compete again with various teams and clubs outside the city in the next points match. And the final winner will be the winner of the best club in the country. Game host. Our second round of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds will stimulate the battlefield. And the team club points will start soon. Now we invite the second teams of each team club. Entering the stage. The second team sent by the Magic Gun Team Club. The runner-up in the previous game. Is entering the stage now. Let us give you a round of applause. They are also the champions of this competition for 3 consecutive rounds. I wonder if they can continue to display their glory this time. Let us wait and see. Because of the popularity of the Human Demon Gun Club and previous games, the audience immediately burst into applause. Everyone believed that the Human Demon Gun team would win the second game without a doubt. After all, Shin and the others, as a new team, would definitely have more of an advantage than an experienced team. Game host. Now we welcome the last participating team. They are the second team under the Sniper Club. The winner of the previous game. Their main attacker is the leader of the club, who has won many victories in recent days. Shin. Whether they will continue to fight to the end today, and win the second game will be known soon. It seems that today's game is really full of experts. Who will be the final winner of the points competition? Who can be the last? We represent our city, and take on the challenge. Our competition will begin soon. Please send representatives to randomly select the classic mode selected this time. This time we will select one of the 4 modes for the showdown. The selection will be scrolled on the large screen and randomly selected. They went on stage to draw their battle modes. And the result was Desert Mode. And there was a hidden level among these modes, which was an upgraded version of Desert Mode. It is also the latest design of the Desert Mode, which was the most difficult stage during the last preliminary round of Shin and his Dolphin Cup. Unexpectedly, the desert map in these 4 classic modes has an upgraded version. Sure enough, as Shin expected, it was definitely not as simple as the ordinary classic mode. Fortunately, Shin and the others had already done relevant upgraded training before, so they should be able to cope with it. The Human Demon Gun team also won the upgraded version of the Desert Mode. And several professional teams and clubs also use this mode. It seems that they will definitely have a life and death battle. Desert Mode is a new and upgraded mode. The design of quicksand has been added to the entire game. Once a certain period of time reaches the player, as long as the player is in any small building outside, he will encounter the invasion of quicksand. The damage capability is definitely no less than that of a poison circle, as long as the player enters the second floor or higher of a large house before the quicksand. They can avoid the quicksand. However, everyone's location information will also be reported to the lobby at this time. Once the quicksand ends, the location information will also disappear randomly. This major increase in difficulty has made many players feel numb. Compared with this mode, it is an upgraded version of Snow. It's even more complicated, which is also a big test for them. At the beginning of the game, everyone was instructed to jump directly to the Lion City, because the Lion City is the place with the most abundant resources in the entire desert mode. And there are many high-rise buildings in the main city of the Lion City, which is much better than ordinary resource points. The Blue Building, which is a very good location for hiding, drinking and sniping, is in the Lion City. It is full of high-end supplies. These high-rise buildings are undoubtedly good locations, but there is a construction site in the center of the Lion City.
The height of the top of the construction site is almost as high as 2 blue buildings. So the best spot in the Lion City is this construction site. But because the height of the construction site is too high, it is impossible to see the enemy above without a high-power lens. Even if they can see it, they may not be able to hit it. So Peiyu's first goal after landing is a high-power scope and enough bullets. Now that the safe zone happens to be close to the Lion City, they decided to ambush in the Lion City for a while, and then run away. Poison. Defense is the most important thing on a construction site. So Peiyu hid her position. Because at this height, there is basically no need to worry about grenades injuring Peiyu. So Peiyu can completely use her height advantage to carry out offensive operations. I found that this Lion City was relying too much on peace. So I opened the microphone and said to everyone, "We haven't fully understood the terrain of the Lion City yet. And we haven't completely searched for supplies. There is no sound of gunfire at all. So we must always be careful when someone comes up. When we hear any movement, we will set up the stairs as soon as possible to prevent someone from coming up to attack. Li Yong, your shooting accuracy is good. So you can ambush on the other side of this factory. As long as someone comes up, just snipe and kill them." "Okay. I will observe carefully. And you should also be careful of an ambush." Li Yong heard the instruction. So he ran directly to the side of the large factory building, found a triangular position, and ambush. The first and best place to ambush at a construction site is on the roof of these tall buildings. But they also have a disadvantage. That is, they are not well hidden. There are generally no good bunkers on the roofs of high-rise buildings. But it is easier to fight than hitting people on the ground. And there is another very dangerous mistake that even professional players often make. Chapter 207, Stand Alone. That is, when going down the construction site, you must be careful and take the stairs. Otherwise, if you slip and fall, your health will be reduced to the lowest level. Even if the equipment is worse, you will almost fall to the ground and become a box. However, although the probability of reaching the finals in the Lion City is quite high, it is still a remote resource point after all. So I also thought of this. Sooner or later, this safe zone will move closer to the center. It rarely happens that the safe zone is near the Lion City. So when he was setting up his gun, he kept paying attention to the places where vehicles were spawned around him, found a car, and ran away when the ambush was over and the poison came. Lock up. Shinyi looked at the operation and showed a satisfied smile. Shinyi did not expect this idea to be very thorough and reliable. Peiyu, who had set up a gun on the construction site, suddenly discovered the target. So come, I said to everyone. Someone came towards the big factory. It looked like a team with complete equipment. It was probably from Hong Kong. Came here. I know. Everyone, be careful. Keep an eye on the distribution of footprints on the map and turn your headphones to the maximum volume. Because footsteps are very important. In any game, even the snow mode can reveal a lot of information such as the opponent's direction and position. Because the sound of an opponent walking in the grass is very different from the sound of an opponent walking in a house. Most experts will rely on this to determine whether there is an opponent in the house. You can also judge the opponent's approximate location in the building through the size and direction of footsteps. An expert like this will definitely have common sense in this regard. So he asked everyone to stop and asked Amy to make noise at the door, and then went around to the other side to attack. The building in Lion City, where they were located, had 2 doorways. Judging from the general direction that Peiyu pointed out to them, it was very likely that their opponent was in the room. Amy opened the door and then fired a few shots at the same spot. Attract the attention of opponents in the room. Then go around to the door on the other side and open the door to ambush. Ready to attack the opponent at any time. Let Li Yong prepare the grenades and let Amy keep attracting their firepower. After allocating the firepower, they switched to the third person. In the past, it was always the first person perspective. Now in the room, you have to switch to a wider perspective. In the third person mode, face the general direction of the opponent and press the free small eye lens button in the lower left corner of the mobile map. In this way, you can freely and unrestrictedly observe your surrounding vision without moving your body, which not only makes your behavior flexible, there is no risk yet, and you can observe the situation around you at any time. First, he circled the house, then obtained the basic view of the opposite side through the windows. After confirming that it was safe, he entered the second floor where Amy was. When passing through a place with a blind spot in the field of vision, he first slowly crawled closer to the wall, and then opened his mobile eyes to gain a little more field of vision. After confirming that the surrounding visual environment was safe, he slowly moved closer to Amy, where you can observe the enemy. You can see that they are very cautious now, and take every step very carefully. It is guessed that if they have not shown up now, then they must be hiding in the blind corner by the wall. Therefore, Li Yong and the others did not find the target in the room area, so they changed their positions. As soon as they moved, they aimed their guns at the blind spot of the field of vision, and then directly aimed and opened the magnifying glass to shoot. The person who was squatting in the blind corner was directly shown to be knocked down, without exposing himself. He successfully eliminated one person. Then Li Yong and the others pursued the victory while they were pulling their teammates. They rushed out directly. Amy also held a rifle in her hand and rushed to a three-sided wall where they could observe them. She shot another one with one shot. Li Yong went directly over with a submachine gun and fired at them, directly killing them. The other two killed each other and turned into boxes. Peiyu at the construction site also used her high-power lens to shoot and kill the last person who wanted to escape. They relied on their excellent tacit understanding. The perfect killing team destroyed the first professional team, which gave them confidence. They were more relaxed about this game than before. They successfully defeated the first team, and there were various exclamations in the audience. No one expected that a newly rising team would have such explosive power and unity, let alone that they could withstand external pressure. Such a beautiful battle. Shen Yi, who was sitting on the watch table, was also surprised by their refined tacit understanding and precise cooperation. Audience, this second team of the Sniper Demon Club is not as unbearable as the outside world said. It seems that there is still some strength to be found. It seems that the human demon gun team cannot win so easily. Yeah, I didn't expect that a small team that had just been formed could have such explosive power. Although this is the early stage of the game, the opponent is also a veteran of a professional team. What a pity. Some spectators lamented the loss of professional players, while others cheered for their victory. Shen Yi also slowly witnessed their transformation from novice gamers at the beginning to warriors who can stand alone now, and he was very happy for them. Soon it was in the middle of the game. Due to the second transfer of the safe zone, the safe zone had moved from the Lion City, a relatively remote city of supplies, slowly moved to the center of the desert near P City. There is a small observation building next to it. The most common ones in the desert are small houses on the roadside. Small observation buildings that are more common in desert mode games are located near river banks and mountains. This kind of building has 2 floors. If you plan to go to the observation building for a while, you can slowly put away the gun and use the side stairs to go up to the second floor. The second floor has a wide view, and there will often be high-end supplies, provided it has not been searched. But it has already reached the midterm stage. Most of the supplies here must have been searched. But luckily for them, they found a lot of bullets and medical supplies when they reached the second floor. It seemed that they hadn't had time to get over yet. So Li Yong guessed that the observation building in this place was the main central destination. The safe zone is close to here, and it is very likely that the final target is in the distance. So they are all united here to prepare an ambush, waiting for the enemy to arrive at any time. However, the view of the main hall on the second floor is too wide, and the walls are short, making it difficult to ensure its concealment. But fortunately, except for this small observation building, there are many large observatories near the observation building. These observatories are all typical observatories on high mountains that were once found in military bases. Chapter 208 Foolproof. Just like a watchtower, the terrain is high and complex. Once you get up there, the terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. So it is very suitable for sniper operations. So Peiyu was asked to hold the sniper rifle in his hand and occupy the observation platform on the high mountain on the right. This way, he can observe the situation and movements of the surrounding enemies at any time, and can also report the enemy's position to them at any time for better cover and protection. Ambush. And I observed that there are many cabins and small houses that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. Although they are good shelters in some situations, they have sufficient vision, and their own concealment is also high. He doesn't have a fatal flaw. It's these cabins or small houses that can be seen everywhere. The ceiling is not very good, and some do not even have windows or doors to protect them. Such people are easy to spot once they pass by, and it is unable to effectively attack enemies outside. There are also some very small houses. Their walls are much higher than the characters in the game. If they are discovered by the enemy, once the enemy uses throwing weapons, especially grenades, a series of explosive bombs with high explosiveness and high damage. As for the weapon, no matter how high its protective capabilities are, it may be the fate of an egg against a rock. It's easy to be cornered. However, if the safe zone is shrunk to a place like the ruins on the top of a mountain, they have a good chance of winning. because although the supplies here are average, the field of view is relatively wider and there are many bunkers, making it very suitable for an ambush. I heard that they searched more than half of the entire observation building and obtained a lot of high-end materials and medical supplies. However, they did not search the entire observation building, but searched the first and second floors that were closer to their target, because it would take a lot of time to search them all. But the material here can be said to be very rich, and the area is relatively large. So I'm not sure about the subsequent observations. Will there be a sudden enemy attack? For safety reasons, they were not allowed to continue searching. Instead, he chose to ambush in various triangular areas and let Pei Yu report the enemy's target range and time. Suddenly Pei Yu opened the microphone and said,
"The enemy target was found at 125 degrees. It is vaguely a team. Judging from the equipment and hiding state, it is probably the human demon gun team. After all, almost all of their equipment is fully armed. The third level first and third level armors also have ghillie suits, except for one person who does not have a ghillie suit. The remaining 3 people are all wearing auspicious suits and are fully prepared. The 4 of them are back to back and carefully concealed. It seems that their target is also near the observation building."
He immediately replaced the magazine, filled it with bullets, picked up the gun, opened the high-end magnification lens, and looked through the small window on the second floor of the observation building, taking advantage of the hidden position of the triangular terrain. I looked in the direction given by Pei Yu. Sure enough, there were 4 vague people. Although they were wearing ghillie suits, their moving targets were too large, and they were eventually discovered. He immediately opened the microphone and said,
"Everyone, get ready. Our last battle is coming. Although it is the penultimate poisonous circle in the safe zone. Once our battle is over, there will not be many people left. So the system will definitely shrink the poison circle in less than 20 seconds. We must drive as close to the center of the safety zone as possible within these 20 seconds. Otherwise, the poison will be too powerful and our drugs will not be protected at all. Don't come. Receive."
I was thinking about how to deal with the human demon gun team when I suddenly saw their jeep parked in front of the observation building. Suddenly I thought of something and immediately jumped out of the small window of the observation building on the second floor, slowly bent down and crawl forward, because Shen-Yi told her that the main strategic goal of the human demon gun team was that no matter what game they played, they only needed to search for another building, or to confirm whether the place was safe. Once they saw any vehicles, if the car is still parked near the housing area, they will definitely blow out the tires of the vehicle, leaving them with no means of escape. You must know that by the end of the scene, if they still survive, they must have vehicle help. Only then can they successfully escape to the middle of the last safe zone. Otherwise they would definitely waste a lot of time if they had to run there on foot. And the goal is still big. So in order to protect their only vehicle that could drive to the safe zone, they jumped downstairs, got into the car, then started the vehicle and slowly backed away, finally parked the car between 2 houses. In this way, the human demon gun team and others would not be able to discover their locked vehicles immediately, and it would also give them some time to react. After hiding the car, he immediately passed the stairs on the first floor and went straight to the second floor, where he had just ambushed the triangular area, and immediately raised the gun, watching the human demon gun team. They are slowly approaching the observation building area. So he said to Li Yong, who was good at grenades,
"When the human demon gun team is about 50 meters away from this observation building, throw down all the grenades and explosive bombs you have reserved. Try to throw down all the frag grenades at the first time, and then throw the shock bombs immediately. We will fully cover you and try to knock them out. Then we attack as a group. So the winning rate will be very high, and we can also take the opportunity to disrupt their battle plan."
Because the most indispensable decision-making in a game like building a building is grenades. Throwing weapons can be said to be indispensable in the process of attacking a building. Moreover, Shen-Yi said in the game strategy class he gave them before that if they fight in the housing area, they will be ranked according to the effect of attacking the building. First of all, the first and most damaging thing is the fragmentation grenade, followed closely by the shock bomb, and then the ordinary smoke bomb and Molotov cocktail. So when they started picking up supplies, they directly asked Li Yong to pick up all the grenades and shock bombs in case of emergency. And sure enough, they are now in use. They were waiting quietly, holding their breath as they watched the human devil gun team step by step into their encirclement. However, the human devil gun team Shen was not a vegetarian either. They came to a housing area and did not come in. He suddenly fell down about 150 meters away,
They didn't expect that a grenade was thrown on their side. I didn't expect that the human demon gun team would be so vigilant. Instead, grenades were thrown directly towards them, and even into some houses. Sure enough, the grenade was very powerful, and they gathered in a small room. If they throw it with good accuracy, almost everyone in the room will be knocked down. But fortunately, the human demon gun team, they are just testing it. Chapter 209 Ambush and Defense. They threw the grenades directly into the observation building closest to the roadside, and did not throw grenades in the second row of observation buildings they were covering. Not only that, they also threw multiple grenades at different locations in the 3 rooms in front of the first row of observation buildings. At this time, fortunately, they did not ambush in the first row of observation buildings. Fortunately, Lung Feng and Shini had said before that they must be more cautious when doing things. So they chose the visual angle, second only to the first row of houses in the back row of the observation building. Once they react a little slower, they are likely to knock down by the sheer force of a thrown grenade. Game commentator.
Now we see the human demon gun team. They are still very vigilant. In front of the safe and sound housing area with no gunshots. They did not forget to test it with grenades in advance. It seems that their style will continue. That is, before every game, they will use grenades to lure the enemy out in advance when passing a relatively safe place. And whether they can resist the challenge of the demon gun team, what about the round of attack? Can they be discovered? And what will be the final grand occasion? Let's continue to look down.
After throwing many grenades, the human demon gun team found no trace of them. So I ran over directly with confidence. Their time had come. Sokai said carefully.
Everyone, hide well and don't move around to prevent the target from being exposed. When they get closer, Li Yong will throw the grenade directly. Okay. The house area in front was almost completely blown up by grenades, and they remained motionless, still ambush and defending. It seems that the human demon gunsling team is about to be ambushed. Can they escape?
Audience.
The human devil gunslingers are in suspense this time. They didn't even notice this. They must have been too careless this time. It seems they didn't take it too seriously.
Audience.
Yeah. They were a little too careless. Otherwise, how could they have been ambushed based on their strength?
Shani, who was in the viewing area, clenched his fists. My eyes were glued to the computer game screen. As if I was about to get into it. Shani looked extremely nervous, knowing that this battle would mean their battle or defeat. Peiyu on the watchtower was also ready with a sniper rifle, aiming at the target, ready to shoot at any time. Amy on the side was also ready to send supplies and rescue at any time. Everything is ready, just waiting for the demonic gun Shin team to fall into the trap. These people, the magic gun team, walked toward the observation building unprepared. They carefully searched the first row of houses, and then they would search the second row. When he saw that they were about to come in, he gave an order to turn on the microphone and said, "Hit." After giving the order, Li Yong immediately threw all the grenades at the target downstairs, the human demon gun team. Immediately afterwards, Peiyu, Amy, and the others seemed to be shooting at them with the guns in their hands. The human demon gun team was instantly dispersed. In a state of chaos, they took advantage of the situation and threw explosive bombs. In the human demonic gun battle, they will be blinded for 10 seconds after being hit by a shock bomb. Even if there are no more grenades, shock bombs are also a good choice, suitable for quick battles. So they worked together to throw all the shock bombs in their backpacks towards the human demon gun team. The moment the shock bombs exploded, the entire observation building all shrouded in smoke. Then they took advantage of the 10 seconds and rushed down. He jumped directly from the observation building on the second floor, found the target and fired again. Originally, 2 of them had been injured by grenades. Immediately afterwards, they were injured by a blast bomb, so they lost a lot of health. At this time, the human demon gun team was only one final blow away from being annihilated. Amy and Li Yong also took advantage of the detonation bomb to start rushing downwards. The human demon gun team, who were blinded by the detonation bomb, had almost no power to fight back. He could only watch helplessly as his teammates were sniped one by one. Then Peiyu, who was on the watchtower, also took aim and shot all the people who were hit on the ground and crawled out as much as possible. They used all their strength to shoot out all the bullets in their guns. The human demon gun team had almost no power to fight back and could only hide everywhere. They worked hard together, and the 3 of them worked together to eliminate all members of the demon gun team. They wiped out the entire team again. Finally, after explosions and gunshots, they succeeded in eating chicken again. The battle ended, and the team won the final victory. Not only can they withstand all kinds of pressure from the outside world, but they can also move forward against the wind. After destroying 2 teams, they immediately eliminated the most influential team of the Human Demon Guns. They are the well-deserved dark horses. Let us once again a big round of applause for them. That's also for the Human Demon Gunslingers, who are actively fighting against each other. They probably underestimated their opponents this time, so they didn't think of many tactics. It was probably because of their failure in the first battle that they ended up in the second match. Performance. But let's look forward to the Human Demon Gun team. I believe they will make some changes in their tactics next time they compete. When Shen-Yi saw the scene of their victory, he even jumped for joy. Shen-Yi did not expect that they could defeat the Human Demon Gun team so perfectly. He can also use tactics in such a variety of ways. And even the game strategy has improved a lot. It seems that Shen-Yi was really worried at first. This time, they successfully won the championship again. Adding up the points from the 2 games, they can completely match the current game record. They won the game again. Although this is the preliminary round, it also means that they have taken a big step towards the real game championship. Winning this game also means that they can compete with more masters across the country. Make a PK. Ai Yunzui and Li Yong cheered warmly on the stage and hugged each other to celebrate. This was their first victory on such a big stage. They enthusiastically enjoyed the applause of the audience. There were tears left. Many people thought they were because of the joy of winning this game. But only Shen-Yi knew the tears they left. They are because they finally succeeded in resisting the voices of the outside world. They succeeded in proving themselves. And winning the game is only a secondary aspect. It's because they finally defeated themselves and the entire sniper club. I remember that Shen-Yi also cheered on the stage without any scruples. With joy and sadness. Chapter 2:10 No Scruples. Now looking at their precious tears and flawless smiles, Shen-Yi was filled with emotions. Game host. Okay. So far, the preliminary round of the club points competition has come to an end. Adding up our 2 games, the winner in the first round is the first team from the Sniper Demon team. They successfully won the game and scored 100 points. And the second team from the Sniper Demon team won the second preliminary round. Through their unremitting efforts and wonderful strategic methods and techniques, they showed us their strength. They also successfully scored 100 points. Adding up the 2 games, everyone should know the result. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds stimulates the battlefield. The winner of the club points competition is the Sniper team led by Shen-Yi. Thunderous applause erupted again at the scene, and everyone cheered for the Sniper Demon team. Game host. Now let's invite the founders of Sniper team, Li Yuner and Shen-Yi, to come on stage to receive the award, and also let them share with us their thoughts on winning the game and how they manage the club. Everyone is welcome to applaud. So Shen-Yi slowly took Li Yuner to the podium and took the microphone handed by the host. Yuner, of course, has seen this kind of scene too many times. So she took the microphone and started talking directly. Hello everyone. I am Li Yuner, the company director of Sniper Team. First of all, I am very lucky to be the company director of Sniper Team. Since their establishment, they have also created huge profits for our company. I am also very grateful. I am able to do my best for the company and be responsible for some things. Of course, today I saw them go from being ignorant at the beginning to winning games again and again. I am also very happy. Following their journey has been both bitter and sweet. But when they won the game and stood on the stage, I think all the suffering will disappear. Each of them has dedicated a lot of energy to the Sniper Team or the Sniper Club. What they have now is hard-earned, and they have achieved it step by step in training. So I think the audience should be able to see their hard work. I would also like to tell the audience here, don't underestimate a person's ability easily. They will give you unexpected surprises at any time. These words in the evening also deeply touched the hearts of Shen-Yi and every audience. Especially the last sentence. Li Yuner obviously spoke for them. Since they established the second team, they have received a lot of criticism, controversy and incomprehension online. Li Yuner also wanted to defend them. The game host didn't know how to answer the call. But Shen-Yi came to the rescue. He took the microphone and said, there are indeed many things that were not done well in this competition. But I think everyone appreciates their efforts. In the eyes, there is no talent in the game. Only the result of hard work. So they can win all because of their hard work. We will live up to expectations and strive to come out on top again in the national level competition and live up to everyone's expectations. Game host. Okay, then our game is over here. Please leave in order to ensure public security. We will not conduct interviews this time. Please understand. We will hold a game conference another day and all problems will be solved for everyone. The whole game also came to an end. Shin-Yi and the others left the field and returned to the club under the crowd. Everyone was very happy. Unexpectedly, they came back with a double championship. This was the club's top priority. Lee Yuner was extremely happy. Not only did it bring high profits to the company, but the entire website was also decorated with the Sniper Club sign. This time they really became famous. So Lee Yuner specially organized a big celebration banquet for them, and specially invited all the directors of the company and all members of the club to attend the party. Lee Yuner spent a huge amount of money this time. A party venue as big as a stadium has been booked, and all game facilities are included. But the chatty boy and the others were so happy that the competition was too intensive during this period, so no one could relax. They finally won a double championship this time, and the national club points competition only started in about 2 weeks, so they were given a week's rest. Lee Yuner raised her glass, called everyone together, and said, "Today, we firstly celebrate Shin-Yi and their team's victory in the club points competition. And secondly, we want to reward everyone for their unremitting efforts during this period. Let's cheer for our club and our company. Let us all raise our glasses and not come home drunk today." So everyone responded together and worked together to raise their glasses to celebrate the victory of the game. Everyone was very happy. So they started to cheer and let Shin-Yi say a few words. So Shin-Yi couldn't bear to lose face. So he put down his wine glass, straightened his clothes and said, "Everyone has worked hard today. I don't have anything to say. I just want to work hard together in the future to win our place. From now on, we will no longer be looked down upon. Everyone can stand on the highest stage of the competition. And the most important point is that we must not forget our original intention. Each of us must not forget our roots and why you started playing the game. Reasons and dreams are the meaning and true meaning of this game." Well said. But you can't forget your true feelings and remember what you said today. You can't. The chatty boy suddenly roared and said a bunch of drunken words in a daze. It was obvious that the chatty boy had already been drunk. Unconscious. Shin-Yi saw that it was almost time, so he asked everyone to go back first. Lee Yuner also drank a lot and fell drunk on the table. Lee Yong sent the chatty boy to the dormitory. Lee Yuner pestered Shin-Yi to take her home. Shin-Yi also thought that it was too dangerous for Lee Yuner to go back alone now, so he drove her back. As soon as she entered the door, Lee Yuner vomited non-stop. It looked like she had really drunk a lot. Lee Yuner usually had a good drinking capacity because she often went out to socialize. Today she was probably too happy, so she was a little excited. Lee Yuner collapsed on the sofa, and Shin-Yi looked helpless. He couldn't just leave her on the sofa and ignore her. If she caught a cold, the gain would outweigh the loss. So Shin-Yi carried Lee Yuner to her bedroom, slowly put her down, covered her with a quilt, put sober medicine on the table, and a glass of water to make sure Lee Yuner was asleep, and then left. Chapter 211. Pressing forward step by step. A tired Shin-Yi returned home and lay exhausted on the bed. He looked up at the trophies and certificates on the table and sighed in his heart. The last time he was so crazy was when he was in the CF team and won the game for the first time. Shin-Yi and Jiang Wu Zhangyao were both very drunk. At that time, he and Zhangyao confided in each other and finally got together. At that time, everyone was focused on the game without any restrictions, just playing happily. Shin-Yi thought that he would never be happy again after that time, and smiled without any distractions. But in the Sniper Club, he once again had the long-lost feeling. When Shin-Yi returned home, he really couldn't sleep, so he picked up the computer again and opened the game page of the website. When he opened the page, he saw a photo of his club. Several big words flashed in Shin-Yi's eyes. Best club champion candidate. Shin-Yi scrolled down again and saw a lot of comments from viewers, with more than 1 million comments and nearly 4 million likes. Shin-Yi scrolled down the comments out of curiosity and saw a familiar ID number. This ID number was none other than Zhangyao. So Shin-Yi saw Zhangyao's comments below, and he didn't need to think about it to discredit Shin-Yi and the others. It's just not so obvious in her words. After all, she is also a public figure. Shin-Yi hit the keyboard with his hands and replied a few words to Zhangyao. Waiting for you next time. So he turned off the computer. Shin-Yi didn't want to get into a fight with Zhangyao and the others, but Zhangyao and the others were pressing harder every time. Shin-Yi couldn't remain indifferent. Fortunately, Zhangyao didn't hire a Navy to come. Hey Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi was very tired these days and really didn't have the energy to stay up late anymore. So he closed the computer early and went to sleep. The next morning, although they won the game,
There would be a national best club selection competition in 2 weeks. Shen-Yi and the others could not neglect training. So Shen-Yi rubbed his eyes. He slowly got up from the bed with sleepy eyes. Although Shen-Yi didn't drink a lot of wine yesterday, he still drank a lot from them. So he was inevitably a little dizzy and weak. So Shen-Yi sorted out his clothes roughly. After washing up, he went directly to the club. As soon as he entered, Shen-Yi saw Li Yuner blocking the door, as if he had been waiting for a long time. So Shen-Yi walked over and asked, Li Yuner, why don't you go in? When Shen-Yi was about to walk in, Li Yuner stopped him, curled her lips and said, Yesterday, did you send me home? Yeah. I saw that you were drunk and unconscious. It was too dangerous to go back alone. So I sent you back. What's wrong? You don't look good. Did you catch a cold after drinking yesterday? Already? Li Yuner rushed over immediately. Before Shen-Yi could finish speaking, Li Yuner hugged him, and hugged Shen-Yi's thick shoulders tightly with both hands. Shen-Yi was immediately at a loss, and didn't know what to do. This scene happened to be seen by the chatty boy, Han Xiaomu and Jiang Wu, who had just come to the club to prepare for training. The chatty boy directly shouted, You are showing affection at the entrance of the club, and you are not allowing people to train properly. Han Xiaomu on the side was obviously jealous. He angrily opened the door and said, The training is about to start. Come in quickly. Shen-Yi was even more confused. This morning gave Shen-Yi a fright. Shen-Yi hurriedly said to Li Yuner, You? Can you speak properly and let go of your hands first? This will have a bad impact on a large group of people. Besides, why are you so excited about something? They all misunderstood. Shen-Yi also expressed his helplessness. Although it was a good thing that this beauty took the initiative to embrace her, Shen-Yi had never thought about it at all. Not to mention that he is with the CEO of an investment company. If word of this spreads, it is estimated that there will be another storm in the internet world. So Shen-Yi slowly broke away from Li Yuner's hand and said carefully, I just helped send you home. But you don't have to do this. I also understand what you are thinking. But now I put all my energy on the game and have no time to think about these things. Please forgive me. Li Yuner said calmly. I know. But it doesn't matter. Your club is all in my hands. Am I still afraid that you will run away? Li Yuner looked like a coquettish little girl in front of Shen-Yi, which was a far cry from the Li Yuner who was on the podium or in meetings before. Training is about to start. Let's go in quickly. Shen-Yi quickly changed the subject and hurriedly went into the club because the scene was too embarrassing now. Okay, let's go. Li Yuner said nothing more after hearing Shen-Yi's words that always changed the subject. But just when Shen-Yi and Li Yuner were about to step into the club, they saw someone running in the distance and calling Shen-Yi loudly. Shen-Yi stopped and took a closer look. It turned out to be Han Xiaomu. Han Xiaomu was still wearing pajamas, with fluffy hair, and ran toward Shen-Yi anxiously. It looked like something big had happened. Shen-Yi also ran down the stairs and asked Han Xiaomu, What happened? Why is this like this? Just came out? Han Xiaomu was panting all the time, with his hands on his waist. It seemed that Han Xiaomu ran directly from home. His face was red from holding back, and he was still panting and unable to speak. Shen-Yi quickly supported her and said, Don't worry. Let's talk after we go in. It's too cold outside. Be careful of catching a cold. Talk to me slowly when you go in. Yeah. It's such a cold day. Come in first. Li Yuner also said. Han Xiaomu burst into tears and said to Shen-Yi, I originally turned on the computer today to check it out like before. But as soon as I went online, I saw all kinds of barrage messages. Everyone said that I was fighting for me. And there were a lot of insults. I thought it was just a small group of black fans at first. So I didn't pay attention. Who would have thought that as soon as I started fighting, a bunch of people would rush towards me. Just take the grenade and throw it at me. Then I lost as soon as I came on the field. Then I was very confused and went to my Weibo to check it out. There were even bloody mouths and sprays on the bottom of every Weibo I posted. I was really angry. So I started scolding them. Who knew they actually took out a video of a loophole you helped me fix last time? And they discovered it. Even though the portrait in the video was very blurry. But the computer configuration and the costumes were exactly the same as mine. So everyone immediately assumed that I was the one doing the typing. This matter quickly spread. Chapter 212, Adding Fuel to the Fire. I think with their technology, you will be exposed soon. So I really have no choice but to come to you. It was discovered that Han Xiaomu was playing games on his behalf. And someone deliberately spread rumors on the internet. This person must be targeting Shen-Yi. After all, even if Han Xiaomu had a grudge, it would be impossible for him to have such a big grudge. This incident not only hit Han Xiaomu hard, So Shen-Yi must help Han Xiaomu find out who exposed it and added more fuel to the fire. It was originally just a simple matter. But now Han Xiaomu has to suffer all kinds of insults and other insults. Shen-Yi cannot ignore it. So Shen-Yi asks a hacker friend of his help find out the origins of these trolls and find their ID addresses. The next day, this person found the addresses and ID numbers.
Look, this ID number is very active. Online almost every day. And it's very close to you. Because the target of the Navy this time is too big. It has already approached millions of trolls. And there is nothing I can do. So we can only find one broadcast ID address. And the rest depends on you.
It took a hacker friend of Shen-Yi nearly half a day to find out an account. And it was still an active account. Shen-Yi walked over and took a look. And was shocked. Then he waited for a while before opening his mouth and saying,
"How could it be him? This is absolutely impossible."
Li Yuner froze when she stepped forward, opened her mouth wide, and said,
"Isn't this Oh Ming? He has always had a good relationship with you. Hasn't he? How could he do such a thing? And I remember he was Han Xiaomu's game coach. How could he do this? This is incredible."
Li Yuner muttered something on the side. But Shen-Yi was speechless. He couldn't believe that the person exposed was Ming. Shen-Yi was so angry that he didn't understand what Ming wanted to do. So he closed the door. Computer. After comforting Han Xiaomu, he went to Ming in a drunken state. Shen-Yi wanted to ask him why he did this. So without saying anything, Shen-Yi took a taxi and went straight to Ming's club. As soon as Shen-Yi arrived at the club, he saw Ming helping their team members during combat training. Without saying a word, Shen-Yi rushed up and pulled Ming away. "Go out." Then he said loudly,
"Why?" This made Ming suddenly confused, and asked directly,
"Shen-Yi, what medicine did you take today? You are so anxious. Just don't thank me for what happened last time. And now you are still like this to me. You are really not very moral. Why are you still talking about? Tell me. I really want to ask you why you exposed Han Xiaomu's fight and hired a Navy to slander her."
Shen-Yi still couldn't figure it out. So the angry team member Ming said,
"What are you talking about? What about hiring a Navy, and what about exposure? Shen-Yi, are you crazy? You are trying to throw all kinds of blame at me. Why do you say that to me? Don't forget. I just helped Han Xiaomu not long ago."
Ming roughly understood why Shen-Yi reacted so aggressively. But Ming was also in a state of confusion at this time. When he heard what Shen-Yi said, he understood some of the reasons. "How do you explain this?"
Shen-Yi took out the screenshot on his mobile phone, pointed it to Ming, and asked,
"This ID? Why does it look so strange? Oh, I remembered it. This is the trumpet I lost not long ago. I just found it yesterday. I was still wondering, why did the account ID suddenly come back on its own? I didn't take it seriously at the time. And then I continued to use this account to call for assistance. Besides, you can't just use an ordinary account to slander me."
Ming stared at the ID screenshot photo on his phone and said confused and angry. Ming did not expect that Shen-Yi would not believe him and would misunderstand him with a mere ID. This was what made Ming the most angry. Ming did not expect that his friendship with Shen-Yi over the past few years would be misunderstood by a cell phone screenshot made out of nothing. Although Ming tried his best to explain, Shen-Yi still stared at the screen. So the two people started to quarrel. And everyone refused to let go. Li Yuner saw the two of them quarreling. So he immediately walked over and said to them in a conciliatory manner,
Okay. Until the matter is finalized, you two should stop arguing. There are still many doubts about this matter. So let's settle this matter first. You keep arguing."
Seeing that the two of them were still refusing to let go, Li Yuner could only express her helplessness. Ming couldn't help but think about how this matter could be blamed on him. So Ming asked where they found Shen-Yi, the hacker.
"He is a very reliable friend of mine. He will definitely not have any problems. However, it is not convenient for me to reveal his name to you. Since this is your ID, it is displayed on the game website. That means this matter must have something to do with you."
Shen-Yi still clung to this matter and refused to let go. After all, Han Xiaomu was responsible for this matter. Apart from Shen-Yi, only Ming knew about it. So who else could it be if it wasn't Ming? Woolen cloth? Ming also expressed his helplessness. So he gave up arguing with him and went about their own business, leaving Shen-Yi sitting there alone. Thinking about what? Hacker? One of Ming's hackers instantly awakened hacker Shen-Yi. The situation this time was almost exactly the same as last time. Last time, Shen-Yi questioned Zhang Yao about hackers. And Zhang Yao also said that it had nothing to do with him. This time, The same thing happened again. Shinee felt that this matter was very strange. Maybe he really was wronged. It's just that he doesn't have evidence yet to prove that Ming is really wronged. So he must find out as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would Ming be wronged, but the real culprit would not be caught. And Han Xiaomu would continue to fall into such public opinion and abuse. Shinee suddenly thought of what was happening now through the last hacker incident, and found something strange. The last incident had not been resolved yet. And now something like this happened again. Shinee felt that things were not simple. Then he suddenly thought of something. That is, his former team coach Chen Qi. Chen Qi suddenly disappeared a few days ago. There must be a reason. Chen Qi could leave quietly. He would definitely not let him go. Since he left so easily. Maybe his incident was probably Shen Yi's incident. I just sincerely want to test whether Chen Qi is back. If he has really come back, it will completely prove that it was Chen Qi who caused the trouble. So Shen Yi found Jiang Wu, who only had Chen Qi's contact information. Shen Yi asked Jiang Wu to get through his phone. So when the call was connected, Shen Yi grabbed the phone and asked Chen Qi directly.
Did you do this to Han Xiaomu? Have you returned to China?
Chapter 213 Crazy.
You have to think that you found me so soon. How uncomfortable is it to wrong a good friend? I think Ming has probably broken up with you by now. This is the result I want. Yes.
And I also circulated that video. It was also the trolls I hired to disrupt your plan and asked Han Xiaomu to help you. In this case, I think Shen Yi, you will not help. Although your face is not shown in this video. I want to use the technology of the trolls and fans to deal with it. Soon the truth will surface.
If they knew that you,
Shen Yi, were actually playing games for someone, what will they think of you?
Chen Qi was simply crazy. He didn't expect that he would have such a deep grudge against Shen Yi. And he would do such a thing even if he exposed himself as a criminal. Shen Yi really didn't understand why he hated himself so much. Shen Yi originally thought that Chen Qi would hesitate or refuse when he asked about this matter. But he did not expect that Chen Qi would confess and directly say that he did it.
Why do you hate me so much? Did you know that the team was disbanded at that time? Safety is my personal reason. Why do you want to take all your anger out on me? What good will this do to you? As long as I see you decline, I will be very happy. You still have the nerve to ask me why? Do you know how I felt when I saw your triumphant smile on the podium? Do you know how I feel when I stand on the stage and can only watch others win awards? You don't understand. How can people like you, who live on the bright stage all day long, understand the grief of the people at the bottom of us? So I want you to try this feeling. And I want to ruin your reputation. So you hate me so much. It's enough for you to take revenge on me. Why are you hurting the people around me?
Chen Qi has helped Shen Yi in the game more than once in the past. Many of Shen Yi's game machine methods and strategies were learned from Chen Qi. It can also be said that without Chen Qi, Shen Yi would not be where he is today. Chen Qi is Shen Yi's first teacher. Shen Yi has always regarded him as his best teacher and best friend. However, what happened in the past has changed everything now.
Then I also want to ask you about the last hacker incident. Is Zhang Yao really unaware of it at all?
Shen Yi suddenly thought of the previous hacker incident. Last time, Shen Yi went to Zhang Yao to argue. But Zhang Yao refused repeatedly. She said it was not her fault. So Shen Yi wanted to see if Zhang Yao was really wronged. Or was it just Chen Qi's conspiracy?
You believe what Zhang Yao said. He has hurt you so many times. I didn't expect that now. You would still believe her and be fooled by just a few words from her.
Chen Qi said mockingly on the other end of the phone.
Sure enough. You and Zhang Yao are in a group. And their purpose is to destroy me.
Shen Yi understood everything in an instant under Chen Qi's words. It turns out that all this is a conspiracy between Chen Qi and Zhang Yao, including what Zhang Yao did to him before. Chen Qi must have led her.
Otherwise, do you think Zhang Yao would come up with such a wonderful plan like this? Even if your hand was injured last time. I specifically asked Zhang Yao to show up to see you. Maybe we can use your past affection for her to let Zhang Yao enter your club and destroy you. It's just that I didn't expect that Zhang Yao would be too conflicted in his work, which would lead to failure in the end. Otherwise, you would have been extremely lonely by now. Chen Qi, you are really despicable. You'd better know that it's illegal for you to hire trolls and use hackers to invade my computer and files. I advise you to stop as soon as possible. I can forget about it from now on.
You take your Yangwan Road, and I'll cross my single plank bridge. Shen Yi, are you kidding? You asked me to stop. Now that it's over, do you think I can stop? But don't worry. This matter will be over soon. I heard that you won this PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Stimulate the battlefield and become the champion of the club points competition. I haven't had time to congratulate you yet.
But don't forget that Zhang Yao and I have a share in the latest national competition. I will also lead the team to participate in this national club battle. And the same goes for Zhang Yao. I wonder if you can eliminate us all this time. This is your ability. So we'll see. Who will win is not sure yet. It's not like you've lost the qualification for the competition. Don't you think? Shen thought to himself that Chen Qi had already lost the qualification for the competition. And he vowed that he would definitely participate in the competition. So he had only one way. That is fraud. Yes, it's what you think. But of course you can report me and say I'm a faker. But don't forget the consequences if you report me. The video of you helping Han Xiaomu fight will also be exposed. Then it will come true that you help Han Xiaomu fight on his behalf. Then you won't be able to defend yourself. This time, as long as you win the team led by me and Zhang Yao openly, then I promise not to harass you again from now on. But if you lose, we'll have a different story. Not only will you quit the game, you also want to announce that from now on, you will never step foot into the PUBG game field again. This includes not only PUBG mobile games, but also any other competitions such as CF. You will not be able to participate. Do you think I will promise you? I bet you will promise me. After all, if you are alone, you will definitely report it. But don't forget that there is Han Xiaomu. Our bet this time is very simple. Win the game. I think you should know whether it's worthwhile to win the reputation of the two of you. Chen Qi is really good at calculating. He knew that Shen Yi valued friendship the most. So he threatened him with Han Xiaomu's fight, forcing Shen Yi to agree to his request. Okay, I promise you. But don't worry. We will never give you a second chance. We will definitely win this game. We will see. Shen Yi closed his eyes and said through gritted teeth. Shen Yi also put down his harsh words and would never let their conspiracy succeed. Okay, then we'll see you on the playing field. After Chen Qi finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Li Yuner, who was next to her, also heard all this. Although Li Yuner didn't know much about their past. Why did the two of them have such deep grudges? But Chen Qi's excessive demands made Li Yuner so angry that she said angrily for Shen Yi. Chapter 214. Sit back and watch. This Shen Yi is going too far. He actually has the nerve to say that he used to be your teacher. But it is said that Chen Qi used to be a very powerful sniper commander. Since he is your teacher, no wonder he knows you so well. Then what are you going to do? Are you really threatened by him? Li Yuner looked at Shen Yi with a worried look on his face and asked. Now that the matter has come to an end, I can only do what he said. But I will never lose to him. I will definitely beat him in the next domestic competition and get back my dominance. Shen Yi vowed. Okay, I'll help you and we'll work together. Li Yuner has already regarded Shen Yi as a very important person in her heart. Now that Shen Yi is in trouble, how can Li Yuner stand by and watch? Don't tell anyone about this matter first, including Li Yuner. Although this matter has something to do with her. After all, it's because of me, Chen Qi, that I treat Han Xiaomu like this. I don't want to involve her because of my affairs. Shen Yi is like this. No matter when and where he puts other people's thoughts first. No matter what he does, he will put others first. After experiencing so much, Li Yuner asked herself that she already knows Shen Yi very well. But once what happened this time? Li Yuner couldn't figure out Shen Yi. Although Li Yuner still doesn't know Shen Yi's true identity. But according to the relationship between Chen Qi, Zhang Yao and Shen Yi, Li Yuner will think of it sooner or later. So I guess I can no longer hide my identity. But for the sake of the club and the team, I can hide it for a moment. After all, the competition is coming soon. It can't affect everyone's enthusiasm for the game. Besides, Shen Yi's previous games were all played wearing a mask. So even if they suspect similar techniques and similar experiences, they can't conclude that Shen Yi is the CF team sniper. So Shen Yi returned to the club and saw Han Xiaomu, who was still worried about this matter. So Shen Yi came up with an idea. He said to Han Xiaomu, I have investigated this matter clearly. It is caused by black fans who hired trolls. I have already dealt with this matter. Don't worry. In a few days, all your trolls will have been dealt with. Well, it will be completely back to normal after a while. However, the amount of video traffic is too high, and I probably can't control it. But I will try my best to control it because this video has been coded. So even the most powerful hacker will waste a lot of time trying to crack this video. So it's also a matter of time. It'll be fine when this incident is over. Don't worry too much. Yes, you can't stop the black fans no matter how you do it. It's better to just let things go. Since Shen Yi said to help you, this matter will be solved. Don't be too sad. You can stay with us during this period. When the public opinion subsides, you can go back. Anyway, we are here to accompany you. Yes.
Han Xiaomu was instantly infected by everyone's warm atmosphere. So she nodded and said,
Thank you.
This matter has come to an end for the time being. And Shen Yi and the others have resumed their previous training. But this matter is still pressing and uncomfortable in Shen Yi's heart. Because of this incident, Shen Yi wronged Oh Ming and had a big quarrel with Oh Ming. Oh Ming probably hates Shen Yi now. Shen Yi took advantage of the 1-hour break after training to go to Oh Ming's club and wanted to apologize to Oh Ming.
Hello. I'm looking for your team leader. Oh Ming.
Shen Yi came to the club again and asked the front desk.
District team. He's not here. Do you know where you went?
Shen Yi asked doubtfully whether Oh Ming was avoiding it, because this matter created a barrier for him.
I'm not sure about this either. You can call the district team and ask. Oh. Thank you very much.
After coming out of Oh Ming's club, Shen Yi took out his mobile phone and dialed Oh Ming's number. He called several times, but no one answered. Shen Yi thought that nothing really happened. So I quickly called everyone who was close to Oh Ming and asked where Oh Ming was. After a while, a call came. Shen Yi saw that the caller ID was Oh Ming. So he quickly answered the call and said,
Hey, Oh Ming, where are you? You are really a serial reminder. Soon my phone will be blasted. What's going on? Is it because of what happened in the morning? I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. I said it's none of my business. Do you believe it or not? I didn't expect that you would doubt me because of our friendship for such a long time.
Oh Ming didn't know about Shen Yi's affairs yet. So he thought Shen Yi was looking for him about Han Xiaomu's affairs.
I have investigated this matter clearly. I misunderstood you. Let's talk about it in detail where you are.
Shen Yi felt that this matter could not be explained clearly on the phone for a while. So he wanted to ask Oh Ming to come out and talk to him. Let's talk about it in detail.
I'm currently training intensively in a secret base. I won't be able to leave for a while. If you have anything to say, just talk to me on the phone. If you still accuse me of that incident, we won't have to talk about it.
Oh Ming is also a person with a true temperament. He says what he has to say without making any detours. This is why Shen Yi leaves all important things to Oh Ming.
This matter was caused by Chen Qi and Zhang Yao.
So Shen Yi directly told the whole story.
I know Zhang Yao. Chen Qi? Oh. He was the former head coach of CF and Zhang Yao's first teacher. How did you come to know him and have such a big hatred against him?
Oh Ming was also a little frightened by this name. After all, in the past, the name Chen Qi was so well known that almost everyone knew it. But now it feels a bit strange when you hear it again.
He was also my first teacher. But that was all a long time ago.
What? A series of bombs hit Oh Ming one after another. Oh Ming never thought that Shen Yi was Chen Qi's apprentice. No wonder his tactics were so powerful. If it hadn't been for that incident, Chen Qi would probably be a different person now. A hotshot guy for the big game.
What kind of grudge do you have against him? How could he use such a dirty trick against you?
Oh Ming couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought.
It's a long story. The main thing I want to apologize to you this time is that I didn't take the overall situation into consideration and wronged you. I'm sorry, but I was too anxious at the time. So I directly saw your face. I just assumed it was you.
Shen Yi said to Oh Ming sincerely. Oh Ming was silent for a while and said,
Okay.
I'm not used to Captain Shen being so affectionate all of a sudden. But remember, you owe me an explanation. Next time I have something to do with you. You can't reject.
Chapter 215 Beating Around the Bush. Oh Ming is not the kind of unreasonable person. After all,
Shen Yi didn't know about this matter at the beginning. So it is human nature to misunderstand. After all, whoever saw this matter and saw his good friend's ID would be unjust to him would definitely be furious. So Oh Ming didn't blame Shen Yi.
Don't worry. No matter what happens, as long as you ask, I will definitely help you solve it. It's a deal. I'm still training intensively now. I'm really too busy, so I won't tell you anymore.
Shen Yi heard the noise from Oh Ming's side. So he hung up the phone. This matter has come to an end. There is still 1 week left before the time agreed with Chen Qi and the others. Shen Yi and the others have also started emergency training. This competition is not only about the honor of the Sniper Club and the others, but also about Han Xiaomu. So be careful, seeing that a week has passed and the domestic club championship is about to begin. Shen Yi certainly has not forgotten his bet with Chen Qi. Shen Yi has been training intensively during this period. Each of the team members worked very hard and did not slack off at all. Because this domestic club championship adopts a 4-row battle mode. Each club can only send 4 people to fight. It's just that they can hire an on-the-spot conductor who can provide guidance. Shin-Yi is also worried about this selection. They won the game last time. But to be on the safe side, they must send the chatty boy and his first team to the field. It's just that they worked very hard during this period. And Shin-Yi saw it. Shin-Yi found him and wanted to talk to him in person about the selection of players for this game. And wanted to see the members of their second team. Idea. Shin-Yi called 4 people from their second team to the conference room alone. Someone in Shin-Yi said his own thoughts directly without beating around the bush.
The game announcement for this competition has also come out. Only 4 people can be selected to participate, plus an on-the-spot conductor. Your competition last time was very exciting, but this competition is very important. It is definitely not an ordinary game competition, but a symbol to battle for the honor of our club. It is also an important opportunity for our club to go out and move to a bigger stage. So I hope you will consider it carefully.
Shin-Yi also expressed his own concerns and asked them to consider the pros and cons for themselves. Everyone was silent, lowering their heads and thinking about something. First of all, he spoke to Shin-Yi and said,
"We already discussed this matter on the day the game was announced, and we unanimously decided to let Chatterbox Boy, Xiaomu and Jiangwu participate."
Although Shin-Yi thought about it, he also wanted to ask them the reason. Shin-Yi thought that they must have discussed and thought about it for a long time before they could make such a decision.
Have you already discussed it? But have you ever thought that this competition is a very important stage opportunity for you? We have thought about it carefully. This competition is indeed important to us, but it is more important to this team and this club. In terms of strength, you are better than us. You are hundreds of times stronger than us in this round of experience. So you don't have to consider our feelings. We have already decided, even though we won the last game. But this time is different. This time the competition is all full of great players, and ordinary teams will definitely not be able to handle it. So you must go on the field and win this game for us.
These heartfelt words pierced Shin-Yi's heart. Shin-Yi didn't expect that they could have such great insights. So he didn't say anything else.
Well, since you have already mentioned this, we will be playing in this domestic competition. But don't worry. You will definitely be indispensable in future competitions. So you still can't be lazy and pay close attention to daily inspections. Training. I have to assess at any time. Don't worry. You can go to the game with confidence. We will definitely not fall behind in the team's training,
he said with a smile. In fact, Shin-Yi knew that they wanted to compete very much. But for the sake of the overall situation, they resolutely gave up such a good opportunity. Shin-Yi also felt a little guilty for them. Soon, the candidates were determined. And the next step was the battle plan and goals. This time the game announcement only mentioned the number of players and venues, and did not mention any issues about the game mode. This made Shin-Yi a little unexpected. There are so many modes in this game. There are nearly 20 types of classic modes plus upgraded versions alone, not including entertainment modes and other economic modes. The scope of this competition is too huge. Even Lingfen couldn't make up his mind, so he could only win by surprise. Shin-Yi and the others spent a week practicing all the classic modes of the entire game just in case. Not only that, Lingfen was the game for this competition. On-the-spot command. I also thought hard about this battle plan and considered all the possible construction and hidden problems in many housing areas, as well as the problems that Shin-Yi and his team would easily overlook in every game. All were analyzed in detail and corresponding solutions were developed to deal with various problems. The game competition was imminent, and Shin-Yi and the others did not dare to relax at all. 2 days before the game, they specially held a game seminar, focusing on everyone's personal weaknesses in the game and conducting Go analysis. Lingfen came to the stage to speak, summarized everyone's weaknesses in detail, and then came up with solutions for everyone.
First of all, Chatty Boy, you actually don't have much problem with your combat skills. You are flexible in combat, quick in reaction, and completely faster than others. But I think you also know what is your fatal problem.
The chatty boy looked confused, thought about it carefully, and said suspiciously,
"Could it be the marksmanship? But yes, it seems that you are not so arrogant, and you still know your own problem. Now that you know it, let's move on to your special training. I think you understand. Your training in the next 2 days will mainly focus on identifying the weaknesses in your marksmanship. Otherwise, when you are dealing with other enemies alone, grenades will never be able to pass bullets quickly."
Lingfen was very responsible and specially customized a special combat plan and training command for the chatty boy. He gave him a video
and asked the chatty boy to conduct marksmanship training and accuracy training at least 3 times a day according to the above-mentioned model.
This method will not only improve your marksmanship, but also increase the accuracy of grenades fired at you. The main thing is that you practice more frequently. Within a week, that is, before the competition, I believe that your marksmanship will definitely improve. A big step.
Chapter 216, The Strongest Battle. Then Shani said,
Yes, Lungfeng and I spent a long time looking through a lot of recorded videos of your games and various netizen comments, and discovered the problems you still have today. We have planned the next competition for you in time. You must not underestimate them. They are all masters among masters. They are among the best in almost every war zone or city. It can be said to be the strongest battle. Before they participate in the competition, they will definitely check your information everywhere. So know yourself and the enemy, and we will never be in danger. We must be fully prepared.
As Shani spoke, he used the format of the document to send them some of the information they summarized.
Yes, if your weaknesses are put together, they can actually complement each other. But if your group is broken up and you fight alone, you will suffer a lot.
Lungfeng added. Shani also nodded, agreeing with Lungfeng's statement. And then Han Xiaomu asked Shani directly,
Captain Shen, even though I know there are many incomplete playing methods in the game, I just can't see where I have a big problem.
Shani pushed a table to Han Xiaomu, which detailed the questions about all Han Xiaomu's previous games. Shani then said,
As for your question, I think you should have discovered it yourself. During the game, you mainly snipe from a distance. So once you encounter a melee singles, you are very likely to suffer a loss. After all, a sniper rifle, whether it is a 98K or an M2, cannot be faster than a repeating rifle. So you have to remove the sniper rifle when picking up supplies. Pick up another repeating rifle or submachine gun, so that you can resist both melee and long-range attacks. There is absolutely no problem with your marksmanship.
So as long as you pay attention to the weapon, there will be no problem at all. But Team Shen, why don't you find a high position to mount the gun and then move? Isn't the target too big?
Han Xiaomu asked doubtfully.
This can only be done in the early stages of the game. When you reach the last poisonous circle or the later stages, you must try to avoid direct conflict with us.
Shen Yi explained the pros and cons to Han Xiaomu word by word. He didn't feel annoyed at all because there were so many questions. Everyone asked questions, and Shen Yi answered them carefully.
Captain Shen, I understand. Next time you compete, it's up to me.
After listening to Shen Yi's explanation, Han Xiaomu said to Shen Yi with a determination to win.
As for Jiang Wu, I think there is nothing to say. He is not only a former professional player, but also a main attacker. So when you are undecided, or in future games without my participation, you can all ask Jiang Wu. In terms of experience, I think he is ahead of everyone here.
Shen Yi pointed at Jiang Wu and said with a look of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Wu came to Shen Yi's club at the most critical moment and helped Shen Yi through the most difficult period. Shen Yi was also full of gratitude to him. After so many games, if it weren't for Jiang Wu, I'm afraid they wouldn't have won so many championships so smoothly.
Shen Yi, please don't praise me. This is the result of everyone's hard work. I didn't do anything. Next time we compete together, we will fight side by side and strive to win the finals championship. Let our sniper club name resounded throughout the country.
The more Jiang Wu talked, the more excited and emotional he became. It had been a long time since Jiang Wu had played such a fun game with his old teammates. So Jiang Wu cherished every opportunity to play.
Anyway, the next finals will start soon, and we must all work together to win this game.
Shen Yi knows what this game means. So Shen Yi will definitely go all out. Not only for Han Xiaomu, but also for the Sniper Club. He must win this game. Because this game announcement did not say what mode to use to participate. This also increases the difficulty of the competition. Therefore, Lungfeng will judge based on the mode selection and difficulty used in previous games. The difficulty of this finals will only increase, not decrease. Therefore, there is a chance that Cold Wind will choose one of the 3 modes with the highest probability. Because of the difficulty, the choice will definitely be one of the upgraded versions. And it will definitely not be the ordinary island and rainforest modes. So Yanqing specially held a temporary meeting for everyone to make strategic adjustments to Lingxi for the game 2 days later. Because it is definitely not an easy task to practice all the patterns in this short period of time. They have already completed the training in the early stage. All the upgraded classic versions have not started training yet. So Li Feng is going to talk about some tips. If this competition relies on pure steel guns,
No team will be willing to do so. So skill is the most crucial part of winning this game. Of course, this is not without other teams taking advantage of the situation. It is possible that 2 or 3 teams will collectively attack one team and then enter the semifinals. The dead in the finals can be upgraded to 2 more teams. And finally, the last 2 winning teams will compete for the championship. Therefore, it is possible that many teams have started a joint competition. This is where Shen Yi and the others need to be careful. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Shen Yi's strategy and style of play. And I believe that Chatterbox Boy and the others have avoided some of their previous shortcomings through their training in the past 2 days. So the most important thing now is how to win this game easily and skillfully. Shen Yi and Ling Feng stayed up for several days. Finally, I made a PPT about some game tips and some map bugs. So Shen Yi used PPT to preach. First of all, I want to tell you that in previous games, you either use vehicles to chase or hide from other people's attacks, which greatly increased the risk. Although the sea area is relatively small, everyone should know that on the entire map, although the island rainforest is still a desert snowfield, their land area is much larger than that of the sea. On the entire map, nearly 2/3 of the tiles are land, and the rest is water. However, there are all kinds of materials and buildings on the land, but the materials on the vast water are relatively scarce. And during the game, you will also find that if you don't have the help of a boat, you will move very slowly in the water, and you can't shoot or spray medicine. So few players are actually willing to stay in the water. In fact, for professional players in such high-level competitions, winning is one thing, and how they fight in the game can attract fans is another aspect. Therefore, most experts will not choose to attack on the sea. But this also means that on the water there will be very little competition. Chapter 217, Above Board. But fighting at sea, no matter how you look at it, you look timid. You will definitely be gossiped about by other teams. The chatty boy interjected. In the game, no matter what technique, victory is the first factor. And this method is only for the early stage of the game. It is less dangerous in the late game. Shen Yi explained. Then wouldn't our skydiving be restricted? Han Xiaomu also asked later. In such large-scale competitions or finals where masters compete, we can't jump directly to military bases. P-City, similar to places with high risks, such as seaports, mountaintop ruins, etc., is also our first choice. Shen Yi answered Han Xiaomu's question. Because in this kind of master duel, recklessness is the first taboo. Shen Yi continued. Not only that, we can also see many ports and harbors next to some housing areas. Most of these places have ships docked, and the sea areas in these places are generally very wide. As long as you find a suitable sea vehicle, it can span half of the entire map. So it will be much safer to transport drugs by sea. In addition to high-end resource points such as G-Port and nuclear power plant, they are also the first choice for skydiving for many players. Because these places are far away from airplane routes, are remote, and are relatively rich in materials. The other resource points along the coast are relatively remote and barren small places. It is not easy to encounter some well-equipped opponents. This can give you some buffer opportunities, because most people running on land are likely to encounter some gun battles on the way, and it is very likely that you will be involved in their battles. So you have to be patient. You can't choose to compete with them openly just for the sake of face. On the one hand, it's strength. On the other hand, it's skills. Shen Yi told them that both strength and skills are indispensable. Actually, the biggest difficulty with this method of staying on the water is not the technique, but your ability to control the ship. I know that you rarely use water attacks at ordinary times. You generally use land attacks more often. So this kind of practice is also necessary, especially for some carrier aircraft on the water. The speed and operational capabilities are definitely no less than those on land. For example, the military speedboat has a long enough captain. But this is also one of its major weaknesses. The turning control is not very good. It would be fine if the water surface is wide. But as the poisonous circle continues to refresh, the only place where you can really drive a boat is in a long and narrow river. If you are not careful, you will be stranded. Not only that, due to the continuous shrinkage of the poisonous circle, the rivers on the map will also be divided into small rivers. And in the later stage of the game, the poison outside the safe zone is also very powerful. So controlling the ship is not a convenient thing in the later stage. There is another type of water vehicle that is easier to control. But this water vehicle is difficult to find in ordinary rivers. It is a speedboat. It is not only fast, but also small and easier to control. Everyone benefited a lot from listening to the strategic skills of Shen Yi and Lin Feng. Many of the skills have not been implemented in previous game competitions. So 2 days passed quickly. Shen Yi took the chatty boy, Han Xiaomu, Jiang Wu and Li Yuner and took the exclusive competition bus to the competition venue. Because this is a national club points competition, each team can only send participating players and company club leaders to participate. No other unrelated personnel are allowed to enter the venue. The referees and spectators at this venue are all composed of senior gamers and retired players. It is an absolutely fair voting environment. Because in this competition, the final score accounts for 70%. And the judges' scores and audience scores account for 30%. So even if you win the competition, it is not entirely possible to win. Therefore, there is a certain degree of contingency in this competition. The judges and the audience will give only one vote to the team they think has strong combat capabilities based on the performance of the players on the field. There is also an opportunity for individual voting to ultimately select a team club champion and an MVP Most Valuable Individual Excellence Award. This reward system can be said to be a mechanism that has never been seen in previous competitions. So this also means the importance of this game. Not only that, Shen Yi also has a bet with Chen Qi and Zhang Yao. So Shen Yi must work hard to win this game. Shen Yi and the others had just arrived at the game venue. When they got off the car, they saw Han Xiaomu running towards them. Shen Yi was surprised. How could she come? According to the rules of the game, no relevant personnel were allowed to enter. How's it going? Are you surprised to see me? Han Xiaomu ran over, slapped Shen Yi jokingly, and said playfully, Why are you here? This game is not. Well, I have a ticket. Han Xiaomu took out an entry ticket from his jacket pocket, which was a VIP seat in the front row. Shen Yi expressed surprise, took it over and looked at it, and it turned out to be a ticket. There is also the logo printed on this competition, which cannot be faked. Shen Yi thought Han Xiaomu secretly asked scalpers to buy the tickets. What happened? Oh, this is someone's official mailing it to me. They said that because of the influence of my games, they are at the top of the rankings. So they gave me a chance to be a judge this time. And it's still the judge who accounts for 2 votes. How about it? Why don't you fawn over me? Han Xiaomu said sternly while holding the votes. So that's it. It seems that you have been very efficient during this period, and you can actually participate in the international judging panel. Shen Yi learned the reason and was very happy for him. I am here on behalf of our urban area. There are 2 judges in our urban area. One is me, and you know the other one. Who is it? Shen Yi became even more confused. Could this be a group of relatives and friends of the judges? It's Lin Feng. Han Xiaomu whispered into Shen Yi's ear. How could it be him? Shen Yi's eyes widened, expressing disbelief. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you surprised? It's Lin Feng's father, the person in charge of the urban game official purchase competition. He is also a high-quality referee in our urban area. He can be said to be the most influential person in the urban area. So he must come to participate. And he told me on the way that he wanted to meet you. Han Xiaomu told Shen Yi everything. Where is he? Over there. I'll take you there. Han Xiaomu pointed in one direction and said to Shen Yi. Chapter 218 Reasonable. Okay. Jiang Wu. Take them in first. Find our lounge. And then summarize the strategy one just told you. I'll be there later. Shen Yi turned around and said to Jiang Wu. Okay. So Jiang Wu and the others took the first step. And Shen Yi followed Han Xiaomu to a coffee shop. In a corner opposite the coffee shop, I found an older man with several bodyguards standing around him, looking very impressive. Hello. This is Shen Yi, the captain and person in charge of the sniper club. Han Xiaomu took Shen Yi over and introduced him directly. The man had a black and white slick back hair and looked like an old Shanghainese. There was a voting letter on the table. He looked quite old. So Shen Yi sat across from him and said, Hello. What do you want from me? The game is about to start. If there is no rush, we can finish the game before we finish. Because of Lin Feng's incident last time, Shen Yi felt that his father was definitely not someone to be trifled with. I finally met you in person. I only met you in the game field before. And now I can finally talk to you face to face. It's still early. Don't worry. I just want to talk to you about Lin Feng. If you come to me to seek justice for your son, then there is no need. I think I made it very clear to Lin Feng last time. We will never meet again in the future. So there is no need for this. Shen Yi roughly knew his purpose. So he said, No, you're wrong. I'm not avenging him. I'm doing it for you. I know that my son has done stupid things. So I came here to apologize to you. My son actually has a good heart. I just wanted to prove it to me so much. That's why I did so many stupid things. Last time, you didn't forget the villain's fault and forgave him. So I came here to say sorry to you on his behalf. I've watched your games online and in person. And I'm shocked. I've been playing games and professional leagues since I was 25. And it's only today that I've seen a young man with such potential. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. It's hard to be here as a judge in this competition. I don't want to miss this opportunity. So I asked Han Xiaomu to invite you here.
Shen Yi didn't expect that Lin Feng's father did things completely different from Lin Feng. He was very understanding.
Yes. This uncle has explained it to me and apologized. So I brought you to him.
Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi with a smile and said,
I actually don't resent Lin Feng. It's just that his series of actions were too extreme. So, in this case, I also want to apologize to you. My attitude just now was really not respectful enough for my senior. I'm sorry.
Shen Yi knew that his words were not tactful just now. So he stood up, bent down and said,
Get up quickly. The competition is about to begin. As a judge, I will make fair choices. Of course, I hope from the bottom of my heart that you can win and bring glory to our city and, of course, to your club.
Lin Feng's father also slowly stood up with help, held Shen Yi's hand, and said to him,
Don't worry. I believe in my players, and I have confidence in myself. We will definitely win this game.
Shen Yi slowly helped Lin Feng and his father to the judge's table. Then Shen Yi went to the lounge. Before he reached the lounge, he heard noisy sounds. Shen Yi knew it was Zhang Yao and the others. So he hurried to the lounge and saw Zhang Yao and Chen Qi standing at the door. Chen Qi pretended to be Zhang Yao's team member, and only heard Zhang Yao arguing with the chatty boy there.
What happened?
Shen Yi hurried over and asked.
Captain Shen, Timar, came to trouble us again. I was so angry that I just talked back to them.
When the chatty boy saw Shen Yi coming, he lowered his voice.
Zhang Yao, if you have anything to say to me, the competition is about to begin. Can you not hold it in any longer?
Shen Yi stared at Zhang Yao. Today's Zhang Yao was different from usual. Today, Zhang Yao was wearing heavy makeup, wearing a black leather coat, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Shen Yi saw Chen Qi behind Zhang Yao again. Because of his disguise, he was wearing a hat and a mask. Plus, he had been baptized by so many years. So I didn't recognize him. Shen Yi glanced at Chen Qi. Shen Yi saw a trace of disdain in Chen Qi's eyes between his hat and mask. Chen Qi lowered the brim of his hat, turned around and walked out. So Shen Yi turned to look at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao glanced at him and said,
Captain Shen is back. So I'm relieved. I thought you, Captain Shen, were scared and ran away. In this case, we will compete to see the outcome. Don't forget our bet.
Effective immediately.
After Zhang Yao said that, she led her team members out. Jiang Wu turned around and said to Shen Yi doubtfully,
What bet? What did Zhang Yao mean by those words just now? Shen Yi, are you hiding something from us? This matter is my private matter. You just need to play the game well, and don't need to know anything else.
Shen Yi didn't want to disrupt everyone's game rhythm and mood because of this incident.
What private matter? Now you are the captain of our sniper club. You represent our entire team. No matter what happens, we can help you shoulder it together.
The chatty boy said anxiously.
Yes, Captain Shen. Please tell me quickly. We are also very anxious.
Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi worriedly and said,
Actually, it's about what happened to Han Xiaomu last time. That incident was actually planned by Zhang Yao and Chen Qi. The purpose was to drive me out of the gaming world. I don't want to involve Han Xiaomu and you. So I hid this matter. This time when Zhang Yao made trouble, I could only tell the truth.
Now that it's now, Shen Yi can only tell the matter.
What? Are they going so far? Let's report him.
Han Xiaomu said angrily.
No. Then the video of Han Xiaomu's fight will be exposed. We can only beat him in the pencil case and leave him speechless. This is our bet.
Shen Yi quickly grabbed Han Xiaomu and said anxiously,
In that case, let's work together so that he has nothing to say.
Jiang Wu came out to smooth things over for Shen Yi.
That's right. Now that we know it, we can't give them the chance to look down on us.
Han Xiaomu said indignantly.
We work together. We win this fight. Yes. Let's beat them up together.
The chatty boy said angrily.
The game is about to start. Let's get ready. Remember not to bring emotions into the game. This will disrupt everyone's thinking. This is Zhang Yao's way.
Shen Yi told everyone before taking the field. Said, Chapter 219 Wait and see.
Don't worry.
Even if it's not for you, Captain Shin, but for our sniper club. We will work hard to win this battle. Shin-Yi didn't expect everyone to understand him so well. Shin-Yi was worried in vain before, and was afraid that this matter would make them unable to compete effectively. Now seeing how they are more united, Shin-Yi feels that everything is worth it. Game host. Now let us applaud the representative team of Team R Club. Team R in this game is our favorite champion in this competition. What kind of surprises will they bring to us in this finals? Although Team R lost the last game against Shin-Yi, the number of their fans has not decreased. After all, they are also an old team, and it is impossible for them to lose the popularity of the game with one defeat. Game host. The next person coming to the center of the competition venue is the sniper team led by Shin-Yi, a representative from the sniper club. They have defeated Team R before, and are also affectionately known as the strongest dark horse team, because every game they play will surprise people. I don't know what kind of exciting performance they will bring to people in the finals this time. What kind of confrontation will they have with Team R? We'll see. System. Now the announcement of this game. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Stimulating Battlefield. National Club Points Finals. Is about to begin. This round of the game is divided into 2 rounds, with 10 teams and clubs participating in each round. The top 2 winners of the first round will advance to the final competition, and the 2 teams will finally determine the champion and an MVP as the most valuable player. The competition model has been collectively evaluated by our organizing committee. Finally, the first round was selected as a limited-time entertainment mode, and the second round was an upgraded version of the Island Desert Night. The first round is limited to 20 minutes. Players with the first and second kill rates will directly advance to the second round of PK. The game will start in 5 minutes. All participating teams, please be ready. Unexpectedly, the 2 modes selected were the 2 most classic modes, which were the rather simple Island and Rainforest. Although the first round was a limited-time version, with Shin-Yi's speed and accuracy, Shin-Yi and the others were not worried about this limited-time mode. The second round was a brand new mode, with the addition of Desert and Night. This is quite novel, but the basic map is definitely not better than the classic map. However, upgrade modes like this test people's reaction ability in the finals or later in the game. And a Dark Night mode is also added. The difficulty of this challenge actually doesn't seem that big, but the hidden difficulty is hard to guess. The game started. Shin-Yi and the others logged into the game account and logged into the game. The page directly displayed and entered the game. This finals has omitted the safety protection aspect, which can save everyone the competition time. And the competition is becoming more and more optimized. Technology is also getting better and better. After all, this is a big national competition, and other facilities must be better than the preliminary competition. At the beginning of the game, because this is a limited time game, there is only a short period of 20 minutes. Within these 20 minutes, you must achieve a higher kill rate than others. It is definitely not an easy task, and one shot may determine the victory or defeat of the team. At the beginning of the game, because the limited time mode map is very small, it is very likely that you will start shooting as soon as you land. So Shin-Yi and the others decided to move in pairs, so that they could cover each other and avoid the possibility of being wiped out by the group. Because this limited time map was finally located near the mine, after Shin-Yi and the others considered it on the spot. Although they feel that although the material storage capacity of the mine is not large, the terrain here is very suitable for fighting. It is especially suitable for gun combat. In this limited time mode, the most feared thing is continuous killing. Once they are killed more than twice in a row, they will almost lose confidence and the game will be lost without a fight. The terrain here is mainly dominated by mines. The mines are surrounded by mountains one after another. Moreover, the materials in the mines are relatively scarce. Generally, jungle players will perform very well here. In order to save time, Shin-Yi asked everyone to come to the mine and mainly search for materials in the watchtower and factory building, because he judged based on experience. Only this area has the most concentrated supplies. The supplies in other places are scattered, which will be a waste of time. Moreover, there is only a flat opening in the northeast direction opposite the mine. Shin-Yi and the others regard this opening as the entrance to the mine, because the mine is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and these mountains are divided into several layers. Each layer has a cross-section. Shin-Yi and the others took advantage of the blind spot formed by the height difference to set up an ambush on the slightly higher mountain plane, preparing to catch the enemy off guard. And the safest thing here is that although this mountain section looks only 1 person high, it is impossible to climb up directly by oneself during the competition. Shen Yi and the others have to go through a series of moves and moves. Then find a slightly gentle hillside, and use an uphill S-shaped walk to reach the top of the mountain safely. Otherwise, it is impossible to go up, and there is a risk of falling at any time. Shen Yi and the others were lying in ambush on the mountain surface. Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu were responsible for sniping, while Jiang Wu and Chatterbox Boy were covering. The four of them worked together to distract the enemy. Although this is a perfect sniping point, it is a small map after all. You must not stay here for too long. Otherwise you will risk being exposed. So Shen Yi and the others chose to move when they were almost done killing people on it. The essence of this map is that you can't stay in one place for a long time, and you can easily be attacked by others. So Shen Yi and the others quickly ran away and came to a flat land halfway up the mountain. There were several containers in the southwest direction of the mine. Shen Yi and the others decided to hide and ambush here temporarily. Suddenly, Shen Yi found a group of enemies near the front of the container. Shen Yi opened the microphone and said, "Everyone, be careful. There are footsteps in the container in front. Please stop and stop moving." Shen Yi squatted down slowly, which will reduce the footsteps a lot. So Shen Yi picked up the gun, used the left-hand head-turning mode, carefully stretched his head out, and shot directly and quickly at him. Immediately after firing the gun, Shen Yi immediately hid behind the container, and then gave them the illusion that they were alone. Sure enough, the enemy came to find Shen Yi. So Shen Yi went around from the other direction to get behind the enemy. Unexpectedly, the person on the opposite side actually chased him first. Shen Yi was just in case. So he used the small eyes on his free field of vision to observe the situation behind him while running. He saw that the enemy was also pursuing him from another direction. Shen Yi and him unexpectedly met in front of the container. This was the time to test Shen Yi's reaction and hand speed. Shen Yi said it was delayed and then it was fast. Chapter 220 Master Combat. He directly used a red dot sight, opened the scope, aimed, and shot the head with one shot. Before the man could raise his gun, Shen Yi had already killed him with one shot. The remaining three people disappeared in a flash. Han Xiaomu used the advanced magnification lens to observe that they had gone to the opposite side of the container area. Opposite is a building that looks like a supermarket. It has to be said that this time it is really a master battle. It can be seen from the location chosen that it is a great ambush point, because those houses are square and have a lot of space inside. But there is only one door, and the door is very narrow. Looking in from the door, both corners of the house are blind spots. As long as they hide in the corner and squat down, they will definitely be able to squat down. In addition, the back of the house was close to the hillside, forming a pit for trenches. Even if the enemy came over, it is impossible to discover them in a short period of time, and they will take advantage of this opportunity to snipe the enemy directly. After all, the scope is so large, and the circle is narrowed down to here. And the advantage here is that there is no grass here. Voldemort has nowhere to hide, which also reduces the difficulty of the search. I saw those few people running to the mountainous area opposite. Han Xiaomu's magnification range was also limited. So when they ran out, the range was too large. Han Xiaomu couldn't see where they were going. Shen Yi and the others chased them all the way, stopped on the outside of the mountain, and lay in ambush, intending to observe first. Shen Yi looked around and said thoughtfully, "Look, 100 meters ahead is the outer edge of the safety zone. They can't get out. There is a large housing area in front, and there are also people in the mine. There are some scattered small buildings on the mountainous terrain. There are wooden boxes, watchtowers, toilets, etc. in front. I think it is impossible for them to go to the front housing area. One is that they are not that fast. There is another one. There is no way that there are no people in that housing area. So there is no gunshots. And these small houses in front of us may serve as bunkers if necessary. So I guess they should be hiding in these small rooms, preparing to ambush us when we pass by." Shen Yi made a guess, which was indeed very reasonable. So everyone slowly moved over there, preparing to outflank them. And there was a watchtower next to it. Shen Yi asked Han Xiaomu to go up to observe. This way the perspective would be better, because in the ravine where they were now, although the field of vision was wide, the range of movement was too small. The bunker was not high enough, and fighting on it would easily be discovered by the enemy. So Han Xiaomu went up to observe, while Shen Yi had to find a way to expose their secrets. If they rush forward rashly now, the sound of footsteps will directly betray Shen Yi. So Han Xiaomu went up to the watchtower. Just when Han Xiaomu went up to the 8th floor of the watchtower, he could see the people in the small room through the small window below. Sure enough, Team Shen's guess was correct. They were indeed inside. So Han Xiaomu turned on the microphone and said to Shen Yi,
They are in the wooden box on the right. There are 3 people in the cabin in front. It seems that they are ready to come out. I can only snipe one person from this angle. Okay. When you shoot, we will rush forward directly,
Shen Yi said. I saw Han Xiaomu adjust his position and point the muzzle of the gun at the helmet in the cabin. So Han Xiaomu turned on the advanced magnification, picking up the M2 sniper rifle. He aimed a shot directly at the head and successfully shot the target. Han Xiaomu's aiming skills became more and more superb. He could actually shoot successfully within such a small window. Immediately after the gun fired, Shen Yi immediately led the other team members and rushed forward. The chatty boy put away the gun, took up the grenade, aimed at the window of the small room, and threw a grenade directly in. I have to say that the special training these days has been very effective. The chatterbox boy's accuracy has improved a lot. With such a narrow window, he threw it directly in without hesitation and only heard an explosion, along with the sound of the system. 2 people were killed directly, and another person ran out and was shot to the ground by Shen Yi. They relied on their tacit understanding to kill another team. Watching the game from the audience, he said to Lin Feng's father next to him,
How is it? Who do you think will win? Although this is the first round. Looking at the situation, either Zhang Yao's our team or Shen Yi's sniper team is the first. As for the MVP winner, I don't think it has been reflected in the first round. And the scoring judges in front of me have not. There's no handheld scoring form.
Han Xiaomu glanced in the direction he said. Sure enough, the judges had been looking at the big screen and did not turn over the score sheet in front of them.
It seems that this first game is just an appetizer. This second round is the real battle between Masters and PK. Shen Yi and the others will definitely win. I believe in him,
Han Xiaomu said enthusiastically.
Are you so sure?
He asked in disbelief.
I have never been as sure as I am today.
Han Xiaomu turned around and said seriously.
Hope so.
They should also be afraid of damaging the confidence of other teams. Shen Yi and the others have now killed 4 teams. Judging from the situation on the scene, Shen Yi and the others should have no problem winning. At the last minute, the time was coming. Several people saw that the time was up and ran out immediately. Shen Yi took this opportunity to ambush in the ravine while they rushed out. Jiang Wu and Shen Yi held repeating high-damage rifles and attacked directly. When the game was about to end, they successfully shot 2 more people. The first round of competition is over. Although the system does not calculate the kill rate, Shen Yi also feels that they are inseparable. After all, they have never been eliminated since the beginning of the game. So the time on the court and the kill rate should not be low. Game host.
Now that our first round of competition is over, we will select the top 2 winners based on back-end statistics. We will rank them based on kill rate, time, and number of times. For the sake of fairness, we will count live on the big screen and ask the judges to testify. Now we can see that the top 5 teams in kill rate have been counted from the background. Now we will determine the top 3 based on time on the big screen, and finally determine the last 2 winners based on the number of deaths.
Han Xiaomu grabbed his clothes nervously, and Shen Yi and the others who were also in the lounge were all nervously staring at the big screen, not relaxing for a moment.
Okay, now the final result is in my hands. According to the result display and replay investigation, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds stimulates the battlefield and the National Club Points competition.
Chapter 221 Better.
The 2 winners of the first round are Team R and Team Sniper. Let us give them applause. Moreover, this is a 2-strong team that is difficult to encounter. Their kill rate is tied for first, and the number of kills is tied first. As for Team R's final kill, the game ended in 15 minutes and 32 seconds, while Sniper Team's final kill ended in 16 minutes and 4 seconds. In terms of time, Team R was even better. So the first winner of the first round was Team R led by Zhang Yao. However, Team Sniper from the Sniper Club was only a few seconds behind Team R and successfully advanced to the second place round of competition. The first round was so exciting, and we are even more looking forward to the exciting matchup in the second round. Now is the lunch break. We pause the game and take a short rest. 2 hours later, our second round will continue. Let us look forward to the arrival of the championship together.
So the audience and judges left the venue one after another. And during the lunch break, everyone went to the competition canteen to eat. Han Xiaomu also went to the cafeteria with Shen Yi and the others to eat. They found a seat by the window and sat down. After ordering some dishes, everyone reacted to their opinions on the first round of the competition. First of all, Shen-Yi was relatively relaxed because he felt that he was very satisfied with this result. So he picked up a drink. He said to everyone, "Don't be downcast. In this morning's game, although we did not enter the finals with first place, we all cooperated very well during the game. Everyone's enthusiasm for the game is also very high. The next game is a real showdown. Let's work together to win this game." Shen-Yi saw that everyone was still a little listless because of the last game. So he specially encouraged everyone. Shen-Yi said, "It would be nice if we could go faster in this game, so that Zhang Yao and the others wouldn't take first place. Blame it on me. If I hadn't fired too slowly, I would have ended earlier. How can I blame you? I am also responsible. Isn't this the first round? Since we have qualified for the finals in the first round, we will definitely give priority to winning in the second round. It doesn't matter. We just work hard. You have to have confidence in yourself." Shen-Yi didn't want them to have so much negative pressure in the second round. Try your best to enlighten them. "Yeah. Who knows what tricks Zhang Yao and the others used to get faster than us? It seems that their team must have expert guidance," the chatty boy said while eating. Shen-Yi thought to himself that it must be Chen-Chi's fault. Otherwise Zhang Yao would not have made such rapid progress all of a sudden as he had just joined the team. But in terms of speed and ability, Shen-Yi and the others are not necessarily any worse than Zhang Yao. Use all your strength to lock them down. Go and win Zhang Yao's team and prevent Chen-Chi's conspiracy from succeeding. While they were eating in the cafeteria, they saw Team Zhang Yao coming towards them. The 4 members of Team Zhang Yao walked towards Shen-Yi in unison. There was no intention of avoiding suspicion at all. It was obvious that Shen-Yi and the others were here to show off their victory in the first game. Even so, they also talked about Shen-Yi's dining table. "I ordered a bunch of dishes efficiently." And then Chen-Chi still wore a hat and a mask, covering himself tightly for fear of being discovered by others. So Zhang Yao walked towards Shen-Yi with a smile and said to Shen-Yi with a look of gloating, "Hey, isn't this our captain Shen? Why does he look unhappy?" Zhang Yao obviously came to find trouble with Shen-Yi on purpose. The chatty boy was not happy. He immediately dropped his chopsticks and ran to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao said fiercely, "Why are you like this? Already several times. Let's forget about it. This time you deliberately come to make trouble. Don't think that we are easy to bully. I, the talkative boy, am not a troublemaker. Do you think I like you? You can't win such a simple entertainment game. And you lost to us again. And you are still known as the strongest dark horse. It's really funny. We lost 3 games to us before. But you are so proud after winning one. All kinds of publicity online. It's good now. I guess you are worried about how to fight us in the second game right now. If you can beg for mercy, we might be more generous and allow you to lose more easily. Otherwise, you will just wait until it hits the ground running. Cherish it. This is your last chance to compete on such a big stage." After Zhang Yao finished speaking, he turned around and left with his team members. Before leaving, Chen-Chi glanced at Shen-Yi, his eyes full of indifference and disdain. The chatty boy became angry and cursed. "I told you. In the second game we will torture you until you cry for mercy and beg for mercy. Do you think you are just talking? It's as if the whole game belongs to you. Let me tell you, we sniper demons will definitely not lose. Just watch." Zhang Yao and the others slowly walked away, and the chatty boy stopped talking. Shen-Yi said to the chatty boy a little angrily, "What are you arguing with him? It's not like you don't know. Zhang Yao and the others just want to provoke them on purpose. Us? And then let's play with emotion in the second game. This way they can easily win the second game. Aren't you just hitting their target?" the chatty boy said with an aggrieved look. "Aren't I fighting for our team's injustice? He targets you like this every time and makes fun of us. It's really too much. Do you know how to completely dispel their ridicule? That is to win the next game and leave them speechless. Trample them severely and leave them speechless. This is the real way to defeat them. It's not just a quick talk. Not only can't you hurt them, but it has also damaged our team's self-confidence. You have to know that there is less than an hour left. The second game is about to begin. What is the most important thing for us now? I am not rapping here, but rechecking our game plan for the second round to see if there are any gaps. Yes, what Captain Shen said makes sense. You are too impatient and can easily fall into their trap. They are like this. They deliberately use some fierce words to make us lose our combat effectiveness in the second game. We are about to start the game. Let's eat quickly and go to the lounge to recheck our battle plan. If there are any gaps, we will definitely beat them in the second game." Chapter 222 Arrogance. This way, they will have nothing to say after the game. After Shen Yi and the others finished eating, they returned to their lounge, turned on the computer again, and opened the combat plan Ling Feng had prepared for them, which detailed their strategies and methods for the second game. Because the mode of the second game was an upgraded version of the island, Lung Feng and the others did not think about the classic mode at all at first, guessing that such an important game would not be able to use such a simple map mode. But when the announcement came out, I didn't expect that it would be an upgraded version of Island Night. They had never touched this mode before, and they still added visual interference like night. But the basic map changes should not be too big. They only need to respond to his emergencies, and face Zhang Yao's sneak attacks and attacks at any time. Because Chen Qi is Shen Yi's teacher. Therefore, Chen Qi knew very well what method Shen Yi used. So this battle must be a tough one. However, although Chen Qi was familiar with Shen Yi's combat methods, he didn't know that Shen Yi had not only studied his own combat methods in the past few years. Shen Yi has traveled to various places to compete with teachers in the past few years and has learned a lot. So he has nothing to worry about. He is very confident in himself. Similarly, Diao Tongzi, Han Xiaomu, and Jiang Wu were also very confident. Shen Yi guessed that since Chen Qi was playing on behalf of the players in Zhang Yao's team, and Chen Qi was also a tactician from the previous generation, therefore, Zhang Yao's entire battle will definitely be arranged according to Chen Qi's plan, which actually gives Shen Yi a benefit for them. In this way, they have a fatal weakness. That is, Shen Yi understands any of Chen Qi's strategies and ideas. Moreover, Shen Yi himself has participated in so many competitions over the years, and has already absorbed various strategies from others. But Chen Qi was still arrogant, and thought that Shen Yi was still the same young boy as before. The second round of the competition is about to begin. Everyone, be prepared. Try to use all your strength. Don't relax. Think about the points that I just told you that you need to pay attention to, and the strategies they may use. Listen to my voice and act. You can't be reckless. Shen Yi gave everyone a few final instructions 5 minutes before the start of the game. Clear. Come on. It's time for us to enter. Game host. Welcome everyone back to our competition venue. We also invite all judges and audiences to take their seats. After everyone takes their seats, you will see the new voting machine for the second round. When the competition starts, you can just press the voting machine in your hand and cast your precious vote for the team you think is better. The judges will have 2 chances to vote, so please choose carefully. Han Xiaomu also returned to the judges' table, holding a voting device in his hand. Although Han Xiaomu only had 2 votes, they were still crucial. In such a large-scale competition, even 1 vote difference could change his fate. Game host. Let us give warm applause to the 2 winners of the first round. The first round champion Team R, and the first round winner Sniper Team. The 2 of them are life and death rivals. In the previous game, there was a fierce competition between each other. The records of each other were back and forth, and they refused to give in to each other. So today is another peak showdown. What kind of exciting showdown will the 2 teams bring to us? Woolen cloth. Let's look forward to it a little, and let our game system play the announcement and general rules of the second round. Shen Yi, his team, and Zhang Yao's team both entered the stadium, and the audience applauded endlessly. There were even many spectators gathered outside the stadium, although there were no tickets, but they were all waiting to see them after the game, which showed that the popularity of Shen Yi and Zhang Yao remained high. This time they were facing a direct confrontation, and the number of people increased exponentially. System. The second round of game announcement is released below. The second round of the game adopts the Island plus Polar Night mode, and the whole process is dark combat. The map will have some night vision devices and laser sights. The map will still adopt the basic island mode. The firearms will not change. The time will not be limited, and the combat methods will not be limited. The last survivor will win. After the game announcement was distributed, Shen Yi and the others sat down on the competition chairs in order, went online, logged in to the game account, and started matching. With the order from the system, the competition officially started. The game officially started, because it was an island mode. Fortunately, Lung Feng had made strategic arrangements related to the island just in case. Shen Yi opened the game and said, everyone jumps to M City. M City is far away from the plane route, and there won't be too many people. At the beginning of the game, too many professions are not conducive to jumping to the center of the map. So everyone followed Shen Yi to skydive and prepared to go to M City, which was far away from the plane route. Although the richness of M City's resources is naturally not as good as that of large cities like P City, it can still be considered average in general. Its location on the map is neither too close to the center nor too remote. The competition pressure is average. And the transportation is super convenient. There are many alternative cities nearby, making it a good choice for Shin-Yi and others in the early game. M-City has a very good location. The overall layout on the map is expanding, with farms on the left of City M and nuclear power plants on the right. The upper part is surrounded by a triangle composed of air raid shelters, prisons, and bungalows, while the lower part is close to the seaport, and various roads are also connected in all directions. At that time, even if the safe zone is far away, as long as there is a vehicle, you can move forward unimpeded. Not only that, starting from M-City, no matter where he goes, he will not be eliminated due to shortage of supplies. And Shin-Yi is also double prepared if they see someone choosing M-City like their team when skydiving. Shin-Yi and the others can directly change direction. You can run to a nuclear power plant or a prison. Moreover, there are many ships on the side of M-City near the harbor, and there is a military base opposite. If the gunfight at the military base ends, they will definitely run towards this land as soon as possible. Shin-Yi and the others can also ambush the military base here. Of course, Shin-Yi and the others can only do this if there is no drug threat. Although M-City is a medium-sized city, the buildings are relatively scattered and the vision is wide, allowing you to quickly detect enemy traces. Moreover, there are many types of buildings in M-City, including warehouses, observation towers, high-rise buildings, bungalows, etc. The safest place for supplies is the warehouse in M-City. The structure of the warehouse is very simple, with only a single-story building, open doors on both sides, and bunkers such as protective boxes and supply boxes in the middle. As soon as Shin-Yi and the others landed in M-City, they went directly to the warehouse to search, because there were not many things in the warehouse, and everything that was there could be seen clearly, and they could just run out after picking it up. Chapter 223 Waiting for the Rabbit. Of course, if you encounter an enemy, you can find it faster, especially in this early combat situation. You can also introduce the enemy into the warehouse, use the bunker to fight him, and you can still have time to run and surround him. Shin-Yi also made double preparations in this way. Not only that, there are many phone booths on the other side of the highway in M-City, and other teams may be searching for supplies. Ignore these small houses. In fact, although they are small, they are well equipped with all the internal organs. It is very likely that there will be medicines, bullets and other supplies inside. Sometimes there will even be other rare high-end materials, such as high-end armor, scopes, etc. And these small houses will also have a particularly convenient advantage. That is, when you are afraid of someone ambushing the house, the team can directly see the supplies inside next to the window. This will greatly reduce threats and hidden damage. After Shin-Yi and the others searched for necessary supplies in the warehouse, they slowly moved to a nearby cafe in the middle of Highway M. Based on past competition and training experience, Shin-Yi judged that the cafe here was definitely the richest hidden treasure in the entire M-City. Searching for supplies here, most of them are high-end scopes, sniper rifles, and sometimes there are even a large number of second and third level bags, medicines, adrenaline, fuel, protective equipment, throwing grenades, etc. But there are also a few cases where it is a red dot or holographic sight, a single-shot pistol, etc. However, the chance is still quite small. In most cases, there are more high-end supplies and medicine kits. After Shin-Yi and the others roughly finished searching for supplies here, they planned to leave, because the safety zone began to be greatly reduced. Because M-City is located on the outside of the map, the first safe zone soon began to shrink, and now the map area is very large. Therefore, it would definitely be dangerous to advance on foot. Now Shin-Yi and the others have limited supplies, and are not suitable for large-scale operations. So Shin-Yi and the others chose to use vehicles to advance. Shin-Yi and the others found a car on the side of the road, because the car moved quickly and had strong climbing ability. It also has the function of enhanced protection and can carry up to 4 people. So this is undoubtedly the best road vehicle. So Shin-Yi drove, preparing to go to the next safe destination. The safe zone shrunk closer, slowly approaching P-City, the ruins and the prison side. Looking at the gunfire on the map, Zhang Yao and the others should have parachuted to the military base first. Now the gunfire behind the bridge was getting weaker and weaker. Shin-Yi deduced that Zhang Yao and the others had also begun a safe transfer, because this is the second safe zone. They must be in the process of searching for supplies, and will not come directly to Shin-Yi for pranks. Shin-Yi turned on the microphone and said to everyone, Everyone must be careful, and don't move around at will. This is an upgraded version of the Moon Knight mode. We don't expect that there will be some visible light like the last game. This time it may be a completely enclosed Dark Knight mode.
Shen-Yi and the others were observing the map on the page status. In the early stage of the game, Lung Feng told Shen-Yi about the type of dark mode when formulating the combat plan. So Shen-Yi decided to move directly to the ruins on the top of the mountain next time. The first is because the ruins on the top of the mountain have a lot of mountain cover. And the second is because the ruins on the top of the mountain are generally the first choice for people with lower levels. Shen-Yi and the others are here in the early stages of the game. On the one hand, they can adapt to this upgrade mode in advance. On the other hand, they can rely on some low-level players to get more opportunities to practice. The safety zone has not yet been closed for the third time. Shen-Yi thought that entering the zone now would definitely be more dangerous. So Shen-Yi temporarily decided to go to the ruins on the top of the mountain first. When the zone was closed for the third time, Shen-Yi and the others would enter the zone again. As soon as Shen-Yi and the others arrived at the ruins on the top of the mountain, they saw a jeep parked on top of the ruins on the top of the mountain. Shen-Yi immediately asked everyone to hide. Shen-Yi and the others hid in a housing area under the ruins on the top of the mountain. Shen-Yi looked through the window and used a high-end magnification lens to explore the situation. Because the terrain of the ruins on the top of the mountain was too complicated. Not only near the mountains, but also the terrain is rising like a spiral road. Once an enemy ambush is found halfway up the mountain, it will be difficult to attack upwards and then retreat downwards, and the enemy will be directly blocked halfway up the mountain. So when Shen-Yi saw the vehicle on the top of the mountain, he didn't dare to act rashly. So he decided to stop and wait to see the specific situation.
Now we are guarding here. I will go up from the left side and then go up to see what is going on. There is no gunshots from there. It is very likely that someone is waiting. It is too risky for us to go up now. I will go up first to investigate. Fan, if there is any danger, I will contact you at any time, and you will act as planned.
Shen-Yi put away his gun and prepared to move to the gentler mountainous area on the left side of the defense area.
Captain, be careful.
So Shen-Yi slowly put away his gun and moved toward a small housing area on the left. There was a small river above the housing area. Shen-Yi walked over carefully, and further up was a safer and gentler area of mountaintop ruins. There are many bunkers here, and going up from here will reduce some of the enemy threats. Shen-Yi slowly laid down on his stomach. Shen-Yi moved forward in a crouching position, so that the sound of footsteps would be smaller, and the enemy would not be discovered quickly. Shen-Yi walked higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the top of the ruins on the top of the mountain. He suddenly saw that there was no one next to the jeep just now. There was no one in the car either. Shen-Yi saw several boxes in front that had been knocked down by the enemy. He had already experienced some fierce gun battles here, but so far, Shen-Yi has not noticed anyone running towards the center, thinking that they must still be here. Just like Shen-Yi thought. Wait until the safe zone is almost there before going to the safe zone before driving. So Shen-Yi thought that they also have vehicles now. And if they open them, they will easily find them. So they must be dealt with in order to move forward safely. Otherwise, there will always be a hidden danger behind him. And the whole army will be annihilated if he is careless once. Shen-Yi cannot take this risk. I was just about to run over today when I suddenly heard footsteps around me. Shen-Yi immediately stopped and stood by in a prone position. Shen-Yi observed carefully and found that there were really 3 people moving in a crouching position, halfway up the mountainside behind the ruins on the top of the mountain. So Shen-Yi slowly moved in that direction in a crawling posture. Because in the game mode, there would be no footsteps on the map when crawling. This is also the safest movement posture, but it has a fatal flaw. It will cause some haystacks and haystacks nearby to move. As long as the enemy doesn't pay too much attention, it won't be discovered. Chapter 224 Caught Off Guard. Also, the movement speed in the crawling position is very slow, so it is not suitable for the finals in the safe zone. So Shen-Yi slowly climbed halfway up the mountain. As he climbed, he slowly picked up the gun and observed with a high-end scope at any time. He couldn't get too close, as this would attract their attention. So Shen-Yi found a place to stop where he could observe from a perfect angle. Turn on your gun's advanced scope and laser sight modes so you can see through the night. Completely observe their whereabouts. Because it was dark night mode, you would never be able to see anyone unless you were too close. Fortunately, Shen-Yi and the others had equipment such as laser sights and night vision goggles. You can use infrared rays to clearly see the enemy's movements in the dark. Shen-Yi observed that there were indeed 3 people lurking secretly.
preparing to attack another team heading towards the ruins on the top of the mountain. Shen-Yi thought this was a great opportunity. The mantis could catch the cicada, and the oriole was behind. But Shen-Yi didn't make any big moves. Kamai said to his teammates, "Now you decide on my current position. Directly in front of my position. There are two teams fighting. I will give you a signal when the game is about to end. Then you quietly move from the direction where I climbed up just now. Move over in a crouching position. And then install the bullets. Ready to attack at any time. Let's have a mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind. I'm here to observe your movements at any time. You be prepared." As soon as Shen-Yi finished talking to his teammates about the ruins on the top of the mountain, the two teams started fighting. Shen-Yi immediately turned off the microphone and observed their every move at any time. Soon, another team was ambushing on top of the ruins on the top of the mountain. Sure enough, taking advantage of the terrain, the other team effortlessly captured the team halfway up the mountain. After all, the geographical location is too advantageous. Shen-Yi thought it was time for Chatterbox and the others to move slowly over and catch them off guard. So Shen-Yi gave Chatterbox and the others a signal. Chatterbox Boy and the others received Shen-Yi's signal and ran in the direction Shen-Yi had just gone up the mountain. The Chatty Boy and Jiangwu did the same thing and ran over slowly in a crouching position to put away their guns to prevent others from discovering them. The two teams are now engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. The team halfway up the mountain will be completely wiped out in less than a minute. This is the best time for Shen-Yi to fight back. After a while, the team was directly wiped out by the group. And the Chatty Boy and the others just arrived at Shen-Yi's designated location. Two people were preparing to surround them in two directions. Shen-Yi opened the microphone and said to his teammates, "Everyone, be ready. The Chatty Boy will follow my instructions before shooting. Have you seen the jeep in front of them? Use the grenade to detonate the jeep on time. And then quickly throw out some smoke bombs. Jiangwu and I can rush over and catch them off guard. Be sure to use continuous bullets to defeat them completely. Don't let them have a chance to buffer. After all, our geographical location does not have an advantage." No. So the Chatty Boy put away his gun, picked up the grenade in his backpack, and raised it high, waiting for Shen-Yi's order. Shen-Yi saw that the time was ripe, so he gave the Chatterbox Boy a signal. The Chatterbox Boy received it, so he turned on the throwing mode, aimed at the target, and threw it towards the jeep in the ruins on the top of the mountain. It exploded on the spot with a bang. The group of people was directly bombed and immediately fell to the ground. Shen-Yi immediately gave an order. Han Xiaomu, Jiangwu, and Shen-Yi rushed over in three directions. The Chatty Boy then threw several more smoke bombs in that direction. Shen-Yi and the others saw the smoke slowly dissipating, so they moved towards the smoke bombs. Shen-Yi and the others held repeating sniper rifles or rifles in their hands, and fired at those few people with high intensity. With the combined efforts of the three of them, the team was directly wiped out, turned into a box. Game commentator. We can see that Shen-Yi led the team to quickly solve the team with his rich experience. Now that the safe zone is about to shrink, what will they do next? As for Zhang Yao, except for the large-scale killing at the military base at the beginning, they have not made any big moves so far. It seems that both of them are preparing to show off their talents in the finals. After Shen-Yi and the others quickly picked up the boxes of weapons from the two teams, they drove them away, because they had been delayed here for too long. The poisonous circle was about to shrink to them. Shen-Yi and the others had to speed up to enter the circle. Otherwise, there was a high possibility that other teams would block the safe zone and ambush them. Shen-Yi saw on the map that the last place in the safe zone should be in the prison area, so he drove straight there. For Shen-Yi and others, the biggest obstacle in the prison is the surrounding high mountains. Want to go to jail? In addition to skydiving directly or entering from the northern entrance, you must cross the mountain. But these mountains are quite steep. Of course, even the steepest places will have buffer zones. The mountains to the west of the prison are relatively gentle. Otherwise, if you go up directly, it will be difficult to walk down. If you jump directly, you will usually lose half of your health or even die directly. Shen-Yi suddenly thought of a way to deal with this high wall, and that was to use a vehicle, then drive to jail. No matter what kind of vehicle it is, it will have a certain protective effect on them, even if they drive directly down from the mountains. The damage suffered by players will be greatly reduced, especially the vehicle that Shen-Yi and the others are driving now. The car basically does not lose health, and the poison is coming soon. Shen-Yi and the others cannot think so much. This is the only vehicle that can be avoided, a place where the enemy can reach safely. In fact, the mountains around the prison are not useless. If used properly, It can also be a good ambush location. Because the mountains are so tall, many tall rocks serve as natural shelters. In addition, the view from the height is wide, great for sniping. So Shen-Yi asked Han Xiaomu to cross the high wall of the prison directly. After they arrived safely in the prison, Han Xiaomu immediately went to the ambush location. When Shen-Yi and the others arrived at the prison, the enemy was inside the prison. There is no way for the enemies below to climb up directly, so their risk of being attacked is greatly reduced. However, Shen-Yi and the others need to pay attention to the fact that behind the hillside around the prison is a dense jungle, and it is very likely that other enemies will sneak up on them. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Shen-Yi opened the microphone and asked his teammates to divide the work and cooperate. Let Jiang Wu and the chatty boy guard the prison, and then let Han Xiaomu lie in wait above to observe the situation at any time. Then Shen-Yi went to observe the jungle behind, just in case other enemies came quietly. Chapter 225, Roundabout Combat. Although the entire prison is not large on the map, the larger buildings include 5 warehouses, 3 buildings, and many high-range sniper watchtowers, and some small houses on the roadside. Of course, there is no need to say much about warehouses. This kind of building is very common and has a simple structure. Shen-Yi and the others had already completed the search in M City at the beginning, so Shen-Yi and the others did not have to search for a large amount of supplies. Their main goal now was to seize the time to find Zhang Yao and eliminate them. Then the whole game is over. The rest of the people are no match for Shen-Yi. The biggest threat to them now is Zhang Yao. They're our team, and the tall buildings in the prison have a great advantage. Just don't be afraid of Voldemort's presence in the prison like you are in rainforest mode. Even if the safe zone shrinks to the end, they were protected by ghillie suits and could not escape Han Xiaomu's eyes. And if they find other teams inside the prisons, these tall and powerful buildings can also be used rationally to conduct roundabout operations. This not only provides the protection of a bunker, and even if they attack by force, they can't completely defeat them. So this battle must be strategic. In a prison with the right time and place, as long as there are no problems with Shen-Yi's strategy, there will be no problem in winning the game. The main problem now is that they don't know where Zhang Yao and the others are now, and the last safe zone is about to shrink. Shen-Yi and the others have already prepared comprehensive countermeasures, and now they are just waiting for Zhang Yao and the others to come. Shen-Yi asked the chatty boy to guard him with a grenade in a place where he could easily be ambushed between the prison and the top of the mountain. Once a target is found, throw it immediately to destroy them. Or you can give Shen-Yi a signal to attack. If there is an attack from the mountains in the prison, the safest location in the prison is in these particularly secluded high-rise buildings. There are many windows in these high-rise buildings of the prison. Once you hide in these rooms, others can't find you at all, but they can solve the target with ease. Shen-Yi has arranged everything, and now the penultimate safe zone is about to be built for the second time, and the location of the last safe zone is about to be locked. Once the location of the last safe zone is locked, no matter what Zhang Yao and the others do, they will not be able to take out Shen-Yi's eyes. The safety zone is getting smaller and smaller. Shen-Yi suddenly looked at the map and didn't expect that the safety zone was not near the prison, but also a corner of the prison. However, this was really too dangerous because the entire prison was covered by a very high wall. If they want to escape from the safe area in time, they have to circle out through the north gate of the prison. This is a waste of time, and the power of the last poisonous circle is too powerful, and they cannot take risks like this. Moreover, they are likely to be trapped directly in the prison. It is impossible for them to climb directly up the mountain in this kind of terrain. The best way is to escape quickly. Game commentator. Shen-Yi and the others are trapped in prison. How will they find a way to escape? How will Zhang Yao and the others confront each other? This is really a life and death battle. As expected, they are the only ones left in the audience. There are 2 teams. Let's look down next. What on earth is going on? How on earth do they get out? This is too dangerous. Han Xiaomu anxiously muttered to himself below. Don't worry. Shen-Yi is not easily defeated. He will definitely find a way. Lin Feng and his father advised Han Xiaomu after hearing what he was saying to himself. Audience. Shen-Yi is trapped inside. It seems they can't escape this last poisonous circle. Yeah. The terrain is too difficult. What a pity. Seeing the poisonous circle getting closer, Shen-Yi immediately ordered them to evacuate. Shen-Yi and the others walked along the bottom of the mountain range where the prison's perimeter is located. In this way, even if there are enemies on the top of the mountain, it will be difficult for them to hit the target on the mountain. If the enemy wants to pursue them, they must come down. But at this time, they have already consumed the poison in the prison, and it is too late. So Shen-Yi and the others came up with the second round of plans. So Shen-Yi and his team members immediately went around from the north exit without any delay. If you accidentally fall from the top of the mountain, you will immediately lose more than half of your health. So it is better to be safer. Shen-Yi and the others finally slowly arrived at the safe area of the prison next to them. But the area of the safe area was too remote. There was almost no cover from the housing area, only endless grass. This time, the safety zone is really more difficult. Shen-Yi and the others have not found any trace of Zhang Yao and the others yet. So Shen-Yi thought that the most common method used by Chen Qi in previous games was to break out of the encirclement through escape. That is a rather exaggerated statement. In fact, it is to surround the safe zone with 4 people, and then destroy them one by disrupting the audition. This is Chen Qi's most effective method. It seems that Chen Qi has been hiding their figures now, and he probably wants to use this trick to catch them all. However, Chen Qi never expected that Shen-Yi had already used all his tricks. So Shen-Yi asked Han Xiaomu to find a higher position. Let Han Xiaomu move to the smaller one next to him. Ask him to ambush and observe above, and report to Shen-Yi and the others immediately if he encounters a situation. While Shen-Yi asked the chatty boy to try his best to find a haystack where he can hide next time, because there are no houses nearby. The area is full of weeds, and there is also a hillside with a relatively steep slope, resulting in a gap in the ground. So Shen-Yi asked the chatty boy to hide in the ravine. Once he found the target, he would throw a grenade at them to scare them, and then launch a full-scale attack. Finally, Shen-Yi found the only remaining small room next to it. This small room had no ceiling, and the walls were almost painted on all sides. Therefore, a slight misdirection will directly lead to the failure of this game. So Shen-Yi has been working hard to adjust his position. Han Xiaomu slowly walked up to the watchtower, then found a hidden position and squatted down, looking at the surrounding situation. When suddenly Han Xiaomu noticed, at a position of 45 degrees in the safe zone, there were 2 or 3 people running hard. But they were so cunning that they always ran fast to find a bunker and then stopped quickly. So Han Xiaomu couldn't figure out their traces at all. Therefore, Han Xiaomu was not sure. So Kamai told Shen-Yi about the situation. Shen-Yi thought that he was right. This was Chen Qi's usual trick before. Shen-Yi had also tried this method in several previous matches.